Good morning, everybody. Hello and welcome to Magic Spotlight Dragons. Dragons have indeed descended upon Denver here in Colorado. I'm Ailey Loney alongside Paul Cheon, and we cannot wait for this event to start. Paul, limited.
We get to do limited. Oh my gosh. When I heard that this event was going to be limited, I just sent an email immediately to Star City and I was like, hey, I need to be involved in this in some way. Please get me in. Limited's kind of my thing, so I just need to be here no matter what. If this is this is probably the only event this year where I was going to consider playing the event and actually flying to it if I wasn't able to be, doing this with you.
Awesome sauce. Well, we're glad you're here, Paul. Having your expertise and all your know-how and ability in the booth here is going to be awesome throughout this weekend. Going through the sealed, going through the draft. But it's not just Paul and myself taking you along for this awesome event. It is also Maria Bartholdi alongside Patrick Sullivan, and we'll have Nick Miller interviewing our players as well. Speaking of our players, this event is kind of super special because we are following along with two of the game's greatest players in Luis Scott-Vargas and Reed Duke. Paul, you know a little bit about these guys, huh? Why are they so special, huh?
I mean, both of these are just some of the greatest players of all time. Their resumes are just, there's very few people that are going to have the resumes that they have. They're both Pro Tour champions. They're both excellent at both limited and constructed. So it's just good to see that we're going to be following these two players. This is a formatting that we really haven't done all that often. And, Luis, actually the hometown hero here, actually based out of Denver. So we will see how he will actually do in this event.
Yeah, we're going to be following along with Luis as our player A. So whenever he's not on screen, you're going to be seeing Reed Dukes, and we're going to follow along with them for as long as we can. So hoping that they don't, go 0-3 drop, because that would just be devastating. So really hoping for a great show from both of these players. Just look at all of their accomplishments. Like you said, Paul, trying to even mimic that these days, it would be incredibly difficult.
It's unbelievable. I mean, 24 Grand Prix top 8s. 5 Pro Tour top 8s. I mean, both of these players are just unbelievable.
Unbelievable. And we are lucky enough to get to watch them, which is so, so cool. So let's take you through how this weekend is going to run, everyone. So today, we're doing sealed. That is what's going to happen. We're going to play 8 rounds of Swiss. All players with 18 match points advance to day 2. So 6-2 is what they need to make it through. So yeah, let's just hope we see a couple trophies here with these drafts. And then day 2, we get to the draft rounds. We have 1 draft followed by rounds 11, 9 to 11. Draft 2 then will be rounds 12 through 14, and the top 8 then get to do another draft. So if you like limited, friends, this is where you should be watching. Go tell any of your draft buddies, like, hey, turn on Twitch or YouTube, wherever you're watching, come and watch.
Yeah, this is definitely the place. And, man, making it into day 2 is going to be really tough because usually it's easier. Even at the Pro Tour level, it is easier to make day 2. But here, going 6-2 is really, really difficult. But for a lot of the top players in this field, all they want to do, this is all I've been hearing from a lot of the great players, like, I just want to make it to the draft portion because that's the place where you can have the biggest edge. The format's only been around for a week.
Yeah.
Right? It's only been around for a week. I mean, it got released on Tuesday, right? You can play online on Tuesday, so the fact that the players only really had 3 or 4 days to kind of test for this makes this an even more challenging event to prepare for.
Yeah, and there is obviously a bit of luck involved in the sealed portion of things. You have to pray to the magic gods that your packs have been #blessed, but we'll see how the packs do look indeed. Let's take a look at the prizes first. What our players are playing for here besides just getting to day 2 draft. Our top 128 players get a fancy foil borderless Sword of Forge and Frontier. Our top 64 start cashing in, and then our top 8 players all get an invitation to Pro Tour Final Fantasy coming up very soon. Finalist takes home $5,000. The winner gets $10,000 and a full case of Dragonstorm collector booster boxes. If you want a good chance of opening that Mox Jasper serialized, well, there you go.
Yeah, I mean, just a really exciting tournament to just play, but just a ton on the line as well. And I just never thought I'd actually say the words, you can earn an invite to Pro Tour Final Fantasy.
I know, right?
That is exciting. I mean, I played that game.
Yeah.
I just remember sneaking into my friends. We would play till 3 in the morning when I was at my friend's place. So it's just really, really exciting that we're going to be able to actually have and cast a Pro Tour with Final Fantasy kind of as kind of the set there. So that's exciting.
Yeah. I think I need to play one of the games. Which one would you recommend?
7. I would do 7. But a lot of the diehard people, they kind of lean into 3, I think.
3?
They really like 3.
Okay, between 3 and 7, I'll play one of them before the Pro Tour. How's that?
Sure.
So, if you, friends, are new to Limited or Magic or just have never played Sealed before, Paul, can you tell us what Sealed is and what our players are going through right now as they're building their decks?
Yeah, so day 1 is going to be Sealed deck, where basically you start with 6 Tarkir Dragonstorm play booster packs. From those 6 booster packs, you have to make a minimum 40-card deck with any number of basic lands. I recommend at least 16 to 17 there. You register the deck. You always use that deck that you register as game 1 of a match. But then after game 1, you can, of course, sideboard how you wish. This format, by the way, a lot of people are going to be building 3, 4, possibly 5 color decks. So sideboarding is going to be really, really important because you can literally use your entire card pool and you can make justifications for bringing in 5, 10 cards out of your sideboard in any given match.
You could completely switch your deck if you wanted to. You
Yeah.
could switch to your sideboard.
Yeah, and that is something that players need to keep in mind for a sealed deck tournament. We don't do this very often, but in a best of 3 sealed deck environment where, let's say you're on the draw, maybe your aggro deck is not the deck that you want to be playing on the draw. Maybe you should switch to your mid-range deck. And those are things that you need to kind of map out before you even sit down for round 1. So you do your deck building, but you still should sit there, look at your pool, and figure out, okay, if my opponent's an aggressive deck, should I bring in these removal spells? What if I'm on the draw? What if I'm on the play? Should I cut a land? Should I do this? Those are all little things that you should already start to consider before you even play your first match.
Yeah, and there's time considerations too, because this can be a very grindy format. This can go super long in games 1 and 2, so you might need to switch to an aggro deck, which I've done at a pre-release or 2, if I'm honest. So
I mean, absolutely. Especially the sealed deck format.
Yeah.
I fully anticipate most people to be submitting 4 or 5 color good stuff decks.
Yeah.
And when you do that, it's just, all right, we're going to pretend like we're trying to do stuff in the early game, but what they're really doing is just developing their mana. And oftentimes it's, hey, who landed their Haymaker and which Haymaker stuck on the battlefield to actually take home the game. So I've beaten opponents just through natural decking sometimes in this format. So yes, again, games can go very long. This tournament will likely also go very long.
I hope you're prepared. Stay hydrated to you at home and to our players out there. Now, day 2 is where a lot of the players want to get, and that is where we skip to, or we move on to the draft portion. So how is this different from sealed?
Yeah, so drafting is very, very different. It starts with you opening your booster pack. You look at the pack and you take the best card that you want for your deck. After you take that pack, you pass to the left. And then once pack 1 is done, because you will receive a new pack, you take a card, etc., then you open pack number 2. You take a card out of that pack and you pass to the right, and then finally in pack 3, you once again pack to the left. So left, right, left. That's what you got to do.
All right. Minimum 40 cards again, and you can play any number of cards. If you open 5 of a certain thing, then you can play that. There's no real limits to how many of a card you can play if it opens those hawks.
Yeah, well, or if your opponent's playing some kind of weird mill strategy, well, maybe you can. I have occasionally boarded up to 45, 46 just to try to avoid some, in the last set, of course, for example, River Churn Monument, right?
Yes.
Like if you can somehow justify playing 45, 46 cards, maybe it's correct.
Yeah, we could see that indeed today. But we are, like I mentioned, following along with 2 of the game's best players in Luis Scott-Vargas and Reed Duke. Luis is going to be our featured player A. So let's take a look at his pool. And Paul, I would like you to take us through this, please. What do you see from our white and blue cards here?
Yeah, so starting with the white and blue cards, the things that kind of stand out to me right here are the removal effects. Right, so that's one thing, because you need to have answers for bombs. In sealed deck, everybody's going to be playing their bombs. So Stormplane Detainment, obviously a good card. But of course, the card that really stands out to most people is going to be that first blue card that you see on the screen. Ambling Stormshell, 3 blue for a 5/9 Ward 2 turtle. So basically, it's unkillable. And when this creature attacks, you put 3 stun counters on it and draw 3 cards. And sealed deck is always kind of an attrition battle. Getting ahead on cards is extremely important. And then, of course, it's got that line of text. When you cast a turtle spell, you untap this creature. There's no other turtles in this set. If you're lucky enough to open multiple Ambling Stormshells, I did have a deck where I did get to pull it off once. But again, just a really, really solid card. You don't have to attack if you're on the back foot, but when you've stabilized, you get to draw cards. That'll often win you the game. Then the next card. Luis calls this card Sphinx's Revelation. That might be going a little bit too far, but Bewildering Blizzard is just an excellent spell, especially in sealed deck. 6 mana, instant, draw 3 cards. Creatures your opponents control get -3, -0 until end of turn. So just so you know, when you're playing online, when you're playing with people, if your opponent size passes with 6 mana up, 90% of the time they're going to have this card, and it's an absolute blowout. The problem is, even if you don't attack into it, you still draw 3 cards, right? So it's just a really excellent card draw spell. So solid blue cards here, but still going to need to see a few more bombs. But of course, this is a multicolored set. So I feel like once we get to the gold cards, that's where you're going to see the power.
I just want to say before we switch slides here, Ringing Strike Mastery, that's another way to untap your Ambling Stormshell, even though it costs you 5 mana.
That is an really expensive way to do that. Ringing Strike Mastery is the type of card that I don't mind, but I have to be a really, really aggressive tempo deck because in the late game, your opponents can just untap their things.
For sure.
So in sealed deck, I do not recommend playing this card in general.
Oh no, for your Stormshell.
For the Storm, Storm
Yes.
Shell doesn't really need help. That's the
Oh,
problem.
fine. Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, on to the next cards here. Let's take a look at our black, red, and green. Anything that stands out here for you?
Nothing. I don't even see a rare here laid out in front
yeah.
of us in black, red, and green. There are some decent removal spells here. You have Caustic Exhale, Channeled Dragonfire, Molten Exhale. These are all really solid removal spells. There is a really good uncommon in Shocking Sharpshooter. 1 in a red for a 1/3 reach creature. Whenever another creature comes into play, it deals 1 damage to target opponent. That's really good in a Mardu aggressive shell. But in sealed deck, you often will not have that kind of pool. Like I said, you're going to be 3, 4, 5 colors. You're going to be a little bit slower. So while I think this is a premium card in draft, and this is the difference. This card I think is excellent in draft. In sealed deck, this just often will not be very good.
Yeah.
And yeah, I just don't. I see some removal spells, but Luis is going to need some help. So hopefully the next slide is going to be what we need here, so that Luis can actually have some good win conditions.
All right, let's take a look at our multicolored spells and, importantly, our lands. What fixing do we have?
Well, so when you build a sealed deck, this is the first thing you look at are your rares and bombs, like just the rares and uncommons. See what you want to kind of gravitate towards. Number 2 is you look at your mana fixing. So you look at your tri-lands, your dual lands, your monuments, and also Dragonstorm Globe, which I do think is an excellent card. And here, I mean, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You have 5 dual lands, a tri-land, and an Evolving Wilds. You see a Temur Monument and 2 copies of Dragonstorm Globe. So Luis has a lot to work with here. Even though it doesn't look like he might have the most powerful pull, we don't see a Jeskai Revelation or a Mythic Dragon or anything like that. But at the very least, if you look at this pool, you can at least know that Luis is going to have good mana, and he's going to try his best to play all of his good cards. That's what he's going to go for here. Now, if you look at just power, well, there's a Zergo. Not so good in sealed once again. That's, again, just a good aggressive Mardu creature. The cards that I want to really look at are 2 copies of Twin Moss Stormbrood. That creature is excellent. Just the Omen part, 1 in a red to deal 5 damage to a creature without flying. That is just a card you always play in your decks, but somehow it's also attached to a 6-mana 5/4 flyer that gains you 5 life when you cast it, which is excellent in its own right. So that's a great removal spell that also doubles as a win condition in the late game. You have a bunch of multicolored cards, and I'm really curious to see what Luis does here. You have a million multicolored creatures, and there's a Dragonfire Blade in his pool.
Nice.
This is a card that you don't see too many people play, especially in draft, but in sealed where you are going to have a ton of gold creatures to play. This is a 1-mana equipment. Equipped creature gets +2/+2 and has hexproof for monocolored, and most of the removal spells are monocolored, and it's got an equip cost of 4, but this ability costs 1 less to activate for each color of the creature target. So if you target on one of your 3-color creatures, it's a 1-mana equip +2/+2 protection hexproof for monocolored. So look, Luis's pool isn't overly powerful, but the mana fixing is great. He's gonna play Temur Tani back. He's probably gonna also play the Karu Goalkeeper, and he's probably also gonna find a way to put that Skirmish Rhino into his deck. And if you're gonna play all of these multicolored creatures, that Dragonfire Blade could do some work in his deck.
Oh man, even with Kotis. Indestructible?
Oh, that's the thing. Kotis by itself is not particularly strong. It's a 4-mana 2/1 legendary indestructible creature where when it connects, you exile that number of cards from your opponent's library, but you can only cast cards with convert mana value equal to the amount of damage that you deal. So Kotis is a 2/1. So when you hit them for 2, you're going to basically cast nothing. But you put the blade onto that thing, all of a sudden we're talking, right? All of a sudden you're hitting them for 4, which means you have a much higher, not only are you milling them for 4, but you have a much higher likelihood of actually hitting a spell that you can cast off the card.
Yeah, that's going to be sweet. Let's take a look and see what Luis went ahead and built. How many gold cards made it into his deck here?
A lot.
Yeah, as to be expected. Basically every single dual land is in there.
Yeah, he's playing every single dual land, the Evolving Wilds and the Tri-land. He's got the Monument, both of the Globes. He's playing the Blade, and he's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 gold creatures in his deck as well. So, yeah, I mean, Luis basically just looked at his pool and went, I'm just going to, look, I'm every color. He's just blue and everything, right? And it's just, I'm going to play all of my good cards and hope that that's enough. Now, here's the good thing about Luis's deck. Again, good mana. He's got good early game interaction. You have Glacial Dragon Hunt, Molten Exhale. You have a couple of counter spells, which I think are really, really good. And then hopefully he can use maybe some of the dragons, the Ambling Storm Shells, to kind of fill up again with the Bewildering Blizzards to try to win that way. But, you know, one thing that he's kind of missing is that Haymaker, right? That just 6 mana, you know, a Teval, Ureni, or
Any of the big
Ugin,
dragon.
yeah, if it's a mythic dragon, he's missing one of those that he would like to play. That's kind of the one thing that he's missing, but I think he's got that early game, mid game covered with good mana and card draw. So I think this is the type of deck where, yeah, you might not be so excited because you don't have a bunch of rares, but I think somebody of Luis's caliber can still make this deck work.
Yeah.
But I would say that this is, if you play tight and draw well, maybe it's a 6-2. That's what I'm looking at with this
That's
deck.
what he needs to make day 2.
Right.
So fingers crossed for exactly that result for Luis Scott-Vargas, who, as we mentioned, is the player that we'll be following for as long as we possibly can. This is going to be exciting, Paul.
Yeah.
I'm super psyched to see this deck in action. Like you said, it's not amazing. You know, you're not going to write home to your mama about it and be like, oh my gosh, I opened 5 rares or 5 mythics. You know, sometimes people get that lucky. But it's Luis Scott-Vargas. He's one of the best players in the world. This could be really, really cool. So let's see what Luis has to say about this deck. Nick Miller interviewed him.
Hello, welcome to Magic Spotlight Dragons, part of SCGCON Denver. I am Nick Miller alongside Magic Hall of Famer Luis Scott-Vargas. It is great to have you here. It is a limited open tournament. We haven't had one of these in a long time. You are our featured player. I watched you build your sealed deck. How did you feel when you first looked at it?
Not great. So I find that in this format for sealed, I've been playing sealed all week, you end up playing 5 color and all your good cards, maybe 80% of the time, maybe more. And I kind of ended up in the exact position I didn't want to be, which was 5 color with no bombs. And that just puts me at a pretty big disadvantage against someone who's got a similar deck, a bunch of different colors, removal, decent creatures, card draw, except they've got an Ugin or Dragonback Assault or an Elspeth, something like that. I didn't really have anything like that. I have the rest. I have great mana. You know, I've got an Evolving Wilds, a Tri-Land, and like 6 duels or 5 duels. I've got 2 globes. The globe is like the card of the weekend. I'm just calling it right now. It's really good in draft and in sealed. So my mana's good. I've got a lot of removal. I've got 2 Molten Exhales, Glacial Dragon Hunt, 2 counter spells. So I've got a lot of the like building pieces, 2 Twin Maw Stormbroods, card's excellent. But I'm really just missing that one really heavy hitter. So I had to kind of make up for that in how I could.
Right, and I watched you lay it all out. Your initial impression was the mana's good. You know, we got good removal. And you're like, this isn't that bad of a pool. Then you kept going through iterations. I saw you do your just greedy all colors, all bombs, filtered through the Mardu and the Temur builds. Take us through how you kind of ruled those out.
So the second thing I look at once I see a pool that doesn't maybe is missing good fixing or missing bombs, whatever, one piece like that, is can I build a beatdown deck? Can I build an aggressive 2.5 color, 2 and a splash color Mardu deck? Or is the mana there for like a full 3 color Mardu deck where you're trying to play Shock Brigade into Dalkovan Pack Beast and really tempo them out? The problem is twofold. One, I didn't have enough 2-drops. That's usually what happens in sealed, is it's not a draft. You just end up with a normal curve of cards that are open in the set and not enough 2s to really pressure them. So I have that. And then I also don't even really have Mardu mana. I've got 1 Evolving Wilds and 1 Scour Barons, and that's it. So Mardu I pretty quickly dismissed. Unfortunately, that just wasn't going to work.
Yeah.
And then, given the nature of the fixing with 2 Dragonstorm Globes and Evolving Wilds, duels across all colors, once I'm playing 3, 4 colors, I should just play the 5th. It doesn't change it that much, and I get access to slightly better cards, which I think this deck needed.
Then the exploration was all the dragon builds. You're really trying to utilize the globes, and I saw you tinker with that, really kind of come into your last decisions. And then you went back to the well with the Dragonfire Blade, and that's when you really kind of honed in on what was happening.
Right, so Dragonfire Blade, you know, 1 mana equipment, not really what you want in a control deck, but what it does is +2/+2 and hexproof for monocolored. Those are pretty strong abilities, and the equip is only 1 mana if you target a 3-color creature. So as it turned out, I had a Skirmish Rhino and 2 Monastery Messengers and a Kotis the Fankeeper that I wasn't going to play. So I put in those 4 extra Tribrid creatures. I cut Clarion Conqueror, which is the white dragon that shuts down activated abilities of artifacts, which would turn off the blade and turn off the globes.
Yeah.
And a Temur Monument too, for good measure. And trimmed a removal spell here and there because I just still have a bunch. And my reasoning is Dragonfire Blade on Monastery Messenger, 4/5 flying, hexproof monocolor, vigilance. That's pretty hard to beat. Turn 3 Skirmish Rhino, equip the blade, kill your thing, attack for 5. Sounds pretty good. And Kotis the Fankeeper, not a card I recommend playing generally. 2/1 Indestructible is just not big enough. You put a blade on it, it's a 4/3. Now they have to either chump it or let it hit them and play a spell off the top of their deck probably. So overall, I think that while the Dragonfire Blade isn't like my preferred method of attack in this format, I think it gives this pool a chance to leverage its good cards, which is like good mana, good removal, alongside a way to actually kill them instead of not killing them. I do have one rare, Ambling Stormshell, which is very good. The 5/9 turtle when it attacks, draw 3. You can win games based on that. But other than that, it's kind of slim pickings.
Yeah, I was going to say you have a decent amount of card draw too. So you have the removal and the card advantage between the Bewildering Blizzard, the turtle, as you mentioned. Some of your other cards generate cards here and there. So doesn't look like you're going to run out of gas. But I think, as you mentioned at the beginning, your big concern is what if the opponents have these haymaker rares, these top tier rares. So your plan is to kind of get under them, kill their little things, and hope from there.
Yeah, I do have Dispelling Exhale and Spectral Denial. Those cards are pretty good against 6 and 7 mana plays, 5 mana plays even. You know, I hope that maybe having 2 Dragonstorm Globes and making some kind of big dragons could work. But yeah, mostly it's trade-off cards, land Blade on one of my tricolor creatures, and hopefully have 1 or 2 more things to kind of push it across the finish line.
And you've been testing all week. How do you feel the format plays out?
Sealed's fairly slow, like you pretty bomb driven. I mean, it's kind of what you see in most sealed, especially now in the play booster era, and especially in a 5-color set that has all these common duels. So it's going to be a slugfest. And while I would certainly mulligan this pool, I think this pool is probably around a 5 out of 10 around average, like, good in 2 of the aspects, but pretty bad in one important one, which is having rares. So that said, I think I still have a shot against people who maybe haven't max greeded their pool or just haven't played these really long games. There's a lot of room for decisions to kind of make a difference. So at least I'm hoping so.
What are your expectations?
If I had to guess, I haven't played one of the spotlights. I don't know how they compare like competition-wise. My guess is it's going to feel like day 1 of a Grand Prix. And I think needing to go 6-2 to day 2, I bet this pool, and me playing this pool is probably the most likely record I end up is probably 5-3. So I have to get a little bit luckier than my average is what I think. But we'll see. We'll see. A lot of Magic to be played.
Luck, skill, and victory is the combo we need. LSV, thanks for joining me here in the sideboard. We're going to be following you all weekend long, and we wish you the best of luck. Stay tuned to Star City Games all weekend long for the action here in Denver. Hello, welcome to Magic Spotlight Dragons.
So that's what LSV stands for.
Yes.
I always thought it was his name.
No.
So its birth certificate is luck, skill, victory.
It's been luck, skill, victory for decades at this point.
All right. Yeah. Well, that's exactly what LSV will need then. Saying not the best pool.
Right.
But he has a game plan. So we're just going to have to hope that the cards align nicely, that he gets to get all his mana, and gets to make the plays on curve, essentially.
Yeah, he did the most that he could with the pool that he had, right? It's just like, I'm going to play all my good removal, all my lands, play all my good cards, and then he found a scrappy win condition with the Blade, which is not typically the way that you want to win in sealed deck, but I think it works given just the large number of multicolored creatures that he has in his deck, and let's see if it ends up panning out for him.
Awesome. We also have Reed Duke's pool and deck list that we can take a look at, and we'll have an interview with him in round 2, we assume, or we estimate. So let's take a look here at Reed's list, or at Reed's pool. What do we see here, Paul?
So just looking at this collection of cards here, the thing that stands out to me is white actually looks okay. Yeah. You have the Dalkovan Pack Beast, Descendant of Storms, Mardu Devotee, Assault Road Pack Beast, which has also proven itself to be an excellent common as well. So a lot of decent cards that kind of potentially could point you into an aggressive deck, which is not something that you normally want to do in sealed, but depending on your mana fixing, maybe you get there. The blue looks a little bit shallow. Yeah. Now, Dragonologist is actually just a really solid card because with the fact that it lets you find a dragon or a spell, you'll usually find something off of that, which is nice. And Focus the Mind is always the type of card that I'm looking for in sealed deck, just because it's all about making sure that you have card advantage. Looking at the black cards here, bottom right corner. Fix your eyes on the Sinkhole Surveyor. That card is a bomb. That card is awesome. 1 in a black for a 1/3 flyer. Whenever this creature attacks, you lose 1 life and you endure 1, which basically lets you either grow this creature, put a +1/+1 counter on this, or you can make a 1/1 token. So that is an excellent play on turn 2.
Nice. Let's take a look at the red and the green. And 1 more or 2 more copies there of Worthy Cost. That's pretty nice.
Yeah, and taking a look at the red here, we're looking at Channel Dragonfire, Molten Exhale as good removal spells. Breaching Dragonstorm can be good if you have a lot of dragons and you can get a lot of value with it. Equilibrium Adept is a perfect sealed deck card, right? It's just a 4-mana 2/4 that draws you a card basically, which is really, really nice by itself. And then Probably like a mythic uncommon level card. If you are aggressive, there's War Effort. So
Yeah.
you saw a lot of the aggressive white creatures from Reed's side, and then if you can pair that with War Effort, maybe there's something there. Of course, we're going to have to see the multicolored cards. Now at green, we have Sirach, which is an excellent 3-mana play with Knockout Maneuver as a really good removal effect as well. I also really like Sage of the Fang.
Yeah.
That's just a solid creature, 3 mana for a 2/2. Put a counter on something, and then when you renew, you can put a counter, and then you double the number of counters on it.
So
So
cool.
I've used this card to put 4 counters in one turn, so that's been really strong. So maybe green is also a direction that we could be
Yeah.
interested in.
Let's take a look at the gold cards and the fixing here for Mr. Reed Duke. Ooh, okay. Absent might be... Well, actually, Absent or Teamer are looking pretty nice with a lot of those cards.
Yeah, so Reed got really unfortunate with this mana. Take a look at his mana.
yeah.
It is awful.
Ugh,
We're
yeah.
looking at 3 dual lands, no tri-lands, 1 monument, and 1 Dragonstorm Globe. So
boy.
Reed might not have the ability to play a 4 or 5 color good stuff deck just based on his land. So, you know, we did look at some of those aggressive cards. That's something that he could be leaning towards. But at the same time, there's a lot of power here. The Karakik Guardian is one of the best
Yeah.
uncommons in the set. This thing used to be a mythic dragon, by the way. Now it's an uncommon.
Wow.
6 mana for a 6/5 flying vigilant trample creature. It has hexproof until it deals damage. So this thing is just unkillable until you actually get to connect. And then you have a bunch of great value uncommons on the top right corner there. Karur Goldkeeper, Kishla Skimmer, and Lion Wade are all excellent cards in your Sultai-based mid-range decks. And Hollow Merc Siege is
Yeah.
also a really nice rare, green and a black. Oftentimes you want to pick the counter side where if you attack with a creature, you get to put +1/+1 counters, and the creature gets menace until end of turn. So there's a lot of different directions here, but if you look at the mana base, there's 2 Windscarred Crags. Maybe you go some kind of red-white aggro deck. That's something that you can do because your mana is so bad. Or you just lean really heavily and hope you draw that 1 Dragonstorm Globe and Teamer Monument every game and try to draft maybe a Teamer, Sultai-ish 4-color deck there.
Yeah, I would be feeling a little unlucky
Yeah.
seeing the mana here. Let's take a look at this deck list here. What did Reed Duke end up building? Exactly what you said, Paul.
And look at this. It is straight 2 colors. And look, this is what you have to do. You can't just always play a 4 or 5 color soup deck because if you don't have the mana fixing, then you're just not going to be able to cast your spells on curve. I think Reed's preference, you know, he's the king of mid-range. He would love to play the slower decks that lets him utilize his skill edge and in sequencing and getting every single last value out of all of his cards, but his mana just didn't allow him to do so, which is why you're seeing here what looks to be a reasonable but not insane red-white aggro deck. We're looking at a couple of 1-drops. He doesn't even have a ton of 2-drops here either. So it's a really weird red-white build where, you know, when you're drafting, like Luis said, you can draft and make sure you have 7 2-drops in your deck and you're curving out.
Yeah.
In Sealed, you don't have that luxury, and you look at this and you have a Frontline Rush, a Mardu Devotee, Descendant of Storms, and the Riling Dawnbreaker as really the only early plays that you have, and then you're going to try to get them with some of these creatures. So this pool looks pretty weak here from Reed.
There could be a fun little turn here for Reed if he wants to do well in this tournament. He's going to have to get games won very quickly.
Right.
And one way to do that, Delkoven Pack Beast alongside the Starry-Eyed Skyrider, giving all of the tokens flying. You know, chucking a war effort there. You know, it's a lot of things that have to go right, but that could be really cool.
Yeah, but the issue with this pool is just full stop, it's the mana curve. I looked
Yeah.
at the red and white cards. I was like, ooh, this might be interesting. What if Reed just has a really great curve, but he just doesn't? And so how, you know, if you don't draw your cheap things and you stumble a little bit, how is this deck going to overpower some of the more ridiculous sealed pools that we're going to see? Is it going to be the removal? He doesn't even have a ton of unconditional removal. He's got some removal for smaller things.
Yeah.
So I think Reed, I think this is going to be tougher. I think Reed, I think I like Luis's deck better than I like Reed's deck so far.
I think Reed might have been happier playing Luis's deck.
He
too,
would have
honestly.
loved to play that
yeah.
deck. Yes.
Oh, so many things, so many decisions to make.
Exactly.
Whereas with the red-white deck, maybe not so much. So it's going to be a little tough here for Reed Duke, and even for Luis Scott-Vargas. Both pools mediocre, as players have said. But our players are getting seated now, so we'll be ready to jump into the action and kick things off here at Star City Games Convention. This is the Magic Spotlight Dragons, part of the Spotlight series. These events are awesome. This is our second one now, I believe, if my brain isn't tricking me. And if you are ever able to come down to one of these events, they're so cool. I mean, Paul, this is your first time being at one of them. What's your experience so far? Just
No,
seeing the vendors?
it's just awesome just being at kind of these convention-like events. You see a ton of people.
Yeah.
It's just always exciting, and also just the thrill of being able to play a tournament.
Yeah.
I don't get to do them that often,
No.
but when I do, it just feels great. And even I was spending some time over at Luis's place and just building sealed decks in person and just
it's so
playing
nice.
with cards. It's just an exciting feeling, and this almost feels like a pre-release. The set's only been out for a week, so I can just imagine just everybody's just going to be having a ton of fun just learning the set, and just even if you don't do well, it's just a fun environment and just a fun place to be.
There will be a lot of reading.
Oh yes.
In the feature matches, maybe not as much, but certainly the players will be taking their time because all these cards are new. A lot of them do multiple things. Like I didn't realize the end part about the turtle. I was like, oh, you have to have another turtle to untap this guy. Okay, cool. So there's going to be plenty of that. Players might go to time, and hopefully no one gets into a draw they don't want.
Yeah. Yeah, don't worry. We will also be doing some reading as well. It's only been out for a few days. But we're going to try our best. We're going to try our best.
We'll do our best. We've been doing flashcards with each other, making sure we know what we're up to. But I do believe our players are almost good to go. As soon as they are, we'll be jumping down there to go and get into the sealed portion of this event. It's 8 rounds today. Players with 18 points make it through, so 6-2 is the record that they are looking for. Tomorrow, if you're into draft, that's when you're going to want to be here, because we've got, 3 drafts tomorrow?
Well, if you do really well, there's 3 drafts. But at the very least, if you make it into day 2, you at least get to do 2 drafts. And, even if the second draft doesn't go that well, then maybe you just start looking at some of the really cool cards you want for your collection.
Yeah.
That's you can do something like that as well.
Alrighty. Our players are ready to rock and roll, and so are we. So, let there be dragons. Luis Scott-Vargas, our hero for the weekend, alongside Reed Duke. Ready to rock and roll up against Megan Bertkowski. Up at the top of the screen here, as you can see Reed Duke in the background there next to Megan. Kicking things off, Thundering Falls, not a Thundering Falls, but that's what I'm used to in Standard right now.
Man,
Swiftwater Cliffs.
Luis's hand must be a little bit weird. He didn't lead with a dual land.
Oh, wow.
So curious if he can even cast any of his spells here.
We'll find out. Players just establishing their mana bases. 2 lands apiece. Turn passes back here to Luis. We saw a bit of a yawn from Mr. LSV.
Yeah.
Think he's tired?
Yeah, maybe. Well, he's got twins,
He sure
right?
does.
He's caring for some babies, so it's going to be tough. And all right, so Megan kicking things off here with a 2/3 flying vigilance creature here.
Yeah.
Luis does have a lot of removal spells, but a lot of them are red, and so probably just doesn't actually have a good way to kill this right now.
Yeah. Monastery Messenger, gonna get in for some damage. Doesn't get to do its enters effect, but you know what? If you can start getting damage in, you'll be happy with that.
All right, resolving our first Omen here.
Ha ha ha.
And that gets shuffled back in, and you're gonna see it. So that is the one thing with the omens here is every time you resolve an omen, you have to shuffle the dragon back into your deck, and so there will be a little bit more shuffling here than you will typically see in most limited environments.
Yeah, that's true. And there's a few new keywords, that sort of thing. So players will take a little while to get used to this. Like we said,
Absolutely.
the set is not even a week old. It released officially only yesterday. So.
Yeah. 5 mana.
What we got?
The
Hey, turtle time. Hell yeah. All right. Well, that's one way to play catch up. Ambling Stormshell hits the board. The 5/9. That's gonna draw some cards next turn for Luis.
Yeah, Megan needs a detainment here, but needs to play land number 5 as well because the Stormshell does have Ward 2. But Luis is just going, please, whatever you do, just don't kill this. Let me just get my trigger, just at least one,
and
then I'll be good.
What do you mean just one? Just 3 cards, please. Just
1 trigger and 3 cards.
Yeah.
There you go.
That's a good little critter.
Yeah, it's so big.
It is big.
9 toughness. I mean,
Mardu decks have no chance against that guy.
Right.
Unless they have Death Touch.
Right.
That helps. Alrighty. Does Megan have an answer for this massive threat on Luis's board?
Yeah. Presumably, Luis just still has to take this 2 here. And I'm curious what his life total is. Has he been gaining life?
No, he hasn't
He's been taking damage, no?
Yeah, he's taken damage. He's gained 1 life, so we just need to get our life totals updated.
Got it.
We'll get
Yep.
to that.
All right, the first trigger here from the Storm Shell.
3 cards and 3 sleepy counters. So I bet this Storm Shell is better at taking naps than Twins would be.
Oh,
You think so?
absolutely,
Oh,
for
yeah.
sure.
Ooh, Boulder-born Dragon.
Boulder-born Dragon, and this is the type of card where if you look at Boulder-born Dragon just at face value, it's a little underwhelming, right?
Yeah.
We're looking at a 5-mana 3/3 flying vigilance creature, but there's just so many dragon synergies that exist in this format with all the Exhale cards and the Dragonstorm cycle at uncommon, where even a card like Boulder-born Dragon can find a way into your deck.
Yeah. And if you're lucky enough to get the Dragonstorm forecaster along with some of the globes, then yeah, you're very happy.
That's the dream. I thought you had to sacrifice that thing to search.
No,
Usually
it
those
just gets going.
But the thing is, usually those effects is sack this to search for a thing. So I was just like, I guess this card's okay, but I remember Luis and Andrew Beckstrom at the house were like, this card's pretty good. And I was like, what do you mean? You just get one thing. And they're like, no, you can keep doing it.
Yeah.
The more globes and Boulder-born Dragons you have, the better.
Yeah. Who doesn't like a 2 for 2? So the dragon was taken care of. Molten Exhale dealt with that quite swiftly. And now we've got Quarry Mountain Stalwart. I love this card.
Now, Megan probably wanted to sequence that a little bit differently. You probably want to lead with the Flurry creature, the Quarry Mountain Stalwart, into the Molten Exhale to get that drain for 2.
I have seen a couple people on Arena as well playing the Flurry creature after. So if you are playing, always Flurry first because it doesn't see itself as the second spell.
Exactly. You will not get the trigger.
Yeah.
I mean, Luis has to have a million options at this point. Missing red mana still, so maybe his hand is just full of, you know, various Molten Exhales and such. Oh, never mind. All right.
Quarry Mountain Monastery. Hey, there we go. Charring Bite to take care of the Stalwart, so that won't be dealing damage and gaining Megan some life.
Yeah, shuffle it back in too. Always nice to draw that one.
Yeah.
If I could just choose to draw that creature every single turn, I mean, my opponents would probably call shenanigans.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's like
it has happened.
Luis does have 2 copies of it in his deck.
Oh, yeah. Easy peasy. Karu Goldkeeper hits the board now. I got the Scavenger Regent, the one that does the Toxic Deluge effect.
The Wrath effect? Yeah.
Back to back against my opponent who managed to rebuild after the first one,
man.
and they were mad about it.
I can imagine. That's going to happen a lot, folks.
Yeah.
Get used to it.
All right. I've got a Dragonstorm down here.
Yeah, that's encroaching Dragonstorm into Frontier Siege.
Nice.
So now you get to pick a mode. Chose Teamer, it seems.
Sweet.
Excuse me.
That's the red one.
Oh, that's sorry, the red Dragonstorm. The dream, by the way, off of Breaching Dragonstorm. The dream is hitting a dragon with it.
Yes.
It is
it's
so
gross.
disgusting. You play the Dragonstorm, hit a dragon, bounce the Dragonstorm immediately, and play it again next turn.
Hey, you came back. Twin Maw back on the board here. Just as a creature. I say just. 5/4 with 5 life attached to it.
That card is just so, like, I would play both halves of that creature.
Yeah.
And they just put both of them onto the same thing. So that's just, that card is really, really pushed, really strong. Constructed playable too, probably.
Probably.
It's just roast, strictly better roast.
With a big old body there.
Tersa Lightbringer.
Oh, she doesn't need haste, but she sure gets an extra power buff there.
Yeah.
No attack, because
you can discard, you can rummage twice, but it doesn't look like Megan went for the rummage here. Once you get 7 cards, that thing can get out of hand.
I actually want to build a commander deck on this card.
Ooh.
Ooh, Osis Exhale, get out of there.
All right.
Goodbye, Stormbrood.
Is the turtle back online?
It should be.
I think so.
Heroes in a half shell, huh?
Yeah, next turn, Luis is going to be able to fill up once again here and be up 6 cards on Megan, and that's just too hard to come back from.
Yeah.
Megan needs to get that Dragonstorm going to kind of keep up with all the cards that Luis has in terms of the edge here.
Yeah. We attacking here with this critter. How many things are in the bin?
I don't think there's enough.
Right?
7 is pretty tough unless you have some ways to mill yourself.
Yeah.
It's pretty difficult to pull off.
You know, or lots of cheap spells, that sort of thing. And then you have to hope you hit right with the random.
Yeah, yeah. but the thing is, at the end of the day, it's a 3-mana, 3/3 haste
Yeah.
that lets you rummage twice. That's just a strong Magic card.
Yeah, that's pretty sweet. Okay, Jeskai Brushmaster. That's the 2/4 double striker, I believe.
2/4 double strike
Prowess.
with prowess,
Yeah,
correct,
yeah.
yes.
Well, that's a nice one.
Yeah, but you know what? Turtle's still too big.
Sure is. That's why I'm thinking, like, just start turning sideways, you know?
That does have haste. Oh,
Oh.
Sphinx's Revelation. I mean, Bewildering Blizzard.
That's not doing any damage now.
No damage.
Or-
Prevent 4
yeah.
damage and draw 3 cards.
Yeah.
Is Luis going to have to discard next turn if he attacks with that turtle?
He
might,
might.
yeah.
That's okay. I'm pretty sure he'll be happy doing that.
It's a good problem to have.
Yes. Too many cards. Oh, what am I going to do with all these?
Still had all
Fumbles.
these cards. I like the shrug. I guess I'll attack.
Okay. So the 4/3 jumps in the way of the 5/9.
Okay, Megan protecting her life total here.
Mm-hmm.
And Luis with 9,
Jeez.
8, 7.
2 hands. 2 hands
Yeah,
worth of cards.
Double
Way to go.
hands.
All right, what's
mean-
the follow-up now?
Those are the cards that he does need to draw every game.
Yes.
So those card advantage effects.
Yeah. Because, yeah, if you're not winning through, like, just pure power and removal, it's going to be card advantage.
Okay,
oh,
there it
hi,
is.
Cotis.
Cotis into Rhino.
Skirmish Rhino, nice. Drain for 2.
All right, so building up a really great board. Cotis excellent at blocking the.
Jeskai Brushmaster.
Well, no, wait. What mode was on the?
It's Teamer, so it's
Okay.
a 3/4 double
Okay.
strike.
Okay, okay.
So it
Does
would
it get
still,
trample?
gives
Yeah, I
trample?
believe the.
so. I think it's
yeah,
trample
so
and
so
haste.
then it's
Yeah.
not as good of a blocker.
Okay, yeah.
right,
no.
right.
No, combat trick in coordination with a block would be sweet. I guess
Right.
Cotis could jump in the way because he's indestructible, so
Yeah,
there's
yeah,
a
yeah.
good blocker for
You
it.
you can block, but then the trample would
Trample would
get
still
over.
get
But
through.
Luis is at 24 here,
Yeah,
so
he's fine.
no real danger.
Yeah. Megan not interested in attacking, so Brushmaster just chilling out.
Yeah, it does block pretty well here, but
That's the
Luis
theme I
has to
like to
have
do.
some kind of answer for this.
Oh, yeah. With that many cards, you got to think so.
Absolutely.
So Kintree Severance, Exiles. Is that the one that does damage? No, that's Inevitable Defeat.
Yeah, yeah.
That one is just bye-bye. Get out of here.
Yep. Anything that costs 3 or more, you get to exile.
Twin Bolts.
2 twin bolts.
2 Twin Bolts.
Okay. A pair of twin
Jeez.
bolts. Okay. All right. Hit for 2. Will he hit a 2-drop?
Well, I don't know. We'll find out. Let's see. Exile 2 cards.
Okay.
No.
No. No. Well, you hit a counterspell, a Dispelling
Yeah.
Exhale, but that doesn't really work.
But it's a counterspell out of her hand.
That's true. And Dispelling Exile, by the way, one of Blue's best commons.
Yeah.
Surprisingly, you know, typically those
Nice.
effects are okay,
Mhm.
but with so many just random dragons that you end up in your deck a lot of the time, oftentimes this just is a hard counter.
Yeah, it's awesome. Yeah, being a format where you want to be playing on curve and just jamming the entire time,
Right.
Dispelling Exile is going to find something to do.
Okay.
All right.
Don't think that's going to be enough.
Yeah, it's a 3/1 with first strike. Get
Yep.
it in there. So doing a decent job chipping away at Luis's life total, but he has gained a bunch of it.
Look
and
at this, even getting value from
boy.
his lands here. That's
Oh,
actually a
boy.
really
this
nice
is a
land.
sweet card. Quarry Mountain Monastery is awesome for
Yeah.
late game.
Yeah, now you get to play the Saga Wildling. There's a
Yeah.
Dragonstorm Globe in play too, so it's going to enter as a 4/4
Nice.
that gains some life. Oh, there's the combo.
Let's go!
All right.
Get him. So it's at 4 power now, so we get to
Yeah.
the 4/4 drop.
We get to mill or exile the top 4
Yeah.
cards of Megan's library, and then if he can play anything that costs 4 or less, all of them.
Sick.
If
All
you,
of
if
them?
you if you reveal 4/4 drops, you can play all of them.
Holy moly.
Oh, that's 2.
That's
3. He hit 3
What?
cards.
Yo.
Is it just 1?
I think
thought,
it's just 1.
Oh my. Okay, you know. Wait.
Wait, is it?
No, it's 3.
Oh boy.
Yeah, it's kind of a mini. It's an old card, but it's
Yeah, yeah.
I believe it's a mini Villainous Wealth.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And so, I mean, look at this. And this is also, by the way, one of Jeskai's
Any
best
number.
rares.
Wow.
Rediscover the Way here as well. So Luis, just no shortage of cards here. Just doing everything that he could ever want with this deck,
Oh,
and it's
yeah,
just
I
over.
agree. I agree.
Yeah.
Megan's like, yep, okay, cool. I've seen enough. That is, well, you know what? If you don't open the best pool, just play your opponent's deck.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good game plan as well.
Yeah. To be fair, I think Luis would have been able to probably win with his deck from
True.
that point.
Yeah.
If your opponent attacks with the turtle twice,
Yeah,
that's just
it's too much.
good luck.
All right, friends, if you would like to join us at a future event, you weren't able to join us at this one, our upcoming events are as follows. We've got SCGCON in Minneapolis, May 2nd to 4th. Come and join us for the regional championship there. Star City Games convention, artists, you got events, you got Commander stuff going on. Anything your heart desires, you'll likely find it here. After that, we have SCGCON Hartford on the 16th to the 18th, another regional championship. And then the one after that, I do believe, is Indianapolis, May 30 to June 1st. That is another Spotlight series, and that is Spotlight Secret Lair. That is very sweet indeed. And we are sideboarded. We're going to jump back in here, or we're going to be sideboarding. Let's talk about that now. Is there anything from Megan's side that absolutely needed answering that Luis can't deal with in his main deck?
We did see some really strong enchantments on Megan's side. So for Luis, if he did have some kind of disenchant effect in the sideboard, some way to kill enchantments, I think that would be something that he could maybe consider bringing in. But outside of that, I didn't see anything that was too alarming. Maybe he wants, especially on the draw, an additional answer to the Tursa Lightbringer, just because maybe that's the way he can lose, right? Where Megan gets a quick start, plays a quick Tursa, and Luis doesn't have. I believe he's got a Caustic Exhale in the sideboard, so maybe that's something that you want to bring in, particularly on the draw.
Let's have a look. We can take a quick squiz at Luis's card pool and Luis's deck. This is what he has available to him as the players go through their sideboards. And then just, again, for anyone who hasn't played Sealed, you can play absolutely anything from your sideboard. So don't be alarmed when you see all the options.
Yeah, I think the one card Luis probably will bring in almost every single matchup is that Stormplane Detainment.
Oh, yeah.
You see in the top right corner. I actually spoke with him before all of this started, and he was saying how he thought maybe he should probably just bring that in. He was afraid that it was just going to get killed. But there's not a ton of ways to kill enchantments main deck. So it's probably, if anything, a better game one card, and maybe you board it out if you don't need it. But it does allow you to answer Planeswalkers, and a lot of people are just going to have a Planeswalker or a Siege or a Busted Dragon in play, and having a clean, unconditional removal spell for that is going to be pretty nice to have. So I think that one he's definitely going to bring in, and then he could also potentially consider bringing in that Caustic Exhale if he feels like the Lightbringer is going to be a problem. But outside of that, I think his main deck configuration's already playing all of his best cards. So I just can't imagine him really looking to make too many swaps outside of, maybe a Boulderboard Dragon or something. Yeah.
Players are ready to rock and roll. Let's jump in now to game number 2. Megan will be on the play, kicking things off with a Windscarred Crag.
All right, leading with a duel here this time for both players. Ooh.
Oh, okay. Jeskai Monument.
Got a monument sighting here. These monuments have been
Cool.
incredible. First when I looked at these cards, I was thinking, well, if the format's fast, this card might not be great because you're taking a turn off to get a land. But guess what? The format is not fast. Yes, there is a Mardu deck that exists, but most other color combinations aren't particularly fast. The fact that this gives you mana fixing and you can cash this in for value later, it's done a ton of work. The Jeskai and Mardu ones in particular are really, really strong. This one makes you a pair of flyers.
What about the Teamer? You get a 5/5.
They're all good.
I mean,
come on.
Not all of them.
Which one's bad?
The Mardu one's kind of iffy.
No, the Mardu one's actually one of the best ones, actually.
2/1/1s that go away?
No, 3. No.
3/1/1s.
They give you 3/1/1 menace haste creatures.
Oh, okay, never mind.
Yes.
Oh, and they stay.
And they stay.
Right, they don't get sacrificed. Never mind.
They're not warrior tokens, so
Okay,
especially if you're Mardu and you're beating down, that's what you want.
All right. For some reason, I thought they disappeared at the end.
Oh, yeah. Well, that is kind of what Mardu does.
It does, yeah. Which, again, people are forgetting.
Yeah. I don't think LSV will, though.
No, you won't forget. Get that off the board.
And Luis did counter that siege there.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
So
just cycling the dragon here. You don't need a creature to target there. You can just fire that off if you want to just draw a card.
I do like that about those.
Yeah.
No target necessary. Just draw a card. Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. What do we find?
And Luis's deck doesn't really do anything. It's basically a 5-color control deck.
Yeah.
He's got a lot of removal. He's got counter spells, and he's got card draw. So you're going to see this a lot from him. Just 3 lands go, 4 lands go. Let's see what you got.
Yep. Until he flips the switch, turns the corner, and takes over the game.
Yeah. Well, we're in turtle territory now.
Oh, yeah.
Land number 5, turtle. Oh, missed the land drop. Okay.
Boo. That's all right.
Megan should probably just sacrifice that monument if she's going to not do anything else. You can just cash that in. Yeah, it has to be at sorcery speed, but you just fire that off, I think.
Monastery Messenger.
Oh, it looks like maybe a counter spell here. Yep.
Okay.
Dispelling Exhale. Very good card. I think you still had the mana to exhale plus make 2 1/1s.
Maybe this turn.
No, this is big, whatever this is.
Oh.
That's a Jeskai Revelation. Oh. Oh, do you wait, though? I think you kind of want a creature to kill, right? But you can just pick up, you can pick up Luis's land. You can target lands, by the way.
Oh, man.
Oh,
That's nasty.
my goodness. This is the best rare in the entire set, or one of the best rares. We're looking at Jeskai Revelation, Ugin, cards of that nature. That is literally the card everybody wants to open. That and Ugin.
Is gross. 4 damage to face. Yeah, you get 2 monks out of it with prowess. Draw 2 cards, gain 4 life. Yeah, I mean.
It does everything. It does everything.
She's showing a lot more patience than I would be. I would just be like, yeah, jam it. I don't care.
Yeah, cast it while Luis is tapped out, right? Like.
Yeah, well, it has return target spells, so maybe she's waiting for something.
Luis is discarding the hand size, it looks like.
Oh, boy. Yeah, there goes the skirmish rhino.
Wow.
No black mana yet.
Okay. Okay, Narset. Narset is a nice one, especially after. Of course, you're not going to want to discard your hand yet.
Yeah.
You're okay. Molten Exhale being cast at instant speed. Now remember, this has the Behold mechanic where you can basically reveal a dragon or point to a dragon that you have on the battlefield for a bonus effect.
Yeah.
For the Molten Exhale, you get to cast it at instant speed. For Dispelling Exhale, you have to pay 2 more mana. They're all fantastic. And it's why you play cards like the Boulderborn Dragon in your deck. You just need creature-type dragon just to make it so that all your other spells are stronger.
It's a dragon set. If you're not playing dragons, what are you doing, man?
Yeah, what are you doing with your life?
Megan's certainly not having any problems in the land department. What, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 mana? Jeez.
Ooh, Rediscover the Way in hand, too. And Megan's got some really powerful rares. Narset, Rediscover the Way, Lightbringer,
like
Jeskai Revelation.
Yeah, it's like a Jeskai Dream here.
Yeah.
That was a sick pool she opened.
Yeah, Rediscover the Way, by the way, so strong.
Yeah.
You cast it, you look at the top 3 cards, put one into your hand, then you do it again. It's insane. It's just, you think Stock Up was good. This card lets you get the best 2 cards in the top 6 cards of your library. And every now and then that Chapter 3 also comes into effect if you do randomly have some creatures in play.
Yeah. Now, 10 mana available, if my counting was correct. That is enough mana then to do Jeskai Revelation if we got our colors.
Yeah, the thing is, you don't need to be in a rush to fire that off. Okay, yeah, there's the Tursa.
There's Dispelling Exhale.
Revealing the dragon.
So has to pay 4. Yeah.
Oh, she does have 4.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
nice.
Luis.
That's fair. I mean, she's not doing anything else with her turn then.
No, yeah, but I don't know. I think Luis thought that got countered.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. That would be my guess. I don't think at this point you just try to tap them out there.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is going to be a really, really tough game here for Luis. He's missing land drops. What is it? Megan has double Luis's lands.
Yeah.
And has played 2 bomb rares.
Yep.
And then also has the bombiest of bomb rares in her hand. Yeah.
Oh, boy. So Tersa dealt with Charring Bite. Takes care of that orc. Dragon gets shuffled back in.
Yeah. Draw a card, Chapter 2. And now Megan's the one who's up a million cards here.
Oh, yeah. An envious position indeed. Yeah. Let's see. It's another dragon.
You see a Dragonstorm.
Oh, that's the storm. So, yeah,
that's a Constrictor Sage and a Dragonstorm.
Yeah.
What did she take? The Dragonstorm, probably?
I think so. I mean, it's free stuff.
That's the value card.
Who doesn't like free stuff?
Yeah. Also, at some point, I imagine, given how much mana she has in play, probably wants to fire off that monument and just get some little tokens just to start pecking away at Luis's life total.
Building the board. Because what, the third chapter gives you what, double strike and...
Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, you can target a thing and give it double strike.
Okay.
Oh, it looks like we just played that and still not making the tokens. But hey, now that's a potentially threatening 8 damage that can come in next turn if Megan plays a creature or spell.
Yeah, Coaches hits the board here now for Luis.
That doesn't do a whole lot here.
Durgar Island Dargan. It's going to be hanging out now, getting ready to get feisty.
Go to chapter 3 here now for the Rediscover the Way.
Yeah. Just make sure we don't miss that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Judge.
And this is looking tough here for Luis. Yeah, the saga does go away once you get to the final chapter.
Story's closed. Book's done.
That's right.
That's when the toddlers ask for another one.
Well, maybe we'll get to the read match then.
All right, where are we going, Megan? Breaching Dragonstorm.
Dragonstorm. Okay, what do we got?
Things.
Oh, you
Kieran.
can pick up the Dragonstorm.
You can.
Yeah.
Oh no.
They get exiled. Yeah, and you can pick up the Dragonstorm for extra value.
Is it spirited Kieran or something?
Imagine if she picked up the Rediscover the Way.
Oh my.
I have done that before, and that is just all of the cards.
Oh jeez, yeah.
Yeah, but it does just make a lot of sense here to just pick up the Dragonstorm here.
Sunpearl Kieran.
Also, yeah. So Luis took 8 damage there. Wait, did she pick up nothing?
I don't think so.
Huh.
Yeah, target non-land. Yeah, she could have picked up
She could have picked up the Dragonstorm, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. All right,
Here
Luis.
comes Coatis.
But I don't know that it matters because Megan is just so far ahead in this game. Remember, she still has the Revelation, but yeah, definitely should have picked up the Dragonstorm. Probably should have made tokens off the monument.
All right, Kintry Severance taking care of the dragon.
Oh, this is an opportunity. You could bounce the spell.
Bounce it, bounce it.
You could bounce the spell, deal 4 damage, draw a bunch of cards, but just let it get killed. That's fine too. The thing is, Luis hasn't actually played a creature that Megan can kill with the Revelation.
True. Yeah, but at some point, though, like, turn attention to face. Luis is at 13.
That's true. Absolutely. And remember, you get 2 prowess tokens, too.
Yeah. And then anything else, non-creature that she plays there on is just extra damage coming through.
Okay.
Hey, nice Veteran Ice Climber. You know that card that Sage you talked about, the 3-mana green one that puts counters on and then doubles them?
Yeah.
I've done that so many times to Ice Climber
Yeah,
and not my opponent. It's so fun.
That is the whole purpose of the Ice Climber. The idea is you attack, you mill yourself until you hit some renew creatures, and then you put some counters on there, and then you just either mill yourself for more counters or just deck your opponent.
Yeah, it's so fun.
Yeah.
I'm not a filthy miller, I promise. All right, Twinmost Stormbrood number 2, the fancy one.
We are casting the big side, and now this is perfect for Megan. Megan's like, okay, I kill it. I got Revelation time.
Yeah.
Oh, it's Revelation time. Oh, no.
Let's go, let's go, let's go. Boom.
Yep.
Does it resolve, Luis? Do you have another counter?
Bounce the Coatis, kill the dragon, make two tokens, gain 4 life,
Jeez.
just all of the things.
Ah, it's so satisfying. It's like when you cast a what's that 6-mana?
Cruel Ultimatum.
Yeah,
I mean,
you
it's
just
just
get all the things.
Yeah, and just I'm so glad that this card exists.
It's so fun.
It's just such a fun card to resolve.
Molten Exhale, taking care of the Sunpearl Kieran.
Yeah, but now Megan just needs to rattle off a handful of spells. Also, just super ahead.
Oh yeah.
On all aspects here.
Go creatures, go creatures, go creatures, go creatures, go.
Now, if Megan can find a dragon to pick up the Dragonstorm for more value.
Yeah. Crack that monument, get some more prowess friends.
Yeah, I mean, Megan is so super ahead, and she still has a handful of cards.
Yeah.
2 to the face.
Boom, boom.
Oh, prowess.
Trigger. Attack.
Then that's
2,
attack
4,
for 5?
Yeah, down to 9 you'll go. Mill. Who are you milling? Self-mill.
You can also choose nothing. Like if you don't want if you don't have anything in your graveyard because Megan's drawn a bunch of cards
Sure.
already, and if you don't want Luis to find, you know, a Mammoth Bellow or something
yeah,
and
yeah,
have
yeah.
him mill that, you often just don't target your opponents with that card.
Yeah.
All right. Another little creature here. And are we sacking? Okay. Oh!
Oh boy.
Is that a second revelation? Are we getting revelation back? You have to.
I mean,
There is no choice. Wait,
not
not?
put up to 1 target non-creature.
Well, oh my gosh. Oh, my heart.
It has
I
more
can't.
text.
I can't handle this.
It has more text.
Okay.
Teaming Dragonstorm hits the board. We're gonna get 2/2/2. So
I mean,
focus.
I think Megan is still fine, but man, to be able to cast 2 revelations in one game would
That
just
would
be
backbreaking.
the dream.
She's not letting us have our fun, Paul.
Okay, she's still looking
Very
really
far
good
ahead,
here. Luis is at 9. We have a flyer, an unblockable creature, a way to
Yep.
pump the team as well,
Yes, yeah.
and sitting at 25. All right, Twin Bolt again for some prowess triggers. You can also pump the whole team.
Go, Bearer of Glory, go.
Yeah, we have more than enough mana, so now those prowess creatures can be
They can-
3/3s as well.
She can do twice.
She
She's
cast
got-
Twin Bolt. She
Oh,
cast
she
Twin
did
Bolt.
cast Twin Bolt. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Because I was gonna say, like, yeah, she's got
I wonder.
10 mana available. So.
Oh, she's casting something else here. 5 mana. Oh.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. You can pick up the Dragonstorm now,
Yeah.
or not.
Pick it up. Pick it up. Pick it
Nope.
up.
Nope.
Pick it up. Pick it up.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, it doesn't
Multiple
really.
Excel. Yeah,
Oh,
get
prowess,
another-
prowess.
Prowess. Yeah, that's a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Flappy, ouchie.
Just attack with everything.
Ginormous.
Yep,
All right,
yep.
game 2. Good grief.
Wow.
So many triggers to keep track of in this format, friends.
This is an extremely
It's
complex
very complicated.
format. This is. I remember even when I played my first few games, I just sat there and going, man, I don't know what to do. Usually it's pretty straightforward,
Yeah.
but here you have renew, you have harmonize
Yep.
as things to account for. You have flurry. You have your sequencing. Which land you play turn 1 can also impact whether or not you win or lose. So it is a very, very tough, complicated format.
Yep.
Now Luis seeing what Megan has,
Yeah.
not actually the quickest deck. So I think Luis is going to probably look for anything slower
Yeah.
out of the sideboard. I believe he had 1 card draw spell in his sideboard that he could consider playing.
It's got Unending Whisper ×2. So, like, it's card draw. You know, you can play it and then harmonize it back.
Yeah, but I think he was looking at Cruel Truths as the card draw.
Yes, right.
And in this matchup, he probably will look to bring that in.
Yeah.
The problem here is Megan's got Revelation. It's one of the best cards in the entire format. So if anything, Luis might have to save the counter spells in his hand and not just fire it off.
Yeah.
Oftentimes, it's really tempting to just fire it off on whatever you see.
Yeah.
Oh, you play a 3-drop, counter it.
Yeah.
But now you have to play the long game and maybe look if you go, okay, well, I could probably block this or use a removal spell. I need to save my counter for the Revelation, and he probably has to play the game that way.
I remember an interview, I'm not sure who did it, so apologies to whomever conducted it, with Reed Duke asking, you know, when it's correct to use removal in a limited environment.
Right.
You know, and I believe his answer was, you know, basically, if you can kill it, go for it. Don't just sit there sandbagging removal for
Yeah.
the entire game. But in this situation, you know what you're looking for.
It's always dependent on the context of the format.
Yes.
So you have formats that are fast. If the format is fast, you just kill kill anything on site.
Yeah.
If the format's a little bit slower and more bomb heavy,
Yeah.
then you do have to be a little more careful. Let's say you have a Dragon's Prey. Maybe you shouldn't use it on their 2-drop. Maybe you should hold it for whatever, a dragon or whatever else they might play. So yeah, it largely depends. But especially for little creature removal,
Yeah.
and if you don't have anything else to do that turn, absolutely spend your mana.
Yeah. Being mana efficient, always a good thing to do. Looks like Megan is going to take a mulligan here. I think Luis is happy with his.
Needs to get that turtle, his own Revelation.
Yeah.
It's really hard to Jeskai Revelation a turtle. It needs 9 mana.
Well, you could do it on the stack, right? Because it's spell.
Yeah, yeah.
Sublime Epiphany. That's the one I was thinking of.
Sublime Epiphany
It just hit me.
is
That's the 6 mana.
yes, I know what it does
Yeah.
because I played it a bunch in
Yeah.
various cubes, and it is It is absolutely ridiculous when it resolves.
And if you get all the modes, it's like achievement unlocked.
Yeah. I think I still like Revelation more.
Oh, yeah.
But
It does
Epiphany is,
damage.
it does everything.
Yes.
It just does everything.
It's so cool. Stick it in a free spells deck and just be like, wee.
Ooh, is that a turn
mole?
1 tri-land, I think? Oh, no, it's just Evolving Wilds. All right.
It's very pretty Evolving Wilds.
Yeah.
I like it.
Louis trying to save time here. There's a lot of shuffling that already happened, so just fetching the land already. It's game 3. You're not really hiding anything.
Yeah.
And just got to be mindful of the clock.
Yeah. 16 minutes to go. It'll be fine.
You say that now. 2 revelations later.
Hey, you never know. We might get it this time.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Well, unblockable creature here. Luis does have plenty of red removal spells to kill this, but choosing not to. Or maybe just doesn't have the removal spell, rather. Will she mill somebody? Nobody? Oh.
Okay. Well, that's a pretty good land to get.
Yep, the value land.
I think that might be one of my favorite ones. I know Mistrise Village is like all the rage, but Quarry Mountain Monastery just giving you more cards late.
Yeah. No, this is definitely I think this is the strongest of those type of effects.
Yeah.
Usually don't take them too highly.
Yeah.
You're so busy taking all the other lands anyways, but this one does give you a lot of value, and specifically in sealed, it's very good as things slow down.
Yeah. Comes Glacial.
It's one of my favorite removal spells in the
Yeah,
format. This
super
card is just pure value.
Oh, wow. Did you just chuck a Molten Exile?
Didn't need it.
Yeah.
Didn't need it.
Well, there goes the unblockable creature, so no dream of putting many counters on that one this time round.
Megan has a bunch of Jeskai cards in her deck, but still needs to find an island or a mountain or what have you. Oh, this is getting countered before the discard. All right.
Spectral Denial.
So clean answers to slow Megan down.
Nice.
No turtle here from Luis, but Megan did miss a land drop here. Oh,
There
she's
you
making
go.
room. You saw that?
Yeah.
You part the lands,
Yeah.
boom. So now I think Megan can basically cast most of the cards in her deck. Rediscover the Way would be huge.
Narset.
Narset is okay on this board. This is probably too early to actually start discarding your hand.
Narset dead.
Narset also dead.
She got Kintree severed.
5 mana. 5 mana Kintree.
Hey,
oh, there's
there
a
we
turtle.
go.
That's got to have been off the top, right?
Out.
Like he would have just slammed it last turn.
Maybe. Yeah, he would have. Because there's no real danger from Megan's side, I believe.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
Big turtle. How does Megan deal with this now? 3 cards incoming
It's
for
so
Luis.
hard.
Jeez.
Oh, no, it's just a dragon.
She's
All
just
right.
going to race. Okay, I like it.
And Luis has got to be super happy with that. Boom, 3 cards.
Pow, pow, pow. Down to 16 goes Megan.
And remember, Luis does have a Glacial Dragon Hunt in the yard, too. If he just plays land number 6, he can just full price that and just for 6 mana just cast it and then get the dragon off the battlefield here if he wants.
Yeah. Three mana.
Globe,
Hey,
okay.
globe. Cool.
No more mana problems.
No, none at all.
Oh,
Molten
that's why he
Exile.
discarded the first one.
Still had all these.
That's right.
Don't need all of them.
I bet if anything, Luis would just prefer Megan stop playing lands. just play
Don't-
whatever.
don't get to 7,
Play anything,
please.
just don't get to 7 lands, please.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
You know, speaking of ultimatums earlier, they are in this set. They are special guests.
They are now. I don't know which one
They
of them
are
are.
tough.
Yeah, they're tough to cast. I don't know how many of them are actually good, because the best one is just not available. The cruelest of ultimatums.
Ah, yes. All right. Here comes our siege, Frostclose Siege, I believe. Teamer being chosen once again.
So things have haste.
Hasty friends.
Okay, hasty prowess creatures, maybe. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you get the discount there because it costs 2 mana. It's like a flurry discount. So now you can attack for 4 here. So that's a good chunk of damage.
Nice. Rally the Monastery.
All right.
Go rally, go rally, go.
And it kind of feels bad using spot removal spells on these monk tokens.
Yeah, because they're just 1/1s,
Right.
but they become very problematic.
Yeah, they're 2/1 prowess creatures now.
Oh, 2/1, yeah, sure.
Oh, he passed. This feels like a bewildering
Oh.
blizzard.
I wonder what it could be in
All
OSV's
right,
hand.
your turn. Go.
Never lucky.
I mean, even if he casts a bewildering blizzard, he's going to need to find the answers to these creatures because good chance here. Megan plays another creature. Oh, no, she does not. Just attacks for 4. Yep,
Yep, there's the blizzard.
there is the blizzard.
Anything in response here? Nope. So 3 cards.
So many cards.
No damage dealt.
Oh, and she passed.
Oof.
Okay.
Maybe flooding out a little bit.
Or just Jeskai
yeah.
Revelation waiting room.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Luis. You've drawn 6 cards in 3 turns.
He's
cards.
definitely got action here.
Oh, yeah.
It's just,
One.
what? Yeah, which one of these amazing options do I go for?
How would you like to win this? Potentially. Just look at him rifling through those cards.
But and you know it's all spells, too, because he actually didn't hit a land after he attacked with the turtle.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Yeah. And now cast the blizzard, so probably has a land now.
Teaming
Okay.
Dragonstorm.
That is
Cool.
a pretty good way to deal with these prowess tokens, I
Yeah.
will say.
Just get a couple 2/2s in the way. There's a land.
Bivouac.
All right.
All right.
Bivouac and 2 mana up for a something.
Yeah, already used his Dispelling Exhale.
And the Spectral Denial.
Did he use both?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Well, I'm not sure if he used the Exhale, but I know he used the Denial.
Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, at this point with Luis with so many cards in hand, if he's got a counterspell in his hand,
Yeah.
he's just going to keep that thing open,
Yeah.
right? Now, Megan played a tap land, has access to 7 mana next turn.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 mana for Luis.
It's just continuing running out big creatures here. Maybe can find a dragon to play. Even a Boulderborn dragon would be pretty solid here. 4/4 flying vigilance creature, and you get to pick up the Dragonstorm.
Yeah. Keep flooding the battlefield. Go wide.
And next turn, it's turtle time again. Yeah, it's funny because when you put the 3 stun counters on it, you just assume you're only attacking with it once. But
Yeah.
when you attack with it twice, it really just feels like you're just getting away with something. Oh, he did bring this in.
Hey, nice. Stormplane Detainment.
And probably
Yeah.
killing the enchantment. Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. Get that out of there. Get rid of the haste. Get rid of the trample.
Okay. Messenger. Are we getting back to Blizzard here? That's a good value.
Yeah.
That's a good value card to
Yeah.
get. Maybe a counterspell. Nope.
Blizzard.
Got the Blizzard.
Nice.
It's on top, sure. Ooh, and attacking with both. Oh, she's casting something. Okay, the exhale. All right. And taking
Take
2.
Cool.
Sure.
Turn passes back now to Megan. Man, what a first opponent to get in this event, huh?
Yeah, you come down here. You've been testing. You feel ready to battle this
It's gonna be
event.
fun.
You've got some sweet Jeskai rares, but sitting across from you, it's
Hall of Famer.
probably one of the top 3 players in this entire tournament.
Yep. We've got some big names here this weekend. It's pretty
Oh,
great.
it's Revelation time. Do we have the counter? Oh, he does.
Whee! Okay.
You knew he was waiting. He's like, whoo. Yeah. That's a sigh of relief. He's like, yep, I've been waiting. I've been waiting.
Dispelling Exhale. Oh, that must feel so good. It's like
Oh,
mana
it's
tithe and
huge.
something.
Oh, yeah. And the thing is, Luis didn't even have a dragon.
No.
Oh, he could have one in hand. We don't know. But
Yeah.
at least in play, he doesn't have one. So that's huge.
Yeah.
And now Luis can breathe a big sigh of relief. You actually saw him literally breathe a sigh of relief because
Mm-hmm.
now he goes, okay, I don't have to worry about that card. I get to untap with the turtle.
Yeah.
I'm in full control of this game now.
Oh, yeah. Cover the skies, got the ground sorted out.
Got a
Get to
globe
draw
in play,
yeah.
can't lose. He did tell me that. He's like, my plan this entire weekend is to just globe everybody out. So.
Nice. Chump block here on the 5/9. But 3 more cards in hand now for Luis. And you got to think he's going to run away with this game at this point.
Oh, gain 5.
Yep. Twin Maw Stormbrood hits the board.
Pick
Comes
up
down
the-
as a 6/5.
Oh.
Oh, and the stick.
He forgot to pick up the teaming Dragonstorm.
Pick up the Dragonstorm. Luis. Come on.
Who needs extra tokens, I guess?
No,
Oh,
he's so focused on just like, I'm going to get it. It's all good. that is going to be that for Luis Scott-Vargas, dodging that Jeskai revelation and just running away with things there. There was nothing really that Megan could do in that situation.
Well, it's just, honestly, it was just kind of battle of the rares, right?
Yeah.
Games 1 and 3 was kind of Luis playing that turtle, turn 5 and turn 6, and running away with all the card advantage. And then in game number 2, Megan's just extremely powerful Jeskai deck, all kinds of powerful rares. Of course, topped off with that revelation means that, you know, she still is in it, right?
Oh, yeah,
I mean, you're 0-1, it's going to be tough, but you do have the rares, one of the best rares in the entire set. So, you know, no shame necessarily. You got paired against LSV. He kind of knew all the tricks that you had after game 2, so he was fully ready, and that's kind of what got it for him. Yeah.
Well, congrats, Luis. That's what we want to see. Our hero for the weekend alongside Reed Duke, kicking things off with a victory. And as soon as we are ready, we're going to jump in to see how Reed Duke fared in his round 1 game here. Let's jump in and see.
Some Boros beatdowns.
Woo! Let's go, Boros. Let's go.
Well, you know, Reed's rounds are going to be much quicker.
Yeah. In theory, yes. Either he just realizes, okay, I cannot do anything. I haven't drawn any of my gas, so scoop. Or, oops, you're dead.
Reed being on the play is very big. Now, now does Reed have a 2-drop here to play? That would be ideal.
Didn't have all that many 2-drops from what we saw.
Yeah, he had 2 2-drops and 2 1-drops.
Yeah.
Yep, and nothing to do on turn 2.
Boo. It's got the, what's the Riling Dawnbreaker? That's the one that makes the...
It makes a 2/2 token, yeah. Sagu Wildling here from Gabriel.
Going to seek a roost.
Yeah, shuffle it back in. Just a really solid card. Just a great glue card. It's got the dragon synergies. It fixes your mana. Just kind of does everything. Ooh, into... I think that's a Mystic Monastery.
Yeah, I think so.
So mana is just absolutely perfect here for Gabriel.
Starry-Eyed Skyrider now. I love this card. It's so sweet.
Yeah, in a Mardu shell, if you have a bunch of mobilized things, just basically you just can't block.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. And Gabriel looks like with a 5-color playing all my best cards deck here. So Reed needs to punish the slower starts with all these tap lands, but starting things off with just a turn 3 1/3 flyer is not necessarily the way to do that.
No, certainly not putting on the pressure that a deck in this color pairing would like. What does turn 4 have to offer here for the Duke?
It's like a land, just 1 damage.
Bing.
Now Gabriel was at 22, so probably down to 21 now, given that there's 2 gain lands in play.
Okay. This is the Rune Scale Stormbrood, I believe?
Yep, that's the 2/4 dragon. When you cast a non-creature spell or a dragon, it gets +2/+0 until we actually had a really sweet game where we had the Rune Scale Stormbrood in play, rediscover the way, Chapter 3, and then just one-shot our opponent from 18 to 0 with just a flurry of spells.
Yeah, I was swiftly murdered by my opponent yesterday using the Dragon Strike or whatever it is, the Teamer double power kill your opponent.
Oh, yeah.
Jeez.
That's insane, too.
Yeah, double strike. That was nuts.
Does Gabriel have cards to play? I looked at the hand. It's good mana. Oh, okay.
Ooh,
if this resolves, then now we're talking here. This is an attack for 7 damage.
1, 2.
Oh, and then you
3,
get the
4,
pump.
5, 6,
9.
7.
9.
9, yeah.
Yeah, because War Effort is a non-creature spell, so that pumped the rune scale. So that's huge. Gabriel has to have a removal spell here or something. Well, how could you keep this hand otherwise? It didn't do anything for the first 4 turns of the game.
Jeez. I don't know. There must be something good in hand.
This 5-drop better be great because I... Okay. We'll see.
Land go.
Oh, you know what he had?
What do you have?
I think I saw it. I don't forget the name. It's the Jeskai 5 mana spell that redirects damage.
Oh, yeah. That's
he's going to be able to draw a bunch of cards here.
Yeah.
But it doesn't kill anything.
No.
So there's still going to be a lot of things in play here.
You know, you're hoping that it kills your opponent, but now we're going on a wild ride.
What? That's going to get countered.
With the Equilibrium Adept.
Yeah, so that's a lot of damage here from Reed trying to go for an instant kill out of nowhere. But remember, Gabriel does have the Jeskai spell here, that's going to prevent 5 damage, and it's going to draw him 5 cards.
Yeah, there
it is.
What's it, New Way Forward or something? I'm
I
not
think
entirely
so.
sure. I think it's that one. But yeah, you're hoping that this kills your opponent, basically, because you just redirect the damage that would kill you to them.
Now, sadly, it doesn't redirect to other creatures. So,
No.
again, he's going to draw 5. Reed's going to take 5.
Yeah.
But Gabriel's still taking a ton of damage here.
Yeah.
Right? We're looking at 2 from the token, 5 from the dragon, and 2 from the flyer on the side as well. So that's 5, 6, 7,
Jesus.
another 9 damage.
So what, he's at 2? If our mathing is correct?
It's hard to tell. He had some gain lands in play,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
or it's going to take a little bit of time. The life totals will readjust itself.
There we
but-
go. All right. All right, we're fixing. We're fixing.
And so he's at 12, and then now he takes whatever this is, which is 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So he's going to go down to 3 with a grip full of cards.
Yeah. So Equilibrium Adept.
But remember, there's a frontline rush as well
Yeah.
that Redo can use as the game-ending combat trick next turn
Mhm.
if he wants, because Equilibrium Adept, you know, red cards, they're very finicky. Sometimes you can play it until the end of your turn,
Yeah.
sometimes until the end of your next turn. Well, this is the good one.
Yeah.
You can play it
Next
until the
turn.
end of your next turn.
I like this card. It seems like the trend for the exile effects have been until
Right.
the end of your next turn. At least
Yeah.
the better ones, so that's nice. So the players just mathing correctly here, making sure everything's working out fine. Looks like there's a question.
Oh, with
either-
double strike? How does that work with double strike?
Well, you prevent all damage it would deal, so if it's going to hit you, and there's no blocker in the way, then
Do you draw 10 cards or is it 5 cards?
that should be 10.
So then Reed takes 10 damage?
I think so. Because there was no, you don't
I've-
have anything on the
okay,
board,
I
right?
just-
No blockers.
Look, I'm just telling you right now, I've never been able to cast a spell with a double strike creature in play.
True, yeah. What's it?
Also, I
New
think this
way?
card is cool, but there are plenty of games where it just doesn't do enough because, let's say you're on the aggressive,
Yeah.
then it just doesn't do much. I think.
Yeah. That's how I would understand it, so we'll see what the judge's ruling
Yeah,
is. But
let's pull up
'cause-
New Way Forward here and
'cause,
just
yeah.
just take a look.
it would do 10 to you.
Yeah. Yeah, and
The
this
next
is
time
this is
well, actually.
this is absolutely what the judge call is for,
yeah,
by the
yeah,
way.
yeah. No, wait, so the next time is the first time. It's the first strike damage, right? Boom. The
Oh,
time
and then
after
you take-
that should be 5.
You actually just take the 5?
Yeah. So he's
Oh, so
dead.
it doesn't prevent. So
Yeah.
he just died.
He just died, yeah. Oof. Okay. If
You know-
if it would have like double power, then yeah, that would have been the 10.
I'm sorry, folks.
Oof.
I've done a fair amount of. I've done like 20 drafts. I've done a lot of testing for this format.
Yeah.
But
That
I
hasn't
have
come up
not.
yet.
I have not come up. I have not run into New Way Forward plus double
Yes.
strike.
Yeah. So first strike
Okay.
damage is the next time, but
Got
then
it.
there's the final
Yeah,
damage,
yeah,
which
yeah.
kills you.
Okay.
So, oof.
He was probably dead anyways.
Yeah. Oh yeah. He was hella dead there.
He was gonna go down to 3, dealing with 3 creatures.
Yeah.
With war effort in play. So,
Yeah. Good grief.
wow.
All right, friends. While our players sideboard here, we're going to take a look at the next events after the ones that we have spoken about already. We've got SCGCON Orlando, August 29 to 31st. Baltimore in October. Houston would be first after that, 17 to 19. Then Baltimore, October 24 to 26. Wow, those are like right after each other. Just go on the road. Just do a road trip. And then SCGCON Las Vegas. Hey!
Hey, maybe
Maybe
I'll
you
actually
could- maybe
I
you could
can
be there.
maybe I can play in that one.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Sweet.
Or maybe I'll be here. We'll see.
Maybe you'll be casting. Who knows?
Who knows?
Yeah.
Roll the dice.
Okay. Just flip a coin. See
Flip a
what
coin.
happens.
Follow my heart.
Here we go, friends. Reed Duke, Protophorexia, all will be one champion. Up against Gabriel Roberts. Again, another very intimidating round 1 opponent here.
Of course. Yeah.
Reed Duke.
Oh yeah, it's that feature match area is just going to be intimidating.
Oh,
the
yeah.
entire. As long as these players are in it.
Yes. It's quite nice, though. They don't have to go anywhere so long as they keep winning. They just get to sit there.
Right? Yeah. You don't have to find.
Yeah.
You know, this is a big event. There's a ton of people playing.
Mhm.
You don't have to find your seat number. You just
No, you just chill.
amble on over to the feature match area. You're good.
Like a storm shell.
Oh. Yes. Like a storm shell.
Sorry, you just left it right there. I had to.
I didn't see it. I didn't see it. I should have played around it.
Should have.
Yeah.
Hey, kitty! Rescue leopard hits the board and gets told to get in the bin, courtesy of the exhale.
This card has actually impressed me.
It's cool, huh?
I actually looked at it. I thought it was going to be kind of weak, but the leopard actually, you know, it's really annoying. If you don't have an answer for it, it hits really hard.
It does. Great in Temur shells, you know. I know Ferocious is.
Whoa.
Oh, hello.
Equilibrium Adept into War Effort.
Yep, yep,
Ooh, but
Oh, Rakshasa's bargain.
Gabriel playing one of my favorite cards in the entire set because guess what? This card draws you cards, but also it fills your graveyard. So, I mean, with that card, it's just you put some renew cards in your graveyard, you find some action that you need. I absolutely love Rakshasa's bargain.
Yeah, that's a sweet card.
The thing is, the card is good even when you spend 4 mana to play this card. That's the thing.
I really
right?
like these, what do you call them? I've forgotten, the hybrid mana cards.
Right.
Because you can just play all of them if you really, really want to.
Yeah,
I have
played countless Temur Tawny backs for 4 mana, and it's still totally fine.
Oh, yeah. 4 mana, get you a card. Excuse me, 4 power, get you a card. I'm happy with that.
4 power's nice. So Gabriel really wants a removal spell here for the Adept.
Yes.
So that the War Effort won't actually do anything. Got the Globe. Has just a lot of cool multicolored effects, multicolor lands and mana fixing, but we really haven't seen him cast any removal.
This is going to hurt.
Yeah, if this resolves, and it does, wow. This is after the bargain, by the way.
Yeah.
So this is an attack for 5 here from Reed. We have a War Effort going. But now this is the big turn, right? If you're Gabriel here, I have every color that I would ever need. I've cast the bargain already. I have 6 mana. This is the turn where you play your heavy hitter. And he passes again.
Oh, boy. Gabriel's deck has not been kind to him. At least his draws haven't been.
Well, he played the bargain, and is that a Magmatic Hellkite? Like, what's in that graveyard?
It looks like it might be.
Right, and so.
Or the Regent, the.
Yeah, I think it might. It looks like it might be the 4/5 that kills non-basics and gets you a stun land. But he doesn't have the second red, which is why he chose to put it into the graveyard. But he's got to have something here.
Yeah.
Reed just playing out creatures. And this is this. Oh, yep.
Okay, cool.
Sphinx's Revelation. Okay, but is there such a thing as too much value? When I'm watching Gabriel's side, it feels that way.
Maybe.
Because he hasn't played anything yet. He's just drawn a million cards.
Just wants to see the entire deck, maybe.
I guess.
That's fair.
Like I like it. I like the cards that he's cast.
Yeah, but it needs a little bit more substance.
Yeah,
I
but
guess.
you can't just put all your creatures in your sideboard. Okay. And now he's kind of spinning the dice here. You can easily miss on this thing and hit something inconsequential.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, that is a horrible hit. The nice thing is you don't have to cast it. You can actually choose to put it into your hand. It's not exactly like Cascade, where you have to. It just gets exiled or whatever if you hit a counterspell. But it's still not the card you want to hit. You want to hit a permanent that enters the battlefield.
Yeah.
If Gabriel doesn't have a removal spell here, he's going to take 1,000,000 damage next turn.
Jeez. Opulent Palace, land for turn. Reed gets to do more things.
Yeah, if we can double spell here.
Yeah, that'd be sick. This Fox is going to hit for a bunch.
That is close to lethal. That's 6 damage from the Adept.
Excuse me.
5 from the Leopard.
Yeah.
So like 5, 8, 6. That's 14 damage. Oh, and then you get the token too. That's 16 damage.
Ouch. What does Reed have?
I don't know. I mean,
It's 2 mana available for Gabriel. You would think that he's got something in hand to deal with this board. Like a Sarkhan's Resolve or something to get rid of this enchantment. I don't know.
I don't think so. I feel like he would have played it before.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just. Okay.
All right. Mardu Devotee.
Yeah. It's performing the best, I think, out of all the devotees because it's particularly the Mardu deck in general. you want this to be your mana fixer because you're looking to curve out and beat people down, so you can't afford to play too many tap lands. So, but the thing is, you have to make your mana work, and this kind of solves all your issues.
Yeah, no,
it smooths out your draws, it filters all your things. So if you are the Mardu aggro deck, like this card is just fantastic.
And also a decent blocker against all the 1/1 mobilizers.
Ooh,
Wild Ride.
This might just be lethal, by the
that's
way.
lethal.
This has to be, right?
Yeah, because that's the extra damage you need if we got one more spell.
Right, and we have now flurried.
Yeah.
So the Equilibrium Adept is a 3-power double striker. I think this might just do it here, assuming Gabriel has nothing. Oh, he actually has something.
There's the thing.
Here's the thing.
What is it?
Caustic Exhale. Okay.
Aww.
Sure.
Bye, kitty. Kitty down.
This is still a ton of damage here, right?
Do we have another spell? That's what I'm curious about.
So Last Ride gives +2?
+2, I think, in haste.
+2, +0 in haste. So it's a 4-power creature.
Wild Ride, not Lost
Wild
Ride.
Ride,
Yeah,
excuse me.
All good. Last Ride was in the previous set.
Right. +3, +0 in
+3
haste.
in haste,
Okay.
yeah.
So 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. There's 15 damage. So that'll get Gabriel down to 3.
Oh, man. I know it'd be gross to harmonize at, at instant speed.
Yeah.
I know you can't, because it's a sorcerer as well. But imagine using the cat and then giving that to the double striker.
Oh, the Wild Ride on that.
Yeah.
Oh!
Shock, essentially, to the face.
To the face.
That's gonna do it. Reed Duke still had it in the bag. Even with the poor kitty cat getting dealt with.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Honestly, though, it's nice that Reed won, but just based on what I saw, it really didn't look especially aggressive here. Well, there you go. If you want to see what the Wild Ride does, there it is on the screen. But at the same time, just looking, I just feel like Gabriel's deck just kind of either failed him or he just didn't put enough creatures to like it felt like he just saw every card draw spell and mana fixer, put it into his deck, but like we just didn't get to see the part of his deck that a random dragon at any point would have helped a lot. And there were just turns where he just continued developing his mana and just didn't do anything, where if he just had a couple, for example, imagine he kills the Adept on turn 4. Reed has nothing. He plays War Effort, doesn't get any damage in, and that's going to give him the time to stabilize. So I think Reed, he's got to be happy that he has his win, but he still has a really long road ahead. Just because that deck needs a lot of help, I think.
Yep, and the rounds just get tougher and tougher
It
as you're
does.
paired against other winning players with similar records. So, but a good start here, friends, at Magic Spotlight Dragons. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we'll carry on following along with Luis and Reed. welcome back to coverage of Magic Spotlight Dragons here in Denver, Colorado. I'm Ailey Loney alongside Paul Cheon, and we are through one round of our sealed portion of the event. We've seen Luis Scott-Vargas and Reed Duke pick up a win. They're going to be feeling pretty good so far. It should be Luis until he bombs out.
And Reed.
And Reed.
All right.
Yeah,
well, you know what?
makes
That's
it easy
fun.
for us.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to get very, very familiar with their sealed
Oh,
decks.
yeah. Absolutely, we will be doing so. So we're going to be jumping into the action of round 2 very shortly. But friends, we just want to tell you as well that if you are looking to pick up some fancy cards for, 10% off, check out the flash sale that is ongoing at the moment. Get 10% off all of the Magic the Gathering promotional singles. So if you want some shinies, you know what? Go treat yourself. Go treat yourself, friends. Go get that fancy Thoughtseize or, the One Ring. And
All that good stuff.
Yeah, make your friends miserable in Commander with it because you can't play it in Modern anymore, right? It's banned somewhere. Thank goodness.
I just play
Anyway.
Limited, so I don't know.
Yeah. We got to get you into some other formats. Get Corey to teach you Modern or something. But we are indeed almost ready to jump into the next round of action. So we are going to be checking out Luis Scott-Vargas once again, who's playing basically 5-color good stuff.
Yeah.
And the deck did what he would want it to do in that last round.
Yeah, absolutely. But you also saw kind of the weakness of his deck, where if you don't draw your card draw effects and your opponent just can get those haymakers in play, maybe in the future they try to play around some of your conditional counter spells and resolve what they need, he might have a tough time. But if his opponents are also maybe, I don't know if small ball is the right word, but if they're trying to play some small creatures and curve out, let's say Luis is paired against Reed.
Yeah.
I would love Luis on that side of the matchup here because he has plenty of interaction, more card draw, and more kind of staying power in the late game. So those are the types of decks where Luis wants to play against. What he doesn't want to play against is, a Sam Black or a Sam Party on another 5-color deck that's got a couple of extra bombs. That's what he wants to avoid. So that's kind of going to be his hope. And he also wants to draw that turtle a lot.
That turtle has been very impressive so far. I think he's gotten,
4 attacks.
Yeah.
It's drawn. There should be we should just start keeping
9.
track of how many cards that it's drawn.
It's drawn 9 so far?
It's drawn. No, it's drawn him 12 cards
Jeez.
in one round. So
Right.
we might be approaching 50, 60 cards by the end of today.
Storm Shell count.
Storm Shell count. There you go. It's 4. It's 4 right now.
Alrighty, we'll keep a track there and we'll see how many. If you want to take a guess, dear viewers watching at home, how many cards Luis draws with that turtle by the end of today, we'll be able to tell you because we're watching him until his tournament comes to a conclusion.
Yeah.
And, hopefully that's when he wins $10,000 and a case of collector boosters because that would be real sweet.
Yeah. Well, let's start slow. It's like just make day 2. That's all he's been saying. Just can I make day 2? If I make day 2, then all of a sudden you are eligible for all of these wonderful prizes here.
The top 8 gets an invitation to Pro Tour Final Fantasy, which is coming up very soon. Even if you're top 128, you get a sweet promo Sword of Fortune Frontier, and top 64 and up start cashing in. So, for the players who make it into those ranks, they're going to be pretty happy with the weekend here.
Yeah, absolutely. $10,000, all those booster boxes. That is a nice haul for just showing up here and playing your second release event sealed, basically, right? So that's got to be good times here. So, but yeah, I mean, a lot more Magic to be played here, and Luis, that deck of his. Look,
you don't have to pull punches.
Yeah,
it's
got good removal. I think it has what it takes. I saw him goldfish over there at the table down there a little bit, and he was like, you know what? It's not too bad. That's what I was like. What if they play this thing? And he goes, well, we'll worry about that when that happens. But Reed, on the other hand, I'm a little bit more concerned about. Maybe it's also just my inexperience playing red-white decks. But, in my 25 years of playing Magic, if you want a good red-white proactive strategy, you just need more cheap plays.
Yeah.
And Reed just doesn't have that many. But he does have interactions. He's got tricks, the double Molten Exhale, Channel Dragonfire. That'll definitely, and the Osseous Exhale, that'll go a long way for him to try to clear the way. And if he can curve out and draw that War Effort, that War Effort was kind of that MVP for him. Yeah. So that'll be really big for him to pull it together. He has some nice little combo kills as well. We saw him set that up in the last match with Wild Ride, with getting Flurry going, having some cheap things to go with the Equilibrium Adept. But he's going to have to get very creative here to kind of kill his opponents out of nowhere. But if there's anybody who can take this pool and take it to where it needs to be, it's Reed Duke.
It is indeed Reed Duke. Both of these players so accomplished. Their list of accomplishments is longer than most people's arms. So, they are no stranger to bad pools, having played this game for probably, 30 years almost.
Yeah, I mean, both players in the Hall of Fame, and if you look at somebody like Luis, I mean, his resume can basically get you 2 Hall of Fame invites probably, with all of his top 8s, and Reed's getting there too in terms of, getting to that second level too. So, these are some of the most accomplished Magic players
This is New Game Plus?
of all time. Yeah, it's just like, hey, it's like, am I eligible? Am I eligible for Hall of Fame Plus? Is that something that we can do? Well, they need to bring it back in general first before we move into that.
Reed actually the last person inducted to the Hall
I
of Fame.
believe so. That his class was the last one. It was a good one, but Reed certainly deserves to be in that one.
Absolutely. Another couple players that we do have in the field. You mentioned Sam Pardis playing.
Yeah, the entire Denver crew. There's a ton of people here that are pro Magic players. Yes, Matt Nass, Pro Tour Ether Drift champion there. So he's here. Unclear how much limited he's actually played for this event. But of course, he's still an incredible player, and fully expect him to do nice things, especially in the sealed portion where he's highly creative, really good with math.
Yes.
Despite maybe that last turn of the Pro Tour, that one was a little bit more difficult. But at the same time, he's going to find. I believe that he's going to build a good sealed deck, so I think he's going to be doing well. I saw Sam Black, one of the best limited players as well, and this format is his jam. He is known to play 5-color decks in formats where you're probably not supposed to be 5 colors. And, well, guess what? This is a format where 5 colors is pretty strong. So I fully expect him to do well as well. But then also Sam Party, just a bunch of the Denver crew as well. But as I was walking here, I saw Corey Burkhart also as well play as well. Looks like his finger's healing nicely. He did break his finger. He somehow broke his finger between day 1 and day 2.
How did he do that?
I don't know, but he didn't sleep at all and still managed to make it into second day. But, a lot of great players here. So if somehow Reed or LSV manages to not make it into day 2, plenty of recognizable faces still left in the tournament.
Yes, and we'll be giving you an update on where our players are with standings a little later on today, so stay tuned for that. But now it does look like our players are ready to rock and roll, so let's get on down to the feature match area and get round 2 underway. Hello, Jake Marr. Welcome to round 2. Your opponent, none other than Luis Scott-Vargas.
And Jake with just 3 colors, playing Sultai. One of my favorite color combinations, Sultai and Temur. That's kind of where I want to live. That's my home. That's my happy place. I don't mind a good Jeskai deck as well, if I can get all the uncommons and such.
Blue-green nonsense.
Yeah, blue-green base I think is probably, and we'll get into it tomorrow in the draft portion, but I think that's kind of the color combination you want to start with because it gives you inroads to Temur and Sultai, which I believe are 2 of the stronger archetypes.
Yeah, for sure. Turns out card draw is pretty good. Being able to ramp, also pretty good.
Yeah.
Undergrowth Leopard, first critter on the board here for Jake. We did see the Roost Seek from Luis just to go and fetch a land as well. So looking good in the color department here for LSV.
Yeah, he's got all of those. He literally has all 5 colors in play right now with those 3 lands. So not going to be concerned there. And the Undergrowth Leopard is not particularly annoying. Now, it is good against specifically the globe that Luis has, which he's oh,
hi, Holomerk Siege.
Do you see Luis get up in his seat a little more? He's like, oh, the leopard, I don't care about the leopard. And then all of a sudden,
I care about the leopard.
Okay, well, now what?
Leopard gonna get in there for some damage. It is Holomerk, right? Or is that Baron Step?
Yeah, he chose the +1, the +1/+1 counter. So that is a 3/3 Menace Vigilance creature. Yes. And by the way, every time you attack, you get counters. So Luis does have a lot of removal spells. Now, if he does have, a Molten Exhale or something, he's probably going to want to fire it off on the Leopard immediately.
Yeah, that guy needs to get out of there quick. Menace is very strong in this format.
Oh, absolutely.
Like the number of times I've died just because I don't have enough blockers for some little idiot that's making mobilized tokens. Hey, Kotis, what's up, guy?
Yeah, that's a Kotis, but it can't block. Remember, you're just going to get another counter here. So Luis will take another 4 damage here.
Jeez, this is
to
a
the
quick
leopard
clock.
here.
That is a super quick clock indeed, and a blocker because it's vigilance. So.
Right. Yeah. So the Kotis just can't even get in there unless Luis has the blade, but the leopard also kills the blade.
Yeah. Yeah, because the blade itself doesn't have protection from multicolored.
Right.
Importantly. I feel like this set's got a real good balance of threats and answers.
No, this.
Sometimes it's lopsided.
I've talked to some, and it's still early, but
Yeah.
people seem to be really high on this set so far.
Yeah.
Super deep, super replayable.
Yeah. Carsey Revenant.
Carsey Revenant's incredible. Uh-oh.
Why didn't we attack? Oh, did we? We
You did. It's got
We did.
vigilance. Got
Yeah,
the
yeah.
counter. This is a lot of trouble. Because the thing is, even if Luis kills the Carsey Revenant here, guess what? All of a sudden, you can have a giant flying leopard as well. So this could potentially end quickly here. Jake just has
Is it flying
incredible
and lifelink? Ugh.
flying Death Touch
And
lifelink.
lifelink. Good
Yeah.
grief. Carry Goldkeeper hits the board here. Man, this is going to be very difficult. That's the Disruptive Stormbrood, I think. The Destroy Something. Yep. Goodbye.
Wait, what is that?
It's you destroy something 3 power or
Oh,
less.
power 3 or
Yeah,
less.
yeah.
For
Disruptive
some
Stormbrood.
reason, I thought it was mana value 3 or less. Yeah, so he gets that out of the way. So now you can still attack with the leopard, give that menace, and your flying gets in unimpeded. So this is an attack for 8. Luis is
Good
going to go down
lord.
to 7 here, and Jake's going to go up to 23.
I don't know. I'm thinking about game 2 right now, Paul.
It's a lot. Now, Luis does have a lot of removal, and will need to deploy them as soon as possible.
Uh-huh.
Oh, wait.
Interesting.
Yeah, so that attack didn't really... I think Jake would take that back
Yeah, for
and
sure.
give menace to the leopard just to maximize the damage that
Yeah,
you do here.
you don't need the life at this point.
You don't need the extra 4/4 the token on the thing. You'd rather get in for 4 more points of damage.
Absolutely. All right, Luis. What you got, bud?
4 mana. Are we just gonna
Renew?
give? Yeah, are we just gonna renew? That's gonna turn that into a 4/3 flying indestructible creature,
That's pretty sick.
and basically just hoping, hey Jake, I just hope you have nothing because this thing can. Well, the thing is, even if you do that, you still give menace.
Yeah.
That siege is just doing so much work here for Jake Moore.
Okay. Charring Bite. Gonna take care of the leopard.
Okay, that's great.
Perhaps.
Yeah, even a Dispelling Exhale here with a dragon doesn't do it.
Can he blank that though? Nah. Okay.
If you wanted, he needs a
would
legal
destroy the
target,
thing, yeah.
and there is no shot he's going to kill his own
No,
enchantment
For
there.
sure. He thought
Yeah.
about it though.
Yeah,
There
it was a bad thought, but he did think about it. Like he's like, should I kill my enchantment that's winning the game?
No.
Just to put the
Yeah.
dragon into the graveyard. The thing is, by the way, that thing only kills ground creatures, right? So
Oh yeah, can't kill the flyer.
yeah. So the problem here is just Luis needs an answer here for the Carsey Revenant.
Yep. Is that a Rock Curse Rakshasa? Holy macaroni.
That card is incredible. Rock Curse Rakshasa. The thing that
It's a 5/5 for 2.
yeah, it's a 5/5 for 2. It dies, but the renew effect means basically if you want to block, good luck. You can't block, and then if you want, you go, okay, well my creatures can't block. I might as well attack anyways. Well, they die after they attack.
Gosh.
They become decayed creatures. This card is really, really strong, especially in a more proactive deck.
Oh man. I did not actually ever think about it from my opponent's side. I was always like, why would I want to make my cards all decayed? Nope. He gets everyone else's stuff.
I didn't even know Luis had it in his pool.
Is that a Bloomvine Regent too?
That is a Bloomvine Regent. Look, oftentimes you go 3 or 4 colors. Jake's like, I got enough power in my Sultai deck
Bloody
where
hell.
I don't need to stretch my mana here. Bloomvine Regent, excellent creature.
Spectral Denial, taking care of that. Thank goodness.
But
Are we going to escape this Keru Goldkeeper now? Escape. Renew.
Well, let's see. That's a lethal attack, right? From Jake. Next turn, if you
Yeah.
attack, that's a 6/6 Flying Menace lifelinker. So Luis needs to just find some way here to deal with the Revenant.
Yeah. So that gets decayed. And then what? Decay the...
Can he hit a 2-mana removal spell? Nope.
Does the Omen count?
That is an interesting question. Can you? He's asking.
Yeah.
I think the mana value is 6 though.
I would assume so, yeah. Because
Yeah.
they're not two separate spells.
But it's still worth asking.
Yeah.
Oh, you can. It seems.
Oh.
Okay.
Huh.
Interesting.
Yeah,
All right.
that's
And
Cool.
then it gets shuffled back into Jake's deck. So Luis gets to find a card here as well. Can he find a removal spell for this flyer? Can he find a way to kill the enchantment maybe? And then
those ones
give
at
the
5.
Rakshasa wings?
It
6.
should
This is the
with
Sai
an
Go.
attack. Yeah.
Luis has the bewildering.
Yeah, yeah,
So
yeah.
he's not going to die here, but he will draw a bunch of cards. Presumably that's what he's going to do here.
Yeah. Yep.
Yep.
Bewildering Blizzard, draw 3, take 3, gain 3 for Jake.
And he would have just won this game had he put the counter on the Leopard previously, right? Because he would have gone in for so much more damage.
Oh yeah, that Leopard would have been the extra damage needed. Luis would have been dead at this point. Hey, he's back!
I don't think Luis will bring in the Stormplane Detainment in this matchup.
I don't think
The
so.
double Leopard.
No,
is
not
kinda
with
rough.
those two kitties, no.
Okay. 6/6 flyer is really tough here for Luis. He
Yeah.
does have that Abzan removal spell that exiles
Yeah, the,
mana value 3 or
Kintry Severance?
yeah.
Yeah.
So if he can find that, that would be the perfect card to deal with the Revenant and not even have to worry about the renew effect either.
This Rutger's friend can't block, right? Or can he?
It's decayed, so I don't think that it can.
Or it gains Decayed. I mean, let me check quickly. Yeah, it's
blocks.
Decayed. When it attacks, it
Yeah, he's decayed, so it can't block.
can't block, no. Okay.
Oh, and he found it!
Sweet!
Wow!
Holy macaroni. Alrighty.
Wow. Okay, so he did find it, and now Jake has nothing in play.
Wow.
Oh, it gets exiled, though. It shouldn't be in the graveyard, right?
Yes, it should be excellent.
Yeah, that's really big. That Revenant needs to be exiled. It should not stay in the graveyard. That is huge.
All right. Got
Good.
it. Thanks, Judge.
Oh, it's kind of, okay, I
okay.
see. It is exiled. It's just hard to see. Okay.
How the turns have tabled.
All right, and now we are trying to get in there with a 4/3 flying indestructible value engine here.
Let's go, Kotis. Let's go, Kotis. Take 4.
Milieu for 4. All right, what do we got? Caustic Exhale. You can draw a
Options.
card. Oh, a River Meringue Regent as well. So presumably you can
Jeez.
use the draw 3 discard a card effect on that one as well. So he just drew 4 cards
Unbelievable.
because he can cycle that.
This seal pool is nuts for Jake.
That draws you a card. Yeah, his deck is amazing.
Go, Kotis. Go, Kotis. Go.
Oh, Luis, he's probably going to cast it. Oh, yeah, he didn't cast it. So he didn't play the draw 3 cards off mode because he doesn't want Jake to actually draw the
That
Meringue
card.
Regent.
Yeah.
So Luis feels he's so far ahead now. The way that he loses is Jake top decking the Regent,
So
which is
now
why
we're just trying to mill him.
he just left it exiled.
Nice. Smart. Smart play by a smart player. Luis Scott-Vargas gets to untap once more. Man, this game would have been over if that little kitty cat had just gotten that counter.
Yeah, well, I mean, those little things are kind of what separates, or it's kind of the reason why LSV is there and has
Yep.
all those accomplishments. Like, you
Dragon's
just don't
Prey.
give up anything.
What do we get there? Dragon Prey? He's got 2 of them on the deck. I know that. Oh, nice. We got a Sand Skitter Outrider.
Dragon's Prey, which is not going to do anything. And
Yeah.
yeah, we're getting probably close to milling Jake out here.
Yeah.
Now, what does he want to do with the Endure? It looks like he wants to make a 4/3 Menace
Yeah.
token here.
That Rakshas is just chilling.
It's just there. It's just in play.
Oh, man. If you'd asked me about 3 minutes ago who was winning this, I would not have said Luis, but
Well, that was one
jeez.
of the few removal spells in Luis's entire deck that dealt with that creature.
Dragon's Prey now. Sand Skitter Outrider targeted, so that'll go back into Jake's bin.
Yeah, but none of this matters is the
Yeah.
problem.
Jake needs an exile spell for this Kotis, otherwise it's just going to annihilate his library
Yeah.
and his life total.
Oh, he's counting his mana.
Oh, no.
Okay.
Durger Island Dragon.
All right, Luis is at 3. And that does have, oh, never mind.
Hold next L. Get out of here.
And pay the ward. Yep. And he can gain 5 life next turn if he wants.
Yeah.
So that's going to basically put this game out of reach. Luis wants probably more information, though, so he's going to attack still.
Yeah. This is one way to check your
Jake
opponent's
should
deck,
probably
huh?
concede
Yeah.
if, given that he knows that Luis has the dragon that gains him 5 life here, unless he feels like he has a card in his deck, but looks like he's just going to keep milling cards here. Oh, 3 more counters. Now it can mill for 7 if it connects.
Oh, man. That's a dragon that makes your dragons have flash, right?
Yes.
Forgot what
And by the way, the Kotis does have flying.
Yep. This guy. Look
Yep.
at him go. Gain 5 life.
All right, remember to pick up the Dragonstorm this time.
Good job.
And yeah, this is just game over.
Now the Rakshasa gets to attack, I bet.
Yeah, it was just hanging out there. I'm
Yeah.
surprised it was in his deck. It's a good card, but
Yeah.
he's kind of defensive.
Another Durger Island Dragon.
Yeah,
How many of those
that is
out?
just not going to get it done here. This
Two.
is just a lethal attack.
Yeah.
You just attack with everything.
Holy, that was crazy.
I guess you could have a Caustic Exhale for 1 mana.
Maybe.
You do that.
What does he have? Does he have many of them? Just
Yeah.
got the one. I think we saw it
We
milled.
already saw it milled, yeah.
Jeez, like.
All right.
GG, Luis.
Jake with that amazing start, but Luis with that timely removal spell to be able to deal with the Karsi Revenant in the cleanest way possible,
Yeah.
too. Because if you found some kind of spot removal spell
Mhm.
that doesn't exile, that's still extremely threatening because
Yeah.
any creature you can just kill your opponent with.
Yeah, that
with the
renew
renew.
is nuts.
Yeah.
Karsi Revenant.
Yeah, Karsi Revenant is very, very strong.
It's an awesome card. Sweet vampire, friends. Well, friends, if you want to get your hands on your own Dragonstorm products, go to starcitygames.com/mtg-tdm. Go pick up your play boosters. Go get some collector boosters if you fancy getting something fancy. And enjoy the set. It is so fun. It's probably my favorite set from the last year or so. So I've very much been enjoying it. And I can't wait to see what nonsense people come up with in the different formats that will be played in.
Yeah, I've been having an absolute blast just
Yeah.
exploring the format. I have definitely tried to go too deep,
Mm-hmm.
where I go, whoa, what if I just play only card draw spells and take mana fixing? Yeah, I lost really quickly. My opponent played a Mardu Devotee on turn 1, and it was just game over.
Yep.
So now I've dialed it back just enough where,
Yeah.
look, I got to eat my vegetables. I got to put some 2-mana removal spells in my deck just to make sure.
Well, you know, Paul, it's
So-
all about what kind of experience you want to have when you're drafting.
It's
you know?
week 1. We're experimenting. We're still learning. How many globes is too many, for example, is a question that I've had to ask myself. But, yeah, this format has been super, super fun.
Yeah.
There's just so many different directions your deck can go, just given the multicolored nature of this set.
Yeah. And I do love how you can, you know, oftentimes make, even in draft, you can make like a 4-color deck work because of the shared colors amongst the different
Yeah,
different clans.
the fact that you have access to tri-lands at Uncommon
Yeah.
and the monuments, which are basically also tri-lands, gives you that extra level of redundancy where you don't have to feel like, oh, I need to get really lucky to get my mana.
Yeah.
As long as I responsibly take the mana fixing when I need to, oftentimes at least a 3-color deck should be pretty easy to put together with good mana.
Both players just consulting their sideboards. Oftentimes, you're not going to have much that helps in your sideboard, depending on the pool. But you know, Jake's deck, it just looking at what he registered, there's some absolute bangers in this one.
Yeah, absolutely. I even see something like, I think there's a Snakeskin Veil in his sideboard.
Yeah.
That is the type of card that I think could be really, really good against Luis, who has a ton of removal in his deck.
Yeah.
Like, imagine if he had a Snakeskin Veil in that game. That would have just been the game. So certainly could see that being brought in this particular matchup where Luis is just a control deck with a bunch of removal. So I can see that. And again, sealed deck, very, very different than draft. Draft, you have maybe 3 things you can bring in out of your sideboard, because especially in this format, since you're spending so many picks taking lands and good cards for your deck, oftentimes your sideboard will just not have a lot of cards. But in sealed deck, you're going to have access to a lot of stuff. So it is tricky.
Both formats are so much fun. So if you are interested in trying out your hand at the limited format here, go to your local game stores, go get a couple packs, play with friends at home, turn on MTG Arena. They have a bunch of events up right now. And just enjoy the set, because it really is fun. I've been having a blast with it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Looks like Luis is gonna mulligan, didn't like the hand that he was dealt, so shuffle up once again. Any other notable cards that we could see from Jake this game round?
We did see most of his deck in that last game, given the all the cards that were milled. So I think for Jake,
he's got some really good stuff.
I think for Jake, yeah, he really kind of like what you saw in that first game. Get some creatures down, get that Hollow Merc Siege down, and beat Luis down before he kind of gets to his end game, because Luis does have a good amount of card draw in his deck. Now Jake does have good interaction. We're looking at double Dragon's Prey, Caustic Exhale as well. So those are all really, really nice cards to have. And of course, the Karsi Revenant being extremely, extremely strong.
So he's got a Gurmag Rakshasa sitting in the side.
Oh, excuse me. The Rock Curse Rakshasa was on. Okay, this makes way more sense.
Yeah, the Rock Curse was in the deck.
Was in Jake's deck.
Yes.
And Luis
stole it from him
when he dealt the 2 damage. Wow. It's pretty hard to hit when you're hitting just for 2, but that's big. Yeah. But that card is also going to be huge in this matchup, where you get that in, have that as a way to get in a bunch of damage, and then also allows you to just kind of clear the way for the final few points of damage. And there's not that much that Luis can do, because Renew, you can't counter Renew. No. Right? It just gets exiled from the graveyard, so Luis can't even lean on the Dispelling Exhale that he used to counter the Jeskai Revelation in the last round.
Yeah, I don't think he's got any graveyard effects.
Yeah.
No strategic betrayal or anything to that effect.
Right. Yeah, those are definitely the types of things that you set aside. Any disenchant effects, plummet effects, ways to kill flyers, ways to attack the graveyard, cheap removal to kill little things, inefficient card draw spells for slower matchups. Those are all things you have to consider when you're sideboarding, especially in sealed deck.
Is this a multi 5?
I don't know.
I think it is.
Oh, that's going to be rough. Okay, at least he has a tri-land.
Nice. It's the Frontier Bivouac, I think?
Yep.
Yeah. Temur Clog.
All right.
Kitty,
does he have the siege on turn 3?
Let's find out.
Siege check.
Eek.
Nope.
It's got Vigilance. Untap it. Thank you, Luis.
Oh, even better. The Revenant. What a curve here. Turn 2, turn 3. Luis, what do you got?
Kill it with fire. Tawny. Temur Tawny back.
Temur Tawny back. Say that 3 times.
Temur Tawny back. Temur Tawny back. Temur Tawny back.
You know, I should have known that that's what was going to happen. So, does have a nice blocker and play. Temur Tawny back, actually the best in my opinion of the 3-colored commons. Right, you have your Temur Tawny back. You have the Mystic the Messenger. You have a lot, but this one just stats.
Yeah,
right.
4/3
if you ever play this thing on turn 3, just a 4/3 just blocks everything, and the looting effect, of course, is also very strong.
Yeah, sweet. Karsi Revenant in for 3. Jake will gain 3. Luis needs to exile that friend and fast.
Yeah, the issue is a lot of 2 of Luis's removal spells just they're roast effects. They don't even kill flyers.
But Paul, roast chicken is delicious. Why does roast not kill birds?
You know, that's why it doesn't say roast. They recognize their mistake and change the name.
Bite.
Yeah.
And it comes again. Oh, anything pre-combat?
It would have to be a way to pump something, right? Oh, sure. Yeah, that works too. Because now you can get in for 5. I like this. I think you want to be aggressive here against Luis.
I think that, the longer time you give Luis, if he gets to 6 mana and starts drawing cards, then you're just handing in the game, essentially.
Exactly. Also, you just want to be more proactive and aggressive, and especially when Luis is mulliganed.
Yeah.
Right? You're just like, he's unlikely to have too many good things here. Unless he jams a turtle here.
Turtle. No. Codes is.
Okay.
Hey, bud.
So that's going to lock up the ground. There's not too many ways to actually kill that. Although Caustic Exhale actually is a way to kill a 2/1 indestructible creature.
Because if you ain't got no toughness, you ain't sticking around.
Now, can this Revenant just go all the way?
Might do.
It's trying.
3 more damage, down to 9 goes Luis, up to 29.
I
goes
remember
Jake.
when Vampire Nighthawk
Yeah.
was an incredible
Hey, that's still
bomb
good.
uncommon. They
Here
they
he
gave
is.
it a power
Yep.
and an incredible renewability.
Yep.
Card is a little messed up.
You know, Paul, there's a thing called power creep. I'm not
Oh,
sure
yeah?
if you've heard about it.
Maybe. I might have.
Gary Goldkeeper hits the floor here. For Luis, Rot Curse Rakshasa hits the board on Jake's side this time around. Luis couldn't thieve it in time.
Now, does Jake have a removal spell here for the flyer? That's going to be really, really big. Even Dragon's Pay would kill it. It would cost 5 mana. And that's the plummet variant, right? Kill target creature.
Sarkhan's Resolve, yeah.
Sarkhan's Resolve. And yeah, now we're
Yeah.
attacking for 8. That's a 5/5 trampler, so 4 damage will trample through. Luis is going to go down to 2.
Goodness.
Jake is at 32. And the Decayed will die, but then you can renew and then get in for the last few points of damage with that Leopard as well.
Yeah. Man.
Luis needs to kill this flyer.
Removal?
Oh, yeah. It's like, maybe I hit something good. Oh, just jumping here.
Huh.
Wow, it doesn't want to reveal anything.
Oh, 6 mana.
6 mana. We know what Luis has.
Da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da. Whee! In response.
Maybe a life total discrepancy
yeah,
here.
I think it's 5. It's a 5/5 with trample, right?
Trample. So 4 damage trampled through.
Yeah. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, he should be at 2. Oh, because he was at 9, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So he should have taken. Yeah. It doesn't matter here,
Yeah,
but
no.
It, of course, every point matters. Absolutely.
Yes, and
but
also, you know, you need to maintain the game state.
of
and
course,
whatnot, so
absolutely.
don't want to get in trouble with the judges.
Okay, so Luis unmulliganing here pretty well.
Sure did.
Prevent lethal damage. Draw 3 cards.
Yeah. And one thing you'll also learn watching Luis and Reed play throughout the weekend, watch how they mulligan. Look how they value the hands that they've gotten. You know, because a lot of players are too scared to mulligan them. Like, I have 2 lands, it's fine, I'll draw a land. If it's 2 hands, if it's 2 lands, do nothing. What are you gonna do?
The thing is, how is Luis going to beat the Rakshasas in the graveyard? Right? Like,
Good
if
question.
he needs 2 removal spells. You
Yeah.
can't just play creatures.
Yeah.
Like, playing creatures is not the way to deal with that decay, the renew effect there,
Yeah.
which is what makes that card so powerful. And Luis, yeah, this is, oh, he's going to try to hit a bunch of cards here. Ideally, he hits a bunch of removal spells,
go,
but this
go.
needs to be a super lucky hit here off of Kotis.
Kotis.
Oh, just tapped it.
Boo. All right. He tried.
He
did
tried.
his bestest. But that means we get to see a game 3.
Yeah,
Can Coaches the Fang Keeper pull it off, friends? We shall find out shortly.
and Jake's got just such a nice, solid, powerful
Yeah.
3-color deck here. Decent mana curve,
Mm-hmm.
good removal, bombs. It's kind of got what you need. And the reason why he ended up in that 3-color deck is his mana fixing isn't particularly great.
Yeah.
And when your mana isn't great, you have to probably just stick to a 3-color variant.
As our players sideboard and shuffle up, get their opening hands, just a reminder, friends, that if you would like to sign up for the newsletter for Star City Games, you can get the latest Magic and other TCG news sent directly to your inbox. Sign up for the Star City Games newsletter, and you won't miss out on upcoming deals, events, and card previews. Events such as, or deals such as the one currently on, where you get 10% off on all MTG promos singles. So be sure to go check that out too. And while we're at it, you know what? Let's also say thank you to our sponsors for this weekend, Beckett and Dragon Shield. Thank you for sponsoring the SCGCON. It's great to have you partnered with us. And be sure to go and check out Dragon Shield. Get all your products on their website. And if you want your cards graded, send them to Beckett. Away we go, almost to game number 3 here. It's round 2, so if you're just joining us, friends, welcome in. You haven't missed much so far. Luis Scott-Vargas and Reed Duke are 2 featured players for the entirety of the tournament. So long as they are still alive in it, we're going to be watching them and seeing how they do. I bet both players would love to get to the draft portion of things. And That is going to be tomorrow's action. 3 drafts tomorrow. Today is sealed, so whatever they opened this morning, that's what they're playing with the entire day.
Yep. Luis just needs to find an answer to the Revenant earlier. 2 Molten Exhales is the cleanest way to answer that, along with the 1 Glacial Dragon Hunt in his deck. The Twin Maw Stormbroods do not kill it.
It's flying.
That's the issue.
Boo.
Also, I've seen a lack of the turtle.
I haven't seen a
We
turtle
need to
once
get
this
we
game,
need to get that turtle down on turn 5.
I wonder if he's still having a nap.
He's asleep. He worked pretty hard in the last round, to be
he
fair.
did, yeah, I haven't increased my storm shell count. That's just sad.
All right.
This
Keep
this
here.
one, I believe. We're underway. Let's go.
It feels like it's going to be a turtle game.
I'll land a piece for both players. Nothing on the board just yet. Turn passes back now to Jake.
Luis
Rockcurse Rakshasa, turn 2.
can have representing counter magic here potentially. I think you just let that. Part of what makes that card strong is really just the renew effect.
Yeah.
Luis at this point going, oh, yeah, okay, fine. You're technically down a card until you renew. It's just I gotta protect my life total from other creatures. But this one, if you attack, well, I'll take 5. Then it's dead. It's okay.
It's a problem that solves itself.
Why?
Oh,
Wait,
why?
Luis is gonna say okay to this as well, because if this attacks, it dies. You just he's using this as a 3 damage burn spell.
Yeah. Huh. Okay.
Okay, that gets shuffled back in. Yeah, wow, that's really aggressive.
Take 8, go down to 13.
Yeah, but you just spent your turn 3 to just deal 3 damage. That's kind of all you did. So Luis is very happy with this exchange. Can just still hold on to his removal spells and counter spells here.
Yeah.
And he's just going, all right, well, now you're going to have no board.
Yeah.
And and that costs you 2 cards.
See the look on his face, just like,
Yeah.
okay.
He's extremely happy about this. Now you do need to make sure that you answer all the other creatures.
Yes. Yes. Teaming Dragonstorm hits the board. 2 2/2s. Can get in the way of any future ground attacks, at least. Please no Carsey. Please no Carsey.
I think he had a Glacial Dragon Hunt in hand, so
Yeah.
might have an answer this time.
Cool.
Okay.
Sandskidder Outrider. What you making? Counters? Yep. Okay.
Oh, that's a. If you do that, then Luis is gonna fire off that Dragon Hunt probably.
Going on a dragon hunt.
Yeah. I think he might even also have a Molten Exhale, so if he needs the blue mana for something else, maybe he runs that out instead. But it's so tempting, right? It's the perfect target. Oh, yeah, maybe he does have a blue spell. Maybe he has a counter spell. You use Molten Exhale, attack. Oh,
Charring
sure.
Bite, sure.
Yeah, Charting Bite, get in for 4.
Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle.
Keep up counter magic.
Nice. So far, so good for Luis.
Yep.
In for 4. Takes Jake down to 16.
I like my creatures that stay on the battlefield.
Me too, yeah. It's like that little fleeting effigy as well. It's great if you're ahead, but oh boy, it's terrible if you're behind.
Yeah,
Little 1/1.
absolutely. Another one. Okay. Oh, well, another removal spell is going to eat that. Does he have a Molten Exhale at instant speed here, maybe? Could be considering
dragon,
that just to try to use his mana at instant speed. Then you can untap and play something bigger.
Yeah, play the dragon. Oh, no, that wouldn't work.
But one of the dragons did get shuffled back into his hand, so he would need another dragon in hand here to pull this off. And he doesn't have a ton.
Is he playing the Boulderborn dragon?
He is.
He is, yeah.
Could have sideboarded it out, unclear, but also Jake, is he going to make a 4/3 again? Oh, this time he's like, all right, this time I'm going to take it easy.
I'm going to get a couple of baskets here, not just all eggs in one.
Exactly. Oh.
Whee! Getting frisky.
Aggressive. Four mana.
Coaches? Oh, no.
Nope.
Karu Gold.
That is a dragon.
Yeah, that is a dragon.
Can block. The menace creature will get through.
Gets to return the Dragonstorm to hand. In the early access event, I had someone playing the Breaching Dragonstorm against me.
Yeah.
And they just played it about 4 times in the game because they just hit dragons after dragons.
That's the way to do it. That's the way. That's how you win. That's how you win one of these spotlight events.
Free spells. They're pretty good.
I think that card has a lot of value, but I don't love it as much as I initially did because when you hit a 1-drop off of that thing,
Yeah,
you're
it's
just,
kinda bad.
yeah.
You know, you want it in the teamer decks where you have big dumb idiots. that
Right, yeah,
You wouldn't be double spelling on a turn with.
yeah. You need mana ramp, and you need it to be one of your few top-end threats.
Yeah. Quarry Mountain Monastery.
So
nice land to see here.
Nothing out of Jake here. Caustic Exhale probably. Oh no, Sarkin's Resolve.
Yeah, that'll take
Okay.
care of Keru.
Yeah, he's got 2 and he's main decking both.
Yeah,
That could be correct in this format, honestly,
yeah.
just because you expect a lot of people to play all their dragons, right? So you just using it as a removal spell to kill the big dragons might be actually good.
Yeah.
So-
And also the pump spell is not a bad thing to have.
Okay,
in a
so
lot of instances.
Luis kind of motioned to attack, but it looks like he's allowing him to tap. And then now Luis has to decide whether or not he wants to attack with this 2/2 token. Now, because Luis was looking to be aggressive,
Yeah.
but given that Jake went, oh, kill one guy, tap your other thing, maybe you want to keep that back just to block the spirit token now.
Okay. Life total is pretty even. 12 to Jake, 11 to Luis.
Yeah, but if you're Luis, you cannot get that low. You can't get low enough to the point where the Rakshasa in the graveyard
Yeah.
will just win the game for you.
Got to be aware of that hanging out there.
Yeah, I think just redrawing Stormclaw would be awesome for Luis. Just being able to pad your life total, get it up to 16 here with a nice big flyer. Now remember, he does have the Dragonstorm in hand. Can play that and make 2 2/2s this turn.
Yeah.
That'll just allow you to block everything on Luis's side. Looks like Reed's done with his Boros match over there in the corner.
Oh, he's just going to hang out and watch.
Yeah. Just like
Looks like he's playing the Boros matchup at this point.
yeah.
4 2/2s on the floor here.
Oh, no, you don't want to do that. It just makes 2 things unable to block, and there's just not enough of a board here. You want to play more creatures before you do that. You only get in for 4 damage. Okay, yeah, this makes more sense.
Bloomvine Regents.
Yeah, Bloomvine Regent's good. It's going to gain him 3 life, and it's a 4 or 5 flyer. If any extra dragon you play, you gain a bunch of life too, and it ramps you turn 3. This card is excellent.
Ugh.
It's a Sago Wildling's bigger brother.
Yeah.
That's what basically this is.
Yeah, that's a pretty big brick wall to try and get through here.
Yeah, now we're looking at 8 damage total
Yeah.
with the Rakshasa.
So
It's pretty hard for Luis to even attack here unless he can find a way to kill the Regent. But he actually has a lot of removal for things that have 4 toughness or less and ground creatures.
yes.
But you play a big 5 toughness dragon, his deck has very, very few answers for that. He's got the 1 Abzan removal spell to
Yeah.
exile, and I think that's it. Ooh, 6 mana?
Hey.
Okay.
Big dragon.
Big dragon. That is a good blocker,
Yep.
and it gains you life.
Nice. Okay.
Okay.
Stabilize. Stabilize. Ha, 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 ha.
So Jake does have 2 Dragon's Praise. If he has one, I imagine he's going to fire it off here to
Yeah.
kill the flyer and then just get in for 4. Continue whittling away. This still doesn't seem like a good time to use the thing. I guess you could give all your creatures your opponent's creatures decayed. So that's on the table. And it looks like he's going to turn 3 tokens. No, 2 tokens and a flyer decayed.
Okay.
No, wait. He has. Oh, he can do it for 4. Excuse
Yeah.
me.
So,
So-
those are all decayed.
So only 1 blocker available here for Luis, and I imagine Jake's going to make no attacks
Why
with
did he not
attacks with.
attack?
Okay, he's playing defensively here. Okay, so maybe he's got a card in hand that lets him get to the late game here. I thought he was going to do that in attack
Yeah.
with at least the menace creature.
What, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
It is a lot of power from Luis's
yeah.
side, to be fair. Okay. You definitely don't want. You want to block the 2/2 token that doesn't have
That-
decayed
yeah,
on it.
That stays.
Ooh,
Mm.
that's rough. Okay.
So that critter gets to stay.
Yeah.
He just like dodged a siege. 'Cause
Yeah.
He was hiding in
But
a
he has a
corner.
removal spell. He has to have a way to kill
Yeah.
the regent. So now Jake has nothing in play.
Nice.
Luis
Like
has
his Dragon Hunt.
cleaned up the board, and he can play the Dragonstorm again to put 2 more 2/2s in play.
Oh, that is rough.
So Luis just getting a lot of value here, just maximum value out of all of his spells,
Yep.
which you will always see from top-level players. Every single turn, the
Unbelievable.
sequencing will always be perfect, or close to perfect.
Two more tokens, so 3 now.
Is that the third time he's cast that thing?
That's about the third time.
Wow.
Disruptive Stormbrood is going to kill the enchantment finally, so
Yeah.
taking Dragonstorm off the board.
But the damage has been done.
Yeah.
That thing's made 6 2/2 tokens.
Yeah.
But if Luis, I guess, doesn't have a way to clear the way here, maybe can't get the attack in. Nope, sure does. Oh, the Glacial Dragon Hunt also in the graveyard too.
Yeah.
So has all kinds
Oh,
of
yeah,
different
yeah.
ways to kill it. Get it for 6.
Masterful stuff here from Luis Scott-Vargas, taking Jake down to 2.
And there it is.
Hey!
Will it draw cards? I don't think so.
Go, go, go. Come on, Storm Shell. Get an attack in. Draw more cards. Damn it! All right. Storm count, not 15. But that was excellently played by Luis.
Yeah.
Super, super cool stuff there.
Yeah, just really clean sequencing there from
Yeah.
Luis. And Jake just, I think, probably played that game a little bit too aggressively there. Sure, if the Rakshasa card is something you want to play on turn 2, that's fine.
Yeah.
But you absolutely do not put counters on that thing on turn 3. That is just not like. Just Magic 101, at least in sealed deck, you just do not want to be down a card there
No.
in that exchange. You just hold that card, you just play it turn 5. Or
Yeah.
you just put it on any other creature, and it's going to go much, much better for you. I don't know if that was going to make or break what happened there, but I think losing that dragon for basically free or getting it for 3 damage was absolutely not worth it. And that certainly could have played a part because it was looking kind of close.
Yeah,
And
it
then
was.
Luis cast the Dragonstorm like 3 times, and then at that point he got a little too much value there. But it was getting close, and there could have been maybe a position where putting 3 counters on something big might have allowed you to push through a lot of damage, and instead you just kind of got in for 3 damage. Yeah.
So a little bit of a rough break there, but Luis continuing his winning ways, which is awesome. So now we just have to see if Reed Duke can do exactly the same. So let's jump back down and see how Mr. Duke does in this one.
Yeah, Reed Duke with a nice little Boros deck
Yeah.
where just trying to get some creatures onto the battlefield, play a war effort, has a bunch of tricky interactive spells, ways to give his creatures haste, and just kind of try to utilize that to basically kind of kill his opponents out of nowhere. So let's see if, oh, is this another Jake?
A stadium headliner.
We're kind of Jake flooded here.
Yeah.
Stadium Headliner is an awesome, awesome
It's
creature.
so
I
cool.
love this creature. 1 mana for a 1/1, and then when you attack, it's just got Mobilize 1, and then you can also just use it as a removal
Yeah.
effect once you
It's
litter
so
the
cool.
board. So it's such a good 1-drop.
I'm glad it doesn't attack face. Oh, well, it can attack face, but you
Yeah.
know, its ability doesn't hit face. It's not like a fling built in.
That would cause problems.
Oh yes, yeah.
Thank goodness
Standard
the
players.
play
with
design
defaults.
team knows what they're doing.
Yes. Here comes our Unsparing Boltcaster. Doesn't get to deal 5 to anything, but a 3/3 on turn 3, you're going to take it.
Yeah, if you don't have any other play,
Yeah.
you still just got to play it out there
Yeah.
here.
Mardu Mardu Devotee hits the board here.
Some scrying here from Reed, but doesn't have a great attack here. Oh, maybe a removal spell? Oh, just going wide, making a
Yeah.
2/2 token here.
It's the Riling Dawnbreaker with the Signaling Roar.
Yeah, it's kind of awkward just with the sequencing there. You needed the extra white mana.
Yeah.
You'd like to scry after making the 2/2 token, but there's no
Yeah.
window where you can do that.
Yeah. All the little things that you have to think about when you're using mana fixers. I think that's a Marshal of the Lost, if I'm not mistaken.
It's yes, the 3/3 Death Toucher, and that's going to
Yeah.
attack for 4 here.
Yeah.
It gets creature gets +1 + X equal to the number of attacking creatures. It's very, very annoying if you're on the play with an aggressive start. It also works really well with Mobilize as long as you trigger it properly.
Yeah.
You want the Mobilize to resolve first, and then the +X effective resolve afterwards.
It's especially annoying if they target a life linker and you have like 12 attacks.
Oh yeah, I just can't outrace that. Yeah.
Woo! I managed, but it was tough.
Right.
Alrighty. What does Reed have? Does he also have a Quarry Mountain Monastery?
He does.
Oh,
he
sweet.
does. Although, probably this is not the place where you are interested in utilizing that.
Yeah.
It's that's kind of a last, the last thing you do once you cast all the other spells in your hand.
Absolutely. What does he have?
But Reed definitely on the back foot here. Jake's just got larger creatures in play. Like Reed just kind of can't even deal with the 3/3 that's on the play right now. Okay.
Quarry Mountain is land for turn.
All right.
Equilibrium Adept, our hero from the last one. And what's that, Osiris Exile?
Yeah, Jake's probably not going to block next turn, would
Probably
be my
not,
guess. But I imagine Jake's just going to look to attack. He's firmly ahead in the race here, 21-14, and can get pretty good attack in here.
Yeah, Death Toucher is tricky to block no matter what.
Yeah,
you do.
you have to double block no matter what. So you can technically attack with both. You can give the 3/3 on the right, turn that into a 5/5 if you want. And then with the Death Touch, it's like, all right, if you want to trade your Devotee and your token for me, that's also fine. Ooh, never.
Hey, Bleeding Effigy.
We just talked about that card. Now that's +3/+3. He's going to pump the Effigy here.
Wow. Huh.
As well, okay. And if Jake has like a trick here, that's going to be really tough.
Yeah.
So that's a 5/5 Effigy here,
Jesus.
attacking. And Reed at this point, not really in a position to play around much. I think he's just going to try to make the best on-board blocks here and just hope for the best here.
So what's that? 12 damage? No, 13.
5/8 damage, right?
Oh yeah, if he doesn't block.
If he doesn't block, yeah.
Yeah,
So double
so-
blocking here, hoping Jake doesn't have anything. I think Jake has something.
Yeah, I would imagine
It
so.
feels like Jake has something.
In these colors? No.
No.
Couldn't
Just
be.
all 3 colors, 3 mana up.
Yeah.
A combat trick or an instant speed removal spell would be pretty annoying here
Yeah.
for Reed. Yep.
Oh,
Exhale
nice.
of his own.
Nice.
So everything down takes 8 damage.
Yeah.
Puts
that's
Reed
rough.
down to 6. And the Exhale is probably the absolute worst card for Reed to have revealed off of the Adept.
The Adept giveth, the Adept taketh away information.
Yeah.
So 3 playables in hand there for Jake.
All right.
The Runescale Stormbrood hits the board now.
You-
It's something.
Yeah, but this Effigy is going to get in play again. We're just going to get another really big attack here, and Jake could easily have another trick or removal spell here. That might just do it, honestly, given that Reed's at 6.
Yeah.
Oh, he's tapping quickly.
Tippity tappity tip.
Yep, Stormplane Detainment.
Oof.
All right. Pumping the Effigy, and that's lethal.
Jeez. All right.
Wow.
That was rough.
Yeah. Jake just had... I mean, Jake, it almost looks like Jake kind of has the deck Reed wishes he has.
Yeah.
In terms of mana curve. Jake was able to go 1-drop, 2-drop, 3-drop, which was really nice for him, or at least 1-drop into 3-drop. And, of course, being on the play, very, very important in this matchup.
Oh, yeah. He just put his foot on the gas and didn't let up. Alrighty, friends. While our players sideboard, if you have extra cards and you want to make some extra cash, well, do what I did and sell your cards to Star City Games. Go to sellyourcards.starcitygames.com, or you can do it at the next event that you're going to join us at, because you're great and awesome and cool, and it'll be nice to see you here, so come visit. And then put that towards the pre-order for the next set, which I think is Final Fantasy.
Yeah,
Is
I hear good things about that set. So you might need to load up on that one because that's going to be a highly desirable set for sure.
Absolutely. I think I got my pre-orders in.
Oh, look at you.
Hopefully. Yeah. It's like, yeah, this set's probably going to be pretty good. Here we go. Game 2.
Yeah,
Kicking things
I
off.
don't think it's going to miss.
Nah, I don't think so. That's the Embermouth Sentinel, I believe.
Did Jake change decks here on the draw?
Maybe.
Remember? I mean, I see a forest here.
Yeah.
He's looking like he's possibly just some kind of Abzan deck here.
Yeah, took out the red.
Honestly, and I spoke about this before.
Mm.
Look, if you're an aggressive deck and you win game 1 and you're on the draw, that effigy on the draw is just not a particularly good card. So I do like the shift here. I actually love the shift here from Jake. Really heads up sideboarding here. Sideboarding into a slower, more mid-range deck here, it looks like.
I feel like Jake's had a few rounds with this format so far.
Yeah. Yep.
Sagu Pummeler is a big old 4/4 with
And
reach.
Reed missed land drop number 3 here. Oh my goodness. Now
Tap
there's
land.
a tap land, and yeah, this Reed needs to get off to a quick start. Otherwise, he really doesn't. It's really tough for him to beat mid-range decks if he's kind of behind.
Oof. All right. Oshi's Exhale taking care of the 4/4, so keeping that life total where it's at.
Okay, are we gonna flurry?
Poised Practitioner.
Sure seems that way.
Tapping everything for it.
Maybe not.
Yeah, no. Are we gonna Roost Seek? What's happening here, bud? No, what is that?
Oh, it's the, I think it's put a +1/+1 counter, draw card. Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
So the how does the stacking work on this? Do you scry first? It looks like it. You scry first, and then the +1/+1 counter resolves. Then you draw the card. Then you shuffle that back in. Yeah, it's going to take a little time to get used to omens.
Yes, yeah.
So that thing has 2 +1/+1 counters on it. It is a 4/5.
Nice. It's pretty large.
It is large. And Reed already missed a land drop, then played a tap land. Hasn't really been able to get too much going. At least had some removal for Jake's plays. But Jake's got a 4/5 in play. Potentially a 6/7 with the Pummeler.
Delcoven Pack Beast.
That's a pack beast, but I think Jake might be okay racing in this spot.
Yeah.
If he has literally nothing to do, then he can just put 2 +1/+1 counters. But he definitely has something to do. A siege here from Jake, probably the +1/+1
Is this the
menace
Hollow
counters.
again?
Yeah, it sure seems that way.
And that's a Crotic Nest Guard, I think?
Yeah. So this is.
Oh, Lord.
Oh, right. It gets 2 counters, but because you flurried.
Oh, yeah. It
Yeah.
sure does.
So now this is going to be a 6/7 menace.
Good grief.
Wow. Red-white doesn't really block that very well. Did he not? Oh, did he choose the draw a card functionality maybe?
Maybe.
Yeah, when you put a counter on something, you get to draw a card.
That's the Hollow Merc one.
Right. That
Yeah,
must be what he did, because especially because you have the Pummeler in the graveyard too.
Yeah.
So going for the longer game plan here from Jake. Probably chose Sultai here on Hollow Merc Siege. Although, man, Abzan felt like it's pretty good here.
Abzan's nutty.
To be fair, they're both.
If you're winning, Abzan is nutty. If you're behind, then you want to get cards.
Right. Or if you're not sure, then Sultai might be where you want to be.
Yeah.
Just get ahead on cards. You're going to just overwhelm your Boros opponent with just bigger creatures.
Yeah. And yeah, Boros typically has a hard time dealing with anything over 3 power and toughness.
Yeah, the Boros decks in general are just not going to be as good turn 7, 8 of the game.
At that point, your percentage to win is like 5%.
Right. This is still a big uphill battle here for Reed, just not able to find the lands here. Just too much power in play on Jake's side. Reed can't even attack.
No.
Oh, next turn, though.
Next turn's going to be sweet.
Next turn, he can attack, but the pack beast is an 0/4. So
But you make even flying.
Right. I'm saying right now, the Crotic
yeah.
Nest Guard just brick walls it, so can't even attack this turn. Is that a Mardu devotee? Sure, I think so. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Are we going to flurry again? Certainly could. One more spell here. Get another counter. Draw a card.
This thing is large.
Very large.
Yeah, you kind of think like of the practitioner as like filler. Oh,
Right.
nice. Paying for the to turn on the attack mode of the spider.
3 mana to attack. Has the exhale, but doesn't even need it. Reed's creatures are terrible at blocking.
Yeah.
So I think Reed just takes 9, or chump blocks 5 damage with the devotee, I guess.
Yeah.
But this is 9, puts him down to 7. Won't be able to use the exhale, but you know what? The exhale on defense is also going to be fine. he was able to right now draw a total of 1 card off of the siege.
Yeah.
but could have put 2 counters. War Effort here, maybe? 4 mana?
Yep. Is it enough, though? At this point, I don't think so.
It's a lot of damage. It is, but I still don't think it's enough. You get to make 4 flying tokens that attack.
Yeah.
So that's 8 damage. Then you have the 2/3 flyer. That's 10 damage. I mean, Jake's at 21, and remember, he still has an exhale in hand.
Yeah.
He's probably going to use the exhale on the 1/3 flyer, so that for in future turns he doesn't have to worry about evasion from the tokens.
I mean, he doesn't even have to attack with a flyer, Reed. You could just attack with a pack beast, right? To get this a similar effect.
Yeah, but he's going to attack.
Yeah, that's fair.
You're a Boros deck. You got to just get
Yeah,
in for some
you gotta
damage where
turn
you
it
can.
sideways.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering if, keeping another blocker back would be more helpful.
It's 4 tokens.
2,
Yeah, he's
4,
just doing the
6,
math
8,
here.
9, 10, 11.
Probably, well, given, if you think you can kill your opponent back on the swing back,
Yeah.
maybe you just exile the Pack Beast because that one can block, right? And next turn, you do have a lethal attack. If you can find a way to get the Devotee off the battlefield, that's lethal. Actually, let's see. You use the exhale. How much mana does he have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
6,
So
7.
7. So if he has 8 lands, he can activate the Nest Guard and also activate the Pummeler, put it on his Devotee, and that's a lethal attack no matter, even if Reed has a Mardu Devotee to block with. So I do like killing the Pack Beast. Yeah, Jake's playing this well, sideboarding well, really just liking the lines that he's taking here.
Yep.
If Jake finds a land here, it is just over. He can just win the game next
He's
turn.
got a land in hand. I think he has his planes.
He has a Plains in hand, but then
so.
that's it. Reed's tapped out.
Untap. Upkeep. Draw.
2 green sources. You got the Pummeler.
Yep.
The biggest creature is the 5/6 that's in play. You have to chump that, but you take 4 from the Nest Guard and 3 from the Mardu Devotee.
Man. Reed did what he could, but
did what he could.
missed lands. Couldn't find any of his gas.
Oh, doesn't have a land then.
Oh, he didn't have one. Huh. Could have sworn I saw a land in hand.
You could also lead with the Pummeler. And if you draw a land, you win on the spot, right?
Okay, yeah.
You can just put the counters on your creature, draw a card off your siege. Then if you draw the land, then you have the win right there.
What's that?
It's get you a land, but I don't think he's going to want to get a land on top.
Oh, that's the Embermouth.
Yeah,
guy,
yeah.
Embermouth sense.
But Reed only has a 1/3 in play. It's just not
Yeah,
enough.
it's not gonna do it here, unfortunately, for Reed. Excellent play here by Jake. So kudos to him. Knew exactly what role he was playing in each of the games.
Right.
So.
And at least, not every game's going to look like this, but this is kind of exactly how I envisioned games would look like when Reed plays against a mid-range deck.
Yeah.
Now, Reed stumbled. He needs to get just really great draws where he curves out, has the right removal on time. But if he stumbles, it's just so hard.
It is. So, not what we want to see here for Reed Duke.
Yep.
But that's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. And a big old swing here with everything should be enough to wrap it up.
Maybe an
for
exhale.
Jake.
Okay.
Two
Some
little idiots.
2/1 chump blockers. Okay.
Frontline rush.
Yeah, but what are you still doing? They're just chump blocking. You can trade with the small creatures, I guess, but you have to let the Devotee through. You have to block all the creatures on the left, or you die.
Yeah.
So unless Reed has another removal spell, so.
Yeah, and they are all 2 power at the moment, so they.
Yeah, so Reed goes down to 1, loses his entire board. Actually, you can. The 2/3 flyer rather can block the 2/1.
Yeah.
You chump the other 2 in the middle. The Devotee on the right gets through. You go down to 1, and you still have the flyer in play. That's kind of what I imagine Reed is going to do. There's no double block scenario here, unless Reed has another removal spell in hand.
Yeah. An exhale or something.
With the drag, yeah. So this is the only block that he can make.
Okay, so Embermouth. Oh, okay.
Okay. Deal 3 damage.
Assault or maneuver, whatever it's called.
Yep.
Sweet.
Still down to 1. Yeah, I feel like Had Jake chosen the +1/+1 menace effect, this game would not have been close.
Yeah, because then you have to chuck multiple things in front of something massive just to stave off the damage. So, what do we got, Reed?
A miracle?
Yeah.
Okay.
Kitty.
That technically doesn't put you dead.
It's a 5/2.
Okay.
2 blockers, 2 critters.
5, 6, 7 power with the double block here. I wonder if Jake is considering the pummeler in the yard or if he's forgotten about it. It's very easy to forget about that, by the way. There's just so much to keep track of in these games.
So what's the sub? You're just +2/+2?
5 mana to put 2 +1/+1 counters and a reach counter on a creature.
Right.
With the siege in play, you would also draw a card because you're putting the counters on a thing.
Yeah.
So we're just going to double block here and just hope. All right, double block.
Man.
And
Wait,
yeah, I mean,
did he not attack with the little guy?
oh, didn't.
Okay.
Oh, double spell.
Oh.
Okay. That's just more.
Kitty.
That's just more chump blockers here. Oh,
Yeah.
and I think that does it here. That was a removal. Was that the dragon that killed something? I think it was.
The Stormbird?
Yeah.
Did you drop the Stormbird?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's it.
Whee! That's going to do it. Alrighty. So I thought Reed was mounting a comeback there. It looked pretty good so far, but then nope. Removal spells will get you dead there. So GG to Jake, picking up a win there against one of our heroes for the weekend, Reed Duke. But a pretty tough spot to be in for Reed, nonetheless.
Yeah, I don't know that his shield just has the power.
Yeah.
Reed's obviously an all-timer, great player, but he's got a really, really big uphill battle with the deck that he submitted for this event. It's going to be tough. But you know what? He just didn't have the mana to support a good multicolor deck. And that's the thing. You need all of the things to align to have a good seal deck. You need good mana, good bums, and removal. And if you just don't get all 3 of those to align, it's going to be hard to get 6 wins in this field.
It's going to be tough indeed. We are going to go into round 3, but first we're going to take a short break. So we shall see you after this.
hanging out with you here at Spotlight Dragons, live from Denver, Colorado, a large-scale, competitive, limited tournament. Patrick, I could not be more excited.
I appreciate everyone coming to my city, first of all. I want to get that out of the way. Second, it took quite an offer from Star City Games to get me to commentate on this thing rather than playing it.
Yeah.
Big limited tournament for someone of my vintage. It's hard to say no to it. But they were able to dangle the carrot of working with you in front of me. And so I was willing to put a pause on playing in the event, come out and commentate, and I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, me too, Patrick. We've never commentated together. This is the first time. You're all witnessing it here live on air for the first time. But the players out there, hundreds and hundreds of players playing in this event, so incredibly excited for the tournament this weekend. What does it feel like to have a large-scale limited event back here with people playing for large sums of money?
It is so cool, and in part because, again, for a person of my vintage, Nick Miller has just been sitting over there while we were waiting to go on the air, and he's just looking up at me and saying a name of a player who's in attendance, who I have not thought of in 20 years. Mike Atron, Pro Tour champion.
Yeah.
Ben Seck, multiple Grand Prix champion in limited, came from England to play on this thing.
Yes.
So it's been really fun for me just to go around the room and interact with people who I thought I was never going to see this person again, certainly in a competitive Magic context. The room's full of excitement. You got over 1,200 people here, and the energy is just fantastic.
Yeah, so we're so excited that you're all along with the ride with us as well. Let's take a quick peek at the schedule here for this tournament. If you're just joining us here this weekend, welcome in. Today is sealed deck all day. Today we're playing 8 rounds of Swiss. That means players play people on the same match wins as they do. Day 2 is going to be draft, so you are definitely want to come back and see draft tomorrow. This format is awesome. Have you been liking it, Patrick?
I have, and part of what I really enjoy about this format so far is that sealed and draft are very different animals.
Yes.
In sealed, because of the mana fixing and because so much of the power of the set is nested in gold cards, you're just kind of trying to pick and choose how can I cobble together all of my best cards and be able to cast things reliably. Draft is a much more streamlined experience, and some of those 2 and 3 color strategies that you really don't see emerge in sealed, maybe you see individual cards that speak to it,
Sure.
but you don't see a prowess deck or a flurry deck. That becomes very different when we get to day 2. So day 1 and day 2 should be entirely different experiences.
All right, everybody, players are ready. We are in round 3 here in the building. Let's head on down to the feature match area. We have 2 featured players we are watching here this weekend. We'll be watching them until they are out of contention or until they are out of top 8 contention, day 2 contention or top 8 contention. Luis Scott-Vargas, the first player we're going to be focusing on. Frontier Bivouac. Good start here for Luis, whose deck is all 5 colors.
Not surprising. This is a format that is very conducive to playing 5 colors, particularly in sealed. But Luis has a history of stretching the mana kind of no matter what.
Oh, yes. he certainly loves to do exactly that. He's got a Temur Monument in play now, too, so he's working his way to fixing his mana. And now we have one of those Dragonstorms. Here's the black Dragonstorm from the opponent, Branson Mitchell, which deals 2 damage. And so if you can keep recurring that by playing different dragons out of your hand, it can be kind of sweet.
Yeah, Luis has one as well, in the white one, the Teeming Dragonstorm.
Yeah, I love that one.
The Monument's probably among the most important cards for this sealed format. The mana fixing is really important, and the creature that they generate is maybe a mana more expensive than you would pay for a card in your hand, but between the mana fixing and the card advantage, the Monuments are critical.
Absolutely they are, especially in sealed when you don't always open the lands that you might need to make things work. Here's Glacial Dragon Hunt from Luis Scott-Vargas. We're going to draw a card. If we discard a non-land card, we're going to do 3 to something, take care of that creature from Branson Mitchell.
And you see Luis here with a lot of lands entered the battlefield tap. The Scour Barrels here gains 1 life. This sealed format can be a bit on the slow side as a function of all the lands entering the battlefield tapped and the amount of life gain that those lands provide as well.
Oh, Kersey Revenant, the play here from Branson Mitchell. We saw this card earlier today in action. This is a 3/3 Death Touch Flying Lifelinker. Gross.
And the format, as I said, can be a little bit on the slow side, but there are a handful of cards, particularly at rare, that if your opponent's able to play on curve can really speed the game up. Black has a handful of rares, and that's one of them.
Coda's the Fangkeeper for Luis Scott-Vargas. I happen to really love this card. If it connects, you can play cards off of your at the top of your opponent's deck, which is very cool. Gets really out of control if you're able to put any kind of counters on Codis. Here's the Carsey Revenant getting in for 3, so we're going to do a 3-point life swing here from Branson.
And even if it isn't able to connect, it's a pretty strong blocker that's going to cover basically anything on the ground. But yeah, if you can start connecting, if you start pumping it up, things can get out of control.
Branson continuing to develop the board here. I love this 2/3 dog that when it taps, you get to put a land into your hand. Put a land into your hand if you hit a land off the top. Another great way to fix your mana here in a format where that is so incredibly important. Luis, off to a bit of a slower start here on 16 to Branson Mitchell's 25 already this early in the game.
Yeah, but Luis loves to settle in. not in any sort of rush here. Plays fast, but settles in.
I love that. Ice Ridge Serpent here for Luis is going to bounce the dog back to Branson's hand.
And now this attack here from Codis is going to put Branson to the test here.
What do? Codis is indestructible. Looking at the top 2 here for Luis. No hit. Back over to Branson Mitchell on 23. Mountain is the play. Carsey Revenant continuing to attack. Luis Scott-Vargas down to 13. Mitchell up to 26. Oof. All right, here we got a 5/5 elephant for Mitchell.
And another very critical part of this sealed format, the 2 5/5s stapled to one card. When you're playing a matchup or a tenor that's a little bit on the slower side, it's often about how many 2-for-1s that you can muster. Things that impact the battlefield, like large creatures, even better.
That card is so good. I mean, you have to deal with both halves of it at some point in the game. You just can't ignore it.
Setting aside any of all the cards that care about having 4 more power, there's sideways synergies. Just getting 2 5/5s out of one card is already a pretty good deal, but it also unlocks some synergies on the other side here. So it's threatening in 2 different ways.
Pass back over to Luis. Tapping 3. All right, he's got a Monastery Messenger here. Nice little Jeskai card he's able to play thanks to all of his various colors of mana.
Paid it for 3. I've run into playing this thing for 4 or 5 sometimes. Luis has got it covered.
Well, absolutely. All the cards that are like this with the 2 bird mana, you can pay 4 for them and you're perfectly happy.
And Luis, turn 5 has all 5 colors of mana. Everything's covered.
All right, we're going to put a counter onto the Carsey Revenant. Here from a renew ability in the graveyard from Branson Mitchell. Oh, with a trample counter as well. Champion of Doosan was the renew creature.
Yeah, I assume here with Branson wants to go on the offensive here, he's putting the counter there because that card is so good on defense that it would be an odd thing to pump if you were trying to hold back. You'd want to spread it out somewhere different. So Branson seeing a good spot to attack here. Only the 1 flyer. Everything else is kind of covered or innocuous. And so Branson wants to get on the offensive here while Luis is missing land drops.
Yeah, Luis Scott-Vargas down to just 9 life to Mitchell's 30 right now. So in a tough spot here in game number 1, round 3. Both of these players currently 2-0 in the tournament. Remember, you need to have a record of 6-2 or better to advance to day 2 and start drafting. And a lot of players of Luis's caliber really want to hit draft tomorrow because they've been doing a lot of prep work and know that's where their prep will really shine.
Yeah, sealed deck, it's, to some degree, you're beholden to just the quality of your pool, as we see an exhale here from Luis to deal 4 damage.
Finally, get that thing off the table. It's only gained Mitchell 10 life, probably more.
Well, also, we're only halfway done with the impact of that thing, so we'll come back to that later.
Yes. That's very true.
Luis, we were talking in between rounds, and he said that he would give his deck a 7 out of 10, nothing special.
Okay.
But when you get to draft, it's very different.
Yeah, they've been players have been hanging out in Luis's house all week long testing this format, and they feel like they've got an excellent grip on draft, so I'm very excited to see them do some work tomorrow. That was a Fanekeeper's familiar, excuse me, from Branson here, but is into the yard.
Yeah, I believe that was a Dispelling Exhale.
Nice. Good use of that.
Another part of that cycle. They're all commons. They all functionally act as removal spells. This is the counterspell one.
Another Traveling Botanist for Mitchell. Monastery Messenger. Looked like it was going on the attack there for Luis.
Vigilance.
It is Vigilance. All right.
Yep.
It was 28 for Mitchell.
Yeah. Don't worry about it. Luis didn't know either.
Hey, look.
Yeah, it's okay.
It's fine. The set released yesterday, all right? Calm down. Teamer Tawny pack for Luis Scott-Vargas. I love this guy. 4/3, draw a card, discard. 3 mana if you can swing it.
A very important card in Sealed. Maybe a little bit less in Draft, but so much about these games is just sort of managing your mana, making sure that you hit your land drops without flooding out. And so effects that loot typically overperform in Sealed. Usually you're paying a cost in whatever the body is, but a 4/3 for 3 is on curve.
And he also got some value there, putting a Karu Goldkeeper into the graveyard, which has a renewability as well. It's kind of like you have a second hand if you're able to build your Sultai deck in the way that it was meant to be built.
And in Sealed, that stuff is going to come up incidentally no matter what. Even if you're not really a Sultai deck, if what Luis is doing is pretty common, it's 5 colors and all the mana fixing and all the good stuff, you're going to incidentally end up with some of that stuff anyway. So even if you want a dedicated Sultai deck, your deck is likely to have 1 or 2 instances of that keyword.
Here's an attack with the elephant from Branson, and Luis lines up the team quadruple block. What do you got?
Yeah, eventually you get to a point when you're double blocking and you're like, well, if they have a removal spell, it's bad. Then you put a third thing in there and say, well, they have a removal spell and a pump spell, that's bad. You put everything in front, they're very likely to play anything into it, so just move on with things.
Hey, it came out okay there for Luis. Just bird down. All right, we're going to harmonize using our Traveling Botanist. There, make another 5/5. That dog is good.
Yeah. I can already tell you're a much better singer than I am. My dog barks at me when I sing.
Well, we've just got to do a little bit more.
Okay.
Practice. Oh, nice. All right, so we're putting 2 counters here on Kodos the Fanekeeper. So now if we connect, we get to look at 4.
Yeah. So still can't cast it because you still got to be, or excuse me, we are casting. But we can only cast 4s or less. Yeah.
Yes. So, oh my God, we hit 2 things here for Luis. Another Teamer Tawny back and an Obzon Monument. That's so sick.
Got a little chuckle out of the table spotter.
Oh, did it? He's like, luck, skill, and victory. Luck is the first of those 3 for Luis here.
I don't know. Looking at 4/4, you know, you got a lot of looks at it.
That's true. That's
hard
true.
to miss.
Good point. Back over to Branson, and Luis has really turned this game around from a position that did not look advantageous to him. But like you said, he just had to settle on in.
But also look at the mana here on Branson's side. This looks like a pretty significant disadvantage in the matchup just because Luis's fixing is so much better.
That's a great point, yeah.
Luis has the 2 orbs on top of all the dual lands, and so even maybe missing some land drops or not coming out that smoothly, once Luis finds land number 6, mana number 7, everything's going to play very smoothly from here. There's a chance here that Branson's not been able to play very efficiently just because the colored mana symbols have not lined up with the lands.
Absolutely, and that's just the way the cookie crumbles when you're playing Sealed deck here. Here's a Dragonfire Blade on Dakotas. Oh, that's nice. By the way, that elephant now has Death Touch, Lifelink, and Flying.
But none of this answers Kodos. This is just indestructible, and as long as Luis keeps adding power to it, I mean, honestly, Branson's at risk of getting decked here.
Wow, check this out. 3 enormous hits from Luis off that Kodos. And that's going to be that. Branson Mitchell scoops him on up. That's Luis Scott-Vargas getting game number 1 here in round 3.
Yeah, Branson's had enough of getting dunked on by his own cards and is happy to just move on and try again in game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes.
You can tell, if you just saw in the lower left-hand corner there, Luis's reaction, got a little giggle there at the end.
Yeah.
Luis has won a lot of matches in his day and over the course of his illustrious career. But every once in a while, he has a win that's so delectable for him that you get a little chuckle at the end.
Hey, that was a good win. Well-deserved chuckle there from Luis. Branson Mitchell's like, can I stop hitting myself, please, with these cards? Okay, let's take a look at some upcoming events, everybody. This is your hometown. What about my hometown? SCGCON Minneapolis coming up May 2nd through the 4th. It's a regional championship there. You can check it out at starcitygames.com/SCGCON. So coming up here pretty soon. My friends in Minneapolis, hope to see you there.
And as someone who recently competed in the SCG Regional Championship in Portland, if you do qualify for this event, my recommendation would be to test at least one match. It would be very useful. Coming in cold, not knowing what the cards did, that set me back.
That was rough.
Set me back a little bit. I'm not saying I would have won the thing, but if you do qualify, if you're going to bother to show up to the thing, play a few rounds ahead of time. You have some friends, you hop onto Arena, you have some resources out there. Don't be reading staple cards of the format during your feature matches. It does not look good. It doesn't feel good.
Wait, were you really?
Oh, yeah. Round one I played against Boros Energy, and I was like, I mostly knew what was going on.
Yeah.
And most of their stuff is on the main phase. Like, you have some time to catch up. But they played that Ghost Vacuum, and
oh yeah,
I was every turn was a new mystery revealed to me. So,
wow, that's exciting. If nothing else.
Oh yeah, learning as you go is kind of sweet. But if you're gonna get on a plane, you're gonna qualify, get a couple rounds under your belt ahead of time. This is not meant to be financial advice, but I would encourage it. Life advice.
Format is standard in Minneapolis, by the way. It's a $100,000 prize pool. You get Pro Tour invites. There's Worlds invites on the line. Live coverage as well on Twitch and YouTube. So check it out May 2nd through 4th, SCGCON in Minneapolis. I will try and stop by because that sounds awesome.
And I do love regionals, do love big constructed events, but there is something so soothing about a big Linen event.
Oh,
no one's asking for cards. You just show up. There's no posts on Twitter the night before.
I need 4 of this.
Yeah, I need $1,200 worth of cards. Do any strangers I know have them that would borrow? You don't have to worry about it.
No, and
so relaxing.
That's why I think it's limited is such a wonderful entry point for people who are learning Magic as well, because you don't got to show up with a deck or anything. You just sit down, crack open 6 packs, and make the best with what you got.
And just enjoy the nuts and bolts of the game.
Yes.
It's a lot of attacking and blocking. And Luis did a quadruple block on a vanilla creature in the last game just because I don't really know what's going on over there, so let's just be safe.
And it was beautiful.
You don't see a lot of that in Constructed.
All right, here we go. We are off to the races in game number 2. Obzon Monument kicking things off for Branson Mitchell. Luis is going to start at 21 here with a gain land, a tap land, which gains him a life. And you said earlier this weekend, you're like, most of these games you start at 24.
Yeah, you have a lot of cushion. It's still reasonable to want to take the play because getting leverage inside of combat, being on the front foot is still valuable for the purposes of board presence. But it's really rare to just get run out of a game.
Yeah.
Assuming that you are making your land drops, and the common lands are a big part of that.
All right, we were able to cancel a spell there from Branson Mitchell. So no creature stuck on the board there. That was a Champion of Doosan. Has 3 total in his main deck.
Yeah, that's the other counter that Luis has access to. I believe that's the Spectral Denial. Yeah.
All right, and there's a Spelling Exhale to take care of that Dragonstorm from Branson, which seems critical to him because he doesn't have a lot of dual lands in his deck. Luis's favorite card in the format, I'm going to call it, there it is, Dragonstorm Globe.
I think his favorite cards are actually the modest counters lining up the right way.
Yeah, well, yeah, for sure. And in this moment specifically.
Beautiful.
Counter spells, not always good in every limited format, but I've got to say, so far this weekend, both of these cards, Dispelling Exhale and the other counter he played, are overperforming.
There's a couple things going on there. One is just the games are a lot about 5 and 6 mana cards, and counter spells are going to be good there. And also, people are not necessarily playing their cards on time.
Yeah.
Because the lands enter the battlefield tapped, because you don't always have all of your mana fixed right away. Those cards have a longer window to be relevant than in some faster formats where it's your sealed deck's 2 colors and all the lands are coming into play untapped.
Glacial Dragon Hunt taking care of that creature from Branson Mitchell there. 22-20 in favor of LSV. In for some more damage. Down to 20.
Subtle thing going on here. I'm curious if Luis, I'm sure Luis has picked up on it. Your opponent started on Swamp Island and played an Obzon Monument. Did not get a Plains.
Yes.
And now has played a bunch of lands and still has not played the Plains. Luis might be playing as though there's no white in the deck and that Monument can't be activated.
Sure, yeah. That seems like a safe bet there.
Oh, we got a little Sultai Mrs. Snake action going on there.
Oh yes, we had our Temur Tanibac countered. That snake is really excellent. That's Fanekeeper's Familiar. It's a 3/3 and it has a bunch of different options that you can choose when it hits the battlefield. Huge attack here from Branson Mitchell. Luis down to 12. He does have tools in his deck to come back from this kind of deficit, though. We saw it last game.
I mean, the way the board is set up right now, obviously Branson can have cards in hand that complicates things, but even a large creature would kind of put the brakes on. Luis has enough of a cushion life total-wise that if he can just deploy something large, that could stabilize here.
All right, he's got the Blizzard. So we're giving these creatures -3, -0. Draw some cards. I love it. Luis seems to always smile after he casts that card.
It's very much his language.
Yeah.
So a player like me, I want to wreck someone in combat with that thing. Luis just playing Fog, draw 3 cards, could not be happier right now.
Codis back into play for Scott-Vargas. Ooh, Skirmish Rhino. Siege Rhino's baby cousin.
And so now Luis is sort of stabilizing the battlefield a little bit, has a little bit more life to play with. So the burn on Branson here is either to find something with flying or is otherwise evasive, or have some removal because combat's going to become very arduous for him very soon.
Carsey Revenant, there you go. Just like you said, there's a flyer. Card did a lot of work in game number 1. Flying Death Touch Lifelink. And gives that those abilities to somebody else after you renew it from the graveyard. So once again, the question back to Luis. Can you answer this?
And the way that Branson's constructed his deck is very nice as far as the Revenant goes. The issue with this card, I mean, it's a fantastic card, don't get me wrong, but having double black on turn 3 with 3 untapped lands, not an easy thing to do. Imagine you have Luis's deck. That's not going to occur very often. Branson, with a lot of plains and a lot of swamps and a lot of basics, can actually play this on time.
Nice. Stormplane Detainment is going to take care of that Revenant as well and exile it so it can't come back from the graveyard with its counters.
Yeah, we have essentially an Oblivion Ring here. Tired and true staple of Sealed.
Oh, yes.
Of course Luis would have that thing. the Grindhouse.
Okay, so he's given the Dragonfire Blade to Codis and attacking. What are you going to do?
The Quarry Mountain Monastery.
Ah, Quarry Mountain Monastery. Yes, these lands for the various guilds are almost, with the exception of the blue land, I would say, really powerful and really nice if you can get one into your deck. Great for the late game.
I mean, even the blue one would be kind of nice against Luis.
That's true.
They're certainly the weakest of the 5 in this setting.
Oh, the turtle!
Oh, yeah.
Here's Monastery Messenger, and we're going to put that Bewildering Blizzard back on top, baby.
and a little chuckle from Luis settling in.
Oh, my God. This is too good.
Just fantasizing about what the next turn is going to look like.
Ooh, would I give all those creatures -3, -0 and draw some cards again?
Or just sit with it in my hand, just look
Right,
at it.
yeah.
Even that's good.
Okay, we're going to put a counter here on to Alchemist's Assistant. Does have lifelink, double block from Luis. And it's going to be Alesha's Legacy.
And Luis is willing to kind of risk it there because any commitment of mana, resources, attackers makes it much more likely that his legend here on the way back is going to be much more effective. Because you're either chump blocking or allowing the hit to happen. So even though that block looks bad, I think Luis is just kind of saying any exchange that happens inside of this combat is pretty trivial in the scheme of things as long as this ball keeps rolling.
Very good point. Back over to Luis. We'll see what he does here first in his turn. Every color of mana under the sun here that he could possibly want.
Just deciding if he wants to spin his tires with the Mountain Monastery first, or
Yeah.
if he actually needs all 10 mana to do what's already in his hand. Also, how you tap really matters when you're revealing blind. A lot of things to think about.
All right, we've got the Ambling Storm Shell here from Luis. Great little turtle friend.
One of my favorite designs in the set.
Oh, I love it. It's so turtly.
It's very whimsical,
Yeah.
but also threatening.
Do you remember what was it, like a 5/7 turtle that no, it was more than that. When it attacked, it like exiled itself for a few turns and then came back.
Oh, I do remember the card. I don't have the name. It's gonna kill me. But I know what you're talking about.
I'm sorry. But I love that too because hey man, it's turtle flavored. Turtle flavor.
And it's just another slow ancestral for Luis.
Yep.
Scratching multiple itches here.
Oh, so gross. There's a Sultai Devotee for Branson. The Devotee's very, very important in this format. Meandering Tower Shell. Thank you.
Beautiful.
Another big attack from Luis here. We've got the Botanist coming on in, reveal the land into the hand. It goes, good doggy. And then we're going to draw 3 cards, and the turtle is going to take a little nap. That was hard work.
You might not be able to see it, but this is Luis in his mind palace right now.
I'm serious.
Just so happy. Look at all of my stuff. I haven't even got to do all my stuff.
And there is Branson Mitchell extending the hand. Luis Scott-Vargas 2 games to 0 here in round 3. Advances to 3-0 undefeated.
Yep, pretty classic game of Sealed there. You know, took some lumps. Had to set up shop a little bit, but had a lot more 2-for-1s, creatures that generate a lot more value than you saw on the other side of the battlefield. And Luis had a couple spots of being able to judiciously gain a little bit of life to be able to weather that initial storm and eventually overwhelm with all the extra cards.
You're right, too. When you see his video in the corner, you can just...
Hold on. I'm gonna
There's something radiating off of him, right? It's
a little Luis shuffle.
Yeah. Just the joy of being in that position.
Looking at stuff in my hand, and I don't even know if I have time to activate my land because I have so much stuff in my hand already.
There's too much stuff to do.
Couldn't be happier.
It's just wonderful to see so many people out here having such a great time playing competitive limited again.
And I want to throw it out there just from our own end, too. We got a lot of eggs in the LSV basket this weekend.
Sure do.
Our coverage gets a lot more complicated if he busts out, so we're happy to see him at 3-0 as well.
Yes, thank you, Luis, for making it easy on us. The other player we're watching this weekend is none other than Reed Duke. Let's head on down to his match right now. Reed Duke, the difference in these decks could not be more stark. This is a very aggressive red-white deck. Reed is currently 1-1, lost last round, but he wants to be off to a quick start, and sure enough, here he is with Descendant of Storms, a 2-1-for-1.
It's fascinating. You get a limited tournament with 1,200 people in it. Some decks are going to break the mold a little bit. I played at the pre-release last weekend with Matt Nass, recent Pro Tour champion. His sealed deck was 2 colors. Now, I think that 3, 4, 5 is a lot more common, but every once in a while you are going to run into be it because of certain rares or just the way your card pool breaks, that you do have some, nuts and bolts beatdowns here from someone like Reed Duke.
And we are going to put a counter on this Descendant of Storms too, which is really nice when they attack there from Reed, Bearer of Glory, for David Galperin on the other side.
So the Descendant of Storms I had in my sealed deck, and it's great if you have it on turn 1, but the average sealed deck, it's not going to have untapped white mana very frequently.
Yeah.
Reed's in the position, you're just playing 2 colors with a bunch of basics. That's in your opening hand. It's likely to be on time, and then you start really running downhill if this thing is unchecked.
Man, I love this card that David just played, this 2/4. You can pay 1 to sacrifice a creature and draw a card. Hardened Tactician. It's sick. And also as a brick wall kind of a little bit here for Reed.
Well, Reed can go up to...
Yeah, he could put another counter.
But it would be the entire turn.
So instead we're going to play our Rescue Leopard. 4/2, Rummager. Makes sense that a cat would rummage.
Man, I know I'm a little late to the party here, and I don't mean to be speaking ill of our friend here, but Reed's deck looks putrid. It's not his fault.
Wow.
It's just the cards that got open, but these are a lot of... If these cards are in your sealed deck, you're in some trouble.
Oh, God. Caustic Exile and Twin Bolt take care of both of his creatures. And now we're going to attack. We've got the 2/4, the Bearer of Glory, and poor Reed. Well, I mean, look, sometimes you have to build the aggressive deck if you don't open the 5-color nonsense.
Maybe he's got Hill Giant this turn.
Oh,
or
my God.
Rock of Care Ridges.
Bird.
Pearled Unicorn, perhaps. Reed would never crack in this spot.
Look, they don't print Hill Giant anymore, don't you know?
I know. There's like there's a 4-mana 3/3 flyer with Mobilize, and it's medium.
Irration Sunshield. How about a 3/4 for 4? It can tap something for a white.
Yeah. Reed really went deep in the 25-cent bin here.
Oh my God. Look,
it's not his fault.
It's not his fault. Oh, and a lot of removal here from David as well. There's a Molten Exhale.
Oh, Reed.
Look at him.
Poor Reed.
He can hear you. That's what it is. He's so sad because you're roasting him like a chicken on a Sunday.
I'm not roasting. None of this is his fault. His opponent spends 2 mana to kill his 4-mana thing and then attacks for 7 and draws a bunch of cards.
Delkov and Pack Beasts, 2 from David. This is the 0/4 Ox that it has Mobilized 3. I kind of love this card. It's so weird. All right, Mardu Devotee.
Oh, wow.
Not looking good for Duke.
Come on, big dog.
I do love the Scry 2 on this Devotee, though, especially in a Mardu deck where you're trying to get rid of those lands.
So far, I'm tracking a separate number. The number is 1, I believe, and it is the times in this game that Reed has attacked or blocked.
Oh.
I think it was just turn 2.
Yeah, I think you're right. Not what you want to do with an aggressive red-white build.
Ooh, left them both on top.
Okay. Okay, top.
That's exciting.
We're going to play another Snow Kitty out here. 4/2.
What? Can we play his deck tech after this?
We got the nod, yes.
Man.
We got the nod, yes.
Man.
But here's the thing. Reed is such an optimist, right? And he'll do the deck and he'll be like, you know what? I didn't open the pool I wanted, but I did the best that I could.
No, he has the soul of someone who really honors the spirit of competition. His circumstances aren't good. That doesn't matter. It is what it is, and it's on him to do the best that he can with what he's gotten. It's an honorable perspective. But it doesn't have to be mine right now. I can just enjoy what's happening.
Well, what's happening is an enormous attack from David here. The Ox coming in as well. It has Vigilance. It's an 0/4, but it's coming along with 3 Mobilized Warriors. And then we've got another 2 coming in from that Bearer of Glory. Jeez. But remember, Reed went top, everybody. So what was it? There's some blocks. Okay. We're going to sacrifice how many we're going to do here. Draw. Twin Bolt. Twin Bolt your face.
I guess we'll never know what was on top.
I know. I really actually do want to know.
Me too. Oh, me too.
What could it have been?
Shivan Dragon? I'm not sure. I mean, let's
Hill
go
Giant.
Let's go to the tape.
Sure.
Let's go to the tape here. Hold on.
Let's take a look at another upcoming event, everybody. SCGCON Hartford is coming your way May 16th through the 18th. Also a regional championship, just like Minneapolis. It's going to be standard as well. $100,000 prize pool. Once again, Pro Tour invites, World Championship invite, live coverage on Twitch and YouTube. Check it out on StarCityGames.com/SCGCon. All right, here we are right away, jumping into game number 2. That's Quarry Mountain Monastery there for Reed Duke. A cool land that's better in the late game to help you find some card advantage.
Especially with all the top-end power Reed has.
Ooh, Reed changed his deck. Check this out.
Okay.
Hey, all right, here we go. Enoch Wayfarer. Reed. We're going to get this forest into hand. And this is a cool thing you can do in a sealed deck tournament, right? Is show up with one deck and then sideboard into a completely different one.
There's a couple different sort of sideboarding philosophies. Sometimes it's very straightforward, like disenchants against artifacts and enchantments. Sometimes it's a set has color hosers, your death marks and flash freezes work against the right opponents. But sometimes, especially for someone of Reed's ability level, you can kind of sense either, one, I misbuilt my deck, or two, this matchup is such that my green cards, even if they're abstractly weaker, could be better suited for this game.
Right. Enoch Wayfarer here getting in a couple of times. And now we've got a Sagu Pummeler. I actually love this card, 4/4, Reach, and has renewability from the graveyard to give a +1/+1 counter and a Reach counter to another creature.
Yeah, I mean, very efficiently statted, good on offense, good on defense, good early, good late. Some very nice nuts and bolts common.
Reed able to put up a big creature here. Didn't do a lot of that in game number 1.
No. The first game was pretty rough from an attacking and blocking standpoint.
Oh my god. Okay, so we had a Caustic Exile Twin Bolt combo there to take down both of Reed's creatures from David. Sag.
Taking a little wind out of Reed's sails, but also, it's 2 cards for 2 cards. One of the
Sure.
cards that died has some play in the graveyard, so as far as all of your creatures dying again goes, that one was okay.
All right, that Quarry Mountain Monastery saw an island there at the top for Reed Duke at the end of David's turn. He had just passed back, so now we're going to be able to play that. So we've sideboarded full teamer here. Nice. David, once again, just going to pass the turn, and this is where these cards kind of start to show off, this Mountain Monastery. Pulling ahead here for Reed, another Forest revealed. What are we casting? All right, Karakit Guardian, one of the best uncommons in this set. This thing has hexproof until it deals damage. Also flying and vigilance, no big deal. Oh, trample.
Yeah, the classic mythic uncommon.
Yeah. No, Hill Giant, this card is not.
You ever have the experience of the pre-release, you're playing against people who say, haven't played Magic in a long time, or
Yeah,
maybe this is my first event, or whatever. And no judgment, but maybe they're not always playing the most efficiently. A couple of my opponents in that space got me good with this one.
Oh, yeah.
It was enough. It was enough a few times to take me down.
Absolutely. Stadium Headliner was the play there from David last turn. This is a little 1/1. Mobilize 1 in a red. You can sacrifice it and deals damage to a creature equal to the number of creatures you control. So not great right here. In comes the Guardian for 6. Whoosh. All right, Rescue Leopard made the cut here for game number 2.
Yeah. Well, I don't get the impression there was an embarrassment of riches hanging out in Reed's sideboard. Like, maybe the teamer deck is better contextually or in absolute terms, but we're still going to see some of the superstars from game 1.
This was an attempt at a Dragon's Prey, but we got to pay more because Karakit Guardian is a dragon.
Right, so I don't know exactly what the ruling is here. I guess we'll find it in a moment, but it's a 3-mana kill spell or 5 if it's targeting a dragon. David only had 4 mana available.
Right.
So they're just saying unwind it and move along.
Yeah. Like you just can't cast it, so. And there we go. Full 5 mana, Karakit Guardian down. Try land pass.
And with David really not doing very much, Reed can kind of measure his threats in such a way where he's developing his board while also activating the Quarry Mountain Monastery every single turn. So he's still applying pressure on the battlefield, but if the game happens to slow down, he'll also have some extra cards to work with.
David here is actually reading the other kind of cool rare land that Reed has, which is Kislev Village, which lets you take a Scry 2, I want to say. And we're going to put a trample counter onto the Leopard here from the Sagu Pummeler. Ooh, this looks like Dragonclaw Strike, so we're going to double the power and toughness, deal with that Stadium Headliner, and hit for a huge point of damage. Channel Dragonfire. That's enough! Reed Duke taking down game number 2.
Game 3. Reed with a little pep and a step.
Let's go, Reed! That was cool.
Yeah, that was cool. Cool conversion. Now we'll see, do we go back to the white cards for game number 3?
Ooh. I don't know.
Well, the thing is here that even if you don't intend on doing it, you got to make your opponent think you could be doing it.
Yeah.
So you got to shuffle in all your white cards and then take them all out and then present the same deck you had in game number 2. I'm not.
I know people do it. I know people do it.
Because, you know, what kind of cards does David want to sideboard is going to be a function of what deck does he think that you're going to present. He's probably going to assume that you are going to show the same deck that in game number 2 because you won. That's the default assumption.
Yeah.
But the technically appropriate thing to do here is you see Reed shuffling up to 80 cards and then cutting so David doesn't know for sure if Reed is on Teamer or on Boros.
Wow, that was actually pretty cool. I don't know if I've ever seen anybody do that before. Like,
yeah, it's that's what I mean about the honoring competition. It doesn't matter that you're 1-1. It doesn't matter that obviously you're not putting those white cards back in. For God's sakes, that's not happening. We all know that. But it's what's the technically correct thing to be doing.
yes.
And that's how you honor the spirit of competition.
And crucially, too, the pros will tell you every time, like, the most important thing to think about in getting better at sealed deck is sideboarding.
For sure. So there's the 2 easy things, which are just the, disenchants and color hosers.
Yeah.
The third thing is you have a sense of what the speed of the format is going to look like, and sometimes it's going to be on the faster side, it's going to be on the slower side, just kind of depending on the shape of the format. Let's take something like Ringing Strike Mastery. That card has a range, theoretically, of a 1-mana removal spell, which is crazy, or basically do nothing.
Right.
If the games are fast, it's a removal spell. If the game's slow, it's nothing. So you might have a sense how fast the format is on average and say, I'm going to play this card or not game 1 just because of how good it appears to be. But then you play against someone like Reed and his red-white deck in round number 2. There's not a lot of people out there playing a deck like that, but a tournament of 1,200 people, there's going to be a few.
Yep.
And suddenly that card becomes a lot better. Whatever you thought about it before, this is a matchup where it's likely to overperform. So that's an example of a sideboard card that's a little bit more subtle, but the best players will identify it as, I'm playing sealed. I probably don't want to play this thing game number 1, but against a certain range of my opponents, it should be on the top of my sideboard and be coming in, especially when I'm on the draw, when I need to slow the game down a little bit, when that early aggression is likely to trip me up. And there's a lot of cards in all the sets, including this one, that sort of fit that bill of, well, maybe I don't really want it against the average deck or what I expect the format to look like, but a sealed tournament this large, people are going to be doing some weird stuff or have like one random rare that this is a good answer to. And so it's important to have that on your mind while you're sideboarding and not just say, those are the cards I'm not playing and ignore them for the tournament.
I do have a bone to pick with whoever named Ringing Strike Mastery, because in the other Tark here, it was Singing Bell Strike, I want to say.
Mm-hmm.
It's too close.
Yeah, you'd like to think there were enough names out there. But sometimes it looks like maybe that's not the case. I don't know.
Reed here taking mulligan, as well as the opponent, it looks like. Yeah, I just did creative text for an upcoming set, so like card names are on my brain.
They didn't let me, when I was doing a little work for them a couple of years ago, they didn't let me get near the names. There was a card that I pitched in a meeting that went into the file, and because I pitched it and it was a zombie that during your upkeep it dealt damage to you. I don't remember what it did, but the playtest name was Boomer Zombie.
Oh, that's
an
great.
homage
Yeah.
to the designer.
I love that.
It did go to print, but I don't even know what the card is.
Well, they should have kept the name. That's what I think.
I agree. But you can't really overstep your bounds when you're a contractor.
That's true. Truer words.
I'm just looking for my invoice to get acknowledged, right? I'm not trying to change the product.
I do have a pin that I wear on my lapel sometimes that just says "Pay my invoice."
Yeah. We are singing off the same sheet of music.
Mood. Hashtag mood. Let's see if these players like their 6 any better.
Something as someone who played, obviously a lot more of the older sealed formats that people aren't familiar with, you really feel the improvement in game quality with the new mulligan rules, especially in the gold formats. There's so many times where, you play Invasion block, let's say, one of the first gold blocks, if you mulligan to 6, it's just a death sentence. There's no
Really?
way you're going to be able to cast your cards. The mana fixing's too bad, and the color requirements are too extreme. Here, because the mulligan punishment is a little bit softer and there's more mana fixing at the lower rarities, you can actually play a game on 6 cards, and that
Sure.
was not always the case.
Okay, it looks like Kishla Village here for Reed Duke, and we have Dulkovan Encampment for David, which is kind of the white version of one of these rare lands. That one makes 2 red warrior creature tokens, and then you sacrifice them for 2 and a white. Looks like we're still on the teamer train, Patrick.
Not surprising.
Nope.
Reed did his best to maybe think that he was bringing in all of his squires again, but it looks like Reed is deciding to stick with the teamer plan.
Bear of Glory into play for David here. This is a 2/1 first strike when it's your turn, and you can pump up all your creatures for 4 and a white. And once again, we've got that 2/4, which is so excellent at gaining you card advantage, especially in a Mardu build.
Yeah, all your mobilized tokens that are sitting around not doing anything, that's a extremely powerful way to convert them.
Land go from Reed, 17. David still at 20. Move to attacks. Bear of Glory and the Hardened Tactician. Plus 2 warriors coming in. Sacrifice draw from David there before they die. Reed's at 12. Scoured Barrens brings David up to 21. And there is another Bear of Glory. Oh, excuse me. The other card is Voice of Victory. This one is Bear of Glory. Wow, they look very similar.
Yeah, Voice of Victory is the
It's the one that makes Mobilize 2.
the more overwhelming of the two.
Yeah.
It also means in that spot that you know, Reed's got some mana up. You don't know what's going on. Maybe there's some sweeper or flash creature you're concerned about. Voice of Victory shuts that all down.
Equilibrium Adept was the play for Reed.
Ooh.
Not great in Teamers. Best home in Jeskai, of course. It's a double strike with Flurry. Marshal of the Lost is the play here from David, which...
This card is really messed up.
yeah.
Really messed up.
You don't even have to attack with it.
Yep.
3/3 Death Touch, or whatever you attack, target creature gets +X/+X until end of turn, where X is the number of attacking creatures, which is just nasty right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I don't see a lot of cards that don't have lifelink that dominate a damage race the way that this does. It's not only just all of the power loaded up front, but the fact that you get a Death Touch blocker on the way back if you want it means that it's really hard for your opponent to... Playing offense is bad and playing defense is bad.
Yep.
If they have any sort of board position. The disadvantage of the card, to the extent there is one, is if you're behind a little bit or you don't have much of a board developed, it takes a little bit of time for the ball to get rolling. But with David already so far in front, this is going to be very challenging for Reed to overcome.
I feel like they just forgot to print whenever this creature attacks.
I think it's too dissatisfying with the mobilize stuff. I think it's supposed to be speaking to the experience of,
okay.
I mobilize
That's
and
fair.
now I pump
Yeah.
and look at what I'm doing. Isn't this awesome? I'm beating someone with no cards in play. Like, this is a game. I can't wait to go to the next Spotlight Series or maybe try to qualify for the regional championships coming up in Minneapolis or Hartford. StarCityGames.com/regionals for more information. That's why it works that way.
Channel Dragonfire is going to help out Reed here. Ooh, but it looks like we're going to kill the Sagu Pummeler. That was just the only creature we had back. And there's the handshake. Reed Duke falling here to David Galperin in round number 3. Rough matchup for Reed. Rough matchup for Reed.
Yeah, uncommons. Yeah, the opponent had a lot of uncommons. It was tough. He got one, to his credit. I mean, the game one was looking like...
Yes, bad, very bad.
This looks like he had a raffle where the winner got to build his deck for him. And game number 2 looked legit, but game 3 just a little slow out of the gates there.
Yeah,
And Voice of Victory, if you don't match up really quick, you're going to get buried. And David had a lot of nice energies to go along with the mobilized stuff on top of that.
Yes, absolutely. Well, let's find out what Reed actually did have to say while he was building his deck. Not a raffle winner, but he himself, the man, Reed Duke. Let's hear from him right now.
Welcome back to the sideboard here at Magic Spotlight Dragons, part of SCGCON Denver. I'm Nick Miller alongside Magic Hall of Famer Reed Duke. Glad to have you here. First large limited opening event in a long time. We're glad to have you as a featured player. I watched you build your sealed deck. Take us through your initial thoughts when you opened it up.
All right, well, for starters, like you said, I'm super happy to be here. Like, there's nothing better than just playing a big limited tournament. So let's keep that in perspective. The sealed deck building portion was a little disappointing for me. So the first thing that jumped off the page is, of all the awesome like mythic dragons and crazy stuff you could open, I didn't really get any of that. I think you could make a strong argument that the most powerful card in my whole sealed pool is a land, the Quarry Mountain Monastery. So definitely not what I was, dreaming of when I was going to sleep last night. The second thing is, I think in this format, a lot of the best sealed pools are going to be the ones that have the best mana fixing. That was missing for me. So I felt like I really was going to have a hard time building even a 3-color deck, let alone a 4 or 5-color one.
Yeah, and you had 2 Windscarred Crags and a Tranquil Cove where you're only lands that tap for multi-color
Yeah,
mana.
exactly. So I'm looking at like, I got some nice, sort of Abzan cards, 0 mana fixing to make that possible. So what I chose to do was lean as far as I could in the other direction and build the deck that had the very best mana base that I could get my hands on. So I ended up going with a 2-color Boros deck, no splash, no 3-color Mardu card, no 3-color Jeskai card, and I do have 2 Windscarred Crags. So I think, I might have a good claim to having the best mana base of anyone in the sealed deck portion, even though a lot of the other strengths are missing.
Right, and as I watch you break it all down, sorting everything, looking at your playables, you immediately noted the mana fixing and the red power level of the deck. Then you were kind of toying with other things. You laid out the red-white deck first, thought, this was strong or the best you could probably do, but you also had a red-green build that was interesting, and Gruul, not a color supported archetype in this format, but take us through why you didn't go that route.
Sure, so exactly right. I felt pretty good about red because I have 3 red burn spells, so like my best removal is in red. And I thought if I don't go Boros, I'll probably build a 3-color Teamer. I was laying it out. We already talked about the issue with my mana fixing's not great. My blue cards weren't really stellar, so I was like, maybe it's either Boros aggro or like kind of a Gruul aggro with 1 or 2 3-color Teamer cards. And that looked good too. Like I do have a couple nice green ones. The Surok, the 4/3 rare creature is one of the stronger cards that I have access to. So red-green even looked a little like stronger in terms of the average card quality or like the quality of my 22nd, 23rd card. But, upon reflecting, I just decided I thought the Boros was going to play out better. Like it's more easy. A lot of like this stuff is about like vision sort of, and I can envision the Boros deck working. Whereas I think the Gruul deck is just going to wind up getting outclassed and, like a ground creature stall where I'm just waiting for my opponent to play their rare and I'll wind up, not having a good experience with that one.
Yeah, another thing you mentioned was, how am I going to win the games? And while the green creatures were slightly bigger, you didn't really have the evasion. And this deck looks to be possible to go under some opponents that are kind of doing the 3 and 4 color thing.
Right, so really leaning into evasion with 2 copies of Starry-Eyed Skyrider, which I have some hard-hitting ground creatures that I can like jump into the air with that one. 2 copies of Runescale Stormbrood. So I'm kind of hoping to just build out a board, have one of these powerful flying creatures go unanswered, and then, give my opponent a hard time, even if they do have like really high card quality or they've got some bombs.
And we have some other interesting cards, and generally in Sealed, you don't see a lot of 3-mana 4/2s being played, but we have 2 of the Rescue Leopards, and you have Wild Ride in here as a way that really shows what you're trying to do. You're trying to just get a ton of damage in unexpectedly and take out the games that way.
Yeah, so I have not played with the card Wild Ride before, and that was on my list of like, okay, this is one of the cards that I can pretty much ignore for the weekend. Like, oh, it's just never going to make any of the decks that I'm trying to build. But, you know, again, you have to be flexible with what you're given and sort of have a vision for how things are going to work out. So I decided to play Wild Ride as my 23rd card with the logic of like, let's steal games against stronger decks. So if I can unexpectedly play Starry-Eyed Skyrider, Wild Ride it, attack, jump my Rescue Leopard, now you're taking 8 damage in the air that you weren't counting on. Similarly, 2 copies of Runescale Stormbrood with 5 mana, play the dragon, Wild Ride, trigger its prowess ability. That's 7 damage right out of nowhere with 2 cards. So again, just looking for some kind of like hard-hitting combinations that maybe my opponents won't, you know, be prepared for at the right time.
War Effort, another card standing out here as a way to just give your creatures a little more punching power here.
Yeah, I'm hoping War Effort will be one of the better cards in my deck, and I think Boros leverages it better than the Gruul deck would have. So I'm hoping like, yeah, really strong with Starry-Eyed Skyrider. I've got a couple of mobilized creatures. If I can just go wide and make a big attack where, you know, all my creatures are getting this permanent bonus, I think War Effort might be nice in some of these games.
All right, well, you weren't dazzled by your sealed pool. What would you give it a rating of if you had to?
All right, so once again, what I like is really good mana. I like that I'm going to finish games in time, which especially, you know, it's worth mentioning there's a 6-2 record for cut to day 2, which is pretty stiff. If you get a draw, it's really hard to achieve that record. At least the Boros deck, I'm going to get my games done. So those are 2 qualities, but all told, I would definitely consider this a below average deck. So probably something in like the, you know, 4 out of 10 deck range, where it's not a disaster, at least has some things going for it, but I would certainly, you know, take a new pool if given that option.
All right, lastly, what are your expectations going into round 1 here?
Well,
we would love to watch you draft tomorrow.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, look, this is not, I didn't come here to play like a crummy Boros aggro deck. So now the task becomes, let's scrap it out and then get to draft my fun, you know, 5-color bombs deck tomorrow. So my expectations are, I know there's going to be some frustrating games where like my opponents just play rares and I get outclassed, and that's going to feel crummy, but I'm going to be looking for every opportunity. If I can get enough of those, if I can capitalize on my opponents stumbling or having greedy mana bases, then maybe I can get to those 6 wins, and that's what I'm hoping for, you know, especially if I can get 1 or 2 wins early in the day.
Anyone that's watched you play knows you're going to fight it out. You're going to be there until the last card, until the last life point. We're going to hope to see you pull out some of those crazy wins. Reed, thanks for joining me here in the sideboard. Stay tuned to Star City Games all weekend long for the action here in Denver.
what's up, everybody? Welcome back to coverage of Spotlight Dragons live here from Denver, Colorado. We are playing Sealed Deck with Tarkir Dragonstorm, Rue Bartholdi, and Patrick Sullivan here with you in the booth as we get ready for round number 4 here in the building. This format is sweet. This event is sweet, and we've got some players who are doing pretty well out there. I'm going to give you some updates now on players who are 3-0. Mike Cron, 3-0.
Former Pro Tour champion.
Yes.
One of the greatest limited players of all time. If you ask your favorite limited player who's their favorite limited player, Atron's going to be on top of the list. Also, one of the best basketball players among the Magic Pro Tour community that I ever encountered. I never thought that he'd be at an event again, quite honestly. I didn't think he was ever going to leave his house for something like this, but in Denver, and no surprise here, 3-0.
Yes, 3-0 for Mike Cron. Matt Nass is 3-0. Pro Tour champ Matt Nass.
Yes, and also 3-0 at the pre-release that I went to. So he has been on a heater lately. Got to the finals of an RCQ in between those two events, so it's not just the Pro Tour. Manas is back to hustling in the local level, and this is a local event for him, another Denver resident, and he sits at 3-0.
That is awesome to see. Christian Calcano, the calculator, at 3-0.
Yeah, a world traveler, a lot of focus on sort of poker and seeing friends. His Twitter feed is really wholesome. It's just him smiling in front of a game.
He's a wholesome guy.
Smiling in front of a game store, smiling in front of a tennis match that he's watching, with a friend at dinner. It's really good stuff. Loves to game. It's got a lot going on in his life, so we can't ever make it out to everything. But a limited event inside the United States, just one of those old grinders who's not going to turn down an opportunity like this.
Absolutely. I can also report that Nicole Tipple is starting out this tournament 3-0, member of Sanctum of All.
I know she's really good, and it's one of those I feel very old being around her because I'm almost sure that my first Pro Tour that I played in was before she was born.
Wow.
So to see someone come up the ranks that quickly at that age.
Admitting it live on air.
Yeah, it's a humbling experience, but no surprise, one of the top grinders right now in the United States and also sitting on an undefeated record.
Absolutely. And my two buddies from Minneapolis, Greg Michael and Matt Sicking Johnson, also at 3-0, starting off this tournament very well, representing the Minneapolis contingent. Let's take a look at the prizes here for the tournament this weekend, because if you come out to one of these events, there's awesome prizes, and these spotlight events also always have different prizes as well too, so that's kind of a cool, unique thing. Top 8 get an invitation to the Pro Tour, which is very, very exciting. Huge prize there. Top 128 get a Sword of Forge and Frontier. Winner takes home $10,000 plus a full case of Tarkir Dragonstorm collector boosty boxes.
And I think part of the reason that you're seeing a lot of the old-time players come out of the woodwork for something like this, something that we always enjoyed about the older elements of organized play, were tournaments where you just show up and play, and part of the prize is getting to the Pro Tour.
Yeah.
You know, the regional championships are great, but you do have to win an RCQ to get that invite, and there's a question of how much time and energy you're willing to commit to that process. A limited tournament with cash prizes, I'm already there.
Yeah.
And if you're telling me that all it takes is for me to show up and play and do well, and I get an opportunity to go to the Pro Tour, that's very appealing for someone of my era of Magic.
Yes.
And so the Mike Crons and Christian Calcanos and Ben Sex of the world coming out for this tournament, that is part of the allure. Because I'm not, you know,
it's one and done.
I love local organized play. I'm not going to go to a local shop and grind that hard. Like, that's just where I'm at right now.
Yeah.
It used to be for me, and now it's not. But something like this, where it's just show up, I don't even have to build a deck. You give me my packs. I don't need to do anything. I maybe need to buy some sleeves, and that's all. That's an incredible event for some of the older players and players that I came up with. And so it's been very cool seeing some of them show up for this, where, you know, some other events in this sort of space, maybe they wouldn't be so inclined to. But this is really custom tailored, not only for a newer generation of players, but for us old heads as well.
Ooh, and we're going to see Calcano versus Nicole Tipple in one of the matches, hopefully later, coming up. Oh, it's the off-camera match. All right. Well, it is in our feature match area, so we'll have our eyes on it. We can update you as to what happens, but that's a very cool match up there, too.
Very cool. And another former Pro Tour champion who came out for this one.
Yes.
Tom Martell.
Yep.
And do you know when Tom booked his flight?
Yesterday?
Yesterday evening.
Nailed it.
Just was thinking about going and just was looking and seeing the posts. Started to get the itch.
Yep.
Took a look. Let's look at what it takes LAX to Denver. Guess what? There's 1 million flights, and Tom's here as well, I believe, at 2 and 1.
Hey, man, the FOMO is real with these kind of events. It's so sick. My friends have been texting me being like, I wish I was there this weekend. I'm like, yeah, man, you're all missing out.
I can't. Round two, I'm not up doing coverage just yet, so I'm sort of walking around the hall, and I see Ben Sack, one of my best friends from back in the day. We used to work together. I'm so excited. So I sneak up alongside of him. He's in the match. You can tell he's in the tank. I give him a bear hug and a kiss on the top of the head. And he looks up, and he's like, oh, God, it's so good to see you, so good to catch up. And then I turn to see who his opponent was, and it's Matt Nass. And just people who have been around Magic for, more than half their life.
Yes.
That's what it means for people of our era, to be able to come back and do something where you're reconnecting with old people and you're playing for stakes, and there's an opportunity to get to the Pro Tour. Not only is it fun in the present moment, but there's a nostalgia that goes along with that as well, that I really don't think any other type of event could really hit the same way.
No, I completely agree. Very excited they had this event this weekend. Really hoping for more large-scale competitive limited tournaments coming up in the future, because I do feel like it is just the heart and soul of competitive Magic. Anyway, let's take a look, everybody, at Luis and Reed. There are two featured players that we are watching here this today and tomorrow. If they do well enough, they've got to have a 6-2 record or better to come back and battle on day 2 of competition. But we'll be watching these two on coverage throughout the day as long as they are live for day 2. Luis Scott-Vargas currently sitting at 3-0. Reed Duke 1-2.
So Luis Scott-Vargas, we watched in the last round. He's kind of got a standard boilerplate 5-color good stuff deck. Extremely high quality mana fixing. I think in terms of the top end power level, probably shorter than a lot of the decks that we're going to see. But a solid B deck. Luis's accomplishments speak for himself here. One of the greatest, if not the greatest, competitive Magic player of all time. A Pro Tour winner in Berlin 2008, 9 PT top 8s, 6 Grand Prix wins, 17 Grand Prix top 8s, and a U.S. National Championship as well to go along with that in 2007.
Yeah, his record is just absolutely unbelievable. Let's see him in action and see if he can keep this undefeated streak going here with round number 4 from Spotlight Dragons. Heading on down to the feature match area, here we go. Luis Scott-Vargas up against Frank Scarron?
The champ!
Wow! Hey, they really did, everybody did come out for this tournament. All right, we are underway here. Luis Scott-Vargas drawing, going up to 21.
So I call Frank the champ. Grand Prix Charlotte gate crash many years ago, the 4,200 person event. I top forward, Frank won. That was my first time meeting Frank, so I just called him champ. And I've called him champ ever since. I saw him on the escalator. I was going up, he was going down. I said, what up, champ? He's like 2-0. I might be in your bracket soon. And here we are.
Oh, that's great. Excellent to see him here on coverage this weekend. Quarry Mountain Monastery comes into play, tapped there for Luis, hitting the red zone for Frank.
And I think Frank's skill, specifically as an attacker and blocker, is very, very high. He's someone whose limited game I respect quite a bit.
Glacial Dragon Hunt here from Luis. So we're going to draw a card. If we discard a non-land card, we can do 3 to a creature, and that's what's going to happen. Krumar Initiate, which is a pretty good 2-drop, and black is going to go down there for Frank.
Frank, originally from the Long Island area, now a game designer in Los Angeles.
The Magic player to game designer pipeline is real.
Yeah, there's a lot of us. There's a lot of us.
A devotee for him at the end of the turn. A Dragonstorm Globe for Luis. Sagu Wildling. Looks like it's going to go and fetch up a forest and get shuffled back in.
Another critical common in this format. Something that you can cast, and it's a fine sort of standard limited creature, but the mana fixing is a huge, huge element of this format.
Do you like Adventures or Omens better?
They're different. I like Omens better as a design, except for the ones that draw cards, because just the logistics of what order it goes in is a little tricky. But as far as a game mechanic goes, I really have a negative association with onboard complexity, and Adventures have an element of there's a card on suspend that your opponent can always access. When they shuffle back it, you don't have to worry about it.
All right, Teaming Dragonstorm here for Scott-Vargas is probably one of my all-time favorite cards of this set.
Yep. Ooh.
Oh, okay. So we've got Anna Fenza, I want to say here, flashing in the cool art version for Frank. So many alternate arts in this set here. One day into the set release as I scroll down my page.
Yeah, well, you know, a shout out to our production team who put together a binder of all the arts and names of the cards, including all of these alt arts.
Oh yes, it is Anafenza, Unyielding Lineage. 2/2 flash first strike. Whenever another creature, another non-token creature dies under your control, she endures 2. Sick.
Yeah, kind of nice here because Luis is setting up a board that's going to get clogged down here, and Frank's just on the offensive. So things that allow the pressure to keep coming in here, very valuable. Revealing attack there from Frank, not committing the Anafenza. A 2/2 first striker to 2 2/2s. Pretty much any trick would blow up a double block. And Frank valuing this Anafenza high enough that he's not willing to risk even that.
Wow.
Even though I think the odds Luis would block there are probably pretty low.
Sure. Looks like the 4/3 dragon coming on in there for. No.
I love the qualifier looks like.
I can't. I'm not sure about this one. It's another alternate art version.
Well, they did us a real solid here by spreading out the alt arts to commons and uncommons, so you can't even be sure it's a rare.
Yeah, that's true. Thank you so much, Wizards of the Coast. Tip of the hat to you here. Keeping our jobs difficult on release weekend. Tarkir Dragonstorm. Luis Scott-Vargas on 11 life, 18 to Frank. Hey, the alt art doesn't stop, but this one I believe I do know. Twin Maw Stormbrood.
Yeah, that's the 2-mana sorcery deal
5
to
yeah.
a non-flyer.
Yeah, that card is sick.
Yes. Good coming in, good on the way back out, too.
Absolutely. Teamer Tawny back is the card. Frank's going to take a look there from Luis. We're going to draw 1, discard 1. It's a 4/3. Excellent value if you can cast it for 3 mana or even 4. And we're putting a Karu Goldkeeper into the graveyard for Luis, which is very nice because it can come back, put some counters on stuff later in the game with its renew ability. Which gives +1/+1 and a flying. Even though Luis is at 11, last round we saw his ability to basically claw his way back from a position that didn't look so great.
Yeah, the thing that Luis is really missing right now is defense for the air.
Sure. Another flyer here from Frank. Luis down to 7. That's a shocking, oh, excuse me. I'm going to get this dragon's name wrong. There's a lot of red dragons in the set, okay? All right, chat. Another Dragonstorm Globe for Luis Scott-Vargas. We're going to take care of 1 flyer from Frank with Kin Tree Severance, which is an excellent removal spell.
Oh, I think a mystery's been revealed. That looked like Ward discard a card.
Oh, okay.
I think that's
a clue.
The Scavenger Regent.
Scavenger Regent.
That's the 4/4 flyer with Ward and has Exude Toxin, the black XX. Oh, sorry, black X -X to non-dragons. One of the top cards in the set.
Yeah, this card is excellent.
Set's a little light on sweepers, and this is one of the ones with one of the more extreme ceilings. And it's also just a fine thing to be casting.
Yes. Good, excellent on either half of this card here. And hey, maybe you cast the first half and then you shuffle it back in, exile Toxin and exhale Toxin and shuffle back in and then cast the dragon later. That's a dream.
Or just Toxin again.
Yeah.
This is one of the ones where you kind of some amount of the time you just keep on omening.
Yeah. At the pre-release, I did cast an Omen and then I drew it the next turn.
What omen?
Pretty sick.
What omen?
Oh God, which one was it? It wasn't one that was too backbreaking because my opponent wasn't that upset about it. That's how I'm remembering. Attack there from Frank. Trades from Luis Scott. Vargas still sitting at 7. Twin Maw Stormbrood coming into play here.
Because of the orb, it gets a counter. Frank picks up 5 life, and so we have a 6/5 flyer, which is threatening lethal here. So Luis has to find an answer to this, or at the minimum, a flyer that can block for a turn.
Okay, attacking in with the Teamer Tawny back.
There's so much damage space removal in this format that I can't imagine Luis would be willing to risk even a 2-for-1 here. That 6/5 is way too valuable.
Frontier Bivouac comes in tapped, pass back over to Frank. Let's see if we have Bewildering Blizzard in hand for Luis Scott-Vargas. He normally always has it.
It seems very likely, but he also potentially gave some information or
it's the Chicken Boys.
the possibility of information, but with that attack on the last turn.
Yes.
So Frank definitely will have Bewildering Blizzard on his radar, but he also might think of a damage space removal spell. There could be other things going on.
Yeah, there's the Blizzard for Luis. So the creatures are going to get -3, -0 until end of turn. We're going to draw 3 cards. The Mardu Siegebreaker has haste and Death Touch.
So this is not a fog. Luis is down to
He's
1.
1-1. All right, what do we draw?
Luis needs to come up with a lot of stuff here, and Frank has still cards left in hand, and his mana is relatively fixed here because of the orb.
All right, Luis is going to scoop him up. That's game number 1 going to Frank. We're in round number 4 of the tournament right now. Both these players still at 3-0, but this is kind of the time when the cream starts to rise to the crop. The cream starts to rise to the top, excuse me, with players and their decks. The rares are going to keep on getting better here as we finish out day 1.
Part of what I love about this tournament, too, this tournament is sort of analogous in some ways to the old Grand Prix that used to be the open entry, you qualify for the Pro Tour or whatever. The top players in those events had upwards of 3 buys. So it was pretty rare that the best players didn't make day 2, and often day 1, a top player might go through the tournament without playing against another top player, or maybe just one or whatever.
Right.
Here, because there's no buys, it's just everyone's going round 1. We have, Ben Sek versus Matt Nass in round 2. That doesn't even get on camera. We have a 2-time limited Grand Prix champion in Frank Scarron going against one of the greatest players of all time against Luis Scott-Vargas in round 4. Back in the Grand Prix system, we would be lucky if this was a round 4 match.
Yes.
That it came off their buys and we just got lucky. I think in this event, we're going to see a lot more top players squaring off through rounds 4, 5, and 6.
Today we've got 8 rounds of Swiss play. 6-2 record or better is what's needed to come back in battle on day number 2. And tomorrow we are drafting, which I am very excited about. Let's take a look at our sponsors here for this event and say thank you to them. Thank you to Dragon Shield for being one of the incredible sponsors of this event, one of the best sleeves you get in the business that you can get, as well as Beckett. If you need to get your cards graded, they are who you want.
Yep. I personally can vouch for Beckett. I have a beta Dragon Whelp slab that's in my recording studio. I've used them for sports cards as well. Really the best of the business, and Dragon Shield, I know you and I each have our own connections to that brand.
Indeed.
We love them here, and we're very, very happy for these 2 companies to be sponsoring this event.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you to them so very much here, Spotlight Dragons, as the players get shuffled up for game number 2. I know Luis was saying that all he wants to do, his only goal here this weekend, is to make day 2 so he can come back and draft. He's just itching to draft. I've done probably how many drafts have I done of this format at this point? 20? I'm not sure.
I've built, I think, 15 physical sealed decks.
Yeah.
That was most of the prep that I did, just to get a feel for how does this usually go and what are the commons and uncommons to be looking out for.
Right. It is a sweet format.
Yeah.
I think it might be early days. It might be the set of the year. I'm calling it.
Well, it's all early days now. Back, again, when I was playing competitively, you had blocks where you'd be playing with the set for a year.
Yeah,
and
that's true.
Even a good set you'll get tired of.
Yeah.
Now you get to experience it. It's this rush of processing all this new information, and then before you know it, the next set's out.
All right, here we go. Underway in game number 2, Dragonfire Blade coming into play for Luis and a Quarry Mountain Monastery. This blade gives +2/+2 in hexproof for monocolored, equipped 4. Costs 1 less if you've got a lot of colors of creatures on the battlefield. Abzan Devotee for Frank.
probably the best devotee of the bunch. Sort of a play pattern onto its own, as opposed to a lot of the other devotees, which are nice as mana fixers, but
Sure.
maybe a little bit below rate. This actually has spots of coming up where that second power is really impactful.
Channel Dragonfire is going to take care of that devotee. Frank's going to go up to 22 here. You're going to have to fight with Paul because he said the Mardu devotee was the best devotee.
In sealed or in draft?
Good question.
In draft, I could buy it.
Okay.
Yeah, sealed, we saw Reed just play that and not untap a lot.
That's true. Wow, we're not even in his match and the roasting has begun.
We're not. You brought up Cheon. I just, you're asking me, like, you know.
Monastery Messenger was the play there for Scott-Vargas. Got Caustic exhaled away, and now here we've got the green. Excuse me, not the green. I was going to say this is the green Dragonstorm. Definitely not. This is the white one, Teaming Dragonstorm. Get 2 2/2s. That's a cool art version of this card.
Yeah, Frank looks like, I'm not accusing him of any impropriety, but it looks like he went over to one of the dealers.
Yeah,
got a lot of alt art.
He's got a lot of alt arts in his deck. What the heck, Frank? Twin Mouse Stormbrood here for Luis. Gets a counter thanks to the Dragonstorm Globe. This is my favorite of the cycle of the dragons, Twin Mouse Stormbrood. Both sides are just so good.
I also like that you're getting a bunch of non-flyers, and the recursion involves playing a flyer. So you get the spread of keywords on the battlefield.
Yeah.
And I think that Magic is typically more fun when you have some flying and some not, some trample and some not. And that design in particular does a really nice job of making sure like there is going to be a spread going on.
We had another one there from Luis, and we are going to do a Charring Bite to take care of that Venerated Storm Singer from Frank. And the bird's going to pick up the knife. And it comes for 7 points of damage, knocking Frank down to 15. LSV at 22.
The dragon wielding the sword, huh?
I love it.
That's one of our shortcuts in game design conversation about you got to be up for a little bit of an abstraction sometimes. Not every story is going to be perfect. And ours is River Boa equipped Bone Splitter. We got a snake with an ask.
Hey, you know, it can coil around it.
Right, a dragon with a sword isn't quite that bad, but you know, you gotta suspend disbelief a little
Look,
bit.
this thing has 2 heads. Either one could be holding the sword.
Exactly.
In its mouth.
But they could be passing it back and forth.
Very cute. Teamwork makes the dream work. Oh, Molten Exhale takes care of the other Twin Moss Stormbrood on the battlefield, swinging on in. Frank down to 12.
And Frank there with a little tip off of that was really bad for me. The way that the pro player does that sometimes. Lower lip out and a quick nod. Yep.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah.
Had to be something that costs exactly 2, and anything that costs exactly 2 probably is not going to be that good.
Yeah.
And unfortunately for Frank, it was, and it was.
In come the 2/2s off the Teaming Dragonstorm. That did get bounced back to his hand. We might see a replay here, and indeed we do. We're going to make 2 more 2/2s. God, I love this card.
Yep. Frank is looking at a 2-turn clock here, even picking up 1 life here. So again, find a removal, at least find a fire to block here, to say nothing of Luis still having a lot of cards in hand. And the Monastery that's keeps the action coming too.
Yeah. All right, there's the tokens for Frank. Back over to Luis with his giant dragon. Holding a dragon blade. Dragon fire blade. Frank on 13, Luis on 14. This game looking a lot better for Luis than the last one.
It is, but there's still quite a bit of danger here from Luis's side, which is, you know, Frank's also kind of threatening 2 turns.
That's true.
Here. And so Luis can try to go down the card advantage route, but being able to play it in the same turn is a little bit of a challenge.
Yep, so we did activate the Monastery. We revealed Skirmish Rhino, but the land Jungle Hollow came into play tapped.
And so even it's possible from Frank's side that even a chump blocker could be good enough if Luis's hand doesn't have a removal spell. So Luis definitely, you know, the biggest and most impressive thing on the battlefield. But given that Frank did a very nice job of navigating the damage race early on and applying some pressure, he's also threatening to kill the following turn if he can find a way out of this turn. And all that requires is a removal spell, and potentially even just any flyer could buy him a turn.
Sure, that's a great point. We've got 8 power on the board currently for Frank. Luis at 15, Frank's at 5. What can we do to stop the Twin Maw Stormbrood? Reigning Victor here is going to give one of these tokens +1/+0 indestructible until end of turn.
Doesn't change the race on the table. This is still 2 turns.
Luis goes to 6. And there comes Scavenger Regent.
All right, this is the chump blocker that Frank needs. And now if Luis doesn't have a removal spell, even 2 blockers is unlikely to do it. So Luis really put to the test right now. If Luis is thinking, Frank's got to feel pretty good because Frank's tapped out. This would be really straightforward if Luis had a clean answer to that flyer.
We do have the Skirmish Rhino over there too, which can gain him a couple of life and drain Frank. Big moment for Luis here. Okay, it looks like it's Glacial Dragon Hunt in hand that he's considering casting right now.
Remember that Regent has War discard a card too, so
yeah, that's true.
Luis on exactly 2 cards. He's got to, it's going to be challenging for him to be able to target and do something else.
I think he drew Kintry Severance. Boom! There it is! Taking care of that dragon, swinging on in, and there's Luis taking game number 2.
That was a real tight one.
Wow.
Really, really tight. I mean, Luis casting the Rhino that turn and not attacking. Let's say that's the fail option. You got to feel like you're probably not going to get to your next turn because Frank's still got spells left over, and kind of any pump spell, any removal spell is enough to close the gap there. So Luis went digging for a removal spell, knowing that, even the Rhino there is not likely to be good enough.
That was sick.
He finds it, we go to a 3rd game.
Yeah, that was really excellent stuff there from Luis Scott-Vargas this game. And it also, teaming Dragonstorm just shows the power of that card, right? I mean, sometimes you think that a couple of 2/2 tokens aren't worthy of being able to get the job done, but bounce it to your hand and play it again even once. Let's take a look at the new set that's out right now that we're celebrating here this weekend. Tarkir Dragonstorm just got released yesterday. Very exciting for a lot of the players to be playing it here this weekend. A lot of card reading going on as to be expected. You can order it now if you head to starcitygames.com/mtg-TDM.
And ignore that 13+ thing down there. That's just a thing they had to put on there. If you're 9, 10, 11, you can get your parents' credit cards. You head over to starcitygames.com/mtg-TDM. They're not paying that much of attention.
Alexa, order Tarkir Dragonstorm. Yeah, kids, don't forget the free numbers on the back of the card.
And if it's an Amex, it's the 4 on the front.
That's a good point.
Yeah, so if it's an American Express, it doesn't work with the 3 on the back. There's 4 on the front there. And don't put down your name. Put the name of the card holder down.
Your parents' name.
And before you know it, you'll have boxes showing up, and your parents will be none of the wiser. starcitygames.com/mtg.
We're here with so many good tips for the whole family this weekend here at Spotlight Dragons in Denver, Colorado, the Mile High City. How many players did you say we had? 1,200?
I thought the final count was 1219.
Ooh, nice.
Sometimes, there's people who drop before round 1 because something comes up, but there's a different event they want to play in. Sometimes there's some late stragglers. So I don't know if we have a precise head count, but we definitely cleared 1,200.
Oh, that's very exciting. We're going to check on that, find out exactly how many players we have battling here this weekend. You can see the feature match area judge having a great time there, seated next to some of the best to ever pick up a Magic card.
Yeah, what a nice Saturday if you're a table spotter.
Absolutely. That used to be my job at GP's.
Yeah.
Sitting down there next to the greats.
Sometimes you're down there with some yahoos. It happens.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And that has its own charm. But it is nice to just be settling in for 8 rounds of LSV.
Yeah, it is 12:19. You are correct, Patrick. All right, so Frank has kept his 7. Luis here, first mulligan.
glad Frank could make the trip out. He and I were hanging out in Los Angeles earlier in the week, and I was leaving on Thursday.
Wow, you're so cool. World traveler.
And I said, I guess I'll see you tomorrow. And here he is.
God, that's cool.
Yeah.
Let's see if Luis likes the 6 any better here. Doesn't look like he loves it from that reaction, but sometimes you got to keep it anyway. All right, here we go. 6. Game number 3. Both players have a game to their name. Here in round 4. 21 all. All right, this is Riling Dawnbreaker, which is going to make it 2-2, which is the Omen half of this dragon. Another great dragon.
Pretty modest on the way up front. Also pretty modest on the way back in. But Frank's deck is actually so oriented around combat. But that's something that I appreciate. That's a card I think you would cut most of the time from your seal decks. Frank's obviously doing this aggressive token thing.
Yeah.
And so this card that a lot of the time you would sort of discount actually fills a meaningful role in this deck. It's also a dragon to recur the enchantment that we saw earlier.
Yep. Absolutely.
I love that in sealed, where it's a card where, like, 80% of the players in the room probably wouldn't play it, even if they were white. But Frank is very happy to have it in his deck.
Man, I feel like I'm getting called out now. I would play that card.
Maybe I'm being obnoxious about it because I had it in the pre-release and it
didn't do it.
Very strongly correlated to the games I lost.
Okay.
it was a heavy
That's
feature
fair.
of that. But I like sometimes it's just the right place and time for that, a C+, a B-. It's beautiful. I love that.
Dragonblade was the play from Luis last turn. Anna Fenza flashing on in Unyielding Lineage 2/2 first striker whenever another non-token creature you control dies. She endures 2. All right, here we get to see this splashy card that had a lot of fun in earlier rounds.
And this is potentially an excellent matchup for this.
Yeah, that's a good point.
We saw Luis, play a control mirror where he's able to pump it up and look at a million cards or whatever. In this matchup, Luis would gladly pay 4 mana for 2/1 indestructible, no more text, because Frank is doing so much generating 2/2s. So this is a potential shifter here in the matchup. There are removal spells in the format. In black and white, you have the Oblivion Ring analog. You
Caustic
have the
Exhale.
Caustic Exhale that can tag it. So it's not for sure going to stick, but if Frank can't answer it, this could be a huge problem.
All right, let's see what Luis does here with this turn if he wants to suit up the Fangkeeper with the blade.
I think he might have accidentally flipped his hand around on his chest. Don't know if Frank caught anything.
Ooh.
But also in this tournament, there's so much reading going on that even if you saw a card, you might not have seen a card.
I mean, look, they both have so many alternate arts in their decks. We don't know what the cards are anyway.
That is true.
Three mana here. Oh, all right. Stormplane Detainment targeting Anna Fenza. Down she goes. Blade equip, and attack for 4. What are you going to do?
Luis obviously not concerned about the Osseous Breath here, as Kodos is indestructible. You would assume that if Frank had a removal spell that could exile, you would have seen it by now.
Yes.
There's also the flash enchantment, but Frank can only get that down to 4 mana even if he has it. So I think that if there was pretty much any risk of that card dying, Luis would not have committed it to combat. But because I can't even think of a card that could be there. Luis is comfortable getting in and attacking.
Yep. And look at these. Frank is just chump blocker after chump blocker so that he protects his own cards. And here's Meandering? No. Ambling Storm Shell. There it is.
What's the difference between ambling and meandering? It's like the same word, kind of, right?
Gosh, what is the difference?
I think meandering is a different. It's like also being.
Meandering is going more in a weird direction.
I think it's like an emotional form of wandering as well.
Yes. Yes. You have maybe no destination, but you're enjoying the journey. Kodos hits. Let's take a look at what we're casting for free. All right, I'll take a 3/3, thanks. Oh, and also this other 3/3. Yeah,
so important to note there, Luis cannot cast the hybrid card because it has a converted mana cost of 6.
Oh, thank you. Yes.
So that's why Luis went to play it, but because it says you can play the spell not paying costs, it counts as a 6. And because Kodos only has 3 power, that doesn't, not the most intuitive thing, but there it is.
Yeah, and that's enough. Scott-Vargas is going to take down this match over Frank Scarron, advancing to 4-0.
Disciplined mulligan there from Luis. And even on 6 cards on the draw, again, normally not a spot you're happy to be in sealed, but because of the nature of the mulligan rules, the mana fixing being of a certain quality, the fact that a lot of the lands cause you to gain life, you have time to draw out of it. Frank there stopped on 3 mana. Start was very good, but Kodos, I think, was going to be a nightmare for Frank to handle no matter what. And Luis, once his mana golem line, was just playing much more powerful cards.
Yeah, so Luis remains undefeated here in this tournament, and we're going to keep watching him as long as he is live for day 2. And if he makes day 2, we're going to keep watching him as long as he is live for top 8. So very exciting to see him doing so well this early in the tournament. The other featured player we're watching this weekend is none other than Reed Duke, national treasure, roasted. Absolutely
That's
roasted.
Not fair. That's not a fair way
last round.
He opened the cards he opened. There's no skill in opening packs. It has nothing to do with that. Reed is 1,000 times the Magic player I'll ever be. I'm sure he did the best that he could. With that said, you're going to see some deep cuts during this deck tech. A lot of cards that you probably have already put in your trash can. Reed's got all of them.
So this is Reed. He's going to be talking to us about how he's feeling after 3 rounds. Not doing super great. Only got 1 win under his belt, but he's not out of the tournament yet. Let's find out how he feels after 3 rounds of play.
Welcome back to the sideboard here at Magic Spotlight Dragons, part of SCGCON Denver. I'm Nick Miller alongside Reed Duke. We're 3 rounds in. You're 1-2.
Indeed.
We knew this wasn't going to be easy. We looked at your seal pool. We talked about how you're going to build it. But now your back is against the wall. We want to talk to you here going into the no room to lose zone.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And I mean, this is part of the Magic tournament experience. So of course it's better to start off with a better record, have a little more wiggle room, but just part of the job description. I've been here before, and some of the time you're able to stay focused and do your best and convert it into something you can be happy about. So that's the mission right now.
And you're one of the players I know of who's not going to let 2 losses shake you. You're going to be out here battling. Your demeanor when you're undefeated or up against it is the same. So how are we focusing? Have we decided? Are we sticking with the red-white deck? Are we tinkering around with anything? Are we going to mix it up, or are we going to stick with what we got?
Yeah, good set of questions there. So first, how do I stay focused? The advantage that I have is that I just really enjoy playing, so it's like whatever the result is, like the games are fun and I'm here for it, and that's fine. So I'm not like too down in the dumps in terms of, feeling discouraged or like feeling like I don't want to continue playing. Your question about the deck. So the Boros deck played really, really well in game number 1 or match number 1.
Yeah.
And I kind of feel like it might have a solid matchup against like the 5-color like bomb card drawing kind of decks, which there are a lot of those out there.
Yeah.
The problem I've run into in match 2 and 3 is that I've just played against like other creature decks, like 3 colors where they have creatures that outclass mine, like plus some well-placed removal spells, and that's where the Boros struggles because I'm not really that good at blocking or playing from behind. So in that match, I tried out my like Gruul Teamer deck after sideboarding against my Mardu opponent, and that felt pretty good. I won game 2, but game 3 it was just he had a really, really good draw on the play and had some rares go unanswered, and just is what it is, sort of.
So are we looking to kind of keep that in mind going forward? We're going to maybe lean on that in those particular matchups, or?
Yeah, I might do that. And so now I feel good that I have like something else in my tool belt, so to speak. That's actually something that I have really enjoyed about sealed deck tournaments is imagine Constructed, right? Like a standard tournament, you're practicing with your exact 75 cards like in advance of the tournament. You know all the moves, all your sideboarding. But with sealed deck, you got something new for round 1. You kind of learn like as it goes, little combinations, little like, first game I played, I'm like, oh, okay, I should hold my mountain instead of holding my plains. in case I want to play Mountain and Wild Ride or Mountain Channel Dragonfire. So anyway, kind of like a small example, but those are the types of small things that you accumulate as you play with your particular set of cards. Now I have a different sideboard configuration. Who knows if it might serve me well, but I'll be trying.
We only have had 3 matches, but are there any memorable moments or key plays that you kind of liked, want to share?
Yeah, the first match was really cool, and if you want to see me like winning, that's the one to watch. So I got to use the Wild Ride to good effect, in particular with the Equilibrium Adept that gains double strike. So my opponent had the rare new way forward. It says choose a source, prevent all the damage the next time that source would deal damage to you. But my creature had double strike.
Yeah.
So okay, you prevent the first 6, but the next 6, it still comes through to finish you off. So that was an example of the Boros deck playing out well. I had one game where the Teamer deck felt good. Got to use that Quarry Mounted Monastery, which is a card I'm excited about. So, there's some good to pull out of like generally a bad start, and we'll see what happens next.
All right, what's your battle cry here? What's your words of wisdom going in the next few rounds?
I mean, just 2 losses is not the same as being eliminated. Like sometimes you rattle it off, and I came all the way out here. I'm not ready to give up yet.
All right, well, we're going to stick with you until you pick up a 3rd loss. Hopefully that doesn't happen. Best of luck for the future rounds.
I appreciate that.
Stay tuned to Star City Games all week long for the action here.
And that is how Reed Duke is feeling here, heading into round number 4 with only 1 win to his name. Can he add another one this round? We're about to find out. Let's head on down to the feature match area to watch our other featured player, Reed Duke, in this round 4 matchup. Remember, you need to have a record of 6-2 or better to make day 2 of competition to come back and draft. Reed on 1 and 2 currently. All right, here we go. We are off to the races with game number 1. And Reed starting at 21, as so many players do. Indeed, the opponent Remington as well.
Tough row to hoe in the 1-2 bracket.
Yeah. But maybe that's where Reed shines, you know what I mean?
Well, I not being sarcastic at all, something that I've always respected a lot about Reed is, like, he never quits. It's easy to say, you look at the top 8s and all the accomplishments and all that. I've covered Star City Games tournaments over the years during the opens where he would be 5-3 and still play.
Yes.
Because it's like that's just
him.
That's just what you do when you register for a tournament. So, in terms of having the mental fortitude and the standpoint to be able to come back from 1 and 2 and rip off 5 in a row with a deck that doesn't look great, there's no one in the room I would trust more than Reed.
Absolutely. Sultai Devotee, the play last turn from Remington. Reed last round decided into a Teamer deck in games 2 and 3, but you've got to start out with the first deck that you built in game number 1. So it's got a red-white beatdown deck here. Starry-Eyed Skyrider is the card here. It's a 1/3 that can give something else flying when it attacks.
Is it anything or token? I thought that one was, I could be mistaken.
Starry-Eyed Skyrider.
It's attacking tokens have flying, and it can give flying to something else.
Yes, indeed. Oh, so it does both. Nice.
Yeah.
In comes the Devotee for 2. Read to 17. Every color but red in Remington's deck. We're going to speed up play just slightly here. There's a Sand Skitter Outrider. And you can put a +2/+2 counter on it or make a 2/2. It's got Menace as well.
From Remington's side here, I think, once Reed plays a card like that, it seems very unlikely you're going to be able to block on the ground here. I think the default with that card a lot of time is just make 4/3 Menace, but Reed is suggesting that a 2/2 on the ground is going to be even worse here than it normally would be.
Oh, okay. So this is a very sweet enchantment that Reed's got in his deck here. war effort. So this gives attacking creatures +1/+0 and also gives you a warrior to attack with, which is sweet, and it's going to have flying from that Starry-Eyed Skyrider as well. So down to 17 for Remington. But a lot of power on the swing back potentially.
Yeah, I mean, from Remington's side, clearly Reed's not doing very much right now.
Yeah.
But you have to respect the possibility that it could pivot very quickly. Now there's the question of how do you actually break up anything that Reed might be doing. Because Reed doesn't look very likely to block here, it's probably just as simple as get as much power down as quickly as you can.
Ooh, Stormplane Detainment taking care of the war effort. Some kind of metaphor right there.
Mm-hmm.
Reed took 6 down to 9. Planes. All right, Reed, what can we put together here? Molten Exhale to take care of the Sandskitter Outrider. Reed doesn't look like he's got the greatest options in the world from the reaction on his face cam.
Well, there's a question of, are you trying to block a little bit here because you're behind in the damage race versus are you better just kind of attacking, trying to mitigate the risk of Remington having combat tricks and figure out another way to race?
That was also the dilemma there. Do I cast another Molten Exhale? And sure enough, I do. Down goes the Devotee in for 1, Remington to 16.
Yeah, Reed's concern there, and the reason I think he was taking a little while on that play is you would prefer not to use removal spells that are that good against threats that are that modest.
Yeah.
But Reed is so far behind in the damage race and is really not in a position to develop his board right now. And so sometimes you just got to pump the brakes a little bit. Good news for Reed. Remington just said untap and said go.
Okay, so back over to Reed Duke here. Maybe getting a reprieve, question mark?
Well, let's try to figure out from Reed's side what's going on with Remington's hand. What makes sense? Lands, of course, that makes sense. And removal that he's not willing to commit yet because Reed hasn't played anything good enough to justify it.
Okay, so some wild things have happened here. We got back our war effort. We've wild rided onto a second copy of Starry-Eyed Skyrider. So a huge damage swing here, knocking Remington down to 7, and he had nothing.
Yep. I mean, sorcery speed removal still is a possibility. Okay.
Okay, gain 5 life. There's Twin Maw Stormbrood.
And, you can see some of Reed's hesitation there. You would love to have the exhaust right now.
Yeah, you sure would. Twin Maw Stormbrood, MVP of the weekend. That's my call.
Yeah, it's got 2 very efficient modes. The first one, not so much in this matchup, or at least in this game state. You're looking at a bunch of flyers you can't touch, and a token generator where your removals at sorcery speed doesn't really work. But this has the possibility of stabilizing the game almost entirely.
Reed just has to sigh and pass the turn back to Remington here, who has really put the brakes on Reed's attacks with that Storm Brood. Here's a Sultai Monument.
Good news for Reed, it looks like Remington is out.
Okay.
So, 1, that's good just because that's good. And 2, it suggests that Remington's hand is probably a lot of lands, which would align with what's happened in the 2 previous turns.
Yes. The Sultai Monument makes 2/2 zombies with its activation, by the way. All right, we've got another alt art here, Patrick. Flip to the back of the book.
Well, it looks like it's either a clone or something that at least copies and enters the battlefield.
Okay, in that case, it's probably Naga Fleshcrafter, which is a really sick clone card in this set. An excellent rare.
If it was 3 mana, then that does it.
Yep.
Because that's what Remington spent.
Yep, it is.
And just when it looked like Remington was maybe on the cusp of facing lethal at a comfortable 17.
3 mana here from Reed. Rescue Leopard is going to be the play. And then we're going to harmonize back this Wild Ride. In comes a token from War Effort. There goes the Rummage from the cat.
These are some noble beatdowns from Reed.
Seriously. Talk about a war effort.
4-2 haste, some assembly required.
Looks like Remington's just going to block the token here, take some damage from the cat that's been pumped up down to 9. Looks like he drew a land. 9-all here in the first game of round 4 for Reed Duke and his opponent. Both sitting at 1 and 2. This will be a knockout match for Reed for as far as day 2 consideration is concerned if he can't manage to win.
So a nice thing from Reed's side here, the Starry-Eyed Skyrider basically means that Remington cannot block on the ground. Any tokens that are coming across, those naturally gain flying, and any attack that Reed sends in with a creature on the ground, he can send one of them up. Which means that, for example, Remington's Sultai Monument does not provide any defense.
Oh, God! Okay, this is Paranation here from Remington, which is an absolutely busted mythic. We're going to bring back the Stormbrood onto the battlefield. It has Indestructible and Hexproof, and it's a flyer.
So we talked a little bit about this before we went on the air, and my analysis of this card is certainly a little clunky some of the time. But basically, if you get back any creature with flying, you're getting your money's worth. And it's not that hard to do better than that. Getting back that creature in particular is...
Yes, Gate 5, yeah.
That is your money's worth.
Absolutely. That is game 1 going to Remington here in round 4. And we'll hit up the sideboards for both of these players. We'll see if Reed Duke does some transformational sideboarding here for game number 2. Let's take a look at some upcoming events, everybody. How about heading to Indy? What do you say? SCGCON.
Love Indianapolis. Incredible convention city.
Great city.
In terms of you just want to be kind of in this 12-block radius the entire time and have access to nice hotels, good food, good nightlife, a nice convention center. You can't do any better than Indianapolis, and the SCGCON will be there from May 30th to June 1st.
Yes, and this is going to be Spotlight Series Secret Lair, which is going to be a very, very sweet event. The format is going to be modern. All right, everybody, bring out your Boggles decks.
Ooh, that's right. That's your thing. That's your thing.
Yeah, it is.
Your thing is very good against my thing.
What's your thing?
Burn.
Okay, well, yeah, sure, I'll take that.
Yeah, your thing is good against my thing.
Nice. It might be the only thing it's good against.
That's what I like about Modern is you can just say, like, what's your favorite deck, and ask someone their favorite deck, and you already know who won the match.
Yes,
you don't even have to play it out.
You do. Most of the time, for us Boggles fans, we are not winning the match. It's a very specific time if we're able to do that. Undergrowth Leopard, the play here from Remington as we are underway in game 2. No red mana for Reed Duke. Dulkovan Pack Beast to play here, the 0-4 Mobilize 3.
Not surprising that Reed left in the red-white build here. Remington's got a very classic mana fixing and expensive stuff and powerful card strategy where I think Reed's best bet is being low to the ground. I think the teamer setup is for when he feels that there isn't that wide of a delta between the power of the teamer deck and whatever his opponent's up to, which is why you would start the Boros deck game number 1. He assumes that most of the decks are kind of going to look like Remington's. That's for the most part what you're playing against.
All right, Opulent Palace there for Remington into Sultai Monument. So we'll be able to get in for a good attack here. Next turn for Reed.
Yeah, that Leopard is a little tough for Reed long term because a lot of his best cards are enchantments.
That's a good point.
Now, if you're being aggressive, if you can attack it, Remington might be compelled to trade off in combat somewhere down the line. So it's not a hopeless situation, but worth keeping in mind that, if Remington is able to, he would really prefer not to engage with this thing in combat and save it as a potential eater for mobilized tokens and a way to blow up enchantments.
And in comes the Ox along with 3 mobilized warriors. One's going to fall to that Leopard here. And now we've got Riling Dawnbreaker, which is going to make that 2-2. So Reed able to kind of get off to an all right start here with just white mana. Ooh, Mardu Devotee is going to give him a scry too.
And Reed's mana requirements are not that significant. He should be able to function okay with just 1 red mana, which now he's unlocked.
Yes. Devotee is so important in so many builds. Back over to Remington. We're going to drop the forest. Oh, I see Calcano's Tipples match right over Remington's shoulder. There it is. There it is.
Two Northeast Grinders,
I love it.
my old neck of the woods.
All right, it's that Outrider play again here for Remington. So we're going to make a 4-3 Menace again, question mark. Nope, we're going to make a 2-2.
Yeah, I like making the 2-2 here. First of all, Reed's doing enough token generation stuff that a 4-3 Menace is not likely to be that much harder to block if Reed just kind of has random stuff laying around. And then Remington would also really like to spread out a little bit.
Yes.
It's one thing to be able to just block the 0-3, the 0-4, and take a few points of damage. You'd ideally like to get to a point where Reed really can't attack with that without threat of losing the 0-4.
Okay, here we go. Reed into the red zone once again. In comes, ooh, even the Mardu Devotee. Let's go. Ox, 3 warriors, a 2-2, a Mardu Devotee. Sand Skitter Outrider is going to jump in front of the 2-2 token. We've got some good blocks on these warriors as well. Oh, wow. Duty Beyond Death is the play here for Reed, who's going to sacrifice a token to put +1/+1 counter on all of his creatures and give them indestructible until the end of the turn.
And so what are you playing around there if you're Remington? The card, if I'm in his seat, that I'm most worried about is Frontline Rush.
Yes.
Because that one is one of the marquee cards you could have for this kind of strategy. Reed obviously going much deeper into the scrap heap and having the second tier trick, but it's actually better here because Remington's playing around the better one in Frontline Rush.
Yes. So that was pretty sick. So Reed completely cleared Remington's board here and beefed up all of his creatures in the process. You knew he had to have something.
Because, like, what's the best way to block if you're worried about
Yeah.
frontline rush? Usually it's be slightly bigger and as many blocks as possible. That way, if they frontline rush you, yes, they win the combat they care most about, but you make inroads in the other places. But that block is so bad against spreading out 1/1 tokens across everything, and Reed really punished him there.
Now we're at 5 mana here for Remington, which is the time that things start to sometimes get a little bit out of control. Very powerful cards coming at this mana value here in Tarkir Dragonstorm. Only going to spend 4 though, and then once again it's going to be this Naga Flesh Crafter. It's going to copy the Delkavan Pack Beasts. Well, that lets us kill it. Molten Exhale. Clear skies again for here for Reed Duke. In comes the team. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 points of damage. Remington down to 7. Runeclaw Stormbrew, the follow-up play. It's the 2/4 dragon that gets +2/+0 when you cast another dragon or instant or sorcery spell.
So sort of a prowess card, sort of a dragon card. Reed just playing it as it is, no blue mana.
It's solid. He can trigger it with some things in his deck, I assume.
That Ox or whatever is putting in some work.
I'm telling you, that Ox is a good card.
Yeah, it's been really nice this game.
I saw it. I remember at the pre-release, my opponent played it against me, and I'm like, haha, an 0-4, who cares? And then I was like, looks like I care.
Yeah, I'm taking a bunch of damage, and I can't
I
kill
can't kill it.
And if I ever block this thing and they have a pump spell to play over the top, I'm just done.
Yeah. All right, we're going to make some zombies here, sacrificing the monument. Follow-up play, single. Oh, we're going to sacrifice a creature to finally kill this Ox here. Worthy cost was the play from Remington. Over to Reed. Can he push through some final points of damage? Turns the creature sideways. All right, here we go. Frontline rush.
There it is, and
Yep.
that's a way more than lethal. Oh my!
That's nice.
Oh, this is. Sometimes it's Shakespearean. This game. Reed. 1 and 2 back against the wall.
Yeah.
Plays against an opponent where it looked game 1. It's like he's kind of doing okay, even though he's obviously outgunned in terms of raw power level. And then Remington shuts the door with a series of rares and mythics. Game 2, Reed missing a color for most of the game,
Yes.
coming out slow as hell. And then his just sort of weird backdoor combat tricks is able to squeeze it out. And now we get to game number 3. Remington is on the play, but it's not like his deck is ideally suited for the play.
Right.
He needs a lot of cards. He needs a lot of mana. Can Reed squeeze this out and get another shot with this deck in round number 5?
It was beautiful.
I do love this game, but I also love the game inside the game. The stories that are told, unfolding in front of you. Reed just getting trucked in game number 1 when it looked like maybe his cards would be okay. Game 2 looking rough, squeezes it out, and now we're here.
Can Reed come back and win this thing 1 game apiece here in round number 4? His life is on the line. As far as making day 2 is concerned, he's got to win out from this point on in the tournament. Players taking a look at their opening hands here for game number 3. All right, we've got a mulligan from Remington.
Mm-hmm.
Man, I would just love to see Reed make day 2.
I don't like to use the word deserve very often when it comes to Magic. He deserves to make day 2. Let this person just play.
Let him cook.
Let him pick his own cards. Win or lose, let him pick his own cards.
It's only fair.
After this.
I was so happy when Reed won Pro Tour for Phyrexia Owlby won. It was just like, he did it, man. He did it, and he deserved it, and he worked so hard over the years. He's such a great guy. It was a great moment.
I really don't know anyone who's had much of a bad word to say about him. And, every time I get to catch up with him and come to these events, it's like, what do you talk about? It's like, how are the kids doing? It's like, it's so not about Magic, even though he's clearly very much about Magic.
All right, here we go. A mull to 5 for Remington here this game. We've got a Mardu Devotee to help with a Scry, both to the bottom there.
Reed's got to be thrilled with that opening. A 5-card hand and then playing a 1-2 on Remington's side. It's asking a lot for him to be able to play the lands and get to his top end.
Man, this mana start for Remington looks really weird, but there's a Sultai Monument.
But the nice thing from Remington's side is the mana is fixed. He's now on Plains, Island, Forest with a Mardu Devotee, so anything can be cast.
Descendant of Storms here for Reed. So it's Mardu Devotee against Devotee, plus this 2/1 in play now. There was one GP I cast with Reed back in the day where I was talking about Star Trek because I'm a big Star Trek fan. And then 6 years later, he talks to me and he's like, "Oh, Maria, I've been watching a lot of Star Trek."
Yeah.
Oh,
awesome.
Thank you for talking to me about it. And I have a Star Trek improv show and he's like, "I wish I could go." It's stuff like that.
I mean, maybe 10 years ago, Reed asked me to sign a Pyroblast. He's just like, I try to get signatures from other players and cards that they would be known for or whatever. And I was like, that's really sweet. And then he posted a legacy deck from a local about 6 months ago, and he had the Pyro.
Oh, that's
like-
so cute.
I thought he was just trying to give me a little bit of shy, like maybe feel good. It's like, no, he plays with the Pyroblast. Sweet guy.
In come both creatures here for Reed. Looks like we're trying to activate this, but we have a little bit of judge interaction here. All right, so Piercing Exhale to try and take down the Descendant of Storms.
Yeah, I think Remington might, it's possible confused about the timing of this card or something similar, because there's no way you would play this right before Reed's about to attack.
No.
You would do it on your own turn, because if Reed has a trick, like we're seeing here, this is a catastrophe.
Yeah, Molten Exhale is going to take down the Devotee. Suddenly your mana is a little less fixed, and the Descendant of Storms remains alive.
And it's you're already on 5 cards, and taking a 2-for-1 there that impacts your battlefield, that's really rough.
Okay, here we go. Quarry Mountain Monastery for Reed. We've seen this card really put in some work in the late game. Luis also has it in his deck. Activate here on the Descendant of Storm is going to make a 1/1. In for 3.
And I like making a 1/1 from Reed's side here. It's very unlikely that the 2/1 ever grows to a point where it can trump something big from Remington in combat. But we know that Reed has so many pump spells in his deck devoted to going wide, to having a large battlefield in that sense, that just, just try to score as many 1/1s as you can, and then your frontline rush or whatever down the line will be that much more powerful.
Jungle Hollow will put Remington up to 15. Needs to play something to the board or take care of something going on here, but just pass the turn back to Reed.
Yeah, that's a big kind of miss there from Remington. A 5th land untapped would be have been a pretty nice spot to activate that Sultai Monument. Now, if he wants to do it the following turn, it's going to come at the expense of anything else. And if he taps out and tries to block, he's at the mercy of whatever combat tricks Reed happens to have.
Now Reed's getting in for combat again. It's going to activate the Descendant of Storms and trying to decide whether he wants a counter or a token. It's going to be a counter this time.
The significance about putting on a counter there is that if Reed puts on a counter the following turn, now it's a 4/3, and it's beyond the ability of one of the zombies to block.
Sure.
So we could still keep pushing there and not worry about the that 2/1 trading with half of a card, basically.
Right. Delkovan Packbeat's now into play for Reed, but that's a Twin Moth Stormbrood, gaining 5 life for Remington, back up to 15.
And now if you're, in Reed's spot, even with an opponent having mulligan to 5 and exposing themselves to a 2-for-1 pretty early on in the game, if you kill this dragon and he follows up with the Pernition that is in the deck,
Could
be pretty hard to win, even if Remington really doesn't do much for the rest of the game.
Reed here is just going to get on the offensive, though, thanks to this Riling Dawnbreaker. Is going to give a creature +1/+0, which he targeted the Descendant of Storms with that.
A delightfully modest dragon. I love it. I love it.
Delightfully modest
So
dragon.
many of them are so overwhelming, and this one's like, how would you like a 2/2? Turn 5 before combat, I could make it maybe a little bit harder for your opponent to block. How do you feel about that? Next turn, I might target myself. Now I'm a 4/4 Vigilance Flyer.
What do you think about that?
What do you think about? I got a lot of good deals for you.
Riling Dawnbreaker, delightfully modest, the Jane Austen dragon of the set. The heroine in our story. Remington back down to 6. And here's the Black Dragonstorm, which is going to drain for 2. And we get to look at the top 2 here, Surveil 2. Ooh. Is that a Dragon's Prey I see? Corroding Dragonstorm.
The dragon Remington, Scott, not modest. Kill a,
no.
Kill a thing, and here's Flying Thragtusk.
Yeah.
Not modest.
That dragon is the Willoughby
Yes.
of the Jane Austen dragon universe that we're constructing. Man, I would watch that.
Absolutely.
All right, now we have a 1/3 Menace Death Touch from Remington as well. So we're trying to kind of shore up here. Back over to Reed. Yeah, you're right about that Parination. You just got to live in fear a little bit.
Well, the one of the benefits about going wide is that it's very unlikely Remington has any block available that will put that card into the graveyard. That's one of the ways of kind of managing it is as long as you're dealing damage and not killing it, then that's okay. And right now that Premonition really has no targets. It would be getting back the Bardu Devotee. No big deal there if it goes that way. So as long as you are really conscious about making sure nothing gets to 4 power, such that Remington has a block that allows a trade, and also in the short term, you're likely to get more damage through just attacking with 6 or 7 things as wide as possible against the 2 blockers, rather than trying to stack up tall.
Reed's gone into the tank a little bit here on his turn.
The key thing is that if he's going to kill something, he has to mean it. The benefit can be there, but it can't be just a trivial exchange inside of combat. It's got to be something where even if Remington has Premonition the next turn, it's not going to be enough.
Here we've got Wild Ride cast once and then harmonized, and the entire team is coming in.
And Jane Austen over there doesn't tap. Would be calling too much attention to herself.
No, she's modest.
Modest. Everything attacks, and then a little tap over here, like
Boop.
waving your hand.
I'll give you +1/+0. That's the ladylike thing to do. Remington lining up those blocks. Thumbs up from Reed. So we're going to make some trades here. Remington down to just 1 point of life. What is it? Ooh, there it is. Let's go, Reed.
Did it. Took a mulligan to 5 and still got Harry there. But we're alive. You get to run it back at least one more time.
Ooh, really had us sweating it there in that final game.
Beautiful.
That was such cool stuff. We also saw Luis win earlier this round, currently sitting at 4-0. Talk to Miller after his big win.
Welcome back to the sideboard here at Magic Spotlight Dragons, part of SCGCON Denver. I'm Nick Miller, checking in with Luis Scott-Vargas. 4 rounds in, 4 victories.
Yeah.
We got to be feeling it now.
Yeah, no, my deck has performed a little better than I thought. The Dragonfire Blade has been awesome. I put it on Codis like 4 times, and it's been incredible.
And that was a thing we watched when you made your deck, was a late inclusion, and it has been the star of the show, I think.
Definitely. Between Dragonfire Blade and the Kiro Treasure Keeper, the Sultai Dragon that gives 2 +1/+1 counters and a flying counter.
Yes.
I stole some games, just make the Codis a 4/3 flyer, hit them for 4, exile their top 4, and you can play anything that costs 4 or less. Like, Codis scales up really hard. When you hit for 2 and you can only play 2 drops, it doesn't really do that much. But when you hit for 4 and can play up to 4, you're probably getting 1 or 2 spells off that.
And you have been hitting too.
Yeah. And
playing some real cards from your opponent's decks.
Definitely. It has not, every time I've hit with Codis so far, I've managed to win that game, which, not too surprising, a little bit of a confirmation bias there, but I do think that Codis has been really good.
Another thing you mentioned, you called out during your build, the counter spells have been key too. You've been really relying on that. Your removal package, that like 1-2 punch has been able to keep your opponents off. We haven't really seen, outside of round 1, some crazy bombs, but how have you been feeling in the matches themselves?
Pretty good. Also, it really helps me once I know a little more about my opponent's deck. So round 1, my opponent, she resolved Jeskai Revelation on game 2, and I lost badly. Game 3, once she hit 7 mana, I had Dispelling Exhale and 2 mana up the whole rest of the game. Yeah. And I did end up countering the Jeskai Revelation. So once I know exactly what their high end looks like, it's actually pretty easy for me to hold up a counter if I'm in a position to do so. You're not always able to do so, but I like my game against 7 and 8 drops when I've got 2 counters. That's not so bad.
Yep. How are we feeling? We mentioned the lack of bombs on your side. Is that a little less worrying now that you've seen what your deck can do? You're doing these like tempo-y things and killing people with the blade, or are we starting to feel it now going into the later rounds where you think you're probably going to see some stronger pools?
At 4-0, and hopefully 5-0 and beyond, I expect to start playing against people with much better pools than mine, and that's just kind of how Sealed works. So yeah, I'm a little nervous about that for sure, but couldn't ask for a better start. Going to play every round, and that's just going to see what happens.
Has there been anything you've pulled in from your sideboard or any adjustments you've made, or you've been pretty happy with what you've registered?
I've got like a couple of good pieces of removal on my sideboard that I didn't have room for in the main, and it's very easy for me to like switch in like the Channel Dragonfire, the shock against someone with a lot of tutus like last round, or switching the storm detainment, the Oblivion Ring, when I have an opponent who's got good targets for that. I didn't bring it in against the guy who had a bunch of distance chance, for example.
Yeah.
So I think sideboarding is a little bit underrated aspect of Sealed. There's almost always some adjustments you can make, but I don't really have a second deck. I'm not boarding into red-white aggro. That's just not in my pool. So I am kind of adjusting the like bottom 3 and 4 cards come out a lot in every matchup, just because there's always a slightly different situational card rather than the one I chose to main deck.
Yeah. Wrapping up, what's one highlight from the 4 rounds so far that you're really proud of?
I think just getting to discard the Kara Broodkeeper to Glacial Dragon Hunt and then flash it back, renew it onto Cotis, hit, and then hit a bunch of spells. That was pretty good.
All right, 4 wins. We have 4 rounds remaining. We're hoping to get at least 2 more to watch a draft.
Me too.
Good luck, Luis. Stay tuned to Star City Games all weekend long for the action here at SCGCON Denver.
Welcome back to coverage of Magic Spotlight Dragons here in Denver, Colorado. I'm Ailey Loney, joined by Paul Cheon, and we have seen some excellent Magic thus far in a completely limited tournament. Paul, it's been so awesome so far.
Oh yeah, it's been great to see. Just an entire tournament, and it's just all limited all the time. And as much as I like Sealed, then tomorrow we get to come back for draft.
Oh,
It's a
yeah.
thing of beauty.
Oh, it's so good. And speaking of coming back tomorrow, Luis is very, very close to doing just that. He is undefeated thus far. For anyone just joining, we are following along with 2 of Magic's best players, Luis Scott-Vargas and Reed Duke. Luis at 4-0, absolutely crushing it. Reed having a tougher time at 2-2, so really, really, really has to just rattle off a bunch of wins now to keep his day 2 hopes alive. So fingers crossed, holding thumbs, saying a couple of incantations, whatever it is that'll help him get there.
Yeah, Reed's going to have to really work hard here, just because his pool just did not provide him the goods. So still somehow 2-2, still alive, but needs to rattle off 4 more in a row here. It's going to be tough.
It is. And I did promise you standings the last time we were here in the booth, so let's take a look and see who is doing super good thus far. Check this out. We have 15 players undefeated, I believe. We'll just double check these standings when we come back. So up to 15, those are our 4-0 players. Everyone's looking great.
Yeah, we got Charles Wong here. That was back when I used to live in Seattle, kind of a local player there. Did play in the last Pro Tour. He was part of the Team Handshake. You have Matt Ness, the Pro Tour champion himself from Etherdrift, still keeping the streak going here at 4-0, which is very, very impressive here, and just a ton of undefeated players here. There's over 1,000 players playing in this event, so yeah. Fully expect lots of undefeated players here, but even these players still need to go at least 2-2 to make it into the second day.
Yes, so they need to pull a Reed Duke now, or better.
I don't want to equate going 2-2 into pulling the Reed Duke. That's just not.
That's not fair to him.
That's not the Reed Duke.
That is not. Well, our players are ready to get into it. It is round 5 here at this super sweet event, so let's jump on down and see if Luis can improve his record to 5-0. Frank Scarron. All righty, getting paired up here against Luis. Sitting at 4-0.
That is not Frank Scarron. Frank Scarron was in the previous round.
Oh, okay.
So
That is not Frank Scarron.
yeah.
We'll get that updated shortly, friends. But we do know that that is certainly Luis Scott-Vargas down in the bottom of your frame there.
Yeah.
It is Matt Sicking Johnson.
Yeah. Also
4-0. There we go.
Also 4-0. Has had a good deal of Pro Tour success
Yes.
as well. We've seen him in just plenty of feature matches,
Yes,
actually.
yeah.
So has had some really good runs at the Pro Tour as well.
So this should be a pretty good battle here for Luis as he gets things going with his Dragonfire Blade. I believe Dragonfire Blade made an early appearance in the last rounds with Cotis, so that was sweet.
Ooh.
Oh, Sinkhole Surveyor.
Yeah, I did ask Luis. I asked him, how has the blade been? And he said it was It's been super strong
Yeah.
all tournament for him. Just the fact that he needs some way to close out the games.
Yes.
And that plus the Kotis has been just absolutely amazing but for him. But Matt also looks like he's got something sweet brewing there. We see a bivouac. We actually see all 5 colors on Matthew's side.
Yep.
So this is going to be just a battle of just really powerful cards. Luis does have the answer here, though, to the Surveyor.
Oh.
Really, really big. That thing on turn 2, on the play, if you don't have an answer, can just run
Yeah.
away with the game.
Absolutely. Even if it's just making a whole bunch of bodies going wide, but, you know, getting a big flyer in the air. It's hard to deal with after a certain point. So just taking a look at the deck list that Matt registered. He's got a couple Stormplane detainments. He's got Teeming Dragonstorm.
He's got a Baitor,
Ooh.
kin to all. That's a bomb.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
2 Piercing Exhale, so plenty of removal.
Twin Maw Stormbrood as well. So, yeah, and unsurprising, just a
Yeah.
really, really good multicolor deck. Tons of good cards and some bombs at the top end of the mana curve
Yeah.
as well. Luis's deck, notably, has a very, very big difficult time dealing with 5 toughness flyers.
Yes, yeah.
And so if Matt can resolve the Baitor, it's going to be really, really tough for Luis to actually deal with it unless he counters it.
Sagu Pummeler hits the board here now, so that's a big roadblock now for Kotis. But would be able to attack with that Dragon Blade. And speaking of Baitor,
Baitor,
hey,
oh.
buddy. I love this dragon. It's so much fun.
I think Luis might have one answer to this card. The card that exiles things that cost 3 or more.
Kintry Severance?
Kintry Severance,
Yeah.
that's the only thing. And this thing is unbelievable.
It's so good.
Just on stats. It's a
Yeah.
5-mana, 5/7 flyer, but draws you a card immediately.
Yes.
And if you somehow get 20 toughness in play, all of a sudden basically all your creatures effectively have vigilance as well.
Yeah. And then if you somehow, I don't know if anyone's pulled this off. If you have, let me know in chat or come up to me and say, yes, I've gotten 40 toughness in
Right.
a limited game. I took my opponent's life total down to 2 or whatever.
Yeah, and Luis does have a 5/5 flyer, but that's still not big enough here, so Baitor will continue drawing cards here for Matt.
Hell yeah. I love me a good Mythic Dragon.
Well, all the Mythic Dragons are just completely insane.
They are, right?
Which, you know what? Look, if Wizards, this is the Dragon set.
Yes.
If your Dragons are not
Busted.
awesome feeling
Yeah, yeah,
anytime you cast it, you have not done your job.
Yes.
So, good job, Wizards.
Good job, Wizards.
All your Mythic Dragons are broken.
Jeez, no kidding. Urani comes down and whacks you for 10. Oh, encouraging Dragonstorm. Okay.
Okay.
Gonna go get some lands.
So lots of mana here, and wow, this might be tough here. Matt's deck looks excellent. Great mana fixing, amazing top-end bomb there in the Baitor as well.
Yeah. Oh, what? He's got Felithar too?
Yeah, Felithar is
Jeez.
also really solid.
Just have all of the Abzan rares, why don't you? Nice.
Getting a bunch of white mana here. Curious to see what Matt's kind of working his way up into casting. Yeah, tons of removal too.
Yeah.
Static Snare, double Stormplane Detainment.
It's going to be tough for Luis to get something to stick. And notably, or importantly, I should say, exile effects from Matt. So Kotis is not going to be long for this world if he finds one of those pieces of removal.
Right.
Put the big stick on the Kotis. Let's go.
So that is a 4/3. It is indestructible. Of course, Matt's got a 5/7 that can block. But if Matt does choose to block, then Luis does have the Glacial Dragonstorm in the graveyard to kind of finish it off. So Matt does have an interesting decision to make here. Do you take 4 and let Luis hit a bunch of cards off the top of your deck, or do you maybe just chump block with the Sagu Pummeler?
I mean, I don't hate
All
sticking that
right.
guy in the way, but yeah,
He's taking it.
let's see. Oh,
What do we hit?
okay.
Oh
Is that
my
4 hits?
gosh.
3 hits?
That's 3 hits. Okay.
No,
Wow.
wait. It's 4. Because you can take the dragon as well, right?
You can get a land.
Yeah, you can get the land with that.
Right, because-
Roost
yeah,
Seek,
you-
Roost Seek, whatever it is.
Wow. He hit 4
Woo!
spells off of Kotis. That is incredible.
Maybe the guy should have jumped in the way there. I'm just saying.
Yeah, wait. I thought you were on team take 4 damage.
Huh?
What?
What? No,
Oh.
I'm just saying the guy, the blocker should have jumped
Oh,
in
I
the
missed
way
something.
there.
I missed it. Wow. What a hit here from Luis. Will that be enough
Jeez.
here to fight through that Baitor?
And this Warden of the Grove, this card, if you don't have an answer for it, will run away with the game.
Yeah, it is the ultimate removal check.
Ugh. Gotta kill me, otherwise I'm just gonna win.
Wow. Just turned around and what? Like what?
Jeez.
That is so ridiculous. What just happened here?
Kotis slaps. I'm just putting it out there.
Yeah,
this
but
card
that
is sick.
it usually doesn't slap
It
that
usually does.
hard.
Okay, look, you need a lot of help with it. It needs renew effects and buffs.
That was
and
that was a
whatnot.
roundhouse kick.
Jeez, like to the teeth.
Yeah.
Owie.
So Luis does find the 5th mana source here. Gets the planes. Has some blockers here for Baitor. You can also just move the Dragon Blade
Yeah.
to have 7 power of flyers in play to
Yeah.
potentially block the Baitor.
Man, did we do the end step counter there, or are we there yet? No, we're not there yet.
I don't think we're. Luis still
Okay.
has probably plenty more here potentially. Has all the colors that he needs.
Got all these. Wow. I think that's the best coaches we'll see
Oh,
in a limited
absolutely.
game. Globe, nice.
Okay. So Luis matching Matt's abundance of mana, and
Yeah.
yeah, we are passing here.
Awesome. Oh boy. Any creature now that enters is going to endure equal to the number of counters on that guy. So that's nasty.
So yeah, Matt's also got to be mindful of the fact that Luis did not choose to move the blade, right? You could have moved it over to the 3/3 dragon for 1 mana and keep up 2.
Yeah.
But so Luis does have a treasure in play as well, so does have access to 4 mana.
Yeah.
We know that Luis does have counter magic in his deck, so could maybe be trying to cast the counter and have it still be relevant given. But it's kind of tough just because Luis has conditional counters,
Yeah.
and Matt's got 9 mana sources in play. Okay. But if he's got a Dispelling Exhale, it would work here.
Yeah. Oh.
It's an Armament Dragon.
Yeah, that's Spectral Denial. So
Spectral Denial, and he's got a 4-power creature in play, so that actually makes it so that the denial is for 4. Yeah, that is awesome. It's not for 3 because you have, for every creature with power 4 or greater, you get to do it for 1 more. So that was really, really big here. And now if you're Matt, I mean,
danger, danger.
in a really tough spot.
Okay. Philothar, the follow-up here.
Okay, pumping up the entire team, sure. Still drawing cards. But now Luis can't actually attack with the Kotis because we have an 8 toughness creature here in play.
Yeah. So it's at 8, 5, 13. We're not at 20 yet, no. And even then,
Almost.
like,
Yeah, untapping your creatures. I suppose you can attack and then block. Yes.
yeah, but not really good attacks right now.
Yeah, but now Luis just can't attack for free with the Kotis because it is a 4-power creature attacking into an 8 toughness creature,
Yeah.
and the Glacial Dragon Hunt would not be enough to close it out.
So some way to pump coaches, perhaps. I mean, I don't think Luis is running any pump spells.
Renew effects. Well, he's got the
Yeah.
blade,
Oh, yeah, he's got.
but
Yeah, it's just the Goldkeeper, I think.
okay.
Skirmish Rhino doesn't do anything.
Yeah, I
really.
suppose if Luis doesn't have a good card draw spell, Matt is the one who's drawing an extra card every turn.
Yeah. Where's that Blizzard, eh?
Could have it.
Yeah. Where's our turtle? Oh, I wonder if Maria kept track for our Storm Shell count. I'll have to ask her.
This must be a pretty tough turn here for Luis.
Yeah, big things. Looks like a lot of lands in hand.
Tapping a green, so does he have a Sago Wildling? Does he just want to go ahead and just I mean, playing a 4/4 flyer, it can be a 5/5 flyer because
Yeah,
it does have
the
Endure
dragon.
1.
Yeah, and the Dragon Storm Globe.
Okay.
So
Luis just
extra.
pushing as much damage as possible. Matt can choose to trade with the Pummeler. He does have the 5/5, but then that gives Luis the ability to put those counters onto the Kotis, turning it
Yes.
into a 6/5 flying indestructible attacker
Yep.
with protection, or excuse me, hexproof for monocolored.
Yeah, protection would be pretty busted because,
Yeah, they're not going to do that for
No.
sure. But most of the spot removal spells in the format are monocolored,
yeah,
so
that is true.
it effectively makes it kind of immune to removal.
Yeah. Killing the blade is often easier than the creature it's attached to.
Right.
Okay, where are we going here? Luis,
Okay.
maybe the blade back again. Onto Kotis.
To block.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 mana up.
It's got to have something good here, right?
One would hope.
3 mana.
Oh,
Okay.
Glacial Dragon Hunt. Cool.
Oh, must have a Molten Exhale to go with this.
Yeah, that would be
Right.
sick.
If you deal 3 and then Molten Exhale, well, that's still not enough to kill Baitor, right? Because that
Is it
would be
3,
7 damage.
Yeah, it's 8 toughness now.
Yeah. Oh, it looks like he just drew a card. Just
Okay.
no discards, which is perfectly legal play.
Mm-hmm.
No creatures, though, so at least no endure value here
Yeah.
for Luis, at least this turn. Yeah, here's the issue. Matt just hasn't found good attacks yet.
Mm-mm. You know, if it goes long enough and Luis can't remove any of his creatures, he could just get to the 40 toughness and then just slowly whittle Luis's life total down.
Yeah.
Half, rounded up. It'll kill him eventually. It'll just take a while.
What is this?
This is a...
The encroaching...
I think
No,
it's...
no, no. Is that a Dragonstorm, the red one? Yeah, I believe
I think
so.
it is, yeah. The
Alternate
Breaching
art.
Dragonstorm, yeah.
Alternate art. A piercing exhale. That is big.
Ooh.
Wow. So
Owie, he's got 2 of them in the deck.
yeah. So that can. That's probably killing the Hydra that's
Yeah.
in play, the 4/4, and
Absolutely.
you get to surveil too, which is really nice.
Oh, man. Didn't get any value off those counters. Boo.
Did not.
Hiss. It's always fun when you get to steal your opponent's bombs. Not so fun when they take them back, though.
Fun for one person.
Ever had someone steal your Sabsunin in an Ether Drift draft?
I have not had that happen yet. No.
No, it was terrible. Wouldn't recommend it.
Yeah. No, that doesn't seem very fun. All right. So Matt passes. We'll draw a card. And then Luis has all the mana in the world.
Oh, yeah. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 mana after he finds his... Oh, no. I think he's found his...
Yeah, I
basic
think it's
already.
on. He's on 8, right?
Yeah. Well, 9 with the treasure as well, yes.
Oh, right. There's
And
a
then
treasure.
land will be
All right.
10.
Bait. Did
Come
Matt,
on, top of the deck. Do something cool.
presumably Matt drew his card with the Baitor.
I believe so.
Yeah.
Hopefully did.
Okay. It's so great just because it's a free attack.
Yeah.
Now
not-
Matt can just block with the 5/5, and
Yeah.
because it is a 4/3, so it's not. And Matt doesn't feel too bad if Luis does finish it off. The only thing he wants to protect is the Baitor Kindle.
Yeah, absolutely.
Molten Exhale.
Yep.
Okay.
Felithar, okay.
Yep.
Sweet.
Felithar down.
Slowly whittling away at the power and toughness on Matt Sicking Johnson's side of things.
Yeah, Matt really just wants to find any dragon
Yeah.
to play off the top here to reset the Dragonstorm.
Mm-hmm.
That'll be really great for him. Ooh.
Oh, okay. Let's get some goodies back, shall we? Monastery Messenger.
Okay, in choosing to get the Molten Exhale back.
What's the cheapest dragon in the set? It's 3 mana, right? The Clarion guy?
Yep. I think Luis had one in the sideboard, but he's got a couple of globes and it shuts them off. So he's not playing them. Yeah, Clarion Conqueror. Yeah, and it goes both ways too. So yeah, you just don't want to play it if you have globes in your deck. Also, it shuts off his blade. It kind of just like shuts off most of his good cards.
Yeah, fair.
Yeah.
Just go with the other flappers in this
Yeah.
case. Messenger, Carry Goldkeeper, which Luis would love to die.
Oh, that is a dragon.
Sagu Wildling.
That is a dragon. Bunch of life. You get a dragon in play. You reset that.
3, 4, 5, yeah, and can just ship this
replay it.
immediately.
Yeah.
Feeling brave?
All right. Can Matt hit another dragon off of this for? Oh.
Yay! Dispelling Exhale.
Yeah, that was really important because that was another avenue of card advantage for Matt. But Matt's still drawing off the Baitor here. Matt's drawing like 3 or 4 cards off of the Baitor.
We need Kintry Severance. Come on, top of the deck.
Yeah. Well, top of the deck is Molten Exhale.
We know that, yes.
Right. But top of the deck.
Top, yeah.
Yeah, top of the deck.
Come on, Quarry Mountain. Street help.
Okay, he's looking.
Globe.
Globe,
All
okay.
right.
Can
Play it now if he wants to, I guess.
Yeah, so this attacks for 4, and now with the Molten Exhale, it's like, sure, Luis, if you want to use Molten Exhale to kill the Pummeler, you can.
Yeah. Not
Will
interested
Luis
in that.
choose to go that direction?
Dragonstorm first. Keep those treasures available. Land for turn, gain a life. Will we see a follow-up play here?
Just
gonna
moving
move
it.
Okay.
Yeah. needs that Kintry Severance so badly.
Uh-huh.
It's. I think it's just the only way he can kill the Baitor.
He doesn't have like any Uranus rebuffs or anything like that, right? No bouncing spells.
No, I don't think he's got any bounce effects. I will say there's a Stormplane Detainment in Luis's sideboard. That one is definitely coming in.
Absolutely.
The Cruel Truths might also come in just because this matchup seems kind of slow and grindy.
Yeah, for sure. There's a couple ways to like tap things
And this land has just been really impressive. It just seems awesome in sealed deck where you get to board states like this often, and it's literally just a land that draws you an extra card every turn.
That's sweet. Mana sinks. They're important.
Absolutely. Okay, Luis attacked into that.
Birdie down.
Okay.
Dragon hits the board. Comes in with 2 counters.
Two
Courtesy
counters,
of the 2
okay.
globes.
He must have the channel Dragonfire. Nothing? Why did he attack?
Not sure. Okay, Dragon's Prey kills Keru. Goldkeeper
Oh,
finally. That's
wait.
in the bin now.
Yeah, that's
Has Matt
interesting.
got any exile effects?
I mean, by doing that, it makes me think Matt might have some way to deal with the Kotis?
Yeah, could have his own Kintry Severance. He's got one in the
Yeah,
list.
yeah. I'm curious why Luis attacked. There has to be a reason. I just have to try to figure out why he attacked with the 4/5 there into the 5/5 reach.
Teaming Dragonstorm. 2 more bodies on the board here. So both players doing a great job of just gumming up this battlefield. The life total is still pretty high, 1725.
So
Getting deep into the mid-late game here.
there is 20 toughness in play now. So he can attack. This is a safe attack.
Whee!
5/8 attacking into 7 power. Safe attack. You get to untap it and draw a card with all that mana up.
Ugh. That's gross.
Yeah, Baitor has been incredible.
Yeah, get that out of there.
Okay. But if Luis is leading with that, that's not a good sign for
Generally
Luis.
not, no. I think he's just digging for that
Yeah.
Kintry Severance, but gonna buff up Kotis now.
So it's now got flying,
Yep,
and it is a 6/5.
sweet.
6/5 flying protection from monocolored indestructible creature.
Yeah.
Now Matt does have a large creature to block with. Does he have
Yeah.
any way to target this?
Oh, yeah, there you go. Static Snare.
Oh,
what it's
yeah.
called.
Isn't it hexproof from
It's
monocolored?
the Kotis is, yes.
Oh, yeah.
You can
can't
get the blade, though.
Yeah, you can get the blade, but you cannot get the actual creature.
Next I'll target artifact or creature, yeah.
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 Got to get the blade.
Yeah.
Wait, does it hit artifacts? It does, it
Excel,
does.
yeah.
Okay, yeah,
Target
yeah.
artifacts
Right.
or
Creature.
creature, yeah.
I remember in a testing session, I had Static Snare and Luis played an Elspeth, and then I was shocked that
Ugh.
they couldn't kill the Elspeth. So.
Yeah. Stormplane Detainment gets it,
It
though.
does, yeah.
Yeah. The common in the
It's weird
set
that the
gets it.
common is the one that kills everything.
Wha, 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 wha. Dreadful apathy-esque. Molten Exhale, killing a critter on the board.
Yeah, but Matt now gets to untap. Matt just seems to have all the advantages here.
Yeah, sure does. Corroding
Oh,
Dragonstorm now.
this is just the
Oof.
ultimate dragon deck. He just has all the Dragonstorms.
This is cool.
He is going off here. And bins the Molten Exile, which also can't be a good sign.
No. I mean, all these things are getting way too big here to deal
Right.
with.
Sagu Pummeler.
Oh, boy.
Goodness.
Living up to his name.
Right? Yeah, the flying creature now also has reach.
Because, you
So,
know,
yeah.
just in case something is, you know, atmospheric,
Right.
got to get that extra reach. Baitor is swinging in once again. A sticky note flying away there by
Yep.
itself.
Luis with the chump block here.
Just in case it's relevant.
Yeah.
You never know.
But not enough to untap the creature. Luis
yeah.
needs to find some way to connect with this Kotis. It's currently at a 4/3, which is not enough to attack through the Sagu Wildling.
What's that sitting at? 5/5 now?
It does look like it's a 5/5 flying with reach.
Man.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Goldborn
That's
dragon.
It's a big dragon.
It is.
It's a 5/5 vigilance. And
Yes.
just hitting land, so Luis does have a ton of mana sources in play. But
Not
I
that
just
scry when it enters?
how does
Or is that attack?
that's attack?
Okay.
How does Luis turn this around is the question.
Exile, exile, exile.
Exile, yeah, you can exile. It's just the Kotis doesn't.
Severance.
Oh, jeez, look at this.
Oh.
Picking up 2 Dragonstorms here.
He's just trying to play the bounce deck from standard
Yeah.
and limited, right?
You can get all the lands out of your deck now if you want. Looks like actually just not planning on playing the ramp Dragonstorm. Just going for the Surveil here and the Drain. How many cards are left in Matt's
There's
deck?
not a lot. There's probably
Yeah.
about 10 there, if I were to guess.
Yep.
That's a really small little stack he's got. That's also why he can't take any damage from Kotis.
Oh,
so-
yeah. I mean, this
there
is
we go.
probably just
Yeah.
going to end it here now.
Stormplane Detainment taking care of Kotis.
And Matt has lots of answers to Kotis. 2
Sure does,
detainments
yeah.
and the Static Snare.
Now, getting frisky. Double block here.
Oh, gosh.
Oh, Kintry Severance. That's
Yeah.
going to be enough, I would say.
There's just, Luis doesn't have a card. There's no sweeper or anything that can get him back from this spot. Yeah, Matt's deck looks incredible.
Yeah, that's really, really cool.
Just
Getting extra value off
yeah,
your Dragonstorms.
yeah, just Dragonstorms with great fixing, and a bunch of dragons, and also one of the best dragons to have in your deck too. So
Yeah.
it's kind of everything going here. Luis really needed to find a Kintry Severance earlier.
Yeah.
Now it's just too late.
That is hits one of the little tutus only.
Probably
Sharn
just casting
Yeah,
it.
just play it.
It
Get
i-
some life back.
It is a 7/6 flyer that gains
That's
you 5 life.
Substantial, yeah.
Yeah.
Still doesn't kill Baitor, though.
Nope, Baitor too large. Too large.
Will they bounce off each other? No, it'll kill it. It's a 6.
Baitor is a 6/8.
8, yeah, yeah.
So it is bigger.
Yeah.
And we're getting kind of close to the point where Matt can almost just attack with. Oh, never mind. Keep in mind, Matt's been drawing an extra card
Yeah,
every single
every single
turn,
turn with
and
Baitor out.
this game's been going on for 6-7 turns since he cast the Baitor.
Yeah.
3
3
cards
cards?
left. 4.
4?
Yeah.
Jeez. Oh, okay. Kintry Severance.
Gain a bunch of. Luis is simply
Nice
trying to
with
stay
this.
alive.
Yeah, just to
and,
mill him out.
and see if he can mill Matt here. Okay.
Is Baitor a may or a must? Let's find out.
No, you have to.
You have to.
It's a must.
Ooh.
Oh my. Can Luis actually find a way to deck Matt?
We'll find out. Teaming Dragonstorm.
I don't know. Luis is at 9. This is still a lot.
Or excuse me, it's Twin Maw Stormbrood. Yeah, that's a lot of damage.
And he picked up the Corroding Dragonstorm, so that's 7.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, if he needs to survive for one more turn, and he actually can, if he can survive and not die to the Dragonstorm, he will be able to deck Matt. What can he find? He found a Storm Shell, but that's just a really expensive blocker for one of these tokens here.
Oh, man.
Oh,
Where's the
wow.
target opponent draws a card?
Yeah. Oh,
Ooh, okay.
that's a bounce effect.
Isn't it the tap? No, it's a
no,
bounce. It
that's
is
the
bounce.
that's
yeah.
the bounce effect. So maybe you just
Ice Serpent, yeah.
bounced.
You don't want to bounce Baitor, right?
No. You need Baitor in play. That's the one that you want in play. I think you bounce maybe the Stormbrood, because that's just another large flyer. I think Luis is still dead here, though. He's
Yeah.
at 9 life.
Yeah.
Like
that's a lot
even
of
if you
damage.
bounce a Stormbrood, well, this is really close. Oh, he did bounce the Baitor.
Huh.
Okay. Oh, there were 3 cards left. I thought there were 2.
Oh,
okay.
okay. Never
Yeah,
mind.
there were more cards hiding there. Okay. Yeah, but at this point, then it's just going to be probably too tough here for Luis.
Yeah, I think so.
Chooses to keep both. Luis gets drained. There's a million things that can attack. But I guess it'll also just depend on what else Matt's working with. He's going super wide here.
Mm-hmm. Hustling along now.
Yeah.
Trying to close out this game as quick as he can. Whee, more dudes.
Although I will say this is probably a point where you want to slow down,
Yeah.
because
Don't make a mistake here.
this
at
is super close. Luis making the
Yep.
It's not enough.
Making the blocks he can, but still taking enough damage there.
He tried.
That was
He
a good fight.
definitely tried. He definitely.
Yeah.
It was a good fight, but these Dragonstorms, especially in sealed deck,
Oof.
if you can pick them up and replay them 2 or 3 times in a
Extra
game,
value.
that is just way too much to overcome.
Sweet game nonetheless there. First of potentially 3. While our players are sideboarding, don't forget, friends, that there is a flash sale ongoing at StarCityGames.com on all promotional singles. 10% off that ends Monday. So if you have an eye out something fancy, go treat yourself. Go and get one of those promotional cards, or, you know, maybe 10. It's all up to you. I'm not going to tell you what to do with your money. Sideboarding time here for our players. Luis Scott-Vargas has several options available to him. What do you think he's going to prioritize?
Probably card draw. I think Luis is going to want. The thing is, Matt's deck wasn't aggressive at all.
Yeah.
It was just basically the exact same thing that Luis is trying to do, possibly just better.
Yeah.
And so Luis's pool doesn't really allow him to go underneath his opponent. So I think what he's really just going to be looking to do here is just find, you know, whatever extra removal spells, not removal spells, card draw effects that he has in the sideboard, and he's going to try to bring that in. Taking a look at the cards here,
I wanted to
think
play the Ice Climber so bad.
Stormplane Detainment is a reasonable consideration here. You know, he's already playing the counter spells.
Yeah.
And then if you take a look at maybe the black cards, he did have the Cruel Truths. I think that's certainly going to come in. Maybe even you just play stuff like Feral Death Gorger, just because Luis does have a Dragonstorm of his own, and you know, maybe you can exile some cards out of the graveyard for value there. But this is going to be a super grindy matchup. That first game took almost half an hour.
That was a long game,
right?
yeah.
So you just need to kind of prepare for that and just kind of play that game plan here. But I just feel like, just taking a look at Matt's deck, it just felt like it just had better tools for this matchup.
I want to see Veteran Ice Climber with a stick. Because then you can just mill him out, you know?
Yeah,
Easy.
yeah.
Unblockable damage.
The problem is milling is just not something you really want to be doing early in this format, just because you got Harmonize, you got Renew.
Oh, yeah, you mill yourself if you want to.
You mill yourself, and then maybe once it's really big, then you start taking giant chunks out of their library. Because early on, if you're doing it one at a time, you're just helping your opponent.
That is true. But yeah, just not having a way to get through, get that damage.
Yeah, that was despite Luis hitting 4 cards off of that Kotis. Remember
Yeah,
that?
that was insane.
That was the same game. Yeah.
Good grief. I mean, Kotis certainly did his best there.
Yeah.
Just needed some backup from the team. Game 2 underway here in round 5 of Magic Spotlight Dragons. All limited all the time. Today is sealed. Tomorrow will be draft. It's going to be awesome. It is awesome. So hopefully you will stay with us. Thank you so much for tuning in and watching thus far. Lands. Look at them lands.
It's a classic sealed start here. Tap land, tap land, tap land, tap Evolving Wilds.
Yep.
I guess that's also a tap land. Whoa, no land drop there.
Oof, all right.
For Matt, and also playing it main phase to play around Luis's counter magic.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't think Matt's got the bestest hand.
Certainly not here. It's possible Luis boarded out some little creature removal. We'll see what he does.
Yeah,
oh,
nice.
Yeah, okay. The Dragonstorms were the key to the last game, so maybe Luis can get things going here as well.
Oh boy.
Wow, no
It's
land.
Traveling botanist, I think.
Yeah, well, that does block pretty
Yeah.
well. But if Luis can find a way to just get the botanist off the battlefield with a Molten Exile, that would be ideal for him.
Yeah.
Or the
Botanist.
Stormbrood. Yeah.
Oh, man. I bet Matt was hoping that guy stuck around to try and dig a little deeper into the deck.
It looks like no land number 5 here for Luis.
Okay,
oh,
there we go.
okay.
All right. So he found land here, courtesy of the Saga Wildling and
Okay.
Sinkhole Surveyor.
And counter that.
No.
All right.
Says Luis.
Look at this. And both players recognizing that these games go long.
Yeah.
It is in your best interest to play quickly. So
Yeah.
especially if this goes to a game 3.
Yes. Right. Matt's ideal hopes would be a
Yeah.
clean 2-0 against LSV.
Yep.
But LSV wants none of that, so getting feisty here, in for 2, following up here now with a Teamer Tawny back.
Teamer Tawny back solid. Luis really wants to just keep hitting land drops, but looks like he missed on the land drop there, but does have the better board here. Matt does have a lot of removal. Matt also wants to find lands as well.
This coach is uncastable at the moment.
No blue. Wait, no,
Yeah,
not
there's an island.
not uncastable. Just probably just didn't think Kotis was the most reliable way to try to win the game, especially with all the white removal spells,
Yeah,
the
it's
exile
tough,
effects.
yeah.
It's not going to be as good here.
Ooh,
Cruel Truths. He brought that in.
Gimme. Monastery Messenger.
Yeah. Then this is the type of card that's not the best in normal draft, but in sealed where things are slower, it's an excellent sideboard card. And if you don't have any card draw, it's totally fine to play as a 1-of as well.
I love playing Desperate Measures. It's basically just Skull Clamp on an instant.
Yep. Especially if you have some mobilized tokens to throw away. Oh well.
Oh, we're encroaching.
Yeah, and that's big. Luis wasn't really able to punish Matt too much here with his stumble. Matt is no longer mana screwed. Has all the mana in the world now.
Yep.
And Luis has to put as much pressure as possible, but Matt's hand has to be full of action here.
Oh yeah. Now 6 mana available. He's overtaken Luis in the mana department. So
yeah.
Even though he's down 7 life, Matt is firmly in the driver's seat at this point. You have to think, unless his hand is absolute garbage.
Right, and that's impossible because he missed land drops, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sagu Pummeler, followed by
Piercing Exhale. Did he reveal a dragon too?
don't know.
Yep, he
Okay.
certainly did.
Yeah.
He's surveilling, so I'm assuming he did.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, geez. Wow.
Behold my dragons.
Matt has completely stabilized
Yeah, that's
and is now looking to be in a better position here than Luis.
Yeah. 100%. Okay, Sagu Wildling, Sagu Pummeler taken care of.
I guess Luis doesn't have another land to play here, otherwise he would have not tapped the white source.
Man, these guys' hands are going to be so crampy at the end of it. All the shuffling they have to do.
Yeah. You can they can prepare for this by testing Modern or something. Yeah, that's the way to do it.
Dragonfire Blade on the board, but terrible target as there's just a monocolored creature down.
Yeah, Matt's probably playing a and that's Baitor!
Oh no.
Does Luis have the Kintree Severance here?
Make it stop. Make it go away.
Oh, double removal spell, it seems. Yeah. Got to do what you got to do.
Jeez. 2 for 1-ing. But
Yeah.
Baitor is off the board, and that is what matters. Matt is down to 9. Luis has to close this game out now.
Yeah. Okay. Matt's drawn a bunch of lands after in a row here.
Sure has, yeah.
Curious what else he's working with. There's still a couple of cards left in hand, though.
Yep. You can see what's in
Is
his
there any
deck
basic?
still.
Okay, still 2 basics left.
It didn't fail fine, so.
Look, Luis has a bunch of mana. Can just equip the token.
He could.
Turn it into a 4/4 if you don't have anything else to do.
It's not great.
Yeah, I agree with you. But it's something.
Yeah. Tapping 4 here now. What's the follow-up? Another teaming Dragonstorm cost. Get some more dudes down, and a Monastery
Ooh,
Messenger
okay.
getting back our exhale.
No, Cruel Truths. More
nice.
value. Okay. Oh, this is a big board.
Yeah.
Luis is
Go
looking
wide.
really good. Look, Matt played in an Encroaching Dragonstorm and had nothing.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a
Armament
big dragon.
dragon.
Sure.
What's it, like a 4/4? No, a 6/6 with his counters?
It's a 6/7, I believe.
Because it can only target itself. Yeah, 3
Yeah.
counters. It's large.
It's large, but
Armament Dragon now doing defense here for Matt up against a pretty wide board here.
Luis could just look for a removal spell and go for the win here with the Cruel
Yeah.
Truths.
No, don't think that was it.
I don't think you want either. There was a Dispelling Exhale too, but that doesn't
Yeah.
seem very good
Get
here.
out of here.
Take some damage and
No.
nope. That was a Teamer Monument, I think.
Whoops.
He's tapping 3 mana pretty quickly. Oh, moving on to a token. Okay, so now
Huh.
Matt has to chump the soldier here and take 6 and go to 2.
Yeah.
Unless Matt has another removal spell. Oh, it looks like he does.
Kinship
Okay.
Severance.
So
Nice.
Matt goes to 4. Luis only has 2 tokens in play. Okay.
Yeah, just a
Teamer Monument. But the creature doesn't have haste, so Matt,
It's a 5-5 though, but yeah.
yeah, it's definitely very large. Can Matt continue finding action here? Down to 4. If Luis can find a removal spell, that's lethal. Assuming Matt has nothing else.
Man, they're hustling. 14 minutes to go on the
Yeah,
clock.
game 3's got to be quick.
Yep.
I don't think playing the Dragonstorm does that much. Oh, geez.
Oh,
I,
boy.
that just tells me Matt's got nothing else to do.
Yeah. He's just finding every land to hopefully draw gas.
Just thinning out the deck here.
Yeah.
So Luis, I don't think wants to attack here.
Yeah, I mean, you get 2 damage. Or
Yeah.
Then what?
Oh, just drawing, looking for the Severance now.
Let's go, let's go. Can we find it? 3 mana left up.
Doesn't find it. The alternative was to play a 5/5.
Yeah.
I think he's just going to equip and pass.
Yep.
It's 4 mana to equip. No, 3? 3 mana to equip.
Yeah, this is 1 color.
Yeah.
so.
Okay, Matt's got basically all spells left in his deck.
Has to.
All spells in his deck,
Got
so.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 lands.
But
so there's 5 left in the deck.
The thing is, he just can't attack, though. Oh, that's huge.
Ah.
All right, now
Owie.
that's how you stabilize here. Luis is going to need to find more action here now because that gained Matt 5 more life. 2 giant dragons in play. Severance would still be a good draw here, or a dragon to pick up his own Dragonstorm.
Yeah. Good lord.
6 mana. That's a dragon for sure. Yep.
It's his own Twin Moor Stormbrood.
Yep, and that comes into play with a counter.
Uh-huh. Don't miss your counter. Don't miss your counter.
I'm assuming it comes into play with a counter.
It should, yeah. Dragonstorm Globes on the board.
Oh, he might have missed it. He might have missed it.
Yeah.
So 4 creatures on Matt's
Oh, no, you
side
got
at
it.
9. Okay, you got it. 6/5 flyer still can't attack
Jeez.
through the armament dragon. Oh man, there's just so much stuff in play. You got to figure this out so quickly.
It's looking like a war zone at this point.
Oh, and a
Jeez.
detainment. Can you attack? Not
Oh,
yet.
Not yet, not yet.
But that's 4 blockers on Matt's side, and Luis only has 4 attackers. Matt's done a really great job of stabilizing here.
Yes, certainly
Another
has.
dragon here maybe for Luis. Yeah,
Yep,
that's a
so
dragon.
wildling.
He's still, look, I mean,
Bounce,
every
bounce,
turn,
bounce, bounce.
bounce. Gain 3 life.
It's just a bounce off at this point.
So now we're looking at how many creatures on Luis's side here. We have 7 creatures to 4 blockers, but Matt is at 9 life.
Yep.
And Matt continues drawing cards because what? He has no lands left in the deck.
Yeah. This
There's
is
a
the
warden.
Warden of the Grove.
Yep.
That's bad news for each following creature.
Yeah. Is Luis finally out of action? Ooh, I think I saw Kintry Severance
Yeah?
in Luis's hand. That is big.
Swingy time?
No, that's a storm
Storm
playing the time.
Detainment, nice.
Okay.
Okay. So biggest blocker out of the way.
4 blockers available.
7 attackers, you said?
Does he have a? Oh, he's got a Severance too.
Oh,
so
and
the Flyers can
Severance.
get in. He
Yeah.
can now just attack with the Flyers. Can he attack with everything? There's 3 blockers
3
now
blockers
in
on the
play.
ground. Yeah, I mean,
yeah,
I would. Just
getting in with
turn things
everything.
sideways. Hell yeah. Don't
That's-
think he's dead.
No, that's
Is he
10
dead?
damage coming
He's dead?
through. Yeah, that's 10 damage coming through. 4 in the air and
Sick.
6. Wow.
All right.
All right, we have
Hustle,
10,
hustle.
10 and a half minutes here.
Woo!
And a draw does nobody any
No.
favors
No, no,
here
no, no, no.
because you need to go 6 and 2 or better.
Yeah.
It'll help you for day 2 with tiebreakers. Obviously, it's better than a loss.
Yeah, but if you don't get that last
for,
one, you need.
for the purposes of making day 2, it's effectively a loss.
Yeah, you need 18 points to get through to tomorrow. Friends, this set is so cool. It is awesome in a limited environment. It's going to make pretty big waves in all the other constructed formats. So if you want, go and order Tokyo Dragonstorm right now on starcitygames.com/MTG-TDM. Get yourself some pretty dragons. Maybe you'll get lucky, open one of the dragon scale fetch lands. That would be
Ooh,
sick.
that
I
would
would
be
love
nice.
to open one of those. Oh, they're so beautiful. Anyway, that's just me salivating over foils as we get back into game 3 here. Less than 10 minutes remain for these players. So do you do any crazy sideboarding because you cannot play a game
Well,
as long as game 1?
You don't have the time to.
You don't.
Right? I feel like if both players want to win, you literally just need to present your deck.
Yeah.
Because both of these decks nobody is winning until turn 10 of the game in most part.
true, yeah.
Unless you can find the teaming Dragonstorm, get that going early.
Yeah.
That's kind of the route to victory here. So
It's going to be rough.
there is a very decent chance that this could potentially end in a draw.
Okay. All right. Well, we don't want that for either player
Of
because
course
that would
not.
just be terrible. So I don't want to say I hope someone has a terrible hand, but that is basically what it needs to come down to.
Luis has a pair of snowmelt stags in the sideboard.
Oh, no.
Unblockable damage. I'm
I-
just look.
I mean,
It's
no, Paul.
look.
No, Paul.
No?
No, I'm not. I am not even.
All right.
Nope.
Trying here.
But yes, unblockable damage would be handy, especially
would
when.
work. The problem is you draw it and then it doesn't, and then your opponents play their good cards.
Yeah.
It does block pretty well, so.
Yeah, it's not bad. Veteran Ice Climber, I'm telling you, man.
All right. Gonna see some turbo magic here.
Yeah.
Nobody
these
wants to draw.
Life totals reset, hopefully, and then we are off to the races as soon as the players are happy with their hands. Here we go.
So game 3, Luis with a win, Matt with a win.
Yep. You're going to see
Fetching
quite a lot of shortcutting here, yeah.
Yeah, fetching immediately.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, do you even just choose not to cast your omens? You're just like, I don't want to shuffle. I don't have time to
Yeah.
shuffle.
I
Yeah.
mean, it could be just get your dragons down because that's how you're going to win, right?
Yeah, it's like not even, look at this, not even shuffling your opponent's deck. Just like go for it or
Yeah,
cut,
yeah.
maybe that's it.
Yeah. Oh boy, this is
All right.
stressful.
Oh, absolutely. Times like this, I'm happy that I'm here.
Yeah,
Right?
same. I mean, I'm still stressed not for them, you know. It's
Oh.
just, okay, encroaching Dragonstorm.
Just searching, shuffling, but Matt does have a ton of mana.
Yeah.
Luis did play a globe as well, so he's not that far behind here. 5 mana in
Five,
play. Did we
nice.
just get dragons going here?
Sagu Waddling, let's go.
Oh,
Oh,
that's
Kosis with-
yeah. I mean, surely Matt will have something here. He's got 6 lands in play, so Matt just gotta kind of move at a pretty good pace here
Yeah.
just to keep things going. 5 mana, 6 mana.
Nice, okay.
Okay.
Twinmore Stormbrood.
All right.
5/4.
Can Luis pump this up? If you can
Yeah.
suit it up with a blade,
Blade,
that would
blade,
be
blade,
amazing
blade,
here.
blade.
Or if you just have a way to kill the Stormbrood, not a lot though, then you can get in for 2. Let's see.
We have an exhale of sorts.
Molten Exhale would also
that'd be
work.
sweet. There
Yeah,
we go.
all right.
Okay, drag
Hit
it down.
for 2. Can you hit something?
Cards.
Miss and a miss.
Oh, let's Philithar out of the way. What's the other one there? Oh, that's the
Finding-
exile.
The negotiations.
Yes,
that's,
aggressive
yeah.
negotiations, yeah.
Very, very solid card in a slow matchup like this.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, nothing. Wait. A bunch of mana and it has the Dragonstorm. I wonder what Matt's working with here. Oh, yep. That's one way to deal with it. Absolutely. Can Luis counter it? If he's got the X counter, that would work, but
Yeah.
Luis chooses not to do that, and now just going to continue running. Yep, that's an excellent card here. That's one way to get it going. You do that and play some dragons. That's a good route here. Now Matt's just getting mana in play. Is that all he has? And he passed the turn. Okay.
Wow, okay.
Luis attacking here, 4 damage. Can Luis play a dragon, pick up this Dragonstorm, and just continue
Keep
putting
going.
pressure?
That's the hope
4
here
mana is
for
not
Luis.
not dragon mana.
Oh,
Oh, it
it
is
is,
dragon
Carry
mana,
Goalkeeper.
right? Yeah,
Nice.
that's a nice one here. Picks it up.
Gets a counter on it, so that's a big flyer now. So Matt has to deal with this somehow. Deals with it with Molten Exhale.
Molten Exhale at
And
instant
Spectral
speed.
Denial says no thank you.
Oh, wow.
Hell
Okay.
yeah. All right.
All right.
So Keru gets to stick around.
And it's a 4/4,
It's a 4/4, yeah.
and the Sagu in Matt's hand is only a 3/3, so it doesn't even
Yeah.
block the dragon particularly well. Might be his only play though.
Yep.
Yeah, picks it up, but hey, that's not a good blocker for the dragon. Replays it, gets all the lands out. 5.5 minutes. Luis is looking good at
Luis.
least right now.
Yeah.
Lots of mana in play, but you at least get an attack in with the dragon. If you have another Molten Exhale here or a Glacial Dragon Hunt, you get the Saga Wilding off the battlefield. Boom, you get in for 8.
Any blades in hand?
I think if he had a blade, he would have played it earlier.
Oh,
so
yeah. Pokey stick. Oh, you know, you
could have top decked one.
Top
yeah.
decked one, yeah.
absolutely.
nah. It just looks like we have Dragonstorm and the Twinmore Stormbrood, I think.
Yeah, big turn here, but
Do we want to get this Wildling off the board, or are we just happy to?
does he have
Lose
a
one of the
Molten
bros.
Exhale? I don't know.
Oh wait, no, the Charring Bite can't kill the dragon. Never
Right.
mind.
Okay, looking for cards here. Cruel Truths. Kept both. Okay.
Ah, okay.
Found the land. Likes the land. 2 mana. Kill spell. Okay, Glacial Dragon Hunt.
Hell
This is an
yeah.
attack for 8 damage. Get the Wildling off the battlefield. Probably going to have to discard a good card, though.
Yeah.
That's why he's tanking here.
Do you chuck the Twinmore? That would suck.
Oh, I don't think so. Oh, the blade.
Oh, he did have it. Well, he
yeah,
found it.
Yeah, found it. But hey, 8 damage in. Don't think he's
Yeesh.
going to need the blade here. Can Matt find something here? Baitor. Some way to stabilize here. Okay.
Okay, I see your dudes, and I show you mine.
Does he have a dragon too? Oh, there's the Baitor. Oh, man. And draws a card. Okay. What a swingy game here.
We haven't seen Kintry Severance yet, have
We haven't yet. So if Luis has it, he's probably going to fire it off instantly.
Yeah. Under 4 minutes to go now in game 3 here, round 5. It is stressful.
Oh, Stormplane
Stormplane
Detainment.
Detainment.
Okay.
Got it.
Second removal spell. Get that out of the way.
Yep.
Chump, chump. 4 damage. Matt's down to 11 here. And a Storm Shell.
Storm
Okay.
Shell. What's up, buddy?
These are the heavy hitters. Matt, do you have another good follow-up here? He can make 2 2/2s, but does he have something else? Maybe his own Stormplane Detainment to get the Baitor back.
He needs it. He needs that big blocker in the sky, or he's going to be dead in a couple turns here.
All the mana in the world.
Ooh.
Oh, and now remember, when time runs out, we do still get 5 turns.
Yes. Okay, teaming Dragonstorm, get some more
Okay.
blockers down. Likely chumping a Storm Shell.
Oh, yeah,
Stormplane
he
Detainment,
did have the
got it.
Detainment. Oh, my gosh. Now you can pick up the Dragonstorm.
Yeah.
Did he not?
Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. Pick it up, pick it up.
Oh, okay.
Matt.
Is it when you cast? Or no, it's when it enters the
That's when
battlefield,
it enters
right?
the battlefield, right?
Oh,
I think so.
I believe so as well. Okay. Wow.
Oh, no.
This is brutal here now. Luis, it was looking close, but you can find some answers here. You attack with the Storm Shell, try to find a Kintry Severance,
Yeah.
right? That is certainly something that you can still try to do. Draw 3 cards, but now it's now can the game end,
Yeah, that's the question.
right?
So chump, and that would kill the Keru.
That yeah, but then you can kill the Baitor with the Glacial Dragon Hunt.
Yeah.
6 mana.
Oh,
Okay.
Bewildering Blizzard. Okay, so that keeps.
Okay,
Keru alive?
sure. Wow, Luis drew a million
2.
cards this turn.
Yeah.
Yeah, but how is he dealing with the Baitor? Does he have a Molten Exhale? Is he looking for one? Nope, doesn't have
One's
one.
3.
Okay.
Messenger. What do you put back on top?
Maybe a Blizzard? Molten
Might as
Exhale.
well.
Molten Exhale, it looks like.
Yeah, okay.
Oh,
Man.
jeez.
How important is that Dragonstorm going to be?
It could be huge. Now, a lot of Luis's attacks now are in the air
Yeah.
because the Storm Shell is no longer, or it's
Yeah, it's
locked
not a
down
problem,
for
yeah.
a few turns.
It's-
But
It's chilling. I don't
So-
even know if we'll get 3 more turns out of this game, honestly.
right, yeah.
A minute and a half to go.
But hey, getting those extra points of power, toughness, namely on the battlefield,
Yeah.
does let you attack and block with Baitor.
Absolutely.
If you can get 20 power and 20 toughness in play, rather. Keeps drawing 6 drops though. Whoa,
Armament Dragon. Woo!
Armament Dragon. Oh man, the hits do not stop here.
Here comes the fun. Did-em, did-em.
Do we have enough now here? That's 4, 3, 6, 9, 13 plus
That's
7.
gotta be
That's
20. Yeah.
So now everything has vigilance basically. Luis is chumping. Everything gets to attack and everything gets to block here. Matt gets another card. Matt has firmly stabilized this board.
And picked up the Dragonstorm this time around and recasting it again.
And everything untaps and you draw cards.
Yeah. Oh, man. I
Wow.
think Matt has clawed his way out of this hole. And this is going to be incredibly tough for Luis to win.
Yeah, I just don't. At this point, at 12 life, like what can you even
Yeah.
do here? You attack, Baitor blocks. I guess even if Baitor blocks and you kill it, there's just too much. Or you can just take 4. It's not even that bad anymore, given
Yeah.
that you're at 12 life now. But remember, Luis did draw a ton of cards
Sure
last
did,
turn,
yeah.
so he does have probably a lot of options here. But this, I mean, Matt's board just out of nowhere.
That
Look
was
at this.
nuts. Just haymaker after haymaker. Here
Yeah.
comes Teaming Dragonstorm once again to get some creatures on the board. Sagu Wildling 2 to be able to pick that back up. So 3 more creatures on the board. 3 life now gained for Luis.
And now Luis might be playing the game of,
And we are time in the round.
yeah, now Luis is playing the game of, how do I not die?
Yeah.
And just try to get the draw at this point.
Ugh, man. That's brutal.
Yeah, it is tough, but Matt is now the player that's seemingly in the lead now with that active Baitor in play. Now we're looking at a 4/4 flyer and a 3/3 flyer in play, so Matt can't attack with the Baitor unless he's got some kind of way to kill one of the flyers. Matt's trying to see if there's a way he can get a big attack in and just try to close the game out.
Yeah.
You have to be mindful, though, that you're still at 12 life here. So
Yeah.
if you have nothing else left in hand, you got to be careful with these attacks.
And it looks like when time was called in the round. Matt is going to be turn 0.
Yeah, and now that time has been called, you can take your time,
Yeah.
right?
Now you're chill.
You don't have
Now you can relax.
you don't have unlimited time, but you can take your time and really figure out how you can try to close out this game.
Yeah.
What are the good attacks? I don't need to do any shortcuts anymore. Read the board, figure things out.
Yeah. Whew. We can breathe too.
Well, yeah. Jeez.
Ooh, piercing exhale.
Oh, that's huge.
That's massive. Getting rid of one of the
Surveil.
flyers.
Yeah. Two lands in the graveyard. Remember drawing a card too. So that's a free Baitor attack at least.
5. I mean, those 3/3s on the board too.
What is this?
They're no joke.
4 mana card? Can you just attack with everything?
Yeah, why
Oh,
not?
all right. There you go. Luis saying, I'm going to make all the obvious blocks here.
Yeah.
Double block. Where are those counters? One of them's on a thing.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 15 damage. Wait, is that? Wait, no, that's 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's 15 damage, no?
Yeah.
Yeah. Luis, I can't double block one. So 12 damage. Luis goes down to 2 here. Corroding Dragonstorm for the win would also work.
Sunpearl Kieran jumps in.
Wow, bounces Armament Dragon. Then that allows you to pick up the Teeming Dragonstorm as well.
Good grief.
Yeah, and this is Matt's going to win on his
6, 9,
turn 2 here.
14.
Jeez, look at this.
Yeah, no,
This is
he's got so much value. Baitor absolutely ran away in both games that it made an appearance.
and the Teeming Dragonstorm from
Yeah,
both
yeah.
sides. Really impressive. Oh, look at this, putting a ton of counters.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Good grief.
And everything untaps. Are we at 40 toughness, by the way?
I
like,
don't
we
know
got-
if we're
we-
there
we
yet.
might be getting
It's
close. Yeah.
Yeah, let's see. I think he's counting for us.
Right.
What does he get to?
He's like, nope, not quite.
You don't need to take 1 point of damage off of Luis anyway, but.
Yeah.
Oh no, would he kill him? No.
Luis is
at.
at
Harvard rounded up.
right.
Yeah.
Luis is at 2 here. He's
Yeah,
super
yeah.
dead. He doesn't even. He's already cast the Bewildering Blizzard as well.
Yeah.
So you
not even that
can't
can help
you
him.
can't even use that as a fog effect. Oh,
Jeez, that's gonna do it. So Matt Sicking Johnson just Value Town with this Abzan list. Had so many haymakers back to back to back to back, and Luis just kind of had to sit there and take the punches.
yeah, absolutely. That
Wow.
Baitor and Stormplane. That's a matchup where you look at the Stormplane Detainment and once your opponents have answers to your own Stormplane
Yeah.
Detainment, you can't really reliably use that as a way to kill flyers. And like we talked about before, Luis only had the one actual hard removal spell to kill
Yeah.
it and couldn't find it there. And when you can't find it there and your opponent just has the more powerful deck, like all Matt needed to do was just stabilize.
Yeah,
Like
and
Luis
sure
was the aggressor, but Matt is the one that just seems to have more late game inevitability with all the Dragonstorms, mana advantage,
Yeah.
and of course that Baitor, just the absolute MVP.
Baitor kin to all. Alrighty, so that was one heck of a long match, and apparently we are gonna crack a pack.
Oh.
I thought we were gonna go look at a backup match, but no, I'm getting thrown dragon packs, so I'm gonna open one. Pack one, pick
Okay.
one, Paul.
Pack one, pick one, let's go.
All right, let's see what we got here, friends. Okay, Sand Skitter Outrider, the 2/1 that endures. We have the Undergrowth Leopard that can sacrifice a kill and enchantment. Durgar Island Dargan that lets you tap a thing and draw a card. Stormplane Detainment.
That's my pick so far.
So
2 and a
far?
white right
Oh,
here.
yeah.
Right here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exile thing. Rescue Leopard, it's a good kitty, but not great. Adorned Crocodile, the 5/3 that makes a zombie when it dies. Reputable Merchant, I always thought this was a turtle. Like, look, there's a massive.
It does.
There's a massive turtle.
It
in
does
the
look
art.
like a turtle, but this is my pick so far, right
Yeah,
here.
All right.
Until something beats it.
Yeah. We got Dusiat Earthcarver. This thing has beaten me multiple times.
It is good.
Ooh, Riverwheel Sweep.
That is a really nice card.
Tap 3 stun counters. Exile thing. Play till the end of your next turn. Nice.
I might have to put this one down.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
It might be the sweep.
Okay. Right of Renewal.
River Wheel Sweep.
I wish this card was better.
Right of Renewal, great and sealed.
Yeah.
In normal draft, sometimes it's a little too slow.
Aegis Sculptor. It's the exile effect.
Okay.
That can put counters on this friend. So.
Not great.
Flappy Bird. Not great.
Not great.
Fangkeeper's Familiars are rare.
Okay.
Also not great. It's a flashy snake.
I kind of like the flashy snake.
Yeah, it's cool. Is it better than Riverwheel Sweep though?
It's a blue-green card.
Never mind. Kintry Severance, our foil in the pack.
Mm.
Between these two, which one do you take?
It's a good question. I think it's kind of close. This one goes into more decks,
Yeah.
but I like the Fanekeeper's Familiar. I might take the Fanekeeper's Familiar.
But Paul,
Yeah.
hybrid mana.
Hybrid
you don't
mana.
even have to
Oh,
play.
you said first pick, first pack?
Yeah.
Yeah, then maybe
Pack one,
this
pick
is the
one.
pick.
Yeah.
Just because this is a little more flexible.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There's
yeah.
a Scour Barons in here too for anyone who cares about that.
I will say though, I do have a high preference for being a base blue-green deck with a
Yes.
splash. So the Fanekeeper's Familiar often makes my deck.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's just a really, really solid card to just play. You know, just all the modes are pretty solid. And even just playing this at instant speed to ambush something, gain 3 and surveil 3, that's always solid too.
Alrighty. Well, friends, we're going to take a break, so please go stretch your legs. Make sure you are hydrated. We're going to do the same, and we'll be back after this. We're just going to make sure we don't keep going this way. Kintry Severance is like, I'm staying there, man. Welcome back, everybody, to the SCGCON here in Denver, Colorado. It is Magic Spotlight Dragons. Things are on fire. There's some awesome action here at the event. I'm Ailey, this is Paul, and we have a couple more rounds to get through today, Paul. 3, I believe. No. 2. No. 3. 3.
We figured it out. We figured it out.
Math is for blockers, you know, and I don't do that. Paul, things have been going pretty good so far. We saw Luis pick up his first loss, unfortunately. But, importantly, for Reed Duke fans out there, 3-2.
Still alive. I think that transformational sideboard into the Gruul deck is actually helping Reed out here. Gruul, not typically the color combination that you see that often, but you know what? You got to make it work when things are tough, and Reed certainly still hanging on by a thread.
You got to play the cards you are dealt, or the hand you're dealt, I should say. So let's take a look at the standings and see how the rest of our players are doing. Our page of 5-0s. Any standouts here for you, Paul?
It's still wild that there's 16 5-0 still, but yeah, again,
more, maybe.
Charles Wong still sitting there at 5-0. Matt Nass still undefeated here. Still, the hot streak continues after winning Pro Tour Ether Drift, doing
Hell yeah.
extremely well there. So, I mean, those are the two players that, I mean, of course, we have 14 other players here that all probably just have completely ridiculous seal pools, lots of Mythic Dragons, most likely.
I hope if any of them are on the social medias that they post their lists. And here's another page of 5-0s.
Whoa.
Christian Calcano as well.
Christian Calcano
The
coming here.
calculator.
He just goes to all of these things, by the way.
That's awesome.
If it's in Europe, if it's in the U.S., it doesn't matter. You'll see a Calcano. Good to see him at
Love it.
5-0. Old school Magic player, Pro Tour champion Michael Atron there, sitting at
nice.
5-0. So that's a little blast from the past. Actually, I got to walk around the floor here. It was incredible seeing a bunch of these old school players. A lot of the old school players do really love Limited. They made the trip out here just for this event. You're never going to see Atron at a constructed tournament, but I'm sure when he found out that this was Limited, he was very, very happy to show up and do well. Jacob,
I mean, it almost got you out of your
it sure did.
retirement in inverted
It sure
commas.
did. Yeah, and then we have Jacob Nagro sitting
Yep.
there at 5-0, and of course we saw Matt Sickink Johnson taking out LSV in the
Nice.
previous round with a really awesome-looking 4-color dragon
Yeah,
stack.
that deck was sweet. And that is all of our undefeated players. So 32 of them, 5-0. Obviously, that'll get halved as we go into the next round. But importantly for our featured players, Luis Scott-Vargas, 4-1, still very much in it. Reed Duke, a bit of a tougher start. 3-2 though, so
Hey,
3 more wins. and he's good.
considering he started 1-2,
Yeah,
right?
that's good.
Just gotta run it
Yeah.
back, live the dream, and this just makes it more dramatic for all the viewers.
Oh yeah,
right?
absolutely. This is all scripted,
Yeah,
by the
that's
way.
right. He 3 more for Reed, and then Luis needs to go at least 2-1
Yeah.
or better to make it into day 2 of this event.
Alrighty, that is what we can expect from our 2 featured players, I should say. But as you could see, plenty of well-known faces out there. So if we ever get to a situation where Luis and Reed unfortunately do not or cannot make it into day 2, we'll have so many more players to follow along with. I mean, we saw Nicole Tipples here as well. Is Sam Pardee playing?
Sam Party's playing.
Yeah,
There's
yeah.
just a ton of great. I
There's
saw
so many.
Corey Burkhart, Sam Black. Ton
Yeah.
of people coming out here to play. I think Shuhei Nakamura also showed up here.
That's so cool.
It is a limited event. He will travel literally the entire globe to come to any big limited event. So
Yeah.
no surprise that he's here as well.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. So a big thanks to SCG for putting on an all-limited event, which is awesome. And also a big thanks to the sponsors who helped make that happen. So big shout out to Beckett and Dragon Shield for sponsoring the event this weekend. Our players are ready to rock and roll. So
go.
enough chit-chat. Let's go and play some Magic. All righty, Luis Scott-Vargas, our featured player for the event, up against Dakota Hatch. Dakota playing what looks like bit of a mix of everything except for black, it looks like.
Yeah, I'm going to say probably a teamer base here with a white splash on top of that. So
Yeah. Got some bit of fixing. Ooh, a Jeskai Revelation is the big thing I see.
Ooh, and a Stormplane Detainment as a
Yeah.
removal spell. But Jeskai Revelation, one of the best rares
Yeah.
in the entire set. So, yeah, that one's worth splashing for. I'm just going to
Absolutely.
say.
But, the rest of the Jeskai cards, Glacial Dragon Hunt in there as well. Not purely Jeskai, but Dragonclaw Strike also. So
Yeah.
could see a couple wins out of nowhere.
Well, we are at the point now, right? Both players, Luis is now playing against players with either amazing pools
Yeah.
or great players.
Yes.
Or both,
Yep.
right? We're just kind of at that point in this tournament.
So Teamer Monument on the board here for Luis. So fixing those lands quite nicely. Frontier Bivouac for Dakota, who passes the turn back. We got a turn 4 play here, Luis.
Well, if you can play a teaming Dragonstorm or something,
That'd be sweet.
seems like one of the better options. Or Swamp Cotis, that would also be nice. Ooh,
Yep,
planes, but passes.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
So probably a reactive hand, you would imagine.
right. Yeah, could certainly have one of the 2 counters in hand.
Mm-hmm.
Could have a turtle.
Turtle. Okay.
Okay. All right.
Colorium Adept. This
Okay.
card's been doing some work today.
Can't play the dragon, but you can still cast the tap portion of it to draw a card. Oh, wow.
Dragon.
Not particularly strong here, but I guess it's Luis's only option here.
Yeah.
Now, Dakota, again, can just tap down the dragon, and then maybe if he plays another spell, that's you flurry and you get it
Yeah.
for 4 damage.
That would be pretty sweet. A pump spell. I don't know if you're playing too many of those, but with the double strikers, so good.
It just seems like such lost value if you can't play that side of the dragon card. You're just down 1 card basically on the exchange, but you're not adding to the board, which is the issue. Okay, Molten Exhale into. Oh,
okay.
The Teamer, is that the Battle Crier?
Yeah, it's the battle cry that makes the next spell cheaper or the 4 power cheaper.
Yeah, and for every creature that you have with power 4 or greater, your spells cost 1 less. And Luis is on the back foot here, and Dakota's deck looks awesome here. Now all of Dakota's spells cost 1 less on his turn.
Stormplane Detainment taking care of the 5/5 off of the Jeskai Monument.
It only costs 2 mana, by the way. Yeah.
Icky.
So now a 4-drop. Teamer Tawny back is the play here.
Wow.
Looting away. Oh, this is just.
Dakota's just going ham here.
Just going nuts here. Look at this board here. Attacking for 8 damage. Luis down to 8 with 2 4-power creatures and a 2/4 that can double strike.
Crikey. All right.
Okay.
Tap, Glacial Dragon Hunt.
All right, that'll deal with.
And
wow, all
absolutely
lands.
nothing in hand. What? That was a beating of note.
That was brutal. And Dakota, even though that was just a complete thrashing, he's still just kind of, hey, don't take anything for granted.
No, absolutely not.
Luis had a bunch of lands there, and just from what we've seen so far, Dakota's deck looks very, very solid.
This is sick. I mean, just looking at a couple of the other cards, he's got 2 Equilibrium Adepts. He's playing 1 Molten Exhale, got Narset's Rebuke 2. He's got the Rescue Leopards, Storm Shriek Feral, Sunset Strike Master. That's the 3/1 that kills a flyer, right, and adds red?
I believe so.
Tursa, Light Shatter 2. I want to see Tursa do stuff, man.
Yeah, good interaction, solid mana fixing, bombs, kind of just has it all. And that's kind of like that's.
And he's playing Dragon Brood's Relic. That's sweet.
Oh, yeah. If you can find the mana sources to pop the Dragon Brood's Relic, that is just incredible card. Just a 4-mana flying life-linking dragon that also lightning helixes any target. Very strong.
I think the only way that Dakota has for black mana, though, is, okay, there's the Sultai Devotee. He's got 2 of those, and then the Dragonstorm Globe.
Yeah, well, the artifact itself taps for mana.
Yes.
So you can tap a creature, because the sack effect is not actually is not a tap ability.
Oh,
so it actually makes it a lot easier to be able to live the dream and sacrifice the card.
Okay.
It's still not easy, but like it's not impossible.
Well, if I had a bingo card for this matchup, I would like to see that, please. That would be cool. It wouldn't be great for Luis.
No,
our
it would
hero
not.
For the weekend.
It would not. I would not want to see that happen.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Players getting shuffled up here. Sideboarding a couple cards in. Let's see if we're happy with hands as we get ready to rumble.
All right, both players happy with their hands.
Nice. Dual land to kick things off here for Luis.
All right, Evolving Wilds.
Let's go. This is the part of the matchup where you could just, catch up, Paul. How's life? Things going well? Cool.
Yeah.
Nothing really happens in the first couple turns here, but we do have the relic, so.
It's usually lands or tap lands. In Luis's case, it's lots of tap lands. I think he's got like 8 lands that come into play tapped in his deck.
Yeah,
but
his mana base is pretty great.
Yeah.
The rest of the deck, not so much.
Yeah, just kind of missing that top end win condition.
Something amaze balls like that Baitor that obliterated him at the last round.
Yeah, absolutely. Or Ureni, Ugin. All right, 3 mana play here. Oh.
It's a leopard.
Yeah.
Rescue leopard, so.
Is that just when it gets tapped? That's like a nice combo. That's a nice combo with the relic. You can just tap it for mana and loot, or rummage rather. Yeah, and look, he's going to use it now. He's going to use it to rummage here.
So in
Discard
response.
Yeah.
So Good Kitty gets taken out by the Dragon Hunt.
What did Luis discard?
I'm not sure. I didn't see what was beneath his hand. Oh, beneath the
underneath the Dragon Hunt? Yeah. Okay. Counterspell? Yep.
Equilibrium says no thanks.
Slow things down.
Yeah. Frontier
Bivouac. Okay.
So what I think every single land has come in tap. Maybe one.
Most of them, yeah. All right, there's the Battle Crier.
Mm-hmm.
Into, oh my gosh.
Tersa. Is that Tersa?
Yeah, that is Tersa. And now you get to discard up to 2, only choosing to discard 1, so that's also not a good sign.
Oh, jeez. Okay.
Molten Exhale, revealing the dragon.
Takes care of that. Good grief.
Still wants a way to deal with the Battle Crier as well. Now, there is a Glacial Dragon Hunt in the graveyard, but that does require 6 mana.
Yeah. Just a clean answer here.
Could just have another Molten Exhale here, possibly. Oh, sure, yep.
Charring Bites.
So just killing everything.
Yeah, it's doing a good job of keeping this board clear.
Right.
I mean, but that's what you said. His deck is basically a control deck, so
yeah,
kill, win.
Kill, find a turtle, draw some cards, find a Bewilderment, draw cards. That's kind of Luis's path here. The issue is Dakota does have a few kind of over-the-top type cards, which is difficult for Luis to handle, especially if he doesn't have the counter spell up for example, the Jeskai Revelation.
Yeah, that'll be...
Okay.
Hey, Kotis.
Kotis.
Plus stick? Nope. Just leaving up some blue mana.
Oh, there's the white mana.
Ooh. Okay.
Okay. That does block the Kotis pretty well.
Twin Maw Stormbrood hits the board.
What did he tap? 5 mana? Isn't it 6 mana?
1, 2, 3. The dragon?
You got to tap
the 6. Yeah, he has to tap the white.
You have to tap the white
for it.
mana.
Unless he used... No. Yeah, he has to tap the white mana for it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Well, maybe it won't matter.
Hopefully not. It is going to be dead.
Yep.
Turn passes back. Okay.
Right. Did it
Ultimately
matter?
Didn't matter, so that's good for us.
So Dakota just needs a swamp to pop the relic.
Yeah.
Or just a creature. Okay. Teamer, Tawny back. Oh, that was the revelation. Oh. But Luis has got to be thinking, oh my gosh, he discarded Narset's Rebuke. What's going on?
What did you find?
Luis needs a Dispelling Exhale here.
So
There is the combo.
Oh, hey.
Okay.
Whee.
4-3. Do you want to block, or do you take it and risk milling 4 cards?
4 more cards.
Here we go.
4 more cards. Come on.
What can you hit? Okay, that's
a
one hit.
No.
That's a hit.
2
That's
hits.
a hit. 3 hits.
Whee. Okay. Not as good. Less impactful things. But
Hey,
still
that's
pretty
still very, very strong
Yeah.
here. He can kill the Tawny back here, too, if he discards a thing. Now, all he needs now is just, if he has a Dispelling Exhale, that's big. If he can have a counterspell for the Jeskai Revelation, he's looking really good.
Okay.
If he doesn't, we still got a game.
Yeah. Man, so much has happened and the life totals haven't changed.
Wow, and still playing it very patiently here with the Revelation, just using the Detainment here.
So Kotis gets to live another day.
Yeah, and Dakota is at 21, so.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh. This is another big hit.
Let's go, let's go.
Oh.
4 more cards. 4 more cards.
Okay.
Hit.
Just one hit. One
2.
hit. Well, the Exhale doesn't do anything, right?
Ah, right, yeah.
Yeah.
There's nothing on the board. But Equilibrium item. That's cool.
Yep, and that is the Exhale. Generally not great to hit on this board. And a Globe and a pass. So, still have the Revelation. Still have the Revelation. You can bounce Kotis and kill the Adept.
I mean, it's his Adept, right? Maybe you want to bounce that?
Yeah.
Maybe
I
not.
don't know. The thing is also, imagine, you also get the 2 tokens, and that can block both Devotees.
True, yeah.
But Dakota's still playing it really patiently here. It's a 7 mana spell, right?
Yeah,
4. Yeah,
7
just,
mana.
I don't know why. At some point, you just need to fire off that card, unless it's not Revelation. I'm pretty sure it is, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm absolutely sure that was Revelation.
Like, at some point, you do have to fire. You can't just let this happen. And so now we're almost getting to the point where the Revelation won't even, could potentially not be enough.
You gain life off of it, right? 4
You
life?
do gain the life. It's still, I mean, it's a wonderful card.
Yeah. It's real good. It
But
does all
I
the
think
things.
Dakota needed to play it last turn.
Yeah. Alrighty. Luis gets the turn back. Swinging in with the team, and now we will see Jeskai Revelation.
Luis is like, do you have Revelation?
Yeah, don't overtap. There we go.
Okay. What do we have here? Bounce,
So
Kotis.
I would imagine so, yeah. Not hexproof from multicolor.
Okay, looks like the camera froze over there, but he's still going.
Yeah.
Bounce that. Kill the 4-2 probably. Luis hasn't played one spell this turn, so you're not going to have a flurry effect here.
Someone cast stasis on the camera.
Yeah. What's taking damage?
Luis's face? That wouldn't make any sense.
4 damage is going somewhere, right?
Yeah. Maybe a cat?
Yeah, yeah. Okay. Block both of those. Take 2. Okay.
Cool.
Yeah,
So
Revelation
one way to
was,
fight
yes,
back into this.
still very, very strong.
Coach
Okay.
is back on the board.
Okay.
Oh, nice.
All right.
Followed up by a teaming
And
Dragonstorm. so
Dakota is at 5 with no creatures. Did draw a couple of cards here. But this might be too much. This might be too much.
how much is it to pop that? It's 6?
It's 8 mana,
8.
3
8.
colorless
Wow.
and 1 of each, but
Okay,
no black
over.
mana right now. So you're going to need to play a creature, then tap that creature for mana.
Yeah.
And it has to be a cheap creature, right? So I don't think you can actually make a dragon this turn unless you play a 1-drop or something.
Yeah. I don't know if he has any 1-drops in there. Okay,
Oh,
Cyber
yeah,
Wildling.
that gains you some life.
Yes, up to 8. 3/3 blocker
Okay.
in the way.
Wait, he had a globe. Could have played that first. Unless he has another spell. It looks like maybe he does.
Maybe,
yeah. Yeah, yeah. Okay, another spell. Oh, yeah, bounce spell.
Which one is that? Oh, it's the 4 mana either bounce or counter thing, right?
Yeah, put it on top.
Yeah, yeah.
Take 6, go to 2.
Forget what that one's called.
Okay, another dragon. Gain a bunch of life.
Riverwalk technique.
6/5 flyer. Yeah, this is just too much at this
Yeah.
point. Unless Dakota has a sweeper here, even if you make the Lightning Helix Dragon here, you have to tap the Wildling.
Okay. We have a game apiece between these two players. We'll see if we can get the camera there fixed for Dakota's side of things. And friends, reminders, if you would like to join us at the next events we have coming up, well, there are plenty. May is super duper busy as we take a look at the future events. These are beyond May, as this one is in Orlando, August 29 to 31st. Then we have Houston, October 17 to 19. October 24 to 26 is Baltimore, and then Las Vegas, November 21st to 23rd. It's going to be hot. We also have a couple events coming up in the next month or so. I believe we have 3 of them: Minneapolis, Hartford, and we also have Indianapolis. So join us for those. It's going to be awesome. Visit starcitygames.com/SCGCON, see what's in your area, and come hang out with us. It'll be sweet to see you.
I'll have you know Vegas isn't a hellhole every month of the year. It's going to be in November. It'll be okay. It's fine in November.
Oh,
just,
wait, November's cold, right?
yeah, just don't come.
Yes.
Just don't come June, July, August,
Oh,
September,
oh,
some of
yep, yep,
October,
yep, yep.
maybe end of May.
When the
That's it.
When Porter Final Fantasy
Yeah,
is, right?
it's
Yeah,
like
sure, cool.
4 to 6 months. That's all.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's kind of like Calgary too, honestly. where
Okay.
it's cold for like 6 months of the year, and then
Right.
the rest is fine.
We just don't leave the house. That's
yeah.
all. Yeah.
Aircon. Woo.
So part of what I think Dakota was trying to do
Mm-hmm.
with the Revelation, it was just playing around Dispelling Exhale. So
Sure.
when Dakota actually cast it, he had 9 mana up. So I think that's probably what he was doing. But I feel like had he played the Revelation a turn earlier, he would have had a much better chance to be able to kind of claw back there.
Yeah,
Unclear that he still had enough there, which is kind of wild if you think about it.
Yeah.
Casting a Revelation and still not having it be good enough. But if he played that the turn previously, that still would have been a really, really big turn. And he would have been at,
Yeah.
10 more life or something. So now Luis is very, very aware of the Revelation, and will kind of play it probably similarly to how we saw how we saw him play round 1, where it's like, okay, you got the Revelation. This counter spell, if I draw one, it's reserved. It's reserved for your 7 mana instant.
Yeah, it just says counter target Revelation.
Oh, and
No other text.
speaking of Revelation, it is in Dakota's hand.
Whee! Goody. Dragon Brood Relic hits the board now, so we're going to be ramping. Could see a turn 6 Revelation if needs be. Oh, never mind. Could be turn 5 because there's a Dragonstorm globe in hand as well.
Great start. That's just all you want to be doing in
Yeah.
Seal. Turn 3 globe, and you just feel so happy.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Less happy about
There's
that.
3 permanents on the board. Each of them start with dragon.
And none of them attack.
No. I've been lied to.
Right?
Goodness.
Oh,
Tursa.
okay.
Hey.
Tursa.
Ditching a few things. Yeah.
Ditching 1 land, it seems. Plays the land. Does Luis have an instant speed Molten Exhale? Seems that
Nice.
way. But Dakota with plenty of mana here. 5 lands, 2 more to go to play the Jeskai Revelation.
Yep. Needs a creature to use the Dragon Brood Relic. Let's see what we
Ooh, a
find
6
here.
mana card.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah. That
Durger,
is a good one.
Iron Dragon.
That thing is difficult to kill for Luis.
Yeah.
Getting a land. Oh, this is looking
Oof.
pretty tough here for Luis.
Finds another green source, so.
Actually, yeah, if Dakota finds another untapped land here, I think Dakota if can choose not to attack with the dragon
Yeah.
and just pop the relic if he wants. Although there's no good target for the relic right now. So you kind of want to make a dragon when you actually can kill a creature. And the creature that Luis played is, well, indestructible.
It's not going to die.
Yeah.
Caustic Exhale or Exile effects will get rid of Kotus.
There's also an argument for just casting the Revelation. Oh, yeah. Did it right away. Just so that Luis can't counter it.
Yeah.
You bounce the Kotus, make 2 prowess creatures. Luis still takes 4. I actually like this a lot.
That's cool.
You still just get to put a ton of pressure, and I mean, this is just
More cards, more
this
life.
is more cards, resources. Luis is at a low life total. There's a relic that's still in play.
And extra creatures to make more mana.
Right, you play spells. It's just, yeah. Big heads up play here from
Nice.
Dakota after seeing some counter spells from Luis's side. And this is just so much here for Luis to fight through.
Yeah, you can see a couple of huffs and puffs from Luis, because this is a very difficult situation to be in. The best card, arguably in the set, has now been cast. How does he fight against it? Keru Goldkeeper will be the first thing that he goes towards with Dragon's Blade on the Keru.
Yeah, so we got a 5/5 flyer here. If Dakota just has a removal spell here,
Yeah.
just feel like Luis will probably be too much on the back foot here to be able to come back. Stormplane Detainment. Anything along those lines.
Something, yeah. Just need to keep
4
control of
mana.
this battlefield here.
Oh, bounce the creature? Yeah,
Nice.
that's probably going to make it really tough here.
Yeah. Riverwalk technique. Bye-bye.
Prowess. Oh, bounce the artifact.
Yeah, can't target the Keru.
Oh, excuse me. You're right. Protection for monocolored.
Yeah. But the
Can-
stick is gone.
Oh, but no extra spell to play here. But Equilibrium at it. Yeah, this is just.
Good lord.
Yeah, what do you do here? Oh, another Riverwalk technique? Oh my gosh. Dakota just gets to fire that one off. Just on anything that Luis can play. All Luis can do is hope to draw Kintree Severance to kill the flyer.
That's brutal.
Okay.
Tony back. That's something you don't mind being bounced, I guess.
Yeah, I suppose.
Right side?
Yeah. And that's a very juicy target though for the dragon that Dakota can make off the relic.
Yeah,
Right, just 3 toughness.
absolutely.
Okay. Oh, okay. Sure.
Blade is back.
I just based on what Luis has, I just think it's just too hard to just fight through.
Yeah.
Just
This is a tough matchup
yeah,
for sure.
just a tremendous advantage here. And with the Dragonstorm Globe in play on Dakota's side, like the dragon you make that deals the 3 damage also is a 5/5 flying Lifelinker. It's literally Baneslayer Angel,
It's crazy.
but also Lightning Helixes when it comes into play. Okay, bounce, prowess.
Bouncing the Dragonfire
Oh
Blade once
my,
again.
a second spell for Flurry.
Seems good.
Oh, big attack.
All right. Now the Tony back can kill the adept, right? No?
Yeah, but
It would
it
trade.
would trade. So
Yeah.
this is just a cleaner trade. So this is 9 damage.
Sure.
Luis goes down to 4. Now Dakota does lose both of those things, but Luis goes to 4, and now we have a lethal dragon, and Luis can make another dragon to deal 3 damage.
Jeez. Turn passes back now to Dakota.
So now you can use the dragon to actually just kill the 3/3 flyer
Yeah.
and then attack for lethal with your other flyer. A lot of options here for Dakota. They're all great.
Yep. Has all the mana available.
Yeah, with
courtesy of the DOTs.
with the globe and the lands, you don't even need to tap the relic for mana here. Yep.
Da-la-la-la-la, and
Yep.
pop goes the dragon.
So now we have a 5/5 flying lifelinker that deals 3 damage and gains you 3 life.
Reliquary dragon, yeah. Boom.
Boom.
Get that out the way, and it looks like that will be that, unless Luis has something here to deal with this flyer.
Could have a severance here.
Okay.
Okay, so take 2. Go to 2. Draw some cards. All right, need an answer for 2 5/5 dragons, one of which has ward 2.
Bounce spells, where are you?
Yeah, a bounce spell on the token would be fantastic.
Yeah, that would be, but I don't know if we have any effects like that. The serpent, right? Yeah.
I don't think he has one of those.
Do we not have one of those? I don't know if it matters all at this point. Yeah, he's got one in the sideboard,
Oh, okay.
but there's still the other one to deal with, so.
Right, you need a serpent and...
Oh,
okay.
life gain, okay.
That
good.
puts you up to 7 life.
This blade has been cast so many times.
Okay. So I guess it's not lethal. Wait, no, never mind. It's lethal.
Yep, that's
Wow.
going to do it. Stormplane Detainment taking care of the dragon. Timely dragon, but unfortunately Dakota had the answer there. So Luis falls to 4-2 now as we follow along with his tournament as well as Reed Dukes. That was rough, man.
That is rough. Look, this is sealed deck, right?
Yep.
And you're just going to run into people that are going to have Jeskai
Yep.
Revelation, Ugin, various Dragon Lords, and
Elspeth.
Luis. It's almost at the point where I think Luis would rather play somebody, a pro
Yeah.
with a mediocre pool, and maybe he can use some of that to his advantage. Whereas if he just plays somebody who just has an absolutely broken deck, there's only so much you can do.
Yeah.
And I actually thought Dakota played that game very, very well.
Yeah.
Playing that Revelation when the shields were down, when Luis didn't have access to the counter magic, because as long as you resolve, it doesn't matter when. You resolve that thing, you're just going to win the game most of the time.
Most of the time, yes. All right, we have our backup match. It is, or I should say, our second feature match. It is Reed Duke. So as soon as we have that ready to rock and roll, we'll jump in and see how his round 6 went. Hopefully a little better than dear Luis's. So for anyone joining us or just joining us, this event is a little different, where we're following along with 2 of our pro players, Luis Scott-Vargas and Reed Duke, 2 of the best players in the game, arguably. And we are going to get to the correct game in a second. Just give us a few minutes to get that up, friends. And yeah.
Unless you really want to see Luis lose again.
I don't want to see Luis lose again.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, he had a great start, was 4-0, but then back-to-back losses. So now all of a sudden,
Back
he's in
against the
trouble.
wall.
At 4-0, you're feeling pretty good, but now he has to win the next 2 to kind of get back into this. And now you get to play against opponents with a couple losses. Maybe they don't have any revelations.
Yeah, maybe they don't have absolute bombs in hand. So Adam Brace is the opponent here for Reed Duke. And Adam's deck, let's see if we can get a quick glimpse at what he is playing. Looks like an Abzan-esque list. I got a bunch of blacks.
Playing all the colors,
playing
actually.
all the colors, yeah.
Yeah, we see 2 Swamps in play and a Jeskai Monument. So
Yeah.
going pretty deep here, playing all of his best spells, most likely.
Yeah, got a Strategic Betrayal. Ooh, Sonic Shrieker, that's a good one.
Yeah, this might be a tough matchup, especially game 1. Reed Duke with his red-white deck. On the draw, too, at first play. Again, being a 3-drop, just not a good curve. And so Adam's going to have all the power here.
In a situation like Reed's, where the deck is mediocre at best, how aggressively do you mulligan to try and find a curve? 1, 2, 3, go.
Yeah, I mean, I think if it's too hard still. If you have a hand with 3 lands, a 3-drop, a removal spell, and a 4-drop, you still just have to keep that hand. And yeah, Sonic Shrieker, one of the best uncommons in the entire set. Fantastic, fantastic play here. Even you just play it and you target your opponent, you're still up a card. And you drain them, and you have a 4/4 flyer.
It's nutty. Card getting discarded there as the 2 damage went upstairs to Reed Duke. Has a decent-ish blocker in the way, especially if there's a couple spells to go along with it. Runescale Stormbrew number 2.
All right.
Sweet.
Attacking with a 4/4, so maybe we can cast a bunch of spells and just kill his opponent out of nowhere.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
But Adam likely will try to play things a little bit carefully here.
Yeah, let's see what removal we have. Not playing any red cards. Interesting.
Yeah, probably
the
just
multicolors.
the Sonic Shrieker.
It's got the Whirling Stormbrood, Flashy Dragons. Oh, he's got a Flamehold Grappler. That's cool. There's a Glacial Dragon Hunt to worry about. Dragon's Prey, and the Exhale.
Yeah, there's the Sniper. I love the Sniper. And hey, look, there's the Relic once again.
I like the
And
Sniper too.
we are, if we just play a land, we are good to crack the Relic here. We have 6 lands in play, green, red, white, and black. You can use the Relic for blue. So all you need to do is just play land number 7, and you can make a nice large dragon here. The problem with Reed right now is you're kind of losing on all fronts. You can't really attack unless you can find a way to kill the Sniper.
Yeah.
But then you're only really attacking for 4, and then Adam all of a sudden can play an even bigger dragon. I do love the Sniper. The Sniper is so strong. It just kind of trades with everything.
Yeah.
And in a format where you're playing a bunch of tap lands, it's an awesome turn 2 play where you go Sniper, tap land, go. It's just a nice way to kind of not fall behind.
Equilibrium Adept for Reed Duke. I like the Sniper as well. When I saw that the first time, I was like, damn, all that on a 1-drop? Okay.
Yeah. It's got Vigilance too, so it's kind of annoying.
Yeah.
It's like just kind of gets in there randomly too.
Yeah, it's just goading the opponent with a creature like,
Right.
you want to fight? You want to fight? Come on, me, bro.
Yeah, now there's an Opulent Palace here, so
Oh boy, yeah.
Adam does have the mana next turn to be able to make that, but Reed does have a pair of 4 toughness creatures in play.
Yeah.
Second.
Big thank you for Adam.
Yeah, can't make a big dragon, but you can make 2 1/1 spirit tokens. Now that you do lose access to the Death Touch creature if you do that, though, with that Jeskai Monument that Adam has on his side. Now Reed very likely to run out this dragon. Curious what side he chooses. If he's got a second spell to play, maybe interested in perhaps flurrying this turn. But just casting that dragon is also pretty nice. You get to trigger your Rune Blood in play. Maybe just go with that and get in for a big. Well, you can't even really attack though, right? Because of the Sniper.
The 1/1.
Yeah.
Bit of a pain in the butt.
I
Just
guess
gonna go with the
Reed saying, you know what, I'm happy with this trade. I'll attack you for 3, but Adam can just take 3.
Yeah, no real big deal.
It's not too scary. And how does Reed, with his red-white deck, just have 4 toughness creatures in play? That Relic just does not kill anything.
Magic, baby.
Yeah. Oh.
Okay, Riley the Monastery.
Okay, yeah, because right now it does have 4 power.
Yeah.
So just firing it off when he can. Okay. And Reed's down to 11, by the way.
Yeah.
Can get in for a good
Not
chunk as
nothing.
well.
There's a blocker now for the Streaker, which is decent. How big is this Riling guy? 3/4? Or
The one that the white fly,
yeah,
yeah, it's
the
a
white
3/4
dragon.
flyer, yeah.
3/4, okay.
So you can attack with both, honestly.
Yeah.
You can attack with the Sniper too, why not? So that's an attack for 5, and then now you just go 3 to the face. Face is the place. It's still very good. You go up to 19, so it's really hard for Reed to kill Adam out of nowhere.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to go to game 2 here and make some sideboard changes.
Yeah, Reed back to his trusty Gruul deck after sideboard. It's been good for him.
Yeah, it
So
has been. Like Carrot Kick Guardian, one of the coolest uncommons in the set.
Yep.
Big roadblock.
But Adam's deck does look really solid.
It does, yeah.
Just all good spells and good mana. Okay, Molten Exhale. Okay, that's Flurry. So attack for 9 here. Yeah, 3, 6, 9. Okay. Adam's down to 10.
Yeah. 2 air blockers as well, which
Yeah.
is very important.
The Sonic Shrieker is a lethal attack, so
Yeah.
it does have to get blocked. Reed can double block as
Yeah.
an option here.
Does it have Death Touch?
No, it
no,
does
it
not.
doesn't. Okay, so one of the blockers would survive.
Yeah. So does Adam actually find another thing here? Now remember, he can also sack the Jeskai Monument,
Yeah.
make a couple of flying tokens to chump block, and nothing has trample. So maybe you just get an attack in with both creatures if you're happy with that trade, right? Just trading, just getting in for one, getting whatever chip damage in you can, or being happy to trade that with any creature. You're still trading your 1-drop for a 3-drop.
Big thing here from Adam. Sagu Wildling hits the board, so
Okay.
some extra life, extra body on the board too. Do you think he's just gonna chill this turn?
Well, this is interesting. I feel like you should, if you're going to attack, you should do it first before you
Yeah.
tap 5 mana and play a dragon. It's a pretty close call. Okay. Double block, kill the 3/4, sure. Reed down to 3.
Come on, something good.
Yeah.
Not dead yet, but one removal spell getting rid of that starry-eyed Skyrider would do it.
Yeah. Or if you can find a way to get the Wildling off the battlefield, that would also be really
Yeah.
nice. If you can flurry, that would be tremendous. Okay, exile 2 things from a graveyard. I think that's what that does.
This is the tapper guy.
Yeah, it's the tapper.
Arishan Sentinel or something.
Yeah. Probably will want to remove the permanents because there's right of renewal that exists.
Yeah. Arishan Sunshield.
No great attack.
Question
Oh,
mark.
attacking with the 2/4, putting Adam to the test. Does Reed have an instant speed spell? Because then the single block with the Wildling would be pretty bad.
Yeah. I mean, do you care at all to take
You
4?
could just take. Yeah, you could just take it. Yep.
Yeah.
And he did
Oh,
choose to
nice.
take it. So very heads up, no block actually from
Woohoo!
Adam.
Yeah. But also getting rid of that dragon nonetheless with the
But-
coordinated maneuver.
Is Adam out of action? Like
Right,
Reed somehow ground through everything,
Yeah,
and it now has the superior board here.
very much so.
Granted, he is at 3 life, but yeah, he's done a really good job of kind of coming back here.
He doesn't have a channel Dragonfire, so no fear of getting shucked to the face.
Reed just deciding, okay, do I just block here, get that off the battlefield?
Yeah,
And
I think so.
happy enough with that.
In case of any fight effects, I don't think I
Yeah.
saw any.
Okay,
Saga Wildling, number 2.
another Wildling gains you more life. And Reed can't really, it's going to be, I don't know how many cards Reed has left in hand, but it seems like it's going to be pretty difficult to continue getting your flurry going.
Yeah. Well, the nice thing, though, is he does have a tapper on board, so...
Right, so you can keep that Wildling tapped. Now, granted, you probably just want to wait till till Adam's turn to. Oh, wow!
Nice. Yeah, wait till Adam's turn. So
Yeah, could also potentially just attack for 5, unless Reed has another creature here, because then that would be an attack. Okay, getting in for 5.
Nice.
All right, Adam is down to 7.
I don't think he's got any hasty things in the deck.
Yeah,
So.
it might just be make a couple of tokens, but those are not very good blockers with this board. Wow, is Reed going to turn this around?
Yeah, I was going to say, is he going to steal this one? Because this feels like a crime,
all right.
honestly.
It felt like Adam was significantly ahead, but Reed has just had the right removal spell every turn to just keep killing all of these big creatures.
Now just 2 birds, courtesy of the monument for Adam.
Yeah, so the Equilibrium Adept is kind of a free attack. Oh, attacking with both.
I love it.
Would you like to block? Might
love it.
Might just chump the 3/4.
Yeah.
Oh, it chumped the 2/4. Oh.
Down to 4 he goes. Follow up with ooh,
Oh,
rescue leopard.
wow.
Kitty.
Okay. Can Adam find something good? Ooh, attack? Wow. Oh, my goodness.
What?
Pump spell off the top. No. Oh, my gosh.
That damn bird.
The thing is, there was no window for Reed to stop that from happening. Because
No,
if you tap it, I believe it gives hexproof and lifelink, right?
If you tap which one?
The 1/1 flyer, because Reed had a tapper in play, right?
Yes.
The Purging Stormbrood, I believe, gives +2/+2
And hexproof?
and lifelink and hexproof. I think that's what that one does.
No, it's just a 1/1
No,
count.
no, that's
no,
the
is that
feral.
the wrong one?
Yeah, but the Purging Stormbrood, wow, what a good draw there. Man, Reed did everything possible to turn things around here, but was not quite able to get it done. That was an incredible draw. He turned the corner.
Wow. That was absolutely bad. That was rough, man.
That is brutal.
Woo!
That is brutal.
Well, our players get shuffled up here. Just a reminder, friends, that if you would like to sell your cards, go check out sellyourcards.starcitygames.com. Any extras you have lying around, any staples you're not going to play yourself, go sell them off. Buy yourself something nice. Get yourself a collector pack or something, you know. Whatever you fancy. But yeah, that Purging Stormbrood, that was nuts. And you're right, yeah. +2/+2, hexproof, lifelink.
Yeah, so there was no way Reed could have even
Yeah,
really played
no.
around it. So that was just the perfect card there
Yeah.
for Adam. He might have had some other good cards, but that was literally the best card to draw.
Yeah. Oh, man.
Yeah.
Could Reed have saved like a point of damage somewhere? I don't know. I don't know.
But like, given the information that you have, you just have to play the best way that you can, and I think Reed did every single
yeah.
turn. That's just an unfortunate draw, but of course, that is Magic. It happens. I'm sure Reed's had plenty of timely top decks as well
Oh,
in his
absolutely.
Magic career.
You know, I know we don't have like stat trackers for the entirety of our Magic careers, but I would love to know how many games of Magic Reed Duke has played.
Thousands and thousands.
Tens of thousands.
Tens of
maybe.
thousands. Yeah.
Kicking things off here. Tap land for both players, Windscarred Crag and Opulent Palace.
Ooh, I wonder if
two
Reed.
drop.
It looks like Reed is choosing for. It looks like he is going with a red-white deck here on the play.
Okay.
Trying to be a little more proactive, recognizing that Adam's late game is probably better than whatever mid-range green deck that he
Yeah.
can play. Recognizing that, and then just going for the aggressive Boros deck with no 1, 2, or 3 drop. Yeah,
Is that Warden of the... Oh, boy.
that is a Warden, and Reed does not have an instant speed Molten Exhale, it seems.
Warden of the Grove. Another absolute house of a card if it gets to stick around for a couple turns. Quarry Mountain
Okay.
Monastery. Equilibrium Adept finds a mountain off the top of the library.
Yeah, and remember,
Oh, boy.
this tournament, 3 losses, and you are done.
Basically.
You are not making it into day 2 here, so Reed absolutely has his back against the wall against Adam's very, very solid multicolored, bomb-laden
Yeah.
5-color deck.
Just goes to end step. Warden gets 2 more counters. Okay. Land from exile. Let's play that.
Yeah, still
Wow.
just still
Saltward Pack Beast.
yeah, looking for an answer, but no Molten Exhale here, and that Warden is going to turn into a 5/5 next turn. No good attack here either. Oh, and a Dragon's Prey.
Yep.
And now every creature Adam plays has Endure 2. So just any creature here, if Adam just plays anything, you're just getting either 2 extra counters on that creature or
2/2,
an
yeah.
extra 2/2 Spirit.
Wowza. What is there? There's Coordinated Assaults in hand, I think, for Reed.
Yeah, just
That doesn't do
not
anything.
nearly enough creatures here.
Yeah.
Oh, are we going to make a just 2/2? Seems that way. The 1/1 kind of trades with
That
anything
doesn't-
anyways.
You
Yeah.
don't really need anything bigger than a 1/1 if it has Death Touch.
Just 1 mana for 3 power and 3 toughness. Pretty good.
Yeah.
With a 4/4 in play.
Uh-huh.
It's going to be a 5/5/2. Yeah, that's the thing. If you kill it, if you kill the Warden right away, it's not that big of a deal.
Yeah.
But if you can't, it is just game over.
It's just going to run away with it. Oh, Glacial Dragonstorm now. It's Dragon Hunt as well.
Probably just drawing a card, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, jeez. Well, how is Reed going to come back from this? It starts with killing the Warden.
Yeah, that thing
You
needs
need
to
to
go.
kill the Warden.
Does he have a Stormplane Detainment of his own at all? I don't know. I don't
I think
so.
he has the ability to deal 5 damage if you can find that.
Yeah.
So that could be an answer. But needs to literally have it right now. And he's been digging for it, right? He played the Adept. He played the Pack Beast. 4 mana. That is not a good answer.
Nope.
Exile the Dragon Hunt. That's cool, but simply not enough here, most likely.
I mean.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Hey, that's an attack for 4, I guess.
Just gonna race. Effectively.
Yeah, that's going to be.
Try and tap down this guy.
Yeah, that's going to be tough. Now, if Adam doesn't play any creatures, then the Warden isn't too bad.
Yeah. We saw that with one of Luis's matches where he stole a Warden and didn't get to benefit off of it.
Yeah, but at the same time, look at we're talking about mana investment.
Yeah.
You spent 3 mana, you have a 5/5, and it got you a 2/2.
Yep.
7 power and 7 toughness worth of stats just from a 3 mana card.
That's gross.
Oh.
What is that one?
I believe that's the Vanguard. That's the 3/2. When it enters the
Inspirited
battlefield,
Vanguard?
yeah, you endure 2.
Yeah.
So it has double endure 2,
Ugh.
right? Because of the Warden. So you can make 2 tokens, or you can make this a 5/4 and make a token. A lot of options. Or you can make this into a 7/6.
Ugh.
All right, 5/4 and a token here and a 6/6. This is just far too much, I think.
Yeah. This seems insurmountable at this point. Reed Duke already had a tough ask with the pool that he opened.
Yeah.
But just going up against all of these other decks that, the majority of the decks in the room are probably better than Reed's, which is the unfortunate part of it.
Yeah, I would say that if you just out of 10, Reed's pool is like a 2,
Yeah.
2.5, somewhere around there.
I mean, did LSV rate his as like a 5 out of 10, I think?
Yeah, I think LSV's is likely just dead average, maybe 5, 5.5. And
Yeah.
Reed just no mana fixing. You don't have premium big creature removal. That's really what you're looking for in this format. You want to be able to answer all the mythic dragons that people play.
Yeah.
And when you're behind on board, I mean, there's a War Effort is a good card, but I just don't think that it's going to be enough here. Especially Adam's at 18.
Yeah.
Has so much power and toughness in play.
So the Adept getting in alongside the 2/1 created off of the War Effort.
Wow, not blocking with the Vanguard, just throwing the token. The Spirit, does it not die? War Effort made the
War
token a
Effort?
2 power. And is that token not a 2/2?
It is, I believe, yeah.
Yeah, and the token attacked
Yeah,
was a 2/1.
It's a 2/1, yeah.
So the 2/2 token should be dead, I think.
Yeah, it should be.
Okay, well, Sonic Shrieker is going to be a 6/6 flyer, potentially. No, wait, what am I saying? 8/8 flyer, or you can just make a 4/4. Oh, my gosh.
It's kind of like build your own Dragonback Assault at this point.
Yeah, this is
Landfall, get a 4/4.
Yeah,
Gross.
this Hydra was just absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah.
They need to put some dice on these spirits because we don't. Okay, there you go.
Thank you, judges. Man.
Yeah, Adam just taking his time here just because it's like, hey, I know I am really, really far ahead.
Yeah.
But I'm playing against Reed Duke.
I've got to make sure I don't.
He's always got some tricks up his sleeves.
Yeah. No punts allowed. Looks like we're going to tap one of these big critters.
Yeah, but you're still taking 8.
Yep. This Warden is just nuts.
Yeah, this is the best Warden I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Usually the game's over by now.
I mean, could you imagine having that with the Golgari critter that gives you an extra counter each time you get a counter?
Yeah, that's terrifying.
Yeah. Man, wouldn't that be the dream? So, tough break here for Reed, not finding any other removal for that Warden. That's just absolutely run away with the game.
Yeah, and I think this is going to be the end here for Reed.
Yeah.
A really valiant effort with the pool that he had, but this is just far too much power, and his deck is just far too weak to really overcome what his opponent's doing. I like the thought process here.
Yeah.
My opponent's deck's way better than mine.
Yes,
I'm gonna play Boros. The problem is he kept a hand that just didn't have that aggressive start. Maybe like you mentioned, maybe you are just supposed to mulligan aggressively to a 1 or 2 drop in your hand and just try to be
pray.
able to and just pray and just hope that that's enough, because this hand certainly was not good enough, and it was just far too slow. When you start
Yeah.
things off with a 4-drop in your Boros deck against your opponent's 5-color deck,
Yeah, no.
you're just not going to win that game most of the time.
Land for turn here for Reed. He's going to fight the good fight. Runescale Stormbrood hits the board.
Uh-huh.
Do we have any hope at this point?
I was thinking, can you give it haste and then tap
Yeah,
down the
no.
Shrieker? And
Spirited Vanguard. We got
there's 24 power on Adam's side,
She's
and Reed's at 6.
Oh, boy.
Oh, we're going to copy something. Got to live all the dreams.
Oh, go for it. Flamehold Grappler.
Oh, my gosh.
What? Disruptive Stormbrood 2 enters, or we're playing the kill side of things.
Copy, kill 2 creatures with power 3 or less.
Ew.
Now, Reed will never surrender until the bitter end here.
Absolutely.
We'll probably tap the
Yeah.
Vanguard.
Yeah. Tap it.
Oh, actually, not targeting the tapper. Never mind.
Okay.
Targeted those 2 cards.
Right now.
Yeah, but this is just too much. I get.
Good grief. And all the things turn sideways, and that
Yeah.
is going to do it. Reed Duke putting up a good fight there, but unfortunately falls to 3-3, which is going to be the end of the day 2 dream. So, unfortunately, won't be able to see Reed drafting.
Yeah, and you know, when we kind of came into to today, we were talking about what's kind of important in Seal deck, and number 1, we said bombs.
Yeah.
I might need to revise this.
Yeah.
I think it might be bomb equal sign mana fixing, because there is just a lot of power across the board in all the multicolored cards anyways.
Yeah.
If you have good mana fixing, you can just play all your good cards, and even if you don't have super good top end, you can still make it work. Look at Luis. He had great mana fixing, doesn't have a ton of bumps, but he's still alive, started out 4-0.
Yeah.
Reed didn't even get that chance. He had 3 dual lands and 1 globe, which
was
meant
rough.
his hands were totally tied. And he was just not able to even try building a multicolor deck. It just wasn't on the table. And so he just didn't have a chance. That's one of those seal pools, you open it, and you're like, well, I guess I'm going to enjoy whatever Denver has to offer on Sunday, just because it is just unlikely for you to be able to get there with that
I
pool.
mean, what did Luis say in his interview with Nick? He said, I would have mulliganed that pool. I bet Reed would love to do that.
Reed's going to burn this pool.
Oh, yeah. He's going to send that away, and no doubt about it. This is going to be draft chaff lying over there.
Exactly.
Oh, all right. Well, we do still have plenty of matches outstanding, so we are going to do some pack 1 pick 1s, Paul.
Okay.
Digital this time. No one's throwing packs at me, and I'm sad about it, but let's take a look here at our pack. Oh, well, there is a dragon.
There is a dragon, and there's a mythic symbol on it.
Yeah,
So
but is it the best card in this pack?
yeah, well, so Storm, I do actually think that it is, but it requires a certain type of deck, because if you just look at this card at face value,
Yeah.
it's a 6 mana 4/4 flyer, right?
Yeah.
But it does pump your other dragons. That does come into play. But if you just storm this once,
Yeah.
that's all you need to do. So, and keep in mind, storm triggers off of your opponent's casting spells as well.
Yeah.
So even if you don't do anything, you just have a board, you attack, your opponent plays a removal spell of some kind, then you play this, and then all of a sudden, for 6 mana,
Yeah,
you have
sure.
2 5/5 dragons in play.
Okay.
Actually, we were doing a draft, and we got paired against, I was at Luis's place, we were doing a draft, and we were paired against Sam Party. He stormed this for 2.
Oh,
Played 3 of these. We had no chance. It just
No.
absolutely destroyed us. If you do play a
Jeez.
dragon deck with a lot of ramp effects as well, it's not hard to actually set this up.
Yeah.
Really nice with harmonized cards as well. So I think Stormscale Scion is a great first pick, first pack type of card where you take it and then you can try to build around it.
all right. Any other considerations in this? What you're hoping to wheel?
I think the detainment,
Storm
the
pack, yeah.
removal is a safe pick, but
Yeah.
there's so much good removal. I often lean towards, I'm going to look at the rares and uncommons first.
Sure. All righty. Here's another pack. What do you fancy here? We got a Stadium Headliner, Riverwheel Sweep.
Yeah, there's a Descendant of Storms. Dispelling Exhale is an excellent counter spell, although probably not considering it here. Stormplane Detainment as well.
Yeah.
So,
And the rebuff.
yeah, and the rebuff is also fine. But of course, given that it's first pick, first pack, it kind of depends on the flavor of deck you want to draft.
Yeah.
If you like drafting an aggressive deck, I think the Descendant of Storms is an excellent creature.
I do like that
And
card.
so is the Stadium Headliner. Oftentimes when you are drafting the aggressive Mardu strategies, you're usually a red-white base with a light splash. So you can actually go both directions here. I'm not entirely sure which one of those 1-drops are better, but that could be the direction that you go. I would probably take one of those 1-drops and look to draft an aggro deck, because whenever I draft my slow control decks, I
You get
always
beaten by the Mardu.
I always lose to Mardu. Yeah.
All right, let's do one more before we head into a break here, friends. Ooh, okay. Oh, I know what I'm picking.
Yeah, well, this pack is absolutely...
gas.
This pack is fantastic. You have Anafenza, which is an absolutely incredible rare. 3 mana for a 2/2 flash first striker. You just play this mid-combat. If your things are if something's going to die, all of a sudden you get to endure, so that card's fantastic. Dragon Sniper is an excellent creature. The best uncommon in the set, however, is Sonic Shrieker. So that's a fantastic card. It's a little bit less flexible because it is a Mardu card. And then if you just wanted a solid removal spell, you can also take the Glacial Dragon Hunt. There's no common here that's even a consideration. It's really between Dragon Sniper, which is the most flexible card here, Anafenza, which is extremely powerful, Sonic Shrieker, which could also be arguably more powerful, but I think I would lean Anafenza here just because, hey, it's so single-colored rare that's really, really powerful.
Really
it's going to be good in your Jeskai decks. It's going to be good in your Abzan deck. It's going to be good in any deck, and it just has, I think, a lot of upside and doesn't just lock you into a 3-color wedge like something like Sonic Shrieker.
Yeah, and a lot of the time in these drafts, if you are the only person in those colors, you could wield that Shrieker. It just depends. Likely not in this case because it's so good. But,
Day one.
There's seen some crazy
Day
things.
one, you could wield a Shrieker.
Maybe.
Now, maybe not so much. It's a great card. I know it's hard to cast, but you kind of try to make it work. That's how powerful the Shrieker is.
Alrighty, well, my friends, that is going to do it for myself and Paul for today. We're going to have Patrick and Maria back in the booth to close out the last 2 rounds. Let's see if LSV can continue on, win 2 more matches, and get to the draft, which is what we'd love to see tomorrow. So, bye-bye from us, and yeah, we'll see you right after the break.
welcome back to coverage of Spotlight Dragons here from Denver, Colorado. We are playing some high stakes limited today. Maria Bartholdi and Patrick Sullivan here with me in the booth to close out day one of competition. We have 2 Swiss rounds left to play, and it's time to take a look at our standings and find out what players are at the top. And check that out there in second, Matt Nass, Pro Tour champion, undefeated.
Whether it's a Pro Tour or an RCQ in Denver, Matt Nass, very hard to beat, 6-0. All the players at this point who are 6-0 have locked up a spot in day number 2.
Yes, that is absolutely true. A record of 6-2 or better gets you back here to play tomorrow. And tomorrow is all draft. Today, all sealed deck. Tomorrow, all draft. I know a lot of the pro players are super excited to play some draft tomorrow because they have been testing like nobody's business. And one of those players, of course, is Matt Nass. And this is a GP-style event. And if somebody knows how to win one of those, once again, it's Matt Nass.
Very exciting time for these players who are at 6-0. When you're coming to these events, no matter how much preparation you've done, you know to some extent day one is out of your hands. You are at the mercy of your pool, and we'll talk about that as it relates to Reed Duke in just a moment. So all you're really hoping for is enough to get you over the line where you can get to the draft portion. And for the players that you're seeing on board number 1, the first part of the leg of the tournament, they've cleared it.
Yes, absolutely. Some of their names I want to shout out here who are 6-0. Mike Fraun, Christian Calcano, the calculator, also at 6-0. Take a look here at some 5-0-1s. These players picking up a draw. Do we know how that's going to factor into things, Patrick?
So the way that it works in a tournament like this is a win is worth 3 points and a draw is worth 1 point. The cut to day 2 is 18 points, meaning for the purposes of day 1, a loss is the same as a draw. Now, when you get into the second day of the competition, when we're talking about top 8, when we're talking about the breaks at top 16, top 32, where the prize payouts are a little bit different, those extra points can make you have a better record than someone who has an extra loss where you have a draw. However, for day number 1, those draws are effectively losses.
Okay, good to know. There's a look at our standings, everybody, here after 6 rounds of play. And you mentioned Reed Duke, unfortunately, no longer in contention for day 2.
Ran into him. He seemed at ease with how things went. I told him that he did noble work, and he did it nobly, and he died as he lived, not untapping with a single creature.
Reed Duke probably still going to play out, though. That's the Duke way.
I got to say, squeezing 3 wins out of that thing.
I mean, it was impressive.
Not everyone can win every tournament. There's only one winner.
Yes.
But the people who, are able to compose themselves with dignity through a trial that you wouldn't wish on anyone and actually kind of get close to maybe making day 2. Shout out to Reed Duke. Really appreciate having you on camera for these 6 rounds. And if I know Reed like I think I do, probably be battling out round 7, round 8, and I'll call it now a 4-4 finish to the tournament.
All right, you heard it here. 4-4 for Reed Duke. We'll check in later on after day 1 of competition. Let's head on down to the feature match area for round number 7. Luis Scott-Vargas, our other featured player, still in it here just by the skin of his teeth, sitting at 4-2.
Was 4-0 the last time we checked in, but has taken 2 losses here in a row and now back against the wall. He's going to have to win this and the next round to be able to draft tomorrow.
It's because we weren't calling it in the booth.
Well, he won the first 2. I think at a certain point, at a certain point, the rubber meets the road.
Yes.
Luis was very clear, didn't think very highly of his deck. You get to 4-0 and you start running into better players with better pools, and you can get as lucky as you want. You can have as much skill as you want. Doesn't necessarily mean the victories are following.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we get into these more advanced rounds here in the tournament too, the decks that you're facing just get better and better and better. The pools become more and more busted as you work your way through day 1.
Yeah, at Grand Prix Charlotte, a lot of Swiss rounds, and I was 10-0 at one point.
Whoa!
And it was a big tournament, so we had, I think, 11 rounds of sealed, and I was like, I hope the next round goes okay. I'm getting to my table, and the person sitting next to me is dressed like Slash from Guns N' Roses. And I'm like, that guy's deck's probably real good. It's going to be a tough round to get through. So,
man, I saw Slash at a GP. He was staying in the same hotel we were.
Oh, that's sick.
Yeah. Anyway, there's a game happening. Enough Slash stories from me. We've got a Dragonstorm orb in play for Luis Scott-Vargas, as well as a Teamer monument and a Dragonfire sword. Jeskai Devotee for Kelly Romero. And another devotee, this time the Sultai variety.
Luis is probably pretty happy with that turn there from Kelly. It's not going to be very hard for Luis to play over the top of those creatures. And a lot of it in sealed is just getting the most mileage out of all your cards. Sometimes those creatures can be pretty scary if they're coming out on time, but a turn delay to play the orb and then, you deploy it after the fact into Luis developing his board. It's going to take a lot for these creatures to get their money's worth.
Monastery Messenger, the play there from Luis, picks up the Dragonfire Blade on its way into the battlefield. Nothing to put back on top of the library, but still a fine statted flyer and can hold a sword in its little beak.
Vigilance.
Vigilance, yes.
Vigilance with stat augmentation. Very nice.
Remember that bird has vigilance.
It doesn't, I think between me, you, and Luis, we're probably 1 for 3.
Okay.
Because Luis has missed it a ton, too.
That's fair.
And I also missed it once, but you missed it first, so I didn't have to say anything.
Yeah. Hey,
So,
I'll take the fall, man.
So, 0.75 out of 3 so far.
We also had the green Dragonstorm there picking up some lands for Kelly. And here's a Boulderborn Dragon for Luis, which is going to come in with a counter. There it is, thanks to the Dragonstorm globe. Encroaching Dragonstorm has been putting in a lot of work here this weekend for players thinning their libraries left, right, and center by playing a bunch of dragons alongside of it and fixing their mana.
It's an interesting part of the cycle because so many of them are about looping it.
Yeah.
That's where you get your money's worth. This one is this one is almost the opposite in that the first time you do it is really, really good. There's some pretty steep diminishing returns. At a certain point, you've already got all of your mana. The thinning helps, but it's one where a lot of the value comes from the first time that you're playing it.
Yeah, this other one, Roiling Dragonstorm, now that is just an incredible card. Recurring it is so good.
Exactly. That's the one where when the first time you play it, you're kind of paying a premium. You get your money's worth when you start doing it the second or third time.
So we discarded that Snakeskin Veil to the Roiling Dragonstorm, and we are going to Ringing Bellstrike down the Boulderborn Dragon here, which is going to tap it. But notably, you can pay 5 to untap it.
Yeah.
In come some little beaters for Kelly Romero.
I don't know if there was a bluff there or
that was weird, yeah.
a chump attack there, but Luis confidently blocked, and there's now a creature in the graveyard.
Snapped off that block. Okay, here we go. We're going to crack this Teamer Monument to make a 5/5. Do you have a favorite monument?
I mean, I really like them all. I have the most fun with the Mardu one.
Oh, yeah, making some more dudes?
It might be the weakest of the 5, but it's the one I have the most fun with.
I don't even know. Are you an aggressive player? Are you
pretty aggressive.
All right.
I are a little aggressive.
Put it here. Okay, sick.
I mean, haste and menace 1/1s, that's my language. Just going to attack, and you're going to block. And
oh, no. Okay. That is Ugin, Eugene himself, hitting the table. Goodbye, birdie. Well, we talked about these decks getting better, and take a look at Ugin Eye of Storms here on the screen. 7 mana for 7 loyalty Planeswalker. Just keep plussing this bad boy, you know what I mean?
Yep, I mean, Luis can at least untap the dragon and start chipping in a little bit. Eddie has got a 5/5 that's kind of uncontested here. So has some tools to at least pressure the Planeswalker, generate some chump blocks along the way. But this is going to be an overwhelming card for Luis to beat if he doesn't get this thing off the battlefield in, a maximum, I would say, of 2 turns.
Yeah, it is a ticking clock here. Ugin, Eye of Storms, +2, gain 3 life, draw card, 0, add 3 colorless mana, and the -11, you can search for any number of colorless non-land cards, exile them, then shuffle until end of turn. You may cast those cards without paying their mana costs. Here we see a Glacial Dragon Hunt for Luis, a card that's put in a ton of work for him this weekend. If you discard a card that's not a land, you can do 3 to something, so we're going to take down that Sultai Devotee and get in here with the elephant, straight to face, doesn't even care about Eugene because we've got Kintree Severance!
Well, even when Ugin isn't game over, it's still great. That was still a fine exchange for Kelly. but at least Luis was able to keep the head above water here for a little bit.
Kelly Romero down to 11 after that attack. Luis Scott-Vargas at 17. We played a dragon, and we're going to pick up both of our Dragonstorms and gets another counter thanks to the globe.
And Luis, the look of someone who knows they are somewhat outclassed in terms of card quality.
Yeah, playing this Roiling Dragonstorm again is just... Oh, and we're going to discard the other one, just like you said, diminishing returns on that green one. Follow it up with a Herd Heirloom. I love this card. This one you can tap for to cast your creature cards, but the bottom ability is better, where you can tap it until end of turn. Target creature you control with power 4 greater gets trample, and then when it connects, you can draw a card.
Pretty sweet design in that when you're in the market for one, you're typically not in the market for the other. So it's a very smooth card as far as cards go that have multiple activated abilities.
Here comes another Monastery Messenger, and we're going to put that Kin Tree Severance right on top of the library. Once again, suit up the bird with the blade, pass the turn. Man, I'm jealous of that Roiling Dragonstorm. I just want to feel like I just want to cast it. All right, so we're going to activate the Herd Heirloom on the dragon here. Draw. Luis down to 10.
Kelly up a lot of resources, a lot of mana, better battlefield presence. I don't know if Luis really has the type of individual card in his deck that can catch up from this spot. So he is missing land drops, at least means that his hand is full of action, but I don't know if he's going to be able to keep his head above water here for very much longer.
Yeah, we got now an elephant added to the board. Make that 2 for Kelly Romero. Lot of power on his side of the battlefield. Boom, boom, boom.
Looks like maybe the table spotter calling over a judge here. No, we're good. Sorry, that was the match over.
Traveling Botanist is the last play for Romero. Pass back over to Scott-Vargas. And we know that Kin Tree Severance was on the top of the library. That can kill one thing.
Yeah, not an answer to the elephants.
Oh, I like that. French.
Is that French?
I don't know. Okay, so this is Ice Ridge Serpent, which bounces a creature, so we're going to get rid of one of these elephants. But Luis still in a tough spot at 10.
Yeah, it's very hard for Luis to try to win this game with what amounts to normal cards against an opponent who is playing a lot of not normal cards. Luis at 10 here. I guess the one thing that you would try to, if you had any hope from Luis's side, would be Kelly's at 7. You could find a way maybe to mess him up in combat. There's the possibility of just being able to crack across for lethal on the way back. I don't know if it's going to go that way, but if you're Luis, I think you're trying to figure out a way here where at least if there's a mistake to make, and it doesn't look like there's going to be one.
Yeah, Luis is going to scoop him up. That was a Naga, the Shapeshifter card, which can copy a creature, copying enough stuff to bounce to the copying the Meringue River region, bouncing a creature back to Luis's hand, and the Dragonstorm to his own hand, whatever.
Doesn't matter. Kelly could pick whatever he wanted to. He could pick at random. Luis could pick for him. Any option would be good enough.
Yes. Hey, you want some more cool stuff in your inbox and not just spam? How about a newsletter?
Exactly. You can go over to StarCityGames.com/newsletter. I've been promoting this thing for the better part of 15 years. If you're interested in getting information about sales and pre-orders that are available, like Tarkir Dragonstorm, if you want to get information about upcoming organized play events like the SCGCON in Minneapolis coming up in May, things like flash sales, that's a great thing to get information about because those are a limited time only offer. Just head over to starcity.com/newsletter. You'll be kept abreast of all the things going on at starcitygames.com.
Nice. Sign up for that newsletter, friends. Well, we're in a rough spot. Fans of Luis Scott-Vargas, we're down a game. We got a win out here on day 1 to make day 2 of competition. Not impossible, though. We have definitely seen him come back from some rough spots with this deck that, even though, like you said, it doesn't have a lot of those cards that are flashy and trashy, it does have a lot of tools to be able to win the game.
Some good things for Luis here. He does have 2 counter spells in his deck.
Yes.
Like when you're playing against a deck that has a lot of high impact bombs, sometimes counter spells are some of the best low rarity answers that you can have. Luis also went back into his sideboard and put in, looks like 2 or 3 cards. There's 2 different ways that Luis can sideboard here. He can have more surgical answers for elements of Kelly's top end. Another way to go is try to be a little bit more aggressive. I don't know which option Luis chose, but he knows he's playing against a lot of very powerful, very expensive cards, and so he can shape his deck to fight that kind of fight.
I have a question for you.
Yeah.
This is a basic Magic question, but I think about it a lot because I'm not a control player, and I often wonder in what position am I like waiting to counter something, and in what position am I actually just playing out to the board?
In Limited, the Hall of Famer Jelger Vegersma came out to test with me and the New Jersey crew 20 years ago. And he said one of the most influential things that anyone's ever said to me about Magic. He says, in Limited, spend your first couple of turns, 3 or 4, just figuring out how to tap out. What really matters at that point in the game is mana efficiency. Once the game takes a certain shape and things are developing in a way and there's key permanence, then you can start making the call about leaving up a counter spell versus tapping out for this creature, kind of reacting to the game state as it is. But early on in the game, a trap that players get themselves into is going out of their way to leave up counterspell mana. And usually there's nothing that impactful that's going to come out that's worth sort of subordinating your game plan to.
And that's why a card like Dispelling Exhale is so great, because it can be more effective in the late game if you can reveal a dragon.
But also, if it's turn 2, you don't have a play and your opponent plays an OK 2-drop, sure, whatever, just go on with life. But usually you don't want to be holding that thing up early on in the game at the expense of playing a creature or something else.
Ooh, okay, so Kelly's played this green card that if you have all 5 colors of mana, you can crack it to make a lifelinking 4/4 dragon. It's kind of cool. Somebody did it to me last night in a draft.
I'm sure in Sealed it's come up a lot today.
Yeah. Team Mertani back to play here for Luis, 4/3. Draw a card, discard.
One of the better cards Luis can have here. There is a burden on him to be more aggressive. We saw so much raw power from Kelly's deck that Luis is going to have to constrict the length of the game a little bit here to have a shot.
Wow. Okay, we played a lot of spells there, Kelly. We have a Dragonstorm Orb. We've got a Jeskai Elder, and we've got a Ringing Strike Mastery, excuse me.
Well, Kelly is now representing that as long as he continues to make his land drops, he is going to be able to activate that relic.
5 damage there from the Omen half of Twin Maw Stormbrood. Got there. Shuffled back into Luis's library, taking care of that little Jeskai Elder.
And that enchantment there was brutal for Luis. Like I said, burden on him is to be aggressive here, and really took the wind out of his sails in terms of his early pressure. And paying 5 mana to untap that thing is not really something that comes up until you're in much later in the game.
Yeah.
And so Luis is losing out on, 4, 8, 12 points of damage that could have maybe helped constrict the game.
Yes, especially since Kelly has not, as of yet, played many creatures to the board here. There's a Roiling Dragonstorm hitting the table once again. Draw, shaping your hand.
So we have draw 2, lose 2, surveil 2.
I'll take it.
Or surveil 2, lose 2, draw 2. I suspect that came out of the board.
Cruel Truths, yep.
Little extra heavy lifting here from Luis.
And here come the beats. Elephant number 1 for Kelly Romero. Back over to Luis, taps 5. We're going to send the elephant back to its owner's hand, aka goodbye forever.
Very important there for Luis to have some play to develop his board. Extra bonus of being able to bounce a token and keeping Kelly off of the Harmonized flashback, at least for a little bit.
Yeah, that was an Ice Ridge Serpent. It's a 3/3 body as well, so not too bad. Jeskai Devotee here for Kelly. Follow up. We're going to take a look at Luis's hand. Aggressive negotiations here. I love this art. Have you ever played this game, Patrick? With a knife in your hand?
I've done it with a pen. I've never done it with a knife. And a pen is pretty intense. So no, I have not.
Yeah.
Not the authentic version. I've played the proxy version.
Yeah. One of my favorite scenes from Aliens.
One of my favorite scenes from Boardwalk Empire.
Oh. Molten Exhale, taking down the Devotee. All right, the bird's back. The bird's back in town. Monastery Messenger in for 3 with the Ice Ridge Serpent.
Not a good sign for Luis that this is the first turn where he's making an attack. Kelly's representing a lot of mana, a lot of card drawing, a lot of fixing. So if you're in Luis's spot, you kind of have to hope that Kelly's flooding out a little bit here, because the cards that he has access to are so high impact.
Just a pass from Romero. Move right to combat. In comes... not yet. We're going to tap down that Ice Ridge Serpent. Shuffle back in our Durgar Island Dragon. And now we get in for 2. Boink, down to 15.
That is a pretty good sign for Luis, though, if that was what amounts to Kelly's turn.
Right. Another cruel truths here for Scott-Vargas.
Oh, yeah, the bird put it back.
Ah, that's what he put
Look.
back. Okay, great.
Look.
Surveil 2, draw 2, lose 2.
Yeah, so Luis trying to set himself up for a much grindier game. Also keep in mind with that enchantment on, Luis does not have to commit 5 mana during the upkeep. That's just an ability that is on there. So Kelly's got to be mindful about not ignoring that. Don't get into a spot where
True.
suddenly there's a haste 4-power creature attacking you, however you're sequencing what you're doing.
All right, we've got the heirloom again. So a lot of artifacts and enchantments on the table for Kelly. All right, we'll take a creature. Here's that Naga Shapeshifter again. It's going to copy the bird. And we're going to put our aggressive negotiations back on top.
It's an interesting card for Kelly to want to have on top here, because you would anticipate a little bit more interest in playing to the battlefield right now rather than attacking Luis's hand. Especially because Luis is just, you know, he's drawing a bunch of cards. He's doing it with selection. It's likely that his hand has multiple good cards in it. So I'm curious to see where Kelly goes with this line.
In for 3, the Ice Ridge Serpent connects, and here we go. Twin Maw Stormbrood onto the battlefield. 2 +1/+1 counters thanks to the 2 Dragonstorm orbs. Gain 5 life.
Yeah, this is my concern with putting a discard spell on top, is Kelly might not have the type of time for this.
Yeah. And let's take a look. Oh, it was a good get, though, there in Bewildering Blizzard. That's a sad one to lose.
It's a very strong card, but you know, at this point, I would guess that Luis would be pretty happy to draw basically any creature and play it rather than do the draw 3 cards thing. It's a good get, but again, with Kelly missing land drops, there's a question that it's still the question I have of, do you have the kind of time you need for this?
Sure. And here we go. We untapped the 4/3. Luis is like, I want to go to combat. Kelly, not tap. Tap your giant dragon, please. Thank you. But Luis was able to untap the Tibertani back and send it into the red zone. Ringing Bell Strike doesn't tap it forever.
Yeah, even setting aside playing a creature off the top, I think Luis would have preferred committing 5 mana just to attack this turn rather than casting the 6 mana spell.
Yeah. Bunch of damage coming through. Romero drops to 5. Luis in a commanding position here at 24. Up to 6 with a tap land. And what do we got as a follow-up? Breaching Dragonstorm. Let's see what we get. Sultai Devotee. That's the thing with this card. Sometimes what you hit, not too exciting. And we're going to scoop them on up. That is Luis Scott-Vargas tying things up here at 1 game apiece.
Yeah, that game was not starting off well for Luis there, but Kelly missing some land drops there along the way and never really playing to the battlefield meant that, you know, even if Luis was slower than he would ideally like to be coming out of the gate there, he was still much faster than Kelly and able to close the door before any of Kelly's high-impact cards were able to show up.
We want to thank our sponsors here at Spotlight Dragons. We want to say thank you to Dragon Shield, the best sleeves in the business. You can find them on Star City Games website. And Beckett, the place to go to get your cards graded.
Love both of these. Have used both of these companies very much in my personal and professional lives. So thank you for both of our sponsors for, 1, sponsoring the show, and 2, being dope to work with.
If you go to Dragon Shield's website, in the search bar, you type GLHF. I'm just saying, there might be 2 cool sleeves there that you can buy, and one of them may or may not be a rainbow Feldergriff.
And if you use promo code RECEIVABLES at checkout, all lowercase case sensitive for 5% off all of your orders, just it doesn't hurt to try.
You know, it might work. It might work.
It might work.
You know what? You could also try code GLHF, though. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you could do, but you can alternate too.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, like your friend uses one and you use the other.
Yeah.
Like there's a lot of ways to do it for 5% off of all of your orders.
All right, here we go. Game 3. LSV needs to win this to stay alive for day 2 in the tournament. Sagu Wildling. Let's go get a land. It's a mountain. Shuffle him back. Sultai Devotee for Romero.
Over Kelly's shoulder there in the background, you can see Mike Ron playing in a feature match here.
He'll be our match we're going to watch after this. Very excited.
Yeah. I think he's in the conversation for greatest limited players of all time.
Oh, that's so cool.
Just no one knows who he is, but
Teamer Tawny back. You're going to have to give us his credentials.
Pro Tour win and just I don't know what to say. Just the nastiest to do it. I've had some, let's say, side drafts against him over the years that have not gone my way.
Gosh, this Teamer Tawny back just can't stay untapped. To bring his Strike Mastery, going to put it to sleep once again. Found an important card there in Quarry Mountain Monastery for Luis, which has paid off just in spades for him across all of day number 1 here of competition.
So a little bit of a suspicious opening here from Luis. Played a green-black land on turn 1, used a search effect to get a mountain, and played a second red source.
True.
So he's missing 2 colors of mana. And I'm curious to see if he's maybe missing some colors, or maybe just the lands kind of came out in a weird order.
Cruel Truths here is going to let Luis draw some cards. All right, so we've got his favorite card in the set, Dragonstorm Globe. Second guessing this Monastery Messenger as the follow-up.
Could play it, but only has the trues to put back on top.
There it goes.
I'm telling you right now, Kelly, you can't hear me. Get that creature over into the middle of the battlefield. You are going to forget about that 5-mana untap effect. Don't leave it off to the side.
Yeah, yeah.
I see this coming from a mile away.
Called out. Ugh, okay, that's a Karakid Guardian for Kelly Romero. 6/5 trample flying, hexproof until it deals damage. All right, Twin Maw Stormbrood alt art here for Luis. Going to gain 5. Gets a counter.
Kelly, I'm begging you. I've seen this before.
I would forget it.
My anxiety is already through the roof here. You're 4-2. You're playing against Luis Scott-Vargas. Win or lose, you don't want it to come down to that.
Man, he's got Settle the Wreckage. One of my all-time favorite moments.
Yeah, that's a great one. Even look, subtle thing, the way the creature and the enchantment are oriented in opposite directions.
Yeah.
That's a sign of forgetting about it. It's
Yes.
gone.
Yeah,
You
you're right.
You've Oblivion Ring something. I'm not going to think about it until you've blown it up.
Ooh, are we cracking it? Yes, yes.
All right. Colored mana
Blood
trick.
Let's go, Dragon's Blood Relic. Are we?
So the token also deals 3 when it enters the battlefield. So that's gonna clip Luis's 2/3.
Wow, there it is. 4/4 lifelink. Reliquary Dragon.
And if you think I'm just being sarcastic or goofing around here, I assure you that creature is on Luis's mind
Oh
right
yes.
now. Of
Oh
just
yes.
let this get to a spot where suddenly it wakes up.
I mean, Luis is one of the people, you know, I've said in the feature match area a lot of times watching these people play, and he's one that I just feel like has such an incredible command of everything on the board state at all times.
As someone who gets to play with Luis in person, somewhat on the regular, the combination of the acuity that you are calling out combined with how fast he plays
Yes,
is really
yes.
startling.
Yes.
And that actually can lull your opponent into a false sense of whatever, because if it was this super complicated thing and Luis was taking a lot of time on his turn, maybe you would register, oh yeah, that's probably part of the consideration that's going on right now. But Luis plays lightning fast, even in really complicated board states, and it sort of lulls you into thinking that he doesn't have a whole lot going on.
Right. All right, Cruel Truth there for Luis. Finds that Dragonfire Blade, and we're going to be able to Molten Exhale, take care of this token.
And Luis not looking to trade here, I think, with an eye towards getting the equipment on and playing over the top of the 6/5. Luis is not will take some lumps to keep his board intact. He doesn't want to play the longest game in the world here. So normally that trade would be fine. You would maybe be looking to do it. It's a little bit risky to just have it exposed here and vulnerable to removal.
Well, no chance to do it now.
But that's not the end of the world. Again, Luis has to do this dance. Obviously, you don't want to die, but he can't be just sort of trading off with resources that look equivalent to one another, because the burn is on him to set up a spot where he can actually attack and close the game out kind of suddenly over the course of 1 or 2 turns.
So in a position where your opponent's card quality is higher than yours, you'd be more inclined to try and attack.
Yeah, if we're just bumping against each other the entire game, and I know you got 2 or 3 cards that I can't beat, eventually one of those cards is going to show up.
Yeah.
So, of course, you're not just going to let yourself go down to 0. There are going to be moments where Luis maybe has to make a trade, but he is going to be willing to take some shots here to get the board to be a little messy, a little sticky, try to get in shots of his own, maybe get into a spot where there's a mistake for Kelly to make, because just playing this game kind of ABC style, the delta in card quality is too high for Luis to realistically be able to win that way.
We went on another dragon hunt here, and we're going to take down the Sultai Devotee. Iridescent Tiger was the play before for Kelly Romero. Looks like, okay, Jeskai, the Jeskai Elder is going to come in to shrink down the Storm Brood. All right, it's our friend the turtle is back.
Hello.
Ambling Storm Shell. There you are, buddy. Haven't seen you for a while. Oh, he moved it. Did you see?
And now the enchantment is on top of the art. It is now cognitively removed from the battlefield, but not actually removed from the battlefield.
Look how far over it is.
I know, I know.
This tricky guy. Jeskai devotee. Pass back. Stormplane detainment taking care of the Karakit Guardian. Okay.
And this is what I was sort of speaking to of Luis, willing to take some shots here
Yep.
to be able to crack back in a big burst. Now we're getting there. This is a massive attack, and Luis is going to be looking at a lot of cards to boot.
All right, there it goes. Turtle, draw 3. 3 stun counters on it. Twin Maw Stormbrew getting it as well, knocking Kelly Romero down to 12. And now look. Now there's even the detainment on top of it.
It's gone.
Oh, all right. Another Storm Brood here. Gain another 5 up to 14.
And Luis now being able to do some calculus here about, is Ugin even going to be enough? And
Right.
can I set things up where Ugin is not enough?
All right, we're going to take a look at Luis's hand here. We have a teeming Dragonstorm, a Teamer Monument, and a land, Frontier Bivouac. Get rid of that Dragonstorm, thank you. All right, creatures go sideways here for Kelly Romero. Luis down to 11, trades there, blocks there, takes down the Iridescent Tiger, and immediately swings. And there is a handshake that is Luis Scott-Vargas staying alive here at 5-2 with 1 round left to play.
Love Luis going deep into the sideboard there for those draw twos.
Yeah.
It settled in for a long game. And those cards, because usually when you see those Read the Bone style effects, you see them at sorcery speed. As an instant, it plays so much better alongside your counter spells. You get in that play pattern where if your opponent does something good, you have an answer for it, and if they don't cooperate, your mana is not just burned off. You have something to be able to do with it. Able to keep his head above water there. Kelly there didn't find any of the high-impact bombs that we saw in games 2, number 3, so Luis's tight play and some valuable sideboard cards came to bear. And we're going to be looking at a win in the next round.
Wow, very exciting, everybody. 6-2 or better gets you to come back here and play in day number 2 of competition. You looking forward to draft, Patrick?
Very much so. Yeah, well, it's a very different experience. It's something that I really appreciate about this format of, you know, the sealed is going to be a lot of grindy 4- and 5-color games, and the mana fixing kind of accommodates that. That's still something that you can do in draft, but it's a lot less frequent. You're going to see more 2- and 3-color decks that really speak to a particular wedge or tribe or whatever you want to call it.
Sure.
Some of those 2-color mechanics that we've gone over at various points that you see in an incidental way in sealed, but not decks built around it, really. You can really hone in. And I think it's going to be a place specifically where a mechanic like Jeskai's flurry and prowess stuff can really shine. In sealed, you're just working with whatever you have. And oftentimes the things that are asking you to put A and B together to get something greater than some of the parts doesn't go that way a lot of time. But in draft, you actually have an opportunity for like a real prowess deck, a real flurry deck to emerge.
Yes, absolutely. And we're actually going to get a chance to watch players draft the actual action of the draft tomorrow too, which is going to be very cool. So make sure you come back and check that out. Let's head on down to the feature match area for our backup match here in round number 7. Like you mentioned, we've got Micron playing against Lee Webb. The names are switched on these players, but that's Micron on the bottom of your screen and Lee on the top.
I believe Micron made most of his success in tournament Magic back when he was living in Wisconsin. I'm not sure if he's there anymore, but Wisconsin has a history of producing a lot of tremendous limited and constructed players. And Micron is not a shabby constructed player by any stretch, but he is one of the greatest limited players of all time. If you go and ask Reed and Luis, players of that caliber, who's the player in here you respect the most, or on your top 3, your top 5, I bet you they're both going to name Haran on that list.
Oh, very exciting to see him play here, and undefeated too. So already good to go for day number 2 of competition. On the other side of the battlefield there, a Sage of the Fang is in play for Lee Webb. Okay, so we are in game number 2, by the way, everybody, and Micron is the player who is up a game.
Because this was a pre-recorded match, the names are simply switched here, but Micron is on the bottom. He is currently up a game. Although, I think we might be going to game 3 here in a moment.
Yeah, this is not looking so good for Mike. We got a 3-2 lifelinker. But this saga just is pretty incredible for Lee Webb. We make 3 1-1s, then we put counters on them, and then they get lifelink.
Yeah, so the card that Mike played for 3 mana is worth approximately 1 chapter of the saga that Lee played.
Ooh, look at this. All 3 on 1. And we're going to take down the Kintry Nurturer there with a Caustic Exile, turn the creatures sideways. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 points of damage.
Okay.
All right, well, we've seen enough here. Micron's going to scoop them up, and we'll go to game number 3. That was some pretty good cards there from Lee Webb.
A lot of high rarity on display there.
Indeed.
Ron doing nothing on 2 and essentially nothing on 3, and we'll be going to game 3 here in a moment.
Hey, everybody, why don't you come visit me in Minneapolis? This is an invitation I give to you, and also that SCGCON gives to you. It's happening May 2nd through 4th in my hometown. Regional Championship. They're playing some Standard, everybody. Prize pool of $100,000. Get a chance to play in the Pro Tour. They're giving out Pro Tour invites as well as a World Championship invite. There's going to be live coverage of the event as well. What can I say? Spring in Minneapolis. It's a good time.
It's the best. Are you born and raised in Minneapolis?
I'm born and raised in Minnesota. I was born in northern Minnesota.
Okay.
Cloquet.
Okay.
Okay, Cloquet. The Lumberjacks.
Can't say I've heard of it.
That's okay. Only people who live in Minnesota have heard of it. And only on their way north to the Brown Deer Waters. They drive right on through it. But that's where I get this fine accent, don't you know?
I had not noticed it before.
You must be lying.
No, I mean, I had not until we were doing the, for whatever reason
funny.
on the Pro Tour broadcast, it never really registered with me.
Wow.
And then I couldn't tell if you were doing a bit. And then I was like, oh, this is sincere. And I think it's delightful.
Oh, my God. You're not the first person who thought I was doing a bit with it.
Yeah. I get similar comments about some of my Jersey turns of phrase and manners of speaking. So we're fellow travelers.
Here we are in game number 3. Let's see if either of these players, who indeed will keep their undefeated record. Abzan Monument in play as well as Corroding Dragonstorm for Micron, who is the player on the bottom of your screen. And once you get to the undefeated bracket here near the end of day 1, these decks are usually just disgusting.
Well, it's a blend. I mean, you get players who are very skilled with medium pools. You have players of let's say, medium skill with extremely good pools. And then you have some people who've just caught some breaks along the way. I have run into decks at towards the end of day one of a Grand Prix where I was like, I was expecting the deck or the opponent to be better. But, sometimes it's just your day.
Sometimes it's your day.
So it definitely selects in the direction that you're describing, but not always. And even if someone's deck is really good, they probably have some filler to fill it out. They mulligan sometimes. Their draws aren't always good. So even the good decks can look bad sometimes.
That's Felothar, Dawn of the Abzan there for Mike Ron. 3/3 Trampler. When it enters or attacks, you can sacrifice an online permanent to put a counter on all your creatures. Here's Marshall of the Lost, which we saw earlier on camera today, and it's just sick.
Yeah. A superstar on offense and defense.
Gives +X until end of turn, where X is the number of attacking creatures you control. So target creature gets that, which is going to be the Kin Tree Nurturer here. Would you ever play a tap land that was not one of the colors in your deck?
So just let's say I'm Mardu, would I play a jungle basin?
Indeed.
The burner proof would be really high. Maybe if I had some life gain synergies, I could see doing it.
Okay.
And there's the battlefield tap is a pretty rough drawback. You really feel it. Like the times where it comes up, it's often pretty devastating. So, for example, if you go back to, I forget the block a couple years ago, would I play an enters the battlefield tap scry or surveil land that only touches one color? Yes, all the time, especially in sealed. Gaining a life is not quite as good as surveilling or scrying, absent some sort of life gain synergy.
So here we see the ability of Felothar, Dawn of the Abzan, really in action as we're able to sacrifice one of these attacking warriors to put a counter on the rest of the team. Pretty nice.
A lot of this stuff is, the sacrifice stuff is sort of balanced where if you're actually doing it with cards that are full cards, it's not that good of a deal. But if you're doing the mobilize thing or generating tokens some other way, you are getting way more than some of the parts.
Lee Webb down to 15 after that attack from Micron.
Looks like Lee interested in racing. If your Death Toucher doesn't go in front of the Felothar, that's indicating a desire to crack back.
Yep.
And with that card in particular, maybe some way of generating some tokens at instant speed or some sort of mobilize effect.
Caustic Exhale takes down a token here. And indeed, it looks like the race is on. The team is all hitting the red zone here for Lee Webb. Big smash, and Ron's going to fall to 12.
Yeah, that Marshall is one of the non-rare stars of the format, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's really, really excellent.
And particularly when your opponent's doing the mobilize thing, because you're just in this position where sitting back on defense is not really a realistic option. You are almost compelled to race, and it's a very, very hard card to race against.
Once again, the players' names are swapped, FYI. That is Mike down at the bottom of your screen and Lee Webb at the top. Players tied of one game apiece. Here is Assault Road Pack Beast for Micron, which it enters. You get to draw a card. $4-3.
Got it on a slight discount there.
Yeah. And what kind of information, what do you take away with? If you know your opponent wants to race you, are you more inclined to just be like, all right, well, I'll hang back a little bit?
Well, I think that Hron is basically priced into attacking with something substantive. You can't just sit back on defense. You can manage the damage race a little bit through chump blocking. And so, for example, you see the 4-4 come in, you see the warrior hang back on defense. That's kind of the tenor of the game it's going to take from Hron's side. Now, if Lee has action left over, it's going to be hard to pull off no matter what.
Sure.
But converting your 2/2 token in this spot into a block on the biggest thing, or even if it sort of impedes Lee's ability to attack with everything, probably more useful than just setting it in as an attacker.
Caustic Exhale deals with that Marshal of the Lost from Lee Webb. And Anafen's Unyielding Lineage flashes on in end of turn 2/2 first striker. And whenever another non-token creature you control dies, she endures 2. So getting on in there for 4. Ron to 8. Another Kin Tree Nurturer now for Webb. So they have the option to endure for 1, either with a counter or a spirit.
So on a baseline, I'm interested in getting the 1/1 spirit here, because the Anafenza toggles so powerfully between offense and defense. The 4/4 first striker is awesome at attacking, awesome at blocking. If I'm in Lee's spot, I'm going to bias a little bit more towards, if I want to attack, have some chump blockers on the way back to make it prohibitive. The fact that you would draw off the Anafenza is a nice little bonus, but if you have a wide battlefield, you have a lot of ways of mitigating Hran's ability to basically burst you down in one shot.
Sure. We're going to speed up playback ever so slightly here. We're going to remove counters, which is the ability of the dragon that Hran just played here. So Anafenza back down to a 2/2.
And that's a huge swing here, because a 2/2 first striker is a lot different than a 4/4 first striker. And
yes.
Lee was in a position where could really just keep shipping in the 4/4 and put the burden on Hran to either kill it or make the game about something else. Now it's actually Mike who's in a position to start attacking soon.
Our names are fixed. Hooray. Kin Tree Nurturers into combat.
So this is an interesting attack, because on the surface it's a pretty transparent chump attack, with Lee really just trying to get some Anafenza triggers for his money. Now, there's a huge risk here in just blocking, assuming that it's a chump attack, because if Lee has something and you put your best creatures inside of combat and everything dies, that's really bad news. It looks like Hran is approaching this just like, this just feels like it's about Anafenza. I'm not going to respect the attack for what it is or what it signals, beyond the fact that Anafenza is going to grow.
Okay, and indeed, both of those Kin Tree Nurturers die. Anafenza gets 4 counters. Now a 6/6 first striker.
So Hran definitely with a better position on the battlefield, but make sure to keep in mind the life totals here. Lee at 20, Hran at 8. It's tough to get into a damage race right now. Hran has to be really mindful that he's not exposing himself to unlocking any attackers that aren't already available. So maybe he wants to send in the flyer, leave the warrior back to chump block, get into that sort of rhythm. But as long as Lee has this Anafenza, Hran really can't even risk taking one shot from it. He's got to make sure that there's enough blockers back to manage, whether or not you're trying to trade or blow him out in combat or even just chump block, but you need to be very mindful of it.
Jeskai Monument here for Hran. Follow-up Corroding Dragonstorm is going to deal 2, gain 2, surveil 2.
And that's a nice one here on a couple fronts. A little bit of a cushion, a little bit of a pressure, and it does kind of shift the burden on Lee again to get the game over with, because every dragon from here on out comes with a drain 2, surveil 2 attached, and even if Hran's a little bit behind on the battlefield or a little bit behind in the race, adding that kicker onto every single dragon is going to be overwhelming very quickly.
Purging Stormbrood here does, in fact, get in for an attack here for Hran. Undergrowth Leopard was the play earlier, which can blow up artifacts or enchantments for 1. We happen to know Lee Webb has a pretty good one in his deck, the Abzan Saga.
And no attack here is exactly what Hran wants to see.
He doesn't have a life total, but the last time we saw it, it was 8.
I believe he went up to 10 from the Corroding Dragonstorm.
Ah, yes, thank you. Ooh, and now we have the big Mardu dragon hitting the table. We can pick up that Corroding Dragonstorm and play it again.
So this one is nice if you're doing the mobilized stuff. It's also just nice because it's, you know, a big dragon or whatever. But
that's Nriv, Heart of the Storm, 4/5 flyer.
Haran's not really unlocking very much on this card right now beyond the fact that it's a 4/5 flyer that re-triggered his Corroding Dragonstorm.
All right, the Purging Stormbrood's going to try to get in again, but it's going to get Osseous exiled here from Lee Webb. So that attacker is gone. Looks like we have a question for the judges in the feature match area.
So remember, we're watching this match from the past. We've been told it's much ado about nothing.
That's my favorite Shakespeare play. All right, we've got Haran's life total back. It is 12. Indeed, it was 10, and then another 2 off of that second casting of Corroding Dragonstorm. No play from Webb.
Now, I'm sorry for the pause. I'm trying to think of mine now.
Oh, okay. Excellent. Oof. Sibsig Appraiser, one of the best commons in this set.
And perfectly suited for sealed. Draft, sometimes the games can be a little bit fast. It's not, you don't have the time to leverage that kind of 2-for-1.
Sure.
In sealed, you got all the time in the world.
People are calling it the new Organ Hoarder, just to give you an idea of how good that card is. And we're just attacking with dragons. That's the name of the game here. Farad Rev, the Heart of the Storm, gets in there for 4 points of damage. Lee Webb down to 9.
I'll go with King Lear.
Ooh, all right, hardcore. I like it. No matter what, both of these players in very good position here near the end of day number 1 for an excellent start on day 2 of competition when we sit down to draft. No play once again from Lee Webb.
And Prawn in the spot where very hard to lose, barring some mistake or edge case involving a rare or mythic, and just making sure everything is tight and efficient here.
Looks like we got a siege here. Alt art. No bad siege in the set, really.
I had one of the pre-release that didn't do very much. I'm not sure if it was this one, in part because I'm not sure what this one is.
This one, okay, this is the Frostcliff Siege. This is Jeskai. Whenever one or more creatures you control deal combat damage to a player, draw a card, or teamer, creatures that +1/+0 trample and haste. Okay.
Yeah, I had the get a goblin or you double dip on your attack trigger one.
Yeah.
Wasn't great.
This one is pretty sick because he chose teamer. So let's go.
It's teamer time.
It's teamer time, baby.
Yeah, and just trying to close the game out this turn. Trample's really the key thing here going on because Lee would ostensibly have some chump blocks to get out of this turn if the spirits were eligible to absorb a full attack. But now Trample's going to make that very complicated.
Yeah, this is just an exorbitant amount of damage here coming across from Prawn.
Yeah, I mean, right now, when everything has trample, you can just add power and then subtract toughness, and you got the number. And I think on the table here, there's not a way out. But with a trick, maybe it's different. And now, Haran's developed enough of a cushion here where even if Lee has a way to survive this combat and can attack with the Anafenza, Haran can just take the hit and be able to get it, be able to win the next turn. So it looks very safe, but you still want to be technically sound in this spot.
Sure. That looked like Absorb Essence from Purging Stormbrood, the Omen side, which gives target creature +2/+2 lifelink and hexproof until end of turn. And there is the handshake. Turns out it was enough. That is Micron remaining undefeated at 7-0. Wow, excellent victory.
Excellent victory, and deck seems solid, but
Yep.
nothing outrageous. You know, the game that we came into that he lost seemed extremely modest.
Yep.
But again, one of the best to ever do it. If you don't recognize this name, I'm sure you're going to have a lot of opportunity to check him out during day number 2. He's 7-0, already locked for draft, and in a position to make a run at the top 8.
Absolutely. We're going to take a short break, everybody. 2 matches are out, and then we'll be right back here for the final round of Swiss of day 1 of competition here at Spotlight Dragons. Hey everybody, welcome back to coverage of Spotlight Dragons here in Denver, Colorado. Large-scale limited tournament. We could not be happier, Maria Bartholdi and Patrick Sullivan here with you as we reach the final round of competition on day one.
So of our two feature players in this tournament, Reed Duke, unfortunately, not able to cobble together 6 wins with one of a seal deck worse than any one that I had playtesting for this event. Luis Scott-Vargas, just, bread and butter. Good, not great deck. A lot of mana fixing, some of his favorite cards in the format. He is at 5-2 right now, playing a win-in in this round to get the opportunity to draft tomorrow. And, of course, we'll be starting off round 8 over there.
Yes, so Luis has to win this round to come back and play tomorrow, just like you said. So, you paid for the whole seat. You only need the edge here. We saved the best for you here in the final round of Swiss with round 8 on day 1. Tomorrow, all draft. All the time, and I am so very excited for that because I haven't been able to watch a lot of people drafting this set, at least at the highest level, and so we're going to get the opportunity to do that many times over tomorrow.
And it's really fascinating in a format like this too, because there's so many different approaches that you can have at a sort of top level of how you want to approach it. One is I have a 2 or 3 color pairing that I really prefer. I'm going to go do that. The second is I really just want to take whatever the most powerful card is out of the pack and let that guide my process. The third in a format like this is I want to open on mana fixing and be able to be as responsive to the draft as possible. And the best players that I've taught to have different philosophies on all those different things.
Excellent.
And so there's 2 players sitting down who are both very skilled, can open up the same packs, and end up with very different decks at the end of it.
All right, that's tomorrow. Right now, it's today, the final round of Swiss. Let's head on down to the feature match area. Can Luis Scott-Vargas win this thing and come back and draft tomorrow? Let's find out. Has to get through Liam Edelson here to do it. Watching Luis play all weekend long has been an absolute masterclass in making it work.
Yep, and a lot of little edges we've seen from Luis over the course of playing these games in terms of sequencing, in terms of playing enters the battlefield, tap 2 lands in a particular order with an eye towards particular gold cards on time. There's a lot of little edges going on with Luis's game here that you won't really see because it involves sequencing in his hand. And you wouldn't really assume it either because Luis plays so fast. But he is no stranger to 5 color decks that involve a lot of enters the battlefield tap lands. And so there's a lot going on in these early turns in terms of Luis setting up his mana to be able to cast the stuff he's looking to cast.
One play for Luis so far, that is Dragonfire Blade. He's done a lot of good work with this card this weekend. +2/+2, hexproof and mono-colored.
Yes. With his legend in particular. Oh, no!
No! Don't counter his globe, Liam! Oh my god!
That is Luis's favorite card. And now it's serious mode.
Yeah, now Luis is like...
might have been a friendly match before. It is not a friendly match now.
No way. Oh, we've got a Sika here as a play from Liam Edelson. Haven't seen that card yet on coverage today. Excuse me, Eshki Dragonclaw. Doesn't matter, it's dead. It had Vigilance Trample Ward 1.
A lot of competitive players like to talk about, the commanderification of Magic and standard releases. There's pros and cons. It does make covering sealed a challenge. There's a lot of legends. They have names and titles, jobs, lore and backstory that can make it a little tricky sometimes calling the action at a good pace.
Teaming Dragonstorm, though, that's just a good quality bread and butter limited card. Play it, get 2 2/2s.
One of your favorites.
It absolutely is. I'm always tempted to take it, pack 1, pick 1.
And talk about doing work over the course of this tournament.
Oh, yeah.
This, alongside the Blade, has put Luis's opponents in the abyss starting on turn 4 or 5 in some of the games that we've covered.
Absolutely. This little 2/1 has indestructible. When it connects, you get to cast cards from the top of your opponent's deck if you hit something that's equal to the amount of damage you did, which is why Luis's deck is set up to be able to buff this creature by putting the Blade on it, for instance, or various counters that Sultai provides.
Yeah, you get an exponential payoff off of this thing if you are able to grow its power, both with the range of cards it hits and the ceiling on the cards that you can hit. And so Luis has been, I wouldn't necessarily say going out of his way. I think these are all cards he'd be interested in playing for a variety of reasons. But we've seen it do a lot of work, and it's particularly good with the Blade because that equip cost is so low.
Karakit Guardian was the play there from Liam, which is a card we've also seen just a house this weekend. 6/5 hexproof until it deals damage. Team Ertani back here. The play for Luis Scott-Vargas going to draw and discard. And going to pass back, I'm sure, over to Liam. Discards this Karu Goldkeeper, which is a nice one to discard as well because he can put a counter on a creature from the graveyard. Give it flying.
Yeah, Liam's going to have a little bit of a cushion here before he really has to worry about, you know, getting omniscience off of his own deck. Because he's got the 2/2s on the ground here, he can refire here and get up to another 2. Now, those 2/2s aren't really valuable in terms of being able to attack into a 2/1 indestructible, but in terms of being able to cushion against that that hit trigger, Liam's got quite a bit of time here.
See what Liam wants to do here. Sitting at 23 life, Luis at 22. Both players very comfortable at this stage in the game. Tapping 5. All right, we're going to make an elephant.
Not something Luis has to be worried about in the immediate term. Again, with a 2/1 indestructible back on defense. Some cushion here, but what's going on in the air? We're going to need a pretty quick response to that.
Yeah, that's 6 damage coming across Vigilance, by the way. Luis down to 16. We can see it being pulled halfway out of its sleeve to mark that it doesn't have hexproof anymore as it has done damage.
Well, I think it might have been both. I initially assumed the same thing, but
Oh.
also the sleeve might have split because it got replaced. So,
Oh.
but it's still halfway out of the sleeve. So it could be both at the same time.
Yes, yes. Get yourself some dragon shields, you know what I mean?
Yeah, you wouldn't have that problem. Dragonshield.com. Couple promo codes available. Case sensitive. Right under there, under Luis. Dragonshield.com. Dragonshield.com.
Dragonshield.com.
.com.
Do you remember that 90s website? Zombocom.
I don't.
Don't worry, you don't need to.
I don't.
All it does when you go there is it just says, "Welcome to Zombocom."
I didn't have regular access to the internet until I think around 1999. So there's a lot of early internet memes and tropes that are lost on me, even though I am theoretically of the right vintage.
Count your blessings, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't feel like I missed very much.
Action on Luis here. Boulder-born Dragon is going to be the play. A 3/3 dragon.
Luis is going to have to steal himself from at least one more shot from the 6/5 here.
Oof. He has answers in his deck. Just haven't used any of them yet or found them potentially.
And important to sort of view this through the lens of, you know, dividing the life total by the power that you're getting hit by. Luis at 17, this 6/5 represents a 3-turn clock as things currently look. Now, there's a lot that can distort that. Luis gains 2, and suddenly it's 19, and you're looking at 1. Liam could knock Luis down a little bit and maybe cut out a turn. But both players have to have it on their mind that right now Liam is kind of representing 3 turns as the ways things are constituted. Luis obviously has a chump blocker on the board. He has a piece of equipment that can kind of trade, but that's the flow of things right now. And Luis's plays are going to be informed right now by that sort of understanding of 3 turns is what I'm sort of looking at the moment.
Exactly. Going to take another hit here from that dragon down to 11. Teaming Dragonstorm comes back down onto the battlefield as well as an Anok Wayfarer that missed on lands and is now a 2/2. Here we see this exile effect from the Karu goalkeeper to give our friend Kotis flying.
And +2/+2 and the swords on it. So we're looking at 6 power, indestructible, flying. So Liam's options from here are either chump block with the 6/5 or let Luis spin off 6 cards that are 6 mana or more.
Man, I don't know if you can let him do it.
Yep.
Yep, chump. Wow.
I mean, you don't like the chump block, but that was a pretty big investment for Luis there. That was the entire turn. That was a card out of the graveyard. And we're looking at now, 6 attackers against 2 blockers with Luis already kind of low. Now, it's likely to get really bad for Liam next turn if he doesn't have a way to chump block this thing or remove it. But as good as, from Luis's side, you would feel about they chump blocked with their dragon, that's pretty sweet. Liam has a lot of ways to punish Luis for the investment of that turn.
Very true. Let's see how he uses it here this turn. I was taking a look to see if he had an exile effect, Stormplane Detainment. He does not in his deck list.
The flash one is the other big one, and I don't see that one either.
Okay, great. We're able to take care of the Teamer Tawny back here. Put a counter on one of our 2/2s. Is this Narset?
Yep.
Wow, there we go. Luis Scott-Vargas falling to Liam Edelson here in game 1 of our final round of competition.
And, Luis was definitely threatening something big there. Like I said, you don't like to be
Yeah.
chump blocking with your 6/5s on turn, 6 very often. But Liam did a nice job of kind of developing a wide board in the meantime while chipping in with that 6/5. And even though Luis was threatening the next turn to just have a massive turn, Liam had the resources to close it out.
Yeah, and I feel like if you're Luis, you got to take that chance, right? Like you get the trade of the, or you get the chump block of the 6/5 and the chance to potentially cast cards off the top of his library.
Yeah, I mean, that attack, it's kind of, both outcomes are good from Luis's perspective. And if he gets out of that turn, he has to feel really good about his spot. And also blocking there, leaving the 2/1 indestructible back on defense.
Not great.
It's not as good as like trying to go for it there, but Liam had the tools to close it out.
Well, we talked about Dragon Shield sleeves in this game. Won't split on you. They're one of our sponsors. Check them out. You can go to Star City's website, check out Dragon Shield there. We also want to thank Beckett for being one of our sponsors here this weekend. The place to get your cards graded.
And something that I really appreciate about Beckett, if you're into the grading stuff, is they make an effort to attend shows live. There's sometimes if you're in the grading stuff, I'm sending my cards out. I really don't know who's looking at them. I don't know what the process is, whatever. If you go to card conventions, Beckett is regularly there. You can meet the graders. You can talk to them. And there's an extra level of security that you get being able to actually interact with the people who are responsible for decisions that could affect you to the tune of thousands of dollars. So highly recommend Beckett.
I've never had a card graded.
There is something I will say. I was never a huge Pokemon player. I was a little aged out of that game by the time I was kind of coming up. Those cards look sick in the back.
Yeah.
Magic cards look good too. Something about Pokemon cards. They're just in a Beckett case, as someone who doesn't play, they look awesome. I'm a sports card fan myself. Not huge, but like I have a few things here and there. It's nice for displaying stuff. And Magic cards too. In fact, a little story about Beckett.
All right.
This was a couple of years ago, talked to a dealer. They had a Serendib Ifrit from Arabian Nights. And they're like, look, it's packed looks packed fresh. It's been, at the time, they're like, I know this is a high number for it, $400. And I was like, okay, $400. Get the thing. And I'm like, this looks great. Send it down to Beckett. Beckett gets back to me with a 9.5 grade with 395 subs. And I sold it for $1,500. You know, to who? Luis Scott-Vargas. To bring it all back together here.
Wow, very nice. Hey, good deal there.
Yep.
Not bad. All right, Luis, we got to go win-win here to come back and draft on day 2. Needs to win this game to keep his tournament hopes alive. Both of the pair of our players here starting things out with dual lands, both at 21. Make that 22 here for Liam. And a tri-land for Luis. God, these tri-lands are great.
They're great, but playing it there on turn 3 is an indication that that was the draw step.
Yep. Sunset Strike Master is the play here for Edelson. It's a 3/1. It can blow itself up to kill a dragon for 3 mana. Also taps for a red mana, which is very nice.
And a new part of Red's color pie. Just tap for a red. That's something that Wizards of the Coast has said, you know, we're expanding Red's color pie a little bit, and now they're going to get mana creatures. Not going to be as efficient as Greens, of course. They're not, I don't think Red Llanowar Elves are coming down the pipeline, but this is an expression of some new space.
Sure. Do you find it unfair that Red gets to tap for mana?
No, I mean, you know, as time goes on, you're talking about a game that's kind of 30 years plus. It's hard to adhere to the color pie that strictly over time if you're going to make as many cards as Wizards does. And so you have to look at spots where you can sort of judiciously add. As long as it's not powerful, it's not the defining characteristic. And I would say of all the colors besides green, I would expect red to be number 2 in line.
Yeah. Teaming Dragonstorm here for Edelson, adding to the board. One matching Luis for his own from the previous turn.
Starting to see it too now with black dabbling a little bit in enchant removal.
Yep.
It's important from my perspective for that stuff to not be as good as the way that green and white does it. They should get the best rates, but yeah, I think having 2 colors defined by not being able to blow up enchantments is pretty intense. So ease up on that. Let that be Red's one of Red's defining characteristics, and give black some sacrifice stuff, or you know, it's a bad mode tacked onto a murder type design. I think that's fine. A little of that goes a long way too.
An attack here with the 2/2s from Luis. Liam seeing if perhaps he might be able to trade. Trades off 1. In for 2. Follow up. All right, we're going to take care of the Sunset Strike Master, and then we're going to play the Monastery Messenger and put the 4 damage spell back on the top of the library.
Nice for Luis to take care of the mana creature there before Liam gets an opportunity to deploy some 6s this turn. Set him back at least a little bit.
All right, there we go. Another 5/5 here for Liam. Pass back over to Luis. Liam keeps the pressure coming. We draw the Molten Exhale. All right, here we go. Attacks from Luis, Bird, and 2/2 getting in. All right, Liam's going to block with the 2/2, not the elephant.
Well, if Luis is sending in,
yeah,
and you know that
follow up, yeah.
He put the deal 4 on top, so you get the choice of either trading off or allowing Luis to convert the 4 damage and taking out the 5/5. Now we have an interesting cat and mouse game with the 5/5 versus what's going on with Luis, because this is where the flash on Molten Exile really comes up. That 5/5 is really safe on Liam's turn, assuming Luis does not have a dragon.
Right.
If he does, it's a very different calculation.
Cruel Truths there, the play from Luis as well. Out from the sideboard, brought in that in the last match as well. All right, Mammoth Bellow here getting harmonized for a second elephant. And then we're going to draw. Focus the mind. Nice.
I don't know if I've seen that played on the discount so far today, which is odd because it is like a pretty defining common. I do love that play there from Liam because, you know, that was a very efficient turn, which didn't end up exposing the 5/5 to block plus removal spell, but Luis had a nice little rope-a-dope there with the counter spell, because otherwise that 4 damage spell wouldn't have had anywhere to go. Luis would have just been down the 2 mana that turn.
Dragonfire Blade Sagu Wilding hit the table for Scott-Vargas. Gain him some life up to 22, and in come the Elephants. 2 5/5s into the red zone for Edelson. Takes it down to 12. All right, passing back over to Luis.
Looks like Liam's play has been really tight in this game, thinking about the right stuff.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's when we're doing an event like this, of course, the focus is going to be on Luis and Reed, they're the people we're featuring. It's important to know that someone, like most people who touch a Magic card, play competitively, show up to tournaments, play in RCs, whatever, never play a match with the stakes that Liam is playing right now. You're 5-2, you have an opportunity to make the second day, you have an opportunity to beat maybe the greatest player of all time on camera to secure your spot in day number 2.
Yeah.
And it's important to kind of appreciate that moment too, because like I said, most people, even people who play this game for a long time, never get in a moment like this. And, you know, there's potentially, even if there's not a Pro Tour berth at the line, on the line at the end of this, is like, you get to carry this with you forever. Like, this is a forever moment if you're a competitive Magic player. And I think Liam's played really sharp, and, you know, you kind of can see, you can see the pressure a little bit in the body language,
Yes.
but Liam is playing a really sharp game right now.
He is, absolutely. I've also been very impressed watching him here this round. I would be shaking in my boots playing against Luis, I'll tell you that.
And as intimidating as Luis is at the table of the spot, I know what's going on in his head right now is I cannot wait to eat dinner and go to bed. That is the only thought on the man's mind right now. But Liam does not know that.
All right, in come the Elephants yet again here for Liam. And it looks like the bird's going to have to fall in combat here, chump in front of one of those elephants.
And now Luis can potentially pair the removal spell. Maybe it's just a chump. I assume that Luis has a way to enable this instant speed. Dragon's on the battlefield, so it's beholden. We're good to go.
All right, there we go. Elephant down, falls to Molten Exhale. Back over to Luis here. Must win this game to keep himself alive here in this tournament. Doesn't his body language is telling me I don't feel like I'm in a great spot.
Yeah. But I feel like we've been watching a lot of Luis get trucked in game 1 and then kind of worm the way out games 2 and 3. Or that phase could also just be that was a pretty nice draw, and considering whether or not he wanted the dragon or the omen there.
Charring Bite is going to be able to deal with that second elephant token from Liam Edelson. And we're going to shuffle the Twin Maw Stormbrew back into the library. Glacial Dragon Hunt, the follow-up. We're going to discard the the globe to kill the Embermouth Sentinel. All right, here we go, and get in with the dragon.
And this is now a one-turn clock.
Liam down to 5. Okay, Liam, can you deal with the Sagu Wildling?
Yeah.
Yes or no?
Luis is locked in.
Yeah, look at him. He's thinking about a burrito.
A burrito. A nap.
Okay, here we go. Jeskai, Shrine Keeper for Liam Edelson. Picks up the teaming Dragonstorm, attacks here because it has, whenever it deals combat damage to a player, you gain a life and draw a card.
And that's a huge swing here, going from 5 to 6. Is that means
That's
Luis
it.
does not have it next turn on the board.
And here we play the Dragonstorm once again. Get a couple of 2-2s. Back over to Luis. Can we find an extra point of damage?
And Luis is looking at lethal his turn.
Okay, well, Ice Ridge Serpent can get rid of one of those tokens.
Ooh,
But that's that.
This is going to be really close. 'Cause
Yeah.
right now it's really kind of like neither player can attack, but any good draw step just opens it wide open.
And we're going to get another life off this tap land here for Edelson, up to 7, pass back. Luis is living off the top of his deck. All right, we're going to harmonize this Glacial Dragonstorm. Draw a card, discard the turtle. Oh, and kill the dragon! Nice!
Yeah, this is going to force a chump block.
Okay, down goes the 2-2, and Liam goes to 2. Can he deal with this? Another dragon here for Edelson.
Is this the common, or this is the double fire or half fire breather? And that's it.
Wow!
Wow.
Holy cow! Unbelievable! And look at that face from Liam Edelson there.
What a, I mean, incredibly swingy game there, and I assume that was off the top because like the previous turn would have looked a little bit different there. You know, just a great match from both of those players there. Very, very swingy at the end. And congratulations to Liam. Like I said,
absolutely.
Most players don't get an opportunity like that. You play Magic your entire life, you're never going to get an opportunity like that. And Liam made the most of it. 6-2, and he'll be drafted tomorrow with an opportunity to get to the Pro Tour.
Yes, that's right. Pro Tour spots for our top 8 here. We actually had a chance to talk to Luis after that last round. Let's hear from him right now.
Or in a moment.
Oh, in a moment. Oh, is it going to be live? Nice.
Yeah.
Okay, so not even pre-recorded, everybody.
Yeah. He just got peeled out on to miss day 2 of a hometown spotlight series, and we instantly pulled him out of the feature match.
Get back here. We're doing an interview.
Get the bright lights on him and the mic to talk about, like, hey, how did it feel to lose in front of a lot of people? Not great. It's burrito time.
Yeah. At least it's burrito time.
Burrito and maybe a marg, whatever.
Yep.
Go home, fire up a Vintage Cube on Magic Online. Forget this ever happened. But it takes us a minute to get the tech stuff set up. So, you know, we'll be there in a moment.
Yeah, but I got to give Luis massive kudos for making it this far with that deck that we didn't think was all too extra special here at the start of the day.
Yeah.
Played like a champ.
Yeah, of course. I mean, Luis is one of the best to ever do it.
Yep.
And is you know, he's simultaneously aware that my pool is not good. He said to me, I would mulligan if I could. I would just re-roll for a random deck. But still, like, you know, you play your best. And like I said, compared to the old Grand Prix, you just don't have the buys anymore. We're used to, all the best players are in day 2. How could that possibly be happening? And it's because they had to play 6 rounds and win 3 of them or whatever. Actually showing up here and have to play everything, even if you're really good, winning 6 rounds of Magic over 8 is a big challenge, and it says a lot that, you know, the 2 people that we featured over the course of this tournament weren't able to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's hear from Luis right now.
Welcome back to the sideboard one last time here on Saturday of Magic Spotlight Dragons, part of SCGCON Denver. I'm Nick Miller, alongside Luis Scott-Vargas. When we built your pool, you said most likely a 5-3 finish. Unfortunately, exactly that.
Yeah, had my opponent down to no cards in hand, and 2 turns in a row drew dragons to trigger his Dragonstorm. The second one being a haste one to kill me, which, well, they actually were both haste dragons. Yeah.
We knew it was going to be tough. You knew you coming in. Your pool was what you rated about a 5 out of 10. You would have clearly liked another one, but you definitely scrapped today, and you called out you were going to have to beat crazy cards like Ugin, which you did, and then you got yourself into a winning in, and things unfortunately didn't quite go your way. Is there anything you look back on you would want to change or switch, or do you think you played pretty
my
much
opponents
perfectly?
did draw a little bit worse, I guess. I don't know. No, I didn't play perfectly. I certainly made my fair share of errors. It's a hard format, a lot going on. I felt like I played against a better deck 6 of the 8 rounds or something like that. But in the end, I of course, lost in the last possible to not make day 2. So, yeah.
We did get max value, though, having you on camera every round today, which was nice. We got to see you really show off, put your deck on display, show the elements of Sealed that, it isn't all just opening good cards. Obviously, it helps, but you can win with lesser pools, and you designed your deck, and I think we saw that. This Dragon Blade build really put in some work.
Yeah, I was happy with what I did with the cards I had access to, for sure.
We have a draft tomorrow. How many of your friends are in day 2? How many horses are you rooting on?
I guess BK. So yeah, maybe one person.
We count BK.
No, BK's great. I love BK.
All right. Well, LSV, thank you for joining us all. I was going to say all weekend, all Saturday. It was a pleasure having you. Stay tuned to Star City Games tomorrow. We have a draft starting at 9 a.m. We're going to have 3 drafts tomorrow, crowning a champion, and I look forward to seeing you there.